In a world where everyone has traversed to a realm teeming with ferocious beasts, each individual has acquired the ability to form contracts with these creatures. Bing, you have obtained 3 SS-level talents: a Hundredfold Amplification talent, a Beast Tamer talent, and a Divine Farmer's vocational talent. With the treasure chest's amplification reaching a hundredfold, defeating beasts yields treasure chests, and the contracted beasts can amplify their powers onto their masters. Assembling a legion of pets to conquer this world is merely the beginning. Chapter 1. SSS Talents. Esteemed player, congratulations on entering the Universal Survival game. You will receive a wooden cabin as your place of development. You have obtained the Beast Master profession. Friendly reminder: the wooden cabin is your sole haven for survival. In the early stages, you will be safe for at least the first 7 days. Before entering the game, you may select 3 vocational talents. All selections are made randomly. Hanze gradually opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself in an ethereal space, surrounded by twinkling lights that danced around him. Had he traversed once more? Indeed, he had. His name was Hanze, an ordinary graduate from military academy. This was not his first experience of crossing over to another world. In his initial journey, he transitioned from Water Blue Star to Blue Star, and just as he began to acclimate to life there, he found himself entangled in this survival game. After numerous crossings, Hanze had grown numb. After all, life persisted regardless of the setting. Having read countless novels about universal crossings into the wilderness, he felt a surge of anticipation. As he absorbed the memories flooding his mind, the confusion in Hanze's eyes began to lift, replaced by a glimmer of understanding. The Blue Star was plagued by resource scarcity and was enduring a glacial epoch with all life in decay. By the time he crossed over, the world was engulfed in panic, leaving humanity devoid of hope. The emergence of this game represented a beacon of hope for humanity, a chance for evolution and advancement. This choice of talents is crucial. The beginning truly hinges on the talents one acquires. Hanze gazed at the myriad stars around him, each radiating a distinct hue, knowing he could only select randomly. At that moment, golden text appeared before his eyes. Lumberjack talent. F increases strength by 10, enhances tree felling speed by 10, and increases would yield by 10. Talent levels are categorized as SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. A flicker of joy crossed Hanze's face. The annotation system had traversed with him. He recalled how utterly useless this system had been. It could only display item information, offering no utility in his previous world. In a familiar environment, the annotation system provided no benefits. For instance, recognizing an apple did not require an annotation. He already knew it was an apple, with the only difference being the freshness of the purchase. This left Hanze feeling both helpless and frustrated. This world will undoubtedly allow the annotation system to shine. Originally reliant on random talent selection, he could now leverage the annotation system to ascertain the nature of the talents, enabling him to choose wisely. The sky full of stars was like a treasure trove waiting to be explored. Among them, SSS denoted the highest tier, while F represented the lowest. Only those of D rank and above could possess a profession, with higher ranks signifying superior professions. Talents of E and F rank offered no combat enhancements. Above S rank lay the talents of the truly gifted. Possessing even a single S rank talent could propel one to greatness. As for an SSS talent, it was likely that no human had ever attained one. What extraordinary luck would be required to select an SSS talent from such a vast expanse of stars? Hanze took a moment to calm his exhilaration. The next step was to seek out his talents. Runic talent. SS, an ancient runic legacy, upon learning, grants unparalleled rune-drawing abilities. With comprehension increased by 100, Hanze felt a stir of interest. A rune master could attack, defend, and assist, embodying a perfect balance of offense and defense. Having come from Water Blue Star, he was well aware of the extraordinary runes created by the ancestors of Huaxia. If he were to possess the runic talent, he could undoubtedly maximize the potential of this profession. Yet, he ultimately decided against it. Continuing his search, he soon stumbled upon another talent, planting talent. SS enables the cultivation of extraordinary plants, with a 100 success rate for breeding mutated flora. Suddenly, Hanze recalled his extensive knowledge. This talent could undoubtedly yield effects of SSS caliber. He felt on the verge of being driven mad by indecision. At that moment, a star shot toward him, radiating brilliance as it halted by his side. Hanze's breath quickened as he gazed at the approaching star. Hundredfold talent. SSS grants a hundredfold effect on rewards. That's the one. This was nothing short of divine skill, a hundredfold increase in drop rates from defeating monsters. Could there be anything more exhilarating? It was a must-have. Having selected the hundredfold talent, he was still free to choose 2 more talents. Hanze took his time, examining each star attentively, determined not to settle until he found another SSS star. At last, he discovered yet another SS-level talent. Beast Tamer talent. SSS 100 success in taming pets, allowing players to inherit all attributes and skill effects of their pets. This, truly, it was a divine skill. The annotation system was astonishingly powerful. Even Hanze, usually so composed, could not suppress the trembling of his hands in excitement. With the Beast Tamer talent, he could forge his own army of pets. Moreover, he could harness all the skills and attributes of his pets. The stronger the pets, the stronger he would become. This realization dawned upon him. Hanze's breath grew rapid. Eagerly, he selected the Beast Tamer profession talent. Next, he could choose 1 more talent. Reflecting on the first 2 talents, Hanze felt a growing sense of anticipation. Alchemist talent. Inheritance of alchemical knowledge, containing an array of medicinal formulas, with herb affinity increased by 10. Although a powerful secondary profession, it paled in comparison to the SSS talents. Pass. Swordsmanship talent. SS grants divine level swordsmanship abilities. Mastery could allow one to cleave the stars with a single strike. Which young man has not harbored dreams of sword-wielding adventures? Hanze gritted his teeth and opted to move on. The players outside had already made their talent selections, unaware of what they were choosing, relying solely on chance. Hanze felt no urgency, determined to peruse every star. As time passed, most players had finalized their talent choices. Finally, Hanze selected Ancient Divine Farmer Profession talent. SSS acquires all talents of the Divine Farmer, enabling the formation of profession-specific treasure chests upon defeating monsters, thus obtaining exclusive items. The Divine Farmer. While others may not comprehend its significance, Hanze was acutely aware. Just the name alone compelled him to select this talent. It resonated deeply with the heritage of the Huaxia people. The ability to form profession-specific treasure chests meant that he could obtain items by defeating monsters, with treasure chests in this world only refreshing in the wild. Defeating monsters would yield only materials for decomposition. This talent allowed for the acquisition of 2 talents, each of which was top tier. It would be foolish not to choose it. With his talents now selected, a radiant light enveloped Hanze. In the next moment, Hanze's figure materialized within an unremarkable wooden cabin. Hanze gradually opened his eyes, and a translucent screen manifested before him. Chapter 2. Diamond Level Storm Mantis. Welcome to the game world. Players are advised to peruse the following game rules. 1. The day in the game is divided into day and night. Upon the arrival of night, the strength of monsters is augmented by 50. 2. The initial 7 days serve as a novice period, during which the wooden cabin is in a state of invulnerability. 3. After 7 days, the game transitions into its standard phase, where the cabin will endure a monster attack every 10 days. 4. A chat feature and trading panel are available, enabling players to share experiences and trade acquired items. 5. Should you encounter other players, you may choose to form an alliance or engage in combat. Defeating another player grants you their talents and expands your initial territory. 6. If you possess the strength, you may challenge bosses for unexpected rewards. 7. Strive to survive, and you shall behold an extraordinarily magnificent world. Personal information, chat box, trading. Hanze's gaze lingered on the personal information section. An information panel manifested before him. Name, Hanze. Attribute, wood combat power, C, after a hundredfold enhancement. Strength, D, constitution, D, agility, D, mental power, B, profession, Beast Tamer, SSS, Ancient Pharmacist, SSS, Ancient Planter, SSS, Ancient Alchemist, SS, Cultivator, SS, Level, 0, Home, Wooden Cabin Pet, None Skills, Hundredfold Enhancement, SSS, Treasure Convergence, SSS, Beast Taming, SSS, Wood Affinity, SS, Pharmacological Affinity, S, Alchemy, S, Planting, S, Potion Crafting, S, Items, None. The prospect of attributes also receiving a hundredfold enhancement illuminated Hanze's eyes. Ding. Player profession identified as Beast Tamer. An initial pet will be granted as a reward. Hanze understood immediately, having anticipated this outcome. He possessed only one profession, thereby ensuring the issuance of a novice weapon. Swordsmen would receive swords, and mages would be granted magic wands. As a Beast Tamer, he had indeed wagered correctly. Ding. Initial pet distribution commencing. Having deduced the game's rules accurately, Hanzei felt a surge of joy. In the next moment, the surrounding environment transformed into a lush forest, where an array of beast eggs lay scattered across the ground. The multitude of eggs, varying in size and color, presented a truly spectacular sight. The annotation system activated upon sight, making it quite convenient for Hanzei to navigate. He ambled through, inspecting various pet eggs. Cauliflower snake, attribute, beast strength, F, constitution, F, agility, E, mental power, F, level, 1 qualification, black iron skill, venom, weakness. The diminutive cauliflower snake is fearful of fire, rendering it inconsequential and ill-suited as a pet. Utterly unimpressive. The system could also reveal monster weaknesses, making combat significantly easier. Hanzei continued his search, most pets being of black iron or bronze quality, until he stumbled upon a silver-grade pet egg, the big-eared rabbit. Big-eared rabbit, attribute, beast, wind strength, E, constitution, E, agility, D, mental power, E, level, 3 qualification, silver skill, wind speed leap, incisor attack, weakness, acceptable speed, yet otherwise fraught with vulnerabilities aside from its cuteness. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Novice pets would not be overly powerful. He decided to continue examining other pet eggs. If nothing else appealed, he would settle for the big-eared rabbit. It was imperative to select a combat-oriented pet for a swift early-game progression. Dark Moon Wolf, attribute, beast, dark. Moon strength, D, constitution, D, agility, D, mental power, D, level, 3 qualification, gold skill. Dark Moon Wave, bite, dark claw strike, weakness, lacks discernible flaws. Possessing it early on will significantly enhance your strength. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Hanzei's eyes, capable of both ranged and melee combat. It boasted a balanced offense and defense, alongside its golden qualification. He felt tempted but refrained from making a choice, still wishing to explore for even superior pets. He mentally noted the location of this pet egg. Hanzei continued his quest for more formidable pet eggs until he encountered a colossal azure pet egg, at which point he halted. Storm Mantis, attribute, beast, wind strength, D, constitution, D, agility, B, mental power, C, level, 5, qualification, diamond skill, wind blade technique, hurricane storm, whirlwind charge, wind speed slash, weakness. The formidable diamond-level Storm Mantis. Should you encounter it in the wild, do not hesitate to flee. Capturing it early grants you the strength to rival even dragon hatchlings. Incredible. Perfect. Capable of both ranged and melee attacks. It possessed a pair of natural mantis blades, an undeniable advantage in the early stages. He had not anticipated crossing paths with such a powerful pet, and with its diamond qualification, he was already ahead of many players. He resolved to select it without hesitation. With a decisive choice made, he selected the pet egg. A mist enveloped the pet egg, and in the next moment, Hanzei found himself back in his initial wooden cabin. On the wooden table lay the pet egg he had chosen. Selection complete. Blood binding required to establish a connection with the pet egg. Hanzei bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the verdant pet egg. The blood was gradually absorbed by the azure shell, vanishing from the surface as the egg emanated a faint azure glow. A subtle connection surged forth, and Hanzei felt an overwhelming joy resonate through him, akin to a bond of blood. He gently caressed the pet egg. Congratulations, player Hanzei, on acquiring the diamond-level pet egg, Storm Mantis. Ding. Hundredfold enhancement effect received. Please select from the following options. 1. Acquire a legendary pet, Ragewind Mantis King. 2. Acquire 10 extraordinary pets, Ragewind Mantises. 3. Acquire 100 diamond-level Storm Mantises. Pet qualifications are categorized as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical, immortal, divine. Hanzei suddenly broke into a captivating smile, radiant and unparalleled, warming the entire room with his expression, though no one was there to witness it. Soon, he composed himself, realizing that the 3 choices required no extensive contemplation. They were not on the same level at all. Without hesitation, he selected the third option. In the early game, a legendary pet and 100 diamond-level pets could not be compared in battle. A few seconds later, a multitude of emerald-green storm mantises emerged from their shells. Like a well-disciplined army, they stood in perfect formation within the wooden cabin. Soon, the room could no longer contain them. The eyes of the storm mantises shimmered with joy and reverence, casting curious glances at their master, Hanzei, who was also scrutinizing the storm mantises. Chapter 3. Adventuring to Slay Monsters. The storm mantises stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, their arms resembling sharp blades glinting with a chilling radiance, edged with serrations that bespoke their formidable nature. As they gathered in the courtyard, they filled every available space. Bathed in sunlight, the Storm Mantises resembled regal sentinels at the heart of a palace, exuding an air of awe-inspiring majesty. Hanzei felt immense satisfaction with his initial lineup. He had acquired 4 skills from the Storm Mantises, each exhibiting effects even more potent than those of the Mantises themselves. Name: Hanzei. Attributes: Wood, Wind. Strength: C, after a Hundredfold amplification. Constitution: C, after a Hundredfold amplification. Agility: C, after a Hundredfold amplification. Mental Power: A, after a Hundredfold amplification. Profession: Beast Tamer, SSS. Ancient Alchemist, SSS. Ancient Planter, SSS. Ancient Refining Master, SS. Cultivator, SS. Level 0, Homestead, Wooden Cabin. Pet: Diamond Level Storm Mantis, 100. Skills: Hundredfold Amplification, SSS. Condensed Treasure Chest, SSS. Beast Taming Technique, SSS. Wood Affinity Supremacy, SS. Drug Affinity, S. Alchemy, S. Planting Technique, S. Potion Crafting, S. Wind Blade Technique, Hurricane Storm, Whirlwind Charge. Items: none. The sheer terror of 100 Storm Mantis' attributes compounded, further enhanced by the Hundredfold amplification, was staggering. Without any effort, his physical attributes had already reached C. Hanzei could hardly contain his excitement. He stood at the forefront of all, his achievements solely attributed to the system and his innate talents. He began to survey the surroundings of the wooden cabin, which was exceedingly rudimentary: a wooden table, a wooden stool, and a small stove beside it. Small stove, white. 2 units of wood, capable of burning for 1 hour. The simplicity of this dwelling was astonishing. Thankfully, he was in a beginner's phase, otherwise, he would fear that a single venture outdoors could leave his wooden cabin in ruins. Next, he intended to explore this world. He had spent far too much time selecting his talents and pet. Before venturing out, Hanzei decided to check the chat channel. He opened the world chat channel. Oh dear, this world is terrifying. My pet, the black-haired pig, has betrayed me. What should I do? There are so many monstrous beasts banging on my door. Help! Is there a brave soul out there? I can do anything. I'm willing to adopt any position. I just went hunting, and not only did my pet betray me and run away, but a black eagle is now circling my wooden cabin. My only pet has perished in battle. What am I to do now? There's a black well nearby, and countless skeleton soldiers are emerging from it. My pet is injured, and its loyalty is waning. Will it flee? I started by the river, and there's a giant turtle lounging in the water. I want to try to capture it. If I succeed, I can fish for food. Brothers, take care. Everyone, do not rush into challenges. Our pets are currently too weak to defeat the monsters outside. The person above is right. We should first seek out water sources and food. That is the priority. The world channel was filled with lamentations and calls for help, lacking in significant information. However, there were undoubtedly formidable individuals among the populace. Though the chances of drawing exceptional talents were scarce, luck still favored a few. Among billions, there had to be those with S and SS-level talents. Such individuals were often reserved, surely not revealing their prowess at the onset. Nevertheless, Hanzei felt confident that his strength would suffice. Caution was still warranted. One could never tell what peculiar creatures this world harbored. Hanzei's gaze shifted toward his wooden cabin as a line of golden text materialized. Wooden cabin, a simple wooden dwelling. If you possess a homestead upgrade scroll, it will become significantly sturdier. This cabin was truly pitiful. Yet, it could be upgraded. With his hundredfold amplification talent, this task would not pose a challenge. Exiting his homestead, he found himself surrounded by withered grasses and scattered stones, a sparse forest appearing somewhat desolate. The ranks of Storm Mantises, much like a disciplined battalion, alleviated some of his concerns. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the woods. Clumsy, labored breaths reached his ears as a monstrous beast slowly approached. A towering figure materialized before him. It was a hulking brute boar, its body a mottled gray-brown, with long tusks and furious eyes glaring at him. Brute boar. Attributes: Beast. Strength: D. Constitution: E. Agility: F. Mental Power: F. Level: 3. Quality: Black Iron. Skills: Charge. Weakness: Impulsive and irritable. Golden text appeared. Hanzei felt little trepidation. The Storm Mantises were more than capable of overpowering it. As he observed the brute boar, it grew increasingly agitated. The beast began to stomp the ground, then charged furiously at him. Storm Mantis eliminated. Facing the brute boar, Hanzei felt no pressure whatsoever. He dispatched a Storm Mantis to gauge its combat abilities. Responding to their master's command, a Storm Mantis bolted forward to meet the charging brute boar. Although the brute boar possessed greater strength and executed its charge skill, the Storm Mantis was not about to withstand such an attack head-on. With its dual blades aimed at the brute boar, the mantis maneuvered deftly. The brute boar committed to its charge. could not suddenly change direction and was forcibly struck by the mantis's blade. The Storm Mantis was subsequently pushed back 100 meters by the boar's brute force. Swiftly dodging and leaping, it repositioned itself opposite the enraged brute boar. Having missed its initial strike and taken a hit, the brute boar became further enraged, barreling toward the Storm Mantis, kicking up dust and leaving the ground pockmarked in its wake. It appeared rather dim-witted. Utilized whirlwind charge. With a flash of light enveloping its legs, the Storm Mantis transformed into a blur, evading the brute boar's assault. Simultaneously, a wind blade slice surged forth from between its blades, swiftly targeting the boar's cumbersome form. Employing the same technique yet again, the result was identical, directly striking the brute boar's body. The Storm Mantis relied on this singular maneuver, which had proven effective time and again. The boar, lacking the speed of the Storm Mantis, fell victim to its strategy of kite fighting. After 7 strikes, the brute boar met its demise. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, the Storm Mantis, has slain the brute boar, gaining a small amount of experience. Upon receiving the system notification, Hanze approached the fallen brute boar. Activating a skill, the boar's corpse vanished in an instant. A treasure chest materialized in his hand. Treasure chest condensation successful. Would you like to open the chest? He nodded and replied, open. Chapter 4, the Sacred Treasure Chest. Ding. Acquired 1 sunflower seed. Ding. Acquired 50 brute boar meat. Ding. Acquired 8 brute boar bones. Ding. Acquired 8 brute boar blood. Ding. Acquired 1 brute boar hide. Activation of Hundredfold talent. 1. Obtained 1 tier 3 sunflower seed, 50 spirit pig meat, 8 spirit pig bones, 8 spirit pig blood, 1 spirit pig skin. 2. Obtained 100 tier 1 sunflower seeds, 5,000 brutal pig meat, 800 brutal pig bones, 800 brutal pig blood, 100 brutal pig skin. The second one, the first is excellent, truly remarkable, yet currently of no use to him. With so many pets to consider, quantity reigns supreme. With provisions in hand, Hanja prepared to return home, intending to satiate his hunger before resuming his explorations. Suddenly, a luminous orb appeared in the distance, instantly capturing Hanja's attention. Ding! Congratulations, player Hanja, for discovering a wild treasure chest. Opening it may yield various items. Ding! Each player is permitted to open 5 treasure chests daily. Activation of Hundredfold Amplification. You may now open 500 wild treasure chests daily. Hundredfold Amplification. How astonishing! Hanja was so taken aback, he nearly leaped in joy. 500 chests. No matter how tirelessly he searched, he would never find that many in a day. This meant he could open chests without restraint. A line of golden text materialized. An ordinary wooden treasure chest. Opening it will grant you a special blueprint and some resources. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a haze. Hanja reached into the orb, feeling nothing. A wooden chest materialized in his hand. He opened it. In the midst of Hundredfold Amplification. Ding! Acquired 1,000 units of wood. Ding! Acquired 1,000 units of stone. Ding! Acquired the blueprint for an extraordinary water filter. This hundredfold talent is simply invaluable, terrifyingly so. Would you like to learn the blueprint for the extraordinary water filter? Learning. The blueprint transformed into a stream of light, soaring into his body. Learning successful. Extraordinary water filter. Crafting requirements. 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone, 5 iron ore, 5 copper ore, 1 crystal stone. Hanja had previously perused novels about village building. Naturally, crafting items requires resource collection. He could check the trading panel. Hanja opened the trading panel. The most abundant items for sale were water and meat. With dangers lurking outside and frequent encounters with beasts, most people merely scoured their immediate vicinity. Few ventured out to explore or hunt. Even if one could endure hunger, one as pets would never tolerate it. Famished pets would lose loyalty, risking escape. Thus, battling monsters was not an option. One could only barter, trading resources for food and water. With 5,000 units of brutal pig meat, even the Storm Mantises couldn't consume that much. The surplus would be listed for trade. Currently, food commanded the highest prices. 1 unit of brutal pig meat weighed 2 pounds, leaving 1,000 units for the Storm Mantises, and with monster hunting yielding meat, it would suffice. There is no concept of storage in this game. Dropped items require transportation. 10,000 pounds of meat would be unmanageable for him. Seller, Hanja. Items for sale, brutal pig meat. Trade requirements, 10 units of iron ore. Alternative 1, 10 units of copper ore. Alternative 2, crystal stone. Stock, 100. Though unaware of what crystal stone was, perhaps someone might possess it. Hanja speculated it to be akin to the spirit stones from cultivation novels, a rare resource. He had no shortage of wood and stone. He would address that later when needed. Hanja's pricing was quite steep. However, it was only natural. Rarity dictates value. With everyone starving, Food prices on the trading panel surged to alarming heights. After all, everyone's starting conditions varied. In regions like grasslands and deserts, edible resources were scarce. Currently, meat was in dire demand. Not only does it satiate hunger, but it also replenishes energy through protein intake. Once someone manages to hunt beasts, the price of meat would plummet. Therefore, seizing the opportunity to sell meat at a premium and exchange it for various resources was prudent. Listing 100 portions at a time created a sense of urgency in sales. This was one of Hanja's strategies. If he listed too many at once, the urgency would dissipate. After listing the brutal pig meat, Hanja closed the trading panel. A beam of golden light erupted into the sky. Hanja quickly shielded his eyes. What is this? Hanja was profoundly shocked. Could it be a treasure? Had he stumbled upon a treasure's emergence? The light beam lasted several seconds before gradually fading from view. It was not too far away. At present, people were hesitant to stray far from their homes. There was no need to rush. He could take his time. As Hanja focused on the distant direction, a flash of golden text appeared. A sacred treasure chest has emerged. A unique chest. Opening it will yield astonishingly powerful items, an opportunity not to be missed. Beside each high-level treasure chest, a regional boss will be stationed. If you manage to defeat it, the sacred chest will be yours. Regional boss, extremely dangerous. Hanja's gaze turned steely. He hadn't anticipated the emergence of a sacred treasure chest alongside a regional boss. Extremely dangerous, indeed. He sent 10 Storm Mantises to deliver the brutal pig meat back home while he, accompanied by the remaining 90 Storm Mantises, intended to scout the situation. World Channel. Due to Hanja's listing of brutal pig meat, a commotion erupted in the world chat. Am I hallucinating from hunger? I think I saw meat in the trading channel. You fool. I was planning to trade for more meat. How could you blurt that out in the world channel? Everyone, rush and grab it. Finally, food. Oh, great one. I'm cold and starving. Could you spare a piece of meat? I'd do anything. Oh my, I'm still hungry. The great one is already eating meat. I wish I could have some too. Great one, I'm in the desert without, or can we exchange for something else? Why can't you help me out? Considering you have so much meat, I promise to compensate you once I can hunt. You're taking advantage of the situation. Do you have any shame? Why should I give you anything for free? I ate a fruit, and it was unbearably salty. Great one, could you sell me some water? Enough. I'm off to mine to trade for Hanja's meat. Doesn't anyone wonder where the brutal pig meat came from? I'm a special forces soldier. I once fought tigers with my comrades. I possess an awakened S-class attack class talent, and my pet is silver great. Just now, I encountered a brutal pig outside. The beasts here have astonishing vitality, far beyond that of the brutal pig, and I sustained injuries. After he spoke, the world chat fell into silence. Chapter 5, The Golem Tribe. Perhaps he fortuitously stumbled upon the brutal pig while it was fighting, and thus gained the spoils. It made sense. He had initially thought it was some formidable figure, but it turned out to be mere luck. Just a fortunate individual. Soon, no one would remember him. World Chat Channel. A group of individuals, lacking both talent and ambition, engaged in a series of absurd conjectures. Unable to acknowledge their own inadequacies, they ultimately embraced this notion collectively. Hanze, however, had no time to dwell on the opinions of the world. He was presently occupied with leveling up his Storm Mantis. As he ventured into the jungle, his intention was to first enhance the Storm Mantis's abilities before embarking on a quest to locate the sacred treasure chest. Yet, upon delving deeper into the forest, he unexpectedly encountered a solitary goblin. Goblin attributes: chaotic race, strength, D, constitution, E, agility, E, mental power, F, level, A, talent, bronze skills, cleave, swordsmanship, vulnerability, greedy, and irritable. This diminutive member of the goblin tribe is known for its extreme temper. The goblin tribe, characterized by their verdant skin, pointed ears, elongated noses, and diminutive stature, bore a rectangular face that exuded a cunning expression. They bore a striking resemblance to the goblins depicted in the game from Waterblue Star. Hanze was taken aback to discover an intelligent race residing within this forest. He refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to trail the goblin discreetly with his Storm Mantis in tow. After foraging for wild fruits and mushrooms, the goblin prepared to return to its tribe, completely oblivious to the fact that a Storm Mantis was stealthily following behind. Approximately 10 minutes later, an ancient village came into view before Hanze's eyes. Goblin Tribe. This was a small goblin settlement featuring a goblin shaman, a great goblin chief, for teams 40 of goblin knights, 10 teams, 100 of goblin soldiers, as well as ordinary goblins and goblin offspring. To his astonishment, this tribe was located alarmingly close to his homeland. A wave of urgency washed over Hanze. With only 7 days remaining before the beginner period concluded, and 3 days until the monster invasion, the presence of such a substantial goblin tribe in proximity to his home was a significant concern. Even with 100 Storm Mantises at his command, he needed to take precautions. It was imperative to eliminate this potential threat swiftly. Hanzei retraced his steps with the Storm Mantis. A flash of emerald green slithered through the underbrush. Abyssal Venom Bug attributes: Beast. Poison Strength, F. Constitution, F. Agility, F. Mental Power, F. Level 3 Talent. Bronze Skills, Venomous Spray Vulnerability. A worthless creature, yet its venom can easily incapacitate abyssal beasts. Possessing 100 of these bugs could even poison an abyssal dragon. A stroke of fortune, indeed. As a drop of his blood fell upon the abyssal venom bug, a notification chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully tamed the abyssal venom bug. He inspected the skills of the abyssal venom bug. Venomous Spray releases toxic gas. Targets affected will receive an additional layer of poison buff, which can stack indefinitely. Gazing upon the deep green body of the venomous creature, Hanzei felt a wave of revulsion. He had no intention of keeping it, so he tossed the abyssal venom bug to the Storm Mantis, who showed no reaction. Relieved, Hanzei continued to level up in the jungle alongside his Storm Mantis, while also gathering abyssal venom bugs. During this time, Hanzei had discerned the mechanics of the Hundredfold amplification system. Only system rewards and treasure chests yielded this amplification effect. Furthermore, enhancements to physical attributes and the stacking of pet talents were also subject to this hundredfold increase. However, capturing pets, trading resources, and gathering materials did not benefit from this enhancement. Even so, the power it provided was considerable. While other beast tamers faced varying success rates in their contracts with magical beasts, his own success rate stood unwavering at 100%. He divided his Storm Mantises into teams of 5, leveling up while simultaneously searching for treasure chests. With the prospect of opening 499 treasure chests today, he felt a rush of excitement. The opportunities were not to be squandered. With 100 Storm Mantises, 5 chests each would suffice. Most of the chests contained wood and stone resources, which, when amplified, became overwhelmingly abundant. Yet, no blueprints had emerged. One Storm Mantis returned to his side. Had it discovered a treasure chest? The Storm Mantis gestured with its 2 blades. Was it indicating that it had found chests of different colors? The Storm Mantis nodded in affirmation. Intrigued, Hanzei urged, lead me there at once. Are there powerful beasts guarding it? A formidable bear tribe? Understanding the Storm Mantis's implication, Hanzei commanded all 100 Storm Mantises to return, their imposing presence directed towards the treasure chest. It was not far, and soon Hanzei beheld the chest. Golden letters glimmered forth. Golden treasure chest, contains ores and blueprints. A smile spread across Hanzei's face. It was indeed a golden treasure chest. The classification of treasure chests ranged from wooden, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, legendary, epic, mythical, immortal, to sacred chests. The golden treasure chest was considered an intermediate chest, boasting a high probability of yielding valuable items. Then, a pitch-black bear emerged, approaching the vicinity of the golden treasure chest, seemingly unaware of its presence before departing. Ferocious Battle Bear, attributes: Dark, Earth Strength, C. Constitution, B. Agility, E. Mental Power, F. Level 10 Talent, Silver Skills, Frenzy. Wrath of the War God, Dark Energy Wave, Vulnerability. A powerful bear with a lineage that can only be overcome by agile pets. Impressive. Its physical prowess provided formidable defense. Yet its cumbersome form hindered agility. Collectively utilizing Hurricane Storm, they needed to remain vigilant in evasion. The Storm Mantises mobilized en masse, spreading out to avoid proximity that would impair their ability to dodge. 100 hurricane storms surged from all directions towards the ferocious battle bear, transforming into a sweeping tempest. From a distance, Hanzei could feel the terror of the approaching storm. The swirling winds coalesced into a colossal tornado. As Hanzei stood in awe of the hurricane storm's might, the system's cold, mechanical voice pierced the air. Congratulations, player Hanzei. Your pet Storm Mantis has comprehended the combination skill, Tornado. At the moment the notification sounded, the torrential winds morphed into a massive, mobile tornado, hurtling towards the ferocious battle bear. And then, silence followed. Chapter 6, Dragon Abyss Forest Map. Congratulations. Your pet Storm Mantis has slain the ferocious battle bear, earning a small amount of experience. Congratulations. Treasure chest condensation successful. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Open it. Hundredfold amplification. 1. You have obtained the bloodline of the ferocious battle bear king, spicy pepper seeds, and a tier 2 home blueprint. 2. Acquire 5,000 units of savage battle bear meat, 800 units of savage battle bear bones, 800 units of savage battle bear blood, and 100 units of savage battle bear hide. I choose option 1. Without hesitation, Hanzei selected the first choice. No matter how abundant the meat may be, it is merely sustenance. The blood, however, is of a different nature. as it can enhance the strength of summoned beasts. The fiery chili pepper is also a renowned plant within the gaming realm. Fiery chili pepper seeds. Level, 2nd tier. Growth time, 4 hours to maturity. Function, yields fiery chili peppers, a consumable item that, when used, unleashes a fiery explosion. Approaching the golden treasure chest, he opened it. Ding. Automatic hundredfold amplification. Acquired 800 units of silver or 600 units of gold or 1,600 units of fabric, 200 units of jade, 200 fire crystals for 100 gold crystals. A crafting blueprint for 1st tier health potions and a crafting blueprint for a legendary frost bow. Would you like to learn the crafting blueprint for 1st tier health potions? Would you like to learn the crafting blueprint for the legendary frost bow? Yes, I shall learn. A stream of light surged into his body, and in an instant, he mastered the art of crafting health potions. However, he currently lacked the necessary materials. He would address that later when he had gathered them. As for the Frostbow blueprint, without the alchemist or smithing professions, he could not learn it for the time being. This was the domain of the savage battle bears, and no monstrous beasts would intrude. Hanzei and the Storm Mantises prepared to feast. Initially, Hanzei dined on roasted meat alone, but soon the Storm Mantises, having forsaken raw meat, joined him in enjoying the roasted delicacies. He could not possibly roast enough meat to satisfy the hunger of 100 Storm Mantises. Thus, he taught them the art of barbecue while he cooked. The Storm Mantises wielded their large blades to skewer the meat with remarkable flair. Surprisingly, the results were quite delectable. And from now on, the task of grilling would be entrusted to the Storm Mantises. Once all his pets were well fed, Hanzei had consumed 400 units of meat. He himself felt satisfied after just a single piece. All the traded meat had been sold out. He exchanged it for 500 units of iron ore and 500 units of copper ore, yet did not acquire a single crystal. This was to be expected, as unless absolutely necessary, who would choose to sell something they knew would be valuable in the future? Hanzei added another 1,000 units of meat to exchange for timber, stone, iron, copper, and various attribute crystals. In the World Chat channel, discussions ensued. Hanzei hasn't spoken for a long time. Could it be that he, and you still call him a big shot? He is merely fortunate. He must have perished. Otherwise, why wouldn't he speak up? How do you know it's luck? If it's not luck, let him put up more meat. As long as he does, I'll livestream eating dumb. What meat? He has likely been devoured by a monstrous beast. Suddenly, someone else began trading meat. A wave of excitement surged through the chat, and everyone rushed to the trading area. At this stage, no one was capable of hunting monstrous beasts, and meat was immensely precious to all. Indeed, there were a staggering 1,000 units of meat, far surpassing what Hanzei had listed. What has Hanzei compared to? Just a lucky fellow. No. I'll trade 10 units of iron, ore, and copper Oregon. Humph, this is the meat sold by Hanzei. And you were just saying you'd livestream eating dung? A resounding slap in the face. Just ask if your pride has been bruised. The big shot exuded an air of dominance. You all speak with such conviction. I almost believed you. Is it really so difficult to acknowledge someone's excellence? Perhaps 2 packs of monstrous beasts fought, and Hanzei just happened to collect the meat. When you say that, why don't you go and try to collect it yourself? I'll go. Anyone can loot corpses. So ordinary, yet so confident. Hanzei's timing for selling was impeccable. The last time had been a fluke. Could the second time still be deemed a coincidence? Listing such a large quantity of meat left the world in astonishment. Some even began to investigate Hanzei's background. The name Hanzei became etched in the memories of all. People rushed to fell trees, mine ores, and gather various materials to exchange for Hanzei's meat. The next steps involved continuing to battle monsters, level up, and open treasure chests. Chests could yield crystals, and crafting items was no exception. Additionally, the search for water sources was imperative. Otherwise, having a clean water filter would be futile without water to drink. The Storm Mantises were divided into 10 groups, and even challenging higher-level foes posed no issue. They continued to level up and hunt. The corpses of slain monsters could be looted for treasure chests within an hour. Hanzei, accompanied by a squad of Storm Mantises, set forth towards the direction of the sacred treasure chest, clearing nearby monsters along the way. Soon, Hanzei encountered a Wind Wolf Beast. Wind Wolf Beast. Attributes: Beast Wind. Strength, E. Constitution, E. Agility, E. Mental Power, F. Level, 5. Qualities, Silver. Skills: Bite, Windblade, Swift Strike. With a command, the Storm Mantises surged forward with incredible speed. Wind-type beasts were inherently swift. Blades of wind struck the Wind Wolf Beast's body. The Wind Wolf Beast quickly reacted, activating Swift Strike to evade the Storm Mantis's assault. Nevertheless, a few Storm Mantises managed to injure the Wind Wolf Beast. Wind Blade Technique. Without a moment's respite, the Wind Wolf Beast had barely dodged the massive Mantis blades when 10 wind blades surged towards it. Attempting to evade again was too late. Each wind blade struck the wind wolf beast's body, eliciting pained howls. Yet, the wind wolf beast did not concede easily, continuing to wail in distress. Ding! The wind wolf beast is summoning its companions. Summoning companions was advantageous. It saved him the trouble of searching for them. Hanze summoned other Storm Mantises to gather and clear the area. He signaled to the Storm Mantises not to kill this wind wolf beast. If it summoned too few companions, it would be a waste. The Storm Mantises understood their master's intent and toyed with the wind wolf beast. Within moments, the wind wolf beast's companions appeared around them, just as the Storm Mantises arrived. The wind wolf beast, having summoned its companions, was swiftly dispatched by the Storm Mantises. Hanze waved his hand, revealing a treasure chest, which he promptly opened. Acquired the Dragon Abyss Forest Map. Ding! Would you like to use the Dragon Abyss Forest Map? Use. The map instantly transformed into a beam of light and entered his body. A map materialized in his mind, yet a significant portion of the forest was shrouded in mist. Only areas he and his pets had previously visited were visible on the map. The unlocked sections provided clear insights into monster distributions and their levels, as well as information regarding veins and other materials. The system could even mark the locations of treasure chests, greatly facilitating exploration. Chapter 7. The First Kill of the Boss. Surrounding them were numerous wind wolf beasts. Hanze estimated there to be over 100. And at the back of the group loomed a colossal wind wolf beast. Hanze's gaze was fixed intently on the massive wind wolf beast. The attributes of the beast appeared before him. Wind wolf beast king. Attributes: wind wood. Combat power: B. The four-dimensional combat power is rated B. Level: 15. Qualification: gold. Skills: Wrath of the Wolf King, Power of the Storm, Wood Vine Shield. Truly formidable. This wind wolf beast is the most powerful demon beast that Hanze has ever encountered, with all four dimensions reaching A, capable of both group offense and defense. However, Hanze feels no fear. Instead, he is filled with exhilaration. Since arriving in this foreign world, he has yet to truly engage in battle. With a hundredfold amplification of the attributes of 100 Storm Mantises, he feels completely unfazed by the Wolf King. From the onset of exploration, he has faced setbacks from Garinbu and various regional bosses. Despite starting with godly potential, he has found himself unable to defeat even the simplest foes. Hanze is seething with frustration. Those ordinary demon beasts are no match for him. Yet, the Wind Wolf King, merely a level above him, presents a worthy challenge. While you deal with the common wind wolves, I shall take on this boss. The Storm Mantises place their unwavering trust in him, swiftly scattering towards the Wind Wolf beast. Hanze's gaze is fixed on the Wind Wolf King, who in turn scrutinizes Hanze. The pressure this human exudes is immense, especially with such a multitude of pets at his command. The Wind Wolf King's journey has been guided by a sense of foreboding, allowing it to survive until now. Both parties brace themselves. Hanze's expression is one of grave seriousness. At such a moment, any lapse in focus could prove fatal. The Storm Mantises and Wind Wolf beasts have already engaged in battle. Tornado. Hundreds of Storm Mantises unleash their hurricane storm simultaneously, culminating in a colossal tornado. The Wind Wolf King gazes at the whirlwind in astonishment, a profound sense of danger swelling within. There is no time to waste. If it does not act soon, its minions will be obliterated by this human's pets. This spell could even overwhelm it. Of course, that is merely its instinct. Surely, this human cannot wield such formidable skills. Perhaps it is being overly cautious. The Wind Wolf King springs into action, charging towards Hanze with a gust of wind. Hanze has been observing the Wind Wolf King closely. The moment the Wind Wolf moves, Hanze swiftly vacates his position. Concurrently, a hurricane storm hurtles towards the Wind Wolf. The Wind Wolf is taken aback by the human's swiftness, being swept into the air by the storm. Seizing the opportunity to strike. Tornado. Possessing the full repertoire of his pet skills, Hanze naturally possesses this ability as well, amplified 100-fold. The Wind Wolf, a mere gold-tier boss, stands no chance of resistance. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 15 gold boss, the Wind Wolf King, and received a substantial experience reward. Had it not underestimated Hanze, it might have survived this encounter without such humiliation. Alas, in the life of a beast, there is no remedy for regret. Hanze is astounded. Has he truly grown this powerful? With a 100-fold amplification, bolstered by 100 Storm Mantises, he realizes his strength. Yet, he has never engaged in combat, remaining unaware of the true extent of his capabilities. Truly, the 3 god-tier talents at the outset have proven their worth. The 100-fold amplification grants him inexhaustible resources. As a Beast Tamer, he gains various talents and powers. The Divine Farmer serves as his strongest support profession. An overwhelming sense of pride surges within Hanze. Here, this is the place that truly suits him. Next, he plans to have the Storm Mantises level up, ensuring a continuous influx of enhancements. Hanze has discerned his future path. Approaching the Wind Wolf King, he radiates a faint glow. Has something dropped? Hundredfold amplification. System notification. Acquired Level 4 Home Blueprint. Level 4 Home Building Fertile Land Blueprint. Level 4 Home Building Wall Blueprint. A treasure chest materializes with a wave of his hand. Hundredfold amplification. Ding. Acquired Wind Wolf King Meat, Golden Core Stage. Wind Wolf King Bones, Golden Core Stage. Wind Wolf King Blood, Golden Core Stage. Wind Wolf King Hide, Golden Core Stage. Wind Wolf King Tendons, Golden Core Stage. Wind Wolf King Inner Core, Golden Core Stage. All valuable items, albeit currently unnecessary. The Storm Mantises unleash their ultimate attack, decimating 80% of the Wind Wolf, with the remainder gravely wounded. It will not be long before the Storm Mantises eradicate the rest. Hanze intends to collect the spoils. Ding. Host has slain the Wind Wolf herd. Triggering the synthesis system. The host may merge the treasure chest rewards into a high-level treasure chest. Would you like to proceed with the synthesis? Synthesis, of course. The annotation system has indeed surprised him. He never anticipated triggering the synthesis skill. Hanze grows increasingly eager about the annotation system. Hundredfold amplification. Ding. Acquired intermediate synthesis treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open it. Congratulations, you have obtained a pet, Diamond Tier Wind Wolf Beast Cub. In a flash of white light, a miniature Wind Wolf appears at his feet. Hanze lifts the Wind Wolf King, who affectionately licks his hand. What a surprise. A Wind Wolf King cub has emerged. Hanze is taken aback. This little one is born as a Diamond Tier, and upon maturity, its potential is sure to be extraordinary. Hanze gazes down at the cuddly creature in his arms. Wind Wolf King. Attributes: Wind Wood. Combat Power: B. Level 1. Qualification: Diamond Tier. Skills: Wind Blade Technique. Wrath of the Wolf King, Power of the Storm, Wood Vine Shield, Wolf King Summon, Might of the Wolf King. It possesses 3 additional skills compared to the Wolf King. Hanze's attention is drawn to the latter 2 skills. Wolf King Summon. Can summon 10 elite level guards, with summoned elite guards 1 level lower than the Wolf King. Might of the Wolf King. Can control lower level wolf-type creatures. These 2 skills are nothing short of divine, capable of both offense and defense, and can even summon allies. Hanze can summon an additional 20 elite wind wolves to his team. At this moment, a system announcement suddenly reverberates. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for receiving the first kill reward for the level 15 boss. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for receiving the first kill reward for the level 15 boss. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for receiving the first kill reward for the level 15 boss. The world chat channel falls silent. All players erupt into thunderous cheers. Hanze actually went to slay a boss while I can't even defeat ordinary monsters. Is the boss the main point? The focus is on the level 15 boss. Hanze, the Great One, forever. Hanze, I adore you. Where are those who criticized my brother Han? Have they gone mute? Great One, take me with you. I can sing, dance, and even warm your bed. Go away. The person above is too ugly to be worthy of the great Hanze. I am stunning. Look at my pictures. Chapter 8. The Wind Wolf King Cub. The Magical Cat. How do you see me? I can be strong too. Save it, weakling. The world chat channel gradually devolves into banter, while Hanze pays no mind to the world channel. At this moment, the system notification chimes. Ding. The annotation system has upgraded to level 2. The secondary functions activate naturally when needed. A wave of exasperation washed over Hanze as he realized the system had become increasingly clever. After vanquishing the pack of Wind Wolf beasts, all the Storm Mantises had ascended to level 6. Furthermore, Hanze had acquired a Wind Wolf Beast King along with 20 elite Wind Wolf beasts, effectively doubling his power. His combat prowess had now reached a grade of B. The next step was to focus on leveling up diligently. However, locating treasure chests and examining water sources was equally imperative. Along the way, he opened the treasure chests he encountered, most of which were wooden and black iron chests. Though meager, they ensured he would not lack for low-tier materials. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the monsters grew stronger. No matter how formidable Hanze was, it was impossible to slay all the monsters he encountered. In the distance, he caught sight of a sacred treasure chest, alongside a colossal regional boss resembling a titan. Titan, regional boss. Attributes: Lightning Element, Combat Power, SS, with a 4-dimensional power rating of S. Level 30 Quality. Legendary Skills: Lightning Domain, Thunder Escape, Absolute Defense. Descent of the Thunder God. Note: it embodies lightning. Possessing it early on places you in an unassailable position. Hanze's gaze was cool and composed as he assessed the Titan's skills. As for the system's indication of possessing the Titan, he chuckled softly. He was truly unworthy. A line of golden text materialized. lightning domain, creates a realm of lightning, rendering one invincible. Thunder escape, moves at the speed of lightning, allowing traversing through it. Absolute defense, doubles physical defense. Descent of the Thunder God, transforms into myriad bolts of lightning, granting immunity to lightning-type skills and physical attacks. Hanzei was left dumbfounded. For skills, yet each was of the highest caliber. Such a powerful lightning titan was simply unattainable at this stage, a mere venture into the realm of absurdity. For now, he should focus on leveling up by defeating monsters and subsequently eradicate the Golem tribe. After thoroughly assessing the sacred treasure chest and the regional boss, Hanzei led his team away from that perilous area, eager to put as much distance as possible between himself and the danger. He planned to return and clear the nearby beasts from his territory. On his way back, a flash of white light appeared before him. Bronze treasure chest, contains materials and blueprints. This marked the first time he had discovered a bronze treasure chest, piquing Hanzei's interest immediately. Beside the chest lay a sleek black cat. Magical cat, attributes, dark element, moon element, combat power, sea level, 6 quality, bronze skills, rapid enhancement, dark energy ball. Dark moonlight wave, dark claw strike, not particularly strong. One could easily dispatch it with a flick of the hand, but as Hanzei gazed into its moonlit eyes, he found it oddly endearing. The magical cat stared at the handsome young man, seemingly bewildered by the multitude of storm mantises surrounding it. Woe is me. I am but a small creature. Please spare me. Unfortunately, it could not articulate its thoughts, instead rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to appear cute and survive. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Hanzei's mouth. Quite adorable indeed. He approached the magical cat, while the storm mantises remained on high alert, wary of any sudden outburst from the feline that might harm their master. Yet the magical cat remained docile, and a drop of blood fell onto its forehead. It realized it was finally granted a chance at life. Ding! You have successfully tamed the magical cat. The little creature was undeniably charming. Henceforth, it would be named Yuni. Meow. Yuni happily licked Hanzei's hand, clearly enamored with its new name. Its master was so clever and handsome. Hanzei, though unable to comprehend the cat's mewing, could sense its joy. As long as it was happy, that was sufficient. He cradled Yuni in his arms, feeling its warmth and softness. Approaching the bronze treasure chest, he opened it. Ding! You have obtained 100 milliliters of clean drinking water, 100 fire crystals, and a rare blueprint for crafting the fire spirit sword. To his surprise, the bronze treasure chest yielded crystals. However, it was a rare occurrence. And after an entire day, this was the only one he had encountered. He decided to take it in stride. After all, there was no limit to the number of chests he could claim. Whenever he stumbled upon another, he could simply open it then. Fortunately, he still possessed a map. Once all areas were illuminated, locating treasure chests would become considerably easier. He handed all the items to the storm mantises, grateful for their assistance in carrying the harvested materials. Without them, he would have to return home after each monster hunt, a significant waste of time. As dusk approached, Hanzei chose not to continue his search for treasure, opting instead to return home. Venturing outdoors in the dark was far too perilous. Just as he neared the forest's edge, a silver glow caught his eye. Silver treasure chest. Toxic, yet contains precious class blueprints. Surrounding the glow was a massive spider web, intricately woven and connecting to nearby saplings, effectively blocking the path. To circumvent it would require a considerable expenditure of time. Hanzei glanced at the silver glow, unwilling to waste any moments further and even less inclined to take a detour. Ghost Face Spider. Attributes: Poison Combat Power, D level. 6 quality, Bronze skills, Silk Spinning. Mental attack. The ghost face spider was enormous, its shell resembling a collage of distorted human faces, adorned with dark red patterns that rendered it quite grotesque. However, its mental attack skills were particularly troublesome. All-out assault, he commanded, as the storm mantises surged forth. He had little faith that the spider's mental fortitude could withstand such an onslaught. The ghost face spider's eyes widened in terror, utterly unprepared for the sudden barrage of wind blades racing towards it. With all 8 legs propelling it, it leaped from the web and onto a tree, filled with dread. Yet, its meticulously woven web was swiftly torn apart, an utterly disheartening loss of time and effort. Enraged, the ghost-faced spider lunged at them. The storm mantises, undeterred, brandished their mantis blades and surrounded the creature. Finish it. With Hanzei's command, the storm mantises struck relentlessly at the ghost-faced spider's hardened shell. In an instant, the shell shattered, and the spider fell lifelessly to the ground. The battle was over in mere seconds. Having a legion of storm mantises was undeniably exhilarating. Hundredfold amplification. Ding. You have acquired 100 units of spider silk and the Taisher Dao Sutra. A technique had finally dropped. Hanzei had not obtained any techniques even after defeating the King Wind Wolf beast. He had assumed only the annihilation of the Galim tribe or a regional boss would yield such rewards. He opened the silver treasure chest and found 300 fire crystals and a blueprint for crafting a pair of silver chopsticks. Hundredfold amplification ding. You have acquired 2,000 units of silver or 300 fire crystals, the silver chopsticks crafting blueprint, and master-level culinary skills. Would you like to learn the silver chopsticks crafting blueprint? Would you like to learn master-level culinary skills? Yes, indeed. Hanzei immediately acquired master-level culinary skills, with a plethora of recipes etched into his mind. Moreover, having acquired professional skills, one can swiftly prepare meals as long as the necessary ingredients are at hand, both convenient and efficient. However, it is certain that the required materials are currently unattainable. Perhaps they may be utilized in the future. After vanquishing the phantom spider, the twilight deepened, and Hanzei returned to the wooden cabin alongside the Storm Mantis. He instructed the Storm Mantis to prepare dinner, wielding its twin blades with a graceful flourish, having become remarkably adept at the task. With the Storm Mantis attending to the cooking, Hanzei could finally indulge in some well-deserved rest. Chapter 9. Upgrading to a Level 2 Homestead. He entered the wooden cabin and retrieved the blueprints for a Level 2 homestead. Ding! Would you like to consume 200 units of wood and 200 units of stone to upgrade to a Level 2 stonehouse homestead? With the materials readily available, Hanzei promptly selected to upgrade. As the upgrade commenced, a radiant glow enveloped the wooden cabin, illuminating the entire space with a dazzling light. Fortunately, the beginner's phase had not yet concluded. Otherwise, such ostentation might have attracted the attention of ferocious beasts. After a few moments, the upgrade was complete. Ding! The homestead has been upgraded to a Level 2 stone house. Although the Storm Mantis could not speak, the astonished expressions on their faces revealed their profound amazement at the sight of the stone house. It appeared significantly sturdier, alleviating concerns about being swept away by the wind. System announcement. Hanzei is the first to upgrade a homestead, rewarded with special homestead blueprints and the title of First Homestead. System announcement. Hanzei is the first to upgrade a homestead, rewarded with special homestead blueprints and the title of First Homestead. System announcement. Hanzei is the first to upgrade a homestead, rewarded with special homestead blueprints and the title of First Homestead. Hundredfold amplification. Acquired the blueprint for an extraordinary pet training room and an epic homestead item, the Fate Gem. A beam of light appeared in the sky, coalescing into a luminous orb before him. Hanzei reached out to claim his reward. He first examined the blueprint for the extraordinary pet training room. Ding! Would you like to learn the blueprint for the extraordinary pet training room? Learning. Extraordinary pet training room requires 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 100 units of iron or 100 units of copper or 1 crystal stone, 1 gold crystal stone, 1 wood crystal stone, 1 fire crystal stone, and 1 earth crystal stone. Currently lacking crystal stones, gold crystal stones, and earth crystal stones, the pet training room cannot be constructed at this moment. Hanzei then gazed at the Fate Gem in his hand. Its very name conveyed an air of sophistication. Fate Gem, upon recognition of a master. One may grasp their destiny. Recognition? After pondering for a while, Hanzei remained uncertain about how to establish this connection. In a moment of desperation, he decided to try the age-old method of blood recognition. He used the blade of the Storm Mantis to slice his fingertip, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the Fate Gem. The pure white gem absorbed the blood, emanating an enchanting glow. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped both Hanzei and the gem. A chilling wind howled, revealing a landscape of ice and snow. Ethereal ice beasts scurried past, seemingly oblivious to Hanzei's presence. He followed a colossal polar bear, wandering and exploring aimlessly. Just as Hanzei began to grasp the situation, he was abruptly returned to the stone house. What was this? Ice Age disaster. Temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. Please exercise caution for survival. This must be the effect of the Fate Gem. Hanzei glanced at the Fate Gem, which now shimmered with an even more ethereal quality. Fate Gem. Level. Effect. Foreknowledge. 1 layer unlocked. Seal. Only the blood of deities can unlock the seal. Overwhelmed, Hanzei quickly secured the Fate Gem close to him. It was far too precious to disclose to anyone. As he held it to his chest, a sudden flash of light surged into his body. A luminous mark appeared upon his forehead. Hanzei retrieved a basin of water to use as a mirror, revealing a simple yet elegant pattern adorning his brow. This light was far too conspicuous. Could it be dimmed? As if in response to his thoughts, the brilliance at his brow receded. Truly obedient. Communicating with the Fate Gem posed no obstacles. It could be engaged merely through thought, greatly enhancing convenience. This way, he need not worry about being discovered by others. Subsequently, Hanzei took out spicy pepper seeds to plant in the yard, which would yield 100 spicy peppers in just 4 hours. He then produced sunflower seeds. Sunflower seeds. Level 1. Growth time, matures in 4 hours. Effect, sunflowers produce solar energy during the day, which can be used to unlock other plants and evolve all plants. Evolution, twin sunflower Pokédex, requiring 100 points of solar energy. Astoundingly powerful and beyond comprehension. Hanzei planted all the sunflower seeds in the yard. Once the homestead level increased, he would have a larger garden to fill with various plants, both aesthetically pleasing and protective. Sunflowers were merely the initial plants. There were formidable options like pea shooters, cacti, and watermelon catapults, among others. Defeating monsters would surely yield more. Having consumed a piece of roasted rabbit meat, Hanzei felt satiated. With 100 storm mantises, each consuming 5 units of roasted meat, a total of 500 units of meat had been expended. Thankfully, he did not have to roast it himself. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly exhausted. After satisfying his hunger, Hanzei reclined on the wooden bed and opened the world chat channel. Outside, the world had plunged into darkness, and the stone house lacked candles or electric lights. Aside from chatting, there was little else to occupy his time. Many shared Hanzei's sentiments. As night fell, the monsters outside grew 50 stronger, making it unlikely for anyone to venture out at this hour. Thus, the world channel buzzed with activity. All the meat he had sold had been purchased. Hanzei promptly restocked his meat inventory. Otherwise, the room would be overwhelmed with it. The pungent odor of beast meat was quite overwhelming, and although no magical beast would attack during the first 7 days, it would become problematic over time. This was no virtual game world. Meat would indeed spoil with time, and there were no storage bags to keep it fresh. He hoped to obtain warehouse blueprints. The cold weather was manageable now, but once it warmed up, it would become a dire situation. Throughout the day, the storm mantises had slain numerous monsters, and with the hundredfold amplification, his meat supply surged to 100,000 units. Hanzei retained only 500 units of meat for himself, selling the remainder. If he hoarded meat until others could hunt magical beasts, its value would surely plummet. Selling beast meat at this time was most lucrative. Opening the trading panel, he noticed a complete absence of others selling meat, which reassured Hanzei entirely. There would always be a few fortunate souls who stumbled upon various treasures. Therefore, Hanzei never belittled others, believing himself to be invincible. One must tread carefully to survive long. In the world chat channel, someone inquired, "Is anyone still out there?" ISNT living good. Hanzei, the illustrious figure, remained silent. Perhaps he was still hunting. The people of Longwa are indeed arrogant. Hanzei might have been devoured by a magical beast. Bah, foreigners can't produce anything worthwhile. Hurry to the trading channel. Hanzei is stocked up on a plethora of meat. Laughter erupted as he was once again met with a sharp rebuke, likely leaving his face swollen. The global chat channel buzzed with activity as everyone returned to their homesteads. The small cabin felt cold and desolate, devoid of light and entertainment, leaving only the option to chat in the world channel to alleviate the tension and fear. Participants shared their day's spoils and various pieces of intelligence. Most boasted in a tone of bravado, parading the events of the day and their gains. Hanzei, too, lurked in the shadows, scanning for valuable information, while deftly blocking those who had mocked him. Those he blocked could no longer purchase the items he offered. A curious irony as they cursed him while simultaneously seeking his flesh for survival. Truly, they were unattractive yet harbored lofty aspirations. In Chapter 10, the exchange of resources began. Hanzei was akin to a rebirth for me. Finally, I would not endure hunger any longer. How many beasts had he slain? Pork, chicken, mutton, rat meat, beef, rabbit, wolf. There was no flesh he could not procure. Thankfully, I had hoarded ample timber, ready to trade for Hanzei's meat. He had never let me down. "You rascals, leave some for me." The land around me was barren, yet rich in ores. Tomorrow, I would mind to barter for the esteemed meat. My stomach ached. Might I beg for a morsel? I shall repay you in kind. Many had kept a watchful eye during the day, amassing various materials, while some were fortunate enough to stumble upon treasure chests. At this juncture, all were eager to exchange for meat. After all, even if one could endure hunger, their pets could not be left to starve. No one was willing to risk their pet's rebellion by allowing them to go hungry. System notification, transaction successful. Exchange for 100 units of timber. System notification, transaction successful. Exchanged for 100 units of timber. System notification, transaction successful. Exchanged for 100 units of timber. System notification, transaction successful. Exchange for 10 units of iron ore. System notification, transaction successful. Exchange for 10 units of copper ore. System notification, transaction successful. Exchange for a soil crystal. To my astonishment, someone had traded a soil crystal for meat. A flicker of joy ignited within Hanzei. This indicated that treasure chests were still being discovered. This would allow him to swap his resources for crystals, although it lacked the effect of a hundredfold increase. Trading meat for crystals was still a profitable venture. The timber was a precaution against potential threats. Should calamity arise, his stockpile of timber could be sold for blueprints and other precious items, promising substantial profits. After all, while hunger was merely uncomfortable, the arrival of snow could spell death. Even without disaster, the timber he collected at such a price would not yield losses. Hanze opened the chat channel, proclaiming his first words in this world. Meet for various resources. I trade materials, blueprints, herbs, and more. Anything useful, I shall accept. I seek to capture Hanze. Oh my. I cannot believe I have seen Hanze speak. The excitement was palpable. Do you require leg ornaments, Great One? I possess medicinal herbs. Would you like to see images? Having spoken, Hanze exited the global chat channel. His private messages instantly exploded with activity. He had set keywords and blocked all irrelevant inquiries, leaving only those with genuine trade intentions. Great One, I have blueprint for electric light. Do you desire it? An electric light blueprint is indeed a valuable item. Hanze mused. As night descended and darkness enveloped, productivity waned. How much meat do you wish in exchange? I desire 2 units of meat. Do you have any water? That price is acceptable, Hanze replied, unconcerned about the minor exchange, and provided him with 100 milliliters of water. Thank you, Great One. You are truly a benevolent soul. Player Li Shu has gifted you the blueprints for carpenter, blacksmith, and alchemist professions. This individual truly trusted him, generously offering such valuable items without fear of deceit. Hanze traded him 300 units of meat and 100 milliliters of purified water. Ding. Do you wish to learn the carpenter profession blueprint? Ding. Do you wish to learn the blacksmith profession blueprint? Ding. Do you wish to learn the alchemist profession blueprint? I shall learn them all. Detected alchemist profession. Do you wish to learn the electric light manufacturing blueprint? Do you wish to learn the legendary frost bow manufacturing blueprint? Yes, I wish to learn. Electric light. Consumption. Timber 18362010, stone 3588610, iron or 83365, copper or 98725, silver or 2, fire crystal 6001. Having all the required materials, Hanze promptly crafted an electric light, illuminating the room at last. With fire crystals as fuel, one electric light could last for 2 months. He was unconcerned with this minimal consumption. Having amassed such a quantity of fire crystals, it was more than sufficient for the early stages. Hanze then consumed iron ore to create several iron buckets. And with his carpenter profession, he could craft ordinary tables and chairs. The stone house was 5 times larger than the small cabin, accommodating the Storm Mantises comfortably. Moon and I and the Wind Wolf Beast Cub nestled on the wooden bed, while the others sprawled on the ground. The room was filled to capacity, thankfully. The Storm Mantises were small creatures. Had they been pigs, they would have had to stack atop one another to sleep. Frostbow. Quality, legendary. Consumption, cold iron or 050. Iron or 8331100. Second tier black pair with 0100, crystal stone 05, ice crystal 05. These were indeed fine items, but lacking materials meant a slow accumulation. System notification, transaction successful. Exchange for a crystal stone. Someone had traded a crystal stone for meat. Well done. Hanze reviewed the transaction record. It was a rather charming girl who had made the exchange, prompting him to add her as a friend. Great One, you actually added me as a friend. How delightful. Do you possess more of these crystal stones? Hanze inquired directly. In her small wooden room, a girl sat on the bed, her expression filled with joy. I have none left. I traded 1 unit of meat for my hungry little red. What use does such a crystal stone have, dear Hanze? Hanze sensed a hint of naivety in the young girl. When you acquire more, seek me out for a trade. Of course, dear Hanze. A tinge of disappointment washed over Hanze. However, he understood. Everyone lacked combat prowess and hesitated to venture far. Patience was essential. Hanze offered his meat and expanded his trades to include herbs, cold iron ore, and various minerals. Seizing the high meat prices to trade was crucial. These items would undoubtedly be in high demand in the future. With a population in the billions, the cumulative quantity was staggering. Hanze exchanged a total of 10 blueprints. Lord-level wooden flute blueprint. Rare-level radiant loot blueprint. Elite-level toilet paper blueprint. Rare-level luxurious soft bed blueprint. Elite-level flame blade blueprint. Elite-level silver bowl blueprint. Elite-level silver plate blueprint. Elite-level fishing rod blueprint. Rare-level barbecue grill blueprint. And rare-level mining shovel blueprint. Whenever someone offered blueprints for sale, Hanze would purchase them without regard for the price, as these items were essential for improving his quality of life. In Chapter 11, focusing on the skill tree and cultivating techniques, he was indifferent to meat, achieving a dual benefit, enhancing his own living conditions while also providing sustenance for others. The exchange was nearing its conclusion. He accumulated 2 million units of various types of wood, 3 million units of assorted stones, 300, 10,000 units of iron ore, and 250,000 units of copper ore. Additionally, he procured 2,000 herbs and seeds, as well as 35 gold crystals, 18 wood crystals, 55 crystal stones, 20 fire crystals, and 80 earth crystals. Among these were many high-tier materials, which were exchanged rather haphazardly. However, such fortuitous events were likely to diminish once others caught on. He decided to craft a luxurious soft bed, which required 228, 165, 550 units of wood, 38, 110, 910 units of iron ore, 25, 887, 610 units of copper ore, 58, 820 units of cotton, 16, 008 units of fabric, and 181 wood crystals. Upon lying on the bed, all fatigue vanished from his body. Truly, it was a luxurious soft bed, adorned with soft linens, exquisite embroidery, and an overall high-end aesthetic. UNI, comfortably sprawled on the bed, stretched lazily, showcasing her appreciation for comfort. Hanzei reveled in the moment, petting his cat and feeling as though he had returned to Blue Star, if not in greater comfort. The exchange of this bed's blueprint was undoubtedly worthwhile. Those who had never experienced a luxurious soft bed could hardly fathom the sensation of floating on clouds. After a delightful interlude, UNI settled quietly beside him. Items could be stored in the trading space, and he planned to upgrade his home the following day or find spatial buildings and items, lest he run out of storage. He closed the world chat channel and began to cultivate the Tai Shi Dao Jing. This slender tome, neither gold nor jade, was remarkably soft yet exuded the warmth of precious stone. Employing an old technique, Hanzei pricked his finger, allowing droplets of blood to be absorbed by the Tai Shi Dao Jing. Moments later, it emanated a soft glow and, in a flash, surged into his body. He suddenly gained insight into his internal condition. The Tai Shi Dao Jing coursed within him before settling in his mind. The tome began to tremble violently, radiating bursts of light as it surged toward the fate crystal nestled in his forehead. Hanzei felt a tightening in his chest. However, the Tai Shi Dao Jing made no further moves and instead remained beside the fate crystal. Ding! Congratulations, you have attained the Heavenly Dao body. The laws of the Heavenly Dao are ready to be unlocked. Ding! You have unlocked the cultivation panel. Ding! The Tai Shi Dao Jing skill tree has been activated. Ding! Your cultivation has advanced 1 level, granting you 10 skill points. Advancing to the next level will yield 20 skill points, and so forth. Note: 1 skill point unlocks a first-level skill. 2 skill points unlock a second-level skill. Skill points may also enhance skill levels. Learning a basic divine ability costs 10,000 skill points. Intermediate divine ability costs 50,000 skill points. Advanced divine ability costs 100,000 skill points. Ultimate divine ability costs 1,000,000 skill points. Ding! You have received 100 initial skill points. Ding! A hundredfold amplification has activated. You have received 10,000 initial skill points. Hanzei's heart sank with trepidation at first, fearing he might never learn any divine abilities. However, upon noticing the hundredfold amplification, his despair turned to joy, and tears welled in his eyes. This tumult of emotions was exhilarating. With 10,000 skill points at his disposal, Hanzei chose not to invest in divine abilities just yet, as he currently lacked various initial skills. For the time being, having a tornado as his primary attack sufficed. The skill tree blossomed within his dantian, densely populated with skills akin to the multitude of stars in the heavens. Spirit Rain Technique, a first-level skill that can summon a spirit rain to nourish the earth. Accelerating plant growth by 10. Requires 1 skill point to activate. Phantom Technique, a third-level skill that, when activated, can conjure 3 phantoms for 1 minute. Requires 3 skill points to activate. Aside from his 3 SSS-level talents, the technique he discovered astonished him most, as it essentially bundled all skills together. A cursory glance sent him into a frenzy of joy. There were no skills beyond reach, only those he had yet to conceive. In addition to the 9th level skills, there were also spirit level, earth level, heaven level, and immortal level skills. Activating spirit level skills required 50 points, earth level 100 points, heaven level 500 points, and immortal level 1,000 points. Not exorbitant by any means. Overwhelmed with choices, Hanzei finally identified a satisfactory technique. Innate Chi Diagram, a spirit-level skill that allows one to cultivate the innate chi through the fusion of 12 essences: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, electricity, earth, ice, light, and darkness, reversing the cosmos and transforming into innate chi. Note: cultivation of innate chi requires all elemental roots. Activate. Ding! Do you wish to expend 50 skill points to illuminate the spirit-level skill Innate Chi Diagram? Yes, a diagram descended from the skill tree, materializing before his eyes, depicting only an ethereal innate chi. As he focused on the image, a light surged into his dantian. The innate chi sealed within the illustration washed over his body, purifying his essence and marrow as the Jotian formula activated. In an instant, he opened the Ren and Du meridians, and the innate chi began to circulate within his spiritual veins, guiding him through the cultivation process again and again. Gradually, Hanze became accustomed to this flow and began to cultivate autonomously, embodying the rhythm of the innate chi. As he progressed, an immense aura enveloped him, and the pets in the room were similarly shrouded in this energy. The dispersing spirit energy cleansed their bodies, slowly enhancing their physical qualities as they gazed at their master with adoration. Hanze radiated light, resembling a beacon in the dark world. Countless beasts were drawn to the vicinity, lingering near the stone house. A protective barrier enveloped the entire courtyard, deterring any beast from daring to attack. This was an instinctual trait of wild creatures. Faced with danger, they would not easily tread into perilous territory. Player Hanze's cultivation has reached the first level of postnatal. Reward: 10,000, 100 skill points. Player Hanze's cultivation has reached the second level of postnatal. Reward: 20,000, 200, 100 skill points. Player Hanze's cultivation has reached the third level of postnatal. Reward: 30,000, 300, 100 skill points. Hanze awakened from his cultivation. There were sounds outside. After his training, his hearing had become exceptionally acute, detecting attacks on his home every minute. Of course, the barrier prevented the beasts outside from entering. Yet, what shall be done once the 7 days have elapsed? Contemplating this, Hanze resolved to venture outside. The yard was protected by a shield, rendering him impervious to any assault. Just as he was about to leave the room, Yunai suddenly darted out, leaping into his embrace, her eyes conveying the message, "Master, I shall accompany you." The little creature was quite clingy. Thus, they set off together, with a lantern in his left hand and Yunai nestled in his arms. Hanze stepped out from the room. Chapter 12. Assault on the homestead. The lantern emitted a faint glow, yet amidst the pitch-black silence of the night, it alleviated some of the dread. Whoosh! Hanze turned towards the source of the attack, witnessing a spark igniting before it plummeted to the ground. The assault was swift, yet the shield remained undisturbed. This time, Hanze observed clearly. It was a skeletal general clad in armor, flanked by a regiment of skeleton soldiers. Even from such a distance, he could sense the chilling authority and terror emanating from the skeletal army. How could such monsters lurk near his home? Just as Hanze felt a surge of triumph from acquiring a new technique, he was instantly struck down by the realization of his insignificance. This phenomenon was unique to his domain, or was it a widespread occurrence throughout all territories? The outcome was all too predictable. A wave of melancholy washed over Hanze. Once the shield dissipated, he pondered how many lives would be lost. Such was the cruelty of this alternate world. Only he could alter his fate. At that moment, many still resided in wooden cabins, creaking under the slightest breeze. Although there were small stoves, they provided little warmth. Many could not even afford the wood needed to fuel these stoves. Fear, despair, hunger, and cold enveloped them. Outside, the roars of feral beasts echoed, tormenting his resolve with each passing second. Only through chatting on the World Channel could they momentarily escape their fears. Did you hear that sound? It seems a monster is attacking my home. Don't scare us. There's no sound. The newbie period hasn't ended. I heard it too, a thudding sound. I'm so frightened. Mom, Dad, where are you? They're back. They're back again. The homestead has a 7-day protection period. As long as you don't venture out, everything will be fine. Don't frighten yourselves. An attack will come soon. I can't sleep at all. I've plugged my ears. I need to chop wood tomorrow. There are fierce beasts scratching at my door. I'm going to be eaten. Help! Help! There are fierce beasts at my home too. Their eyes are so bright. I understand what you all are saying, but I'm still terrified. The chat channel was filled with lamentations. Everyone trembled within their wooden cabins, as if these structures were their only refuge. Yet, remaining in such cabins was the most lamentable fate, akin to awaiting death in place. Death would come eventually. Why not fight back? Nevertheless, most chose to grasp their weapons and resist valiantly. Even if death awaited, they would have no regrets after putting up a fight. Hanze entered the yard, calmly observing the skeletal general. Skeletal general, attributes, dark, combat power, S-level, 19 qualities, platinum skills, natural leader, soul fire, dark energy wave, corrosive flame. Hanze's gaze revealed no fear. Before the regional boss titan, this creature was but a mere child. However, in this present moment, the pressure on Hanze was more daunting than that of Gollum. What he lacked was time. Turning inward and communicating with his skill tree, Hanze began selecting abilities. As the skeletal general was a mental-type creature, he prioritized mental skills. Having just commenced his training, his mental power had already surpassed S. It should be comparable to that of the skeletal general. Soul Blade, heavenly skill, converts mental power into a blade, instantly striking at the opponent's soul upon eye contact. Requires 500 skill points to activate. Learning. Ding. Soul skill Soul Blade learned. Soul Blade, level 1 heavenly skill, consumes mental power to condense a soul blade. The strength of the blade varies with the amount of mental power consumed. Upgrade, can consume 1,000 skill points to ascend to level 2. Hanze's eye sparkled. Could he upgrade skills directly using skill points? Upgrade to level 2. Ding. 1,000 skill points consumed. Soul Blade upgraded to level 2. Ding. 2,000 skill points consumed. Soul Blade upgraded to level 3. Ding. 4,000 skill points consumed. Soul Blade upgraded to level 4. Ding. 8,000 skill points consumed. Soul Blade upgraded to level 5. Ding. Congratulations. Mental power has reached S. The host can now activate the Soul Seed skill, allowing the soul to condense into a soul blade, enhancing its power twofold. Hanze decisively opted to heed the system's instructions and activated the heavenly skill, Soul Seed. Ding. Soul skill Soul Seed learned. Soul Seed, level 1 heavenly skill, allows the condensation of mental power into a seed, enhancing mental power by 10. Hanze expended 15,000 skill points in one breath, elevating Soul Seed to level 5, enhancing it to 50. Just as he felt a sense of abundance in skill points, it swiftly seemed insufficient. Nevertheless, the effects were remarkable. While Hanze was preoccupied with skill selection, the skeletal general had grown impatient, ordering a retreat to its lair. System, do you have any suggestions? The host may open the Holy Treasure Chest, which contains methods to enhance the skill tree. Dealing with these little nuisances would be a trivial matter. If it weren't for that titan, I would have opened it already. Recalling the earth-shattering titan, Hanze resolutely chose to slay the skeletal soldiers. That creature was beyond the reach of mortals. The host may open the Holy Treasure Chest to cultivate a personal weapon within the skill tree. No discussion. I shall seek materials to forge my frostbow instead. Host, open the Sacred Treasure Chest, which can grant me upgrades and bestow a synthesis system. I cannot, for I am unable to defeat it. Slaying the Thunder God Titan will unlock all game functionalities. Hanze is well aware that there are exquisite treasures there. Yet unless he reaches the divine transformation stage, where his mental prowess transforms into a divine sea, it is futile to consider. Ding. The host's self-control is unwavering. Willpower at 10 points. What? There is actually a trial involved. Chapter 13, The Culinary Profession. Upon returning to his abode, Hanze resumed his cultivation. For now, he could do nothing but immerse himself in his training, continuously cultivating again. As dawn broke, after a night of relentless practice, with a trace of innate chi, Hanze's cultivation level had ascended to the 5th layer of the postnatal stage. If other practitioners were to learn of this, they would likely be left agape. In a single night, he had transitioned from an ordinary person to the cultivation stage, ascending 5 levels. Even the most exceptional geniuses could scarcely match such rapid progress. Meow. Are you hungry, little one? Meow meow. Off I go to prepare a meal. Uni nuzzled against him, wearing an expression of utter delight. Hanze swiftly attended to his morning routine and ventured into the courtyard. With his culinary profession in hand, he merely needed to prepare the ingredients and activate his cooking skills to conjure delectable dishes instantaneously. Yesterday, he had gathered a considerable amount of food materials. As culinary arts were among his passions, Uni remained curiously nestled in his arms, occasionally displaying a look of astonishment. The Storm Mantises feasted upon roasted meat. He prepared a mushroom and vegetable fluff soup, incorporating mountain delicacies such as mushrooms, cabbage, and tofu, seasoned with scallops, salt, and monosodium glutamate. The mushrooms and cabbage were exchanged from other players. The scallops, salt, and MSG were procured from a coastal player who initially intended to consume them, but found himself unable to cook, ultimately selling them to Hanze in exchange for a unit of meat. The tofu was crafted from yellow soybeans. Others may possess these ingredients, yet without the culinary profession, they would be incapable of crafting such delicacies, rendering them entirely at his mercy. The culinary profession is truly remarkable. Hanze also prepared stir-fried rabbit meat. With the addition of salt and MSG, the dishes became extraordinarily flavorful. Utilizing the game's screenshot function, he captured an image of the lavish spread and shared it in the World Chat channel. Today's breakfast consisted of a humble mushroom and vegetable fluff soup, alongside stir-fried rabbit meat and roasted meat, accompanied by a photo. After composing the text, Hanze sent it to the World Channel. The World Channel, having been shrouded in gloom following last night's horrifying attack, was filled with despair and helplessness as everyone awaited the impending doom 7 days hence. I spent the entire night awake. My body is stiff from lying on this rickety wooden bed. Who wouldn't he feel that way? Just thinking about the monsters that attacked our home last night makes my legs tremble. Wah, is there a gallant gentleman to protect me? I am truly terrified. I'm off to Chopwood to exchange for Hanze's meat. I've already begun mining. Without tools, the pace is agonizingly slow. I'm still cocooned in my blankets. And you all have already started? How diligent. Has the esteemed Hanze risen yet? I have my oars ready. Today's breakfast is a simple yet delightful spread. Mushroom and vegetable fluff soup, stir-fried rabbit meat, and roasted meat, complete with an image. The world channel fell silent. Then, it erupted. My heavens, my esteemed master is truly magnificent. Tears streamed from my mouth in awe. Master, I adore you. My complexion has never been this fair. Do you accept a pretty boy? The assessment upstairs is complete. I don't care. I want to bear children for the esteemed Hanze. I am eating roasted meat without salt, while the master is already savoring soup and various stir-fried dishes. Is the disparity between people truly so vast? Having shared the image, Hanze turned off the world chat channel. The fiery chili peppers had matured, and the sunflowers had reached their growth phase. Sunflower. Rank. First level 1. Growth phase. Lifespan, permanent. Skill. Generates sunlight energy, 100 points of sunlight energy per hour, unlocks other plant illustrations, and facilitates plant upgrades. Upgrade. 100 points of sunlight energy required to ascend to the second level. The sunflower can only produce sunlight energy during the daytime. He must hasten to defeat monsters. If he can swiftly summon the sun mushrooms, they will generate sunlight energy both day and night. Moreover, he possessed the blueprint for a level 3 home. With it, he could directly upgrade to a level 4 home. 7 days hence, should an attack akin to last night's occur, this stone dwelling would prove utterly inadequate. Unless he forgoes sleep entirely, battling monsters throughout the night, he would remain vulnerable. Although he had commenced his cultivation journey, he was still but a mortal. Neglecting rest would not only drain his spirit, but also exhaust his body. The skeletal soldiers must be located with urgency. The presence of such perilous creatures in close proximity to his home left him restless. The Garimbu tribe also needed to be addressed post-haste. Furthermore, there was the pressing issue of a water source. Without it, the water purification filter would be rendered useless. Once the water source issue was resolved, he could unlock the ability to utilize water. Most players lacked wilderness survival skills, thus resorting to drinking any water they encountered, which was often rife with bacteria and microorganisms, leading to illness and potentially severe dehydration. Consequently, the price of water was exorbitantly high, as few dared to drink indiscriminately in the wild. In addition to water, he sought a species capable of exploration, significantly accelerating map, unlocking, and facilitating searches. Moreover, he had long sought an animal to monitor the Thunder God Titan. Should an opportunity arise, he might access the sacred treasure chest. From his observations yesterday, it appeared that the monsters were oblivious to the existence of the treasure chest. They wandered around the mist without any reaction. This confirmed to Hanze that only upon becoming a pet could one perceive the treasure chest. Their wandering near the chest seemed instinctual. Hanze understood that this must be a system design. Otherwise, acquiring the treasure would be far too effortless. Presently, Hanze had numerous tasks at hand, yet none were of immediate urgency. He preferred to develop gradually and let things unfold naturally. Today, his primary objective was to swiftly locate a water source. Hanze organized 10 Storm Mantises into a squad, patrolling the vicinity of his home to ensure safety. The Wind Wolf Beast King accompanied the elite guard team to distant locations for leveling, where they might encounter the wolf tribe, which possessed leadership skills and the potential for unforeseen adventures. Furthermore, they could assist in locating water sources. With 20 elite guards, there was little risk of mishaps. Accompanied by UNI, he ventured into the forest surrounding the Garimbu tribe to gather intelligence. As he set to work, Hanze departed the stone dwelling, his gaze cold and resolute. Before long, he encountered a brute boar. UNI leapt from his arms, gracefully advancing towards the wild boar, effortlessly gathering a dark energy orb in her mouth. She launched it swiftly towards the brute boar, the trajectory precise and deliberate. Hanze was taken aback. The energy orb seemed to possess a will of its own, striking its target with uncanny accuracy. A flurry of dark energy orbs rained upon the brute boar, which exhibited no capacity for resistance, swiftly succumbing to UNI's onslaught. The battle was seamless. UNI exerted minimal effort in dispatching the brute boar. Well done. Hanze approached the mighty pig, and a treasure chest materialized in his hand. He opened the chest, revealing Chapter 14, the Divine Creation Technique. Ding. Acquired 100 Tier 1 pea shooter seeds, 4,800 mighty pig meat, 800 mighty pig bones, 770 mighty pig blood, and 100 mighty pig skin. Unable to consume such a vast quantity of meat himself, Hanze accessed the trading system and listed everything for sale. World Chat Channel. The great Hanze has put meat up for grabs. Hurry and seize it. I managed to snag 2 units. I got 3 units, finally. I can feast on meat. Roasted meat. At last, I can savor roasted meat. It's absolutely delicious. Is it gone again? Woe is me. How long have you all been single? Your reflexes are astonishing. I missed out too. Great one, please restock. Great one, my ores are all prepared. Keep it coming without pause. After exchanging for a unit of mighty pig meat, it was all consumed by his pet, the mighty pig, which feasted upon its kind. Many players waited daily at Hanze's shop, and upon seeing meat listed, they would swiftly purchase it without a second glance. After all, there were too many waiting for meat at Hanze's shop. Even a slight delay meant the meat would be gone. Some even hired individuals to monitor Hanze's store, ensuring they could snatch up any fresh stock immediately. Hanze walked approximately 500 meters until he arrived beneath a large tree. He had deliberately left a wooden treasure chest unopened yesterday, yet today, there was no trace of it. With no players around, it was clear it hadn't been opened. This indicated that the wooden treasure chest had respawned. One could conclude that treasure chests do not persist indefinitely, but rather refresh at random locations. However, the duration of their existence and the pattern of their respawn remained unknown. If ordinary treasure chests respawn, could divine treasure chests also refresh? Hanze pondered this. But the worst-case scenario loomed. If a divine treasure chest were to respawn, it would spell catastrophic consequences for him. The quest for a divine treasure chest would become significantly more challenging, even if he could locate one. Should it spawn in a level 100 monster area or within a demon lair, even ordinary monsters could prove fatal to him, rendering any hope of opening a divine treasure chest impossible. The thought of witnessing a divine treasure chest respawn without being able to access it was unbearable for Hanze. After considerable reflection, he resolved to take the risk and attempt to seize the opportunity to open it. Such a notion was undeniably perilous. Yet cultivation is inherently an endeavor that defies the heavens. If he were to cower from every challenge, even the divine treasure chest within reach would be forsaken, and he would undoubtedly regret it in the future. Opportunities are fleeting, and besides, he still possessed a skill tree. There was a chance that he could succeed. Currently, he had 129,950 skill points and could select a high-level divine technique. He dismissed the notion of lower-tier techniques, as the Thor Titan radiated electric energy, and low-tier techniques would prove ineffective against such power. Divine Thunder Technique. High-level divine technique unleashes myriad divine thunders, granting 99 immunity to lightning-based attacks. Pass. Even a fraction of the Thor Titan's power would be insurmountable for him. With a base attack of 100 million, after a 99 reduction, he would still face 1 million. No difference to him. It would still mean death. Divine Concealment Technique. High-level divine technique grants godly invisibility, masking perception, breath, and divine status. Making one immune to attacks. Instantly reveals oneself upon being struck. This skill was formidable, yet the inability to be attacked posed some complications, especially since the Titan's widespread lightning damage would remain futile. Hanze also preferred not to engage in stealth. Apart from opening divine treasure chests, this technique held little utility. Ding. Recommended host high-level divine technique. Creation, which encompasses the 4 fundamental rules of wind, water, fire, and earth. When paired with the low-level technique wind manipulation, it allows the body to transform into wind, controlling its form and gaining immunity to both physical and magical attacks. A system recommendation? You are truly remarkable. Hanze returned to his stone dwelling with UNI and, following the system's guidance, exchanged for the high-level divine technique creation and the low-level technique wind manipulation. Ding. High-level divine technique creation has been activated. Creation, high-level divine technique, capable of creating a realm, requires the condensation of wind, water, fire, and earth divine essences. With cultivation reaching the celestial level, Hanze, of course, did not possess divine essences at this moment, but he did not intend to create a realm just yet. Rather, he sought to acquire the 4 divine elemental techniques. Ding. Acquired wind, water, fire, and earth elemental rule techniques. Ding. Low-level technique, wind manipulation, has been activated. Wind manipulation, low-level technique, allows control over wind, enabling one to accomplish any desired task. Hanze felt his tornado skills had significantly strengthened. Possessing the creation divine technique endowed him with the essence of the rules, allowing his body to elementalize and achieving 100 immunity to physical attacks. This was exceedingly powerful. His combat prowess surged to an S rank. With further enhancement, he could potentially break through to SS rank. Even if he were not a match for the Thor Titan, he would at least not need to fear being obliterated. Hanze quickly familiarized himself with his newfound powers, mastering them with remarkable efficiency. Perhaps this was also a function of the skill tree. This direct infusion of knowledge surpassed the learning pace of others considerably. Having accomplished all this, Hanze ventured once more into the forest. This time, his perception was entirely transformed. The droplets of water in the air and the gentle breezes could be harnessed as his own strength. He could effortlessly manipulate the direction of the wind. Furthermore, he could control not only the speed and trajectory of the wind, but also perceive even the faintest sounds. Was this the ability of the wind? He would no longer need to fear ambushes, and as his cultivation progressed, the range of his hearing would expand. After listening for a while, Hanze retracted his heightened auditory senses, as even the calls of birds from dozens of meters away became overwhelming. Continuing on his path, he spotted a black bear amidst the trees. A golden inscription appeared before him. Wood Spirit Bear. Attributes: Wood Earth. Combat Power: A. Level: Chi Refinement Stage 3. Talent: Gold. Skills: Wood Spirit Shield, Charge, Earth Stomp. Chi Refinement Stage: A bear that could cultivate. Last night, the host's cultivation spread spiritual energy throughout the forest, resulting in a mutation in the area surrounding the host. Was this truly due to him? Hanze felt a mixture of shock and intrigue, yet there was nothing adverse about it. He could still gather materials from the beasts, which was quite beneficial. But why until the mighty pig mutated? Time was too brief. In 7 days, the area where the host resides will evolve into a cultivation zone. The entire area. Could my cultivation have such a profound impact? It is unrelated to the host. The game must evolve. Hearing this, Hanze felt a bit more reassured. However, the game's evolution was still partly due to his influence, though this was not necessarily a negative outcome. At least it posed no threat to him. For other players in this area, it would be catastrophic. Cultivated demon beasts are no ordinary creatures. Their strength would increase by at least 1 level of difficulty. Suddenly, spiritual energy erupted from Hanze, surging toward the wood spirit bear, and the wind-based spiritual power instantly subdued it. Surrender or perish. The wood spirit bear was utterly paralyzed with fear. It had inexplicably advanced the previous day, unable to comprehend the cause, but the atmosphere of the entire forest had shifted. Yet today, it had encountered this harbinger of doom. Chapter 15. Unleashing the Area Boss. Yet, it scarcely dared to entertain the notion of resistance. He felt that a mere refusal on his part would result in immediate extermination at the hands of his adversary. The wood spirit bear made no attempt to struggle. A drop of blood from Hanze fell upon its core. Soon, the system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully tamed the wood spirit bear. Thus, another wood spirit bear was added to his entourage. Still formidable, it ranked 2 tiers above him, yet its combat prowess paled in comparison. The disparity between combat strength and rank is undeniable. At the very least, Hanze's abilities could not be measured solely by tier. Subsequently, the wood spirit bear was deemed too large, and Hanze dispatched it to gain experience. He and UNI continued their journey toward the sacred treasure chest. Now, with newfound prowess, Hanze's pace was significantly swifter than the previous day. He also noticed an increase in the number of mystical beasts within the forest, unsure if it was a consequence of his own actions. After a while, Hanze encountered a creature once more. This time, it was a humanoid monster. And only upon closer inspection did Hanze realize it was not a goblin. Could it be that other tribal races resided near his homeland? Wolf-headed man. Attributes: Demon Clan. Combat Power: B. Level: Chi Refinement Stage, First Layer. Qualification: Bronze. Skills: Roar, Claw Strike, Bite. A typical human physique, crowned with a colossal wolf's head. Its gaping maw drooling ominously, exuding a brutal and ferocious aura. Hanze intended to access the sacred treasure chest and had no desire to provoke the wolf-headed man. However, he instructed UNI to follow and ascertain the location of their tribe. Freed from UNI's constraints, Hanze promptly invoked the wind god body, transforming into a wisp of wind that flowed forward. Nature itself seemed to merge with him. Moreover, Hanze sensed an exhilarating freedom, his magical power exponentially exceeding that of others, allowing for minimal consumption. Sustaining this for an hour posed no challenge. Under the influence of the wind, his speed doubled. This was a remarkable enhancement, a testament to the might of advanced divine abilities. It was indeed formidable and unyielding. I find it delightful. With no obstacles in his path, his velocity increased dramatically, and within approximately 15 minutes, he arrived near the Titan. The sacred treasure chest remained, providing him with considerable reassurance. He did not immediately engage, but instead began to observe the Titan. Time passed slowly, and Hanze maintained his wind form, nearing its limits. Eventually, he withdrew from the Titan's perception range. Titan, Area Boss. Attributes: Lightning Element. Combat Power: SS, on the verge of a breakthrough. Level: Peak of God Transformation Stage. Qualification: Legendary. Skills: Lightning Domain, Lightning Escape, Absolute Defense, Thunder Goddess Descent. The Titan had reached the peak of the God Transformation Stage. and its combat power was at the threshold of a breakthrough. The Titan was not located close to the sacred treasure chest, and its movement was restricted. It would cease to move upon reaching a designated boundary, evidently fixed in place. Yet, instead of feeling relief, Hanzei furrowed his brow in concern. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelming, so vast that not even a single strike could be exchanged. From such a distance, Hanzei could still perceive the Titan's ferocious lightning. However, a silver lining existed. He had yet to grasp the laws, so it remained at the spiritual level. Had it mastered the laws, Hanzei would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. No treasure was worth his life. It was manipulable, yet its defenses posed a significant issue. The Titan was on the verge of a breakthrough, emanating a tempestuous aura of lightning. Hanzei felt both elated and troubled. Elated that it was close to breaking through. Thus, he must not provoke it. As long as he refrained from attacking, it would remain inactive. Troubled by the rampant lightning, which posed a lethal threat, one misstep could lead to disaster. Hence, he proceeded with utmost caution. Upon exiting the Titan's territory, Hanzei commenced meditative practice. Thanks to the Hundredfold amplification, even his cultivation progressed at a hundredfold pace, swiftly restoring him to peak condition. Hanzei decided to probe the waters. Tornado. The tornado barely materialized before being obliterated by a myriad of lightning strikes. He increased his efforts. After multiple attempts, he finally discerned the optimal method for deploying the tornado. A singular tornado spun rapidly toward the Titan, and before it could reach its target, Hanzei swiftly redirected it elsewhere. The Titan opened its eyes. It had been ages since anyone had dared to strike at it. However, when a mere insect dared to disturb its cultivation, it could not simply let that transgression slide. The already volatile Titan rose, immediately launching an assault on the tornado. It had to impose a severe penalty upon this audacious insect, teaching it the consequences of its interference. Yet, grasping at nothing but air, the Titan felt perplexed. Approaching the tornado again, it missed once more. After several failed attempts, the Titan finally realized it had been outsmarted. Get lost. How dare you toy with this king? This king will ensure you pay the price. A bolt of lightning shot forth toward the tornado. The tornado was instantaneously vanquished. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies, and the lightning surrounding the Titan surged with even greater fury, scorching the earth into charred soil. How terrifying. Hanzei once again conjured a tornado, testing the Titan anew. As the Titan resumed its meditative state, it noticed another insect intruding upon its tranquility and, in a fit of rage, charged toward the tornado. This time, however, Hanzei was wise, swiftly retreating. Indeed, as he reached the critical point, the Titan halted, reluctantly retreating. Hanzei felt a surge of joy, suppressing his excitement, planning to employ the same strategy once more. As anticipated, upon seeing the tornado again, the Titan immediately bolted toward it. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzei transformed into a wisp of wind and rushed toward the sacred treasure chest. His speed reached its zenith. The Titan remained oblivious to any anomalies. Although its barriers confined its movements, the wind itself was still present. You wretched insect. The Titan erupted in a cacophony of lightning, and the tornado was swiftly annihilated. So close, Hanzei was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. Should he attempt this tactic again, the Titan would surely not pursue him afterward. That would spell the end of all hope for him and the sacred treasure chest. Hanzei accelerated to his utmost limit, mere moments away from the treasure. In an instant, he conjured another tornado and launched it toward the Titan. However, this time, the tornado proved ineffective, dissipating the moment it appeared, yet still granting Hanzei a precious second. Tap. Ding. Congratulations, player Hanzei, for successfully opening the sacred treasure chest. With no time to examine his rewards, Hanzei seized the items and fled, channeling his magical energy to its fullest. A desperate dash ensued. Meanwhile, the Titan sensed something amiss. The restraints binding it had vanished, and it seemed capable of moving on its own. Ding. Area boss has been unlocked. Ding. Area boss Titan has been unsealed. About to restore its power. System announcement. Player Hanzei has successfully unsealed the area boss Titan, advancing game progress. The game is about to update. System announcement. Player Hanzei has successfully unsealed the area boss Titan, advancing game progress. The game is about to update. System announcement. Player Hanzei has successfully unsealed the regional boss Titan, advancing game progress. The game is about to update. Chapter 16, Game Update. Ding. The new game version will officially open after the novice period. Hanzei, now unconcerned with anything else, unleashed his mental energy, transforming it into countless wisps of wind that scattered in all directions to evade danger. As he dodged the erratic bolts of lightning, he sprinted for his life. Despite the hundredfold amplification, the consumption of mental energy remained exceedingly high. The Titan paid little attention to Hanzei, utterly oblivious to his existence. with winds swirling everywhere. Who would take the time to notice where they blew? Thus, Hanze narrowly escaped disaster. With the seal lifted, the Titan's power surged exponentially, breaking through from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to the early, mid, late, and peak phases of the spirit formation stage, and subsequently transcending to the integration stage, the Great Ascension, and the Tribulation stage, only ceasing its ascent upon reaching the pinnacle of the Tribulation stage. Had Hanze witnessed such a scene, he would have been petrified. Just a step away from divinity, it was utterly terrifying. Finally free from restraint, the Titan unleashed its tempestuous lightning spells, instantly transforming the entire Longyuan forest into a hellish realm of thunder. Countless demonic beasts were obliterated in an instant, their races completely exterminated. The tremors from Hanze's vicinity rippled outwards, affecting many continents. Ding! High-level entities detected descending upon the novice village, disrupting system balance. Immediate teleportation of high-level entities initiated. System announcement. Player Hanze has activated the Immortal Cultivation panel, and the reputation system is officially online, granting 1,000 points of reputation. System announcement. Player Hanze has activated the Immortal Cultivation panel, and the reputation system is officially online, granting 1,000 points of reputation. System announcement. Player Hanze has activated the Immortal Cultivation panel, and the reputation system is officially online, granting 1,000 points of reputation. Reputation system? What on earth is that? In a game world devoid of humans, populated only by a myriad of demonic beasts, what use is reputation? Nonetheless, given that the system has introduced it, it must hold some significance. He would soon discover its purpose. Not dwelling on it further, Hanze, having narrowly escaped the Titan's domain, was eager to return home, curious about the fate of the Storm Mantis. Little did he anticipate the magnitude of the events that had transpired. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the sacred treasure chest was intended for suppressing the Titan. If such a formidable Titan could be contained, what treasures might the sacred treasure chest yield? The anticipation was palpable. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. With chaos erupting throughout the Longyuan forest, he needed to hasten back home. Meanwhile, the Storm Mantis was engaged in battle when the sudden onslaught of lightning descended, enveloping them instantly. In a heartbeat, all the Storm Mantises were caught within its clutches. Had Hanze seen this, his heart would have ached. Just then, 100 Storm Mantises underwent a transformation. Radiance erupted from within their beings, withstanding the onslaught of lightning. Moments later, the lightning grew increasingly ferocious, unable to breach their defenses. It began to assimilate into the light. The golden glow gradually darkened, and upon closer inspection, one could detect tiny bolts of lightning weaving through the luminescence. The light remained untainted, instead expanding further, while the lightning, unwilling to concede, continued to envelop the entire luminous mass, achieving a bizarre equilibrium. The surrounding area was shrouded in a tempest, exuding an aura of terror. The 100 Storm Mantises bathed in the golden glow of lightning formed immense spheres of light. They expanded continuously, as countless spiritual energies converged and surged into the bodies of the Storm Mantises. During Hanze's cultivation, the Storm Mantises were nearest to him, undergoing a transformation. It was fortuitous that they encountered such torrential lightning at this pivotal moment, an opportunity that belonged solely to them. Upon returning home, Hanze found that UNI, the Windwolf Beast King, and the guards had already returned, yet their figures were nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease began to creep in. He could sense that the Storm Mantises were alive, yet their exact location eluded him. System, can you locate the Storm Mantises? The Storm Mantises are currently evolving, and their precise location cannot be pinpointed. Evolving? If that is the case, then all is well, Hanze reassured himself. In the world chat channel, a flurry of messages erupted. What is the great Hanze up to now? Another system announcement? Is Hanze the favored child of the system? Is the game evolving? What has the great Hanze done now? What is a regional boss? I've yet to encounter a boss. ISNT, the game still in the novice zone? How is it already set to upgrade? The great Hanze is impressive. I haven't even ventured outside, and the great Hanze is on the verge of immortal cultivation. How astonishing. Great one, please take me along. I wish to cultivate too. How is it that I wake from a slumber only to find so many new features in the game, and I alone am left bewildered? What purpose does the reputation system serve? Great Hanze, please accept your divine powers. My Great One is indeed mighty, as ever. I'm a devoted fan of the Great One. I simply wish to inquire, as an explosion just occurred here, with the sky filled with lightning obliterating the ferocious beasts. The system just notified that the regional boss has been activated. Am I in the same vicinity as the Great One? I too wish to be in the same place as the Great One. I seek your protection. Perhaps you should take a breather. The Great One would not shield a mere waste of space like you. Hanze, engrossed in the world chat. noted that someone was indeed in the same region as him. He hoped they would not cause any trouble. Otherwise, he would have no qualms about being ruthless. In the world chat channel, everyone was discussing the game update and the matter of the immortal cultivation template, yet few had any concrete information. Most were merely fishing for tidbits. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and as Hanze turned away from the world chat, he began to examine the spoils from the sacred treasure chest. Countless bolts of lightning danced through the Lonyuan forest, infecting everything and transforming it into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any life. In the face of such overwhelming power, everything appeared exceedingly fragile. Suddenly, a radiant light emerged, instantly enveloping the entire forest as boundless cosmic energy descended, cleansing the land. However, even with this rejuvenating energy, the forest gradually regained its vitality, yet it could not erase the destructive power of the lightning. As the cosmic energy permeated the area, only the might of an extraordinary celestial power could purify this forest, but that was an impossibility. The land could not endure such purification, only becoming more scarred and ravaged. The cosmic energy slowly awakened the dormant vitality of the land. Figures of azure, crackling with lightning, darted swiftly through the air, moving at an astonishing speed, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Bathed in the cosmic energy, they appeared increasingly vibrant and full of life, exuding an imposing aura, coupled with the destructive force of thunder. Hanze sensed a tremor, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Rising from his stone abode, he was instantly taken aback by what he beheld. His eyes widened in disbelief. He understood that the Storm Mantises were evolving, yet he could never have fathomed that their transformation would be so formidable. This was truly a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Chapter 17. The Wind and Thunder Mantis. The World Skill Tree. A golden inscription appeared. Wind and Thunder Mantis. Attributes: Wind, Thunder. Combat Power: A. Level: Second layer of Chi Refinement. Qualities: Legendary. Skills: Wind and Thunder Escape. Wings of Wind and Thunder. Thunder Explosion. Thunder of Divine Might. Tornado. Wind and Thunder Escape. Increases speed by 50, allowing one to traverse through wind and thunder, doubling the speed. Wings of Wind and Thunder. Forms a pair of wind wings, increasing speed by 100. Forms a pair of thunder wings, adding thunder damage to attacks, also increasing speed by 100. Simultaneously forming wings of wind and thunder increases speed by 500. Thunder Explosion. Forms a thunder bomb, doubling the damage effect. Thunder of Divine Might. Gathers thunder, with damage depending on the amount of gathered thunder. Tornado. A whirlwind combining wind and thunder, conjuring a divine thunder dragon, a veritable nightmare for enemies. This is astonishing. It's as though a mere cobbler has transformed into Zhuge Liang. Such a template resembles a miniature titan. The Storm Mantis is already formidable. But compared to the Wind and Thunder Mantis, it is as if one is in the heavens while the other is in the depths of the earth. There is no comparison whatsoever. The power is utterly outrageous. If Hanze did not wish to lose face in front of his pets, he would be howling with joy. Happiness arrives too swiftly, akin to a tornado. He is eager to embrace the Storm Mantis. No, the Wind and Thunder Mantis, and shower it with affection. The host's luck index is exceedingly high. Please remain calm, for such occurrences will be frequent in the future. Luck? Hanze pondered, realizing he had not been particularly lucky in the past. Aside from his transmigration, everything else had been manageable. He had never considered himself a person of great fortune. Wait. Since arriving in this world, luck seems to have graced him often. After slaying a demon-faced spider, he astonishingly obtained the supreme technique of the Tai Shi Dao Jing, which also aided him in unlocking his career tree. Although he possesses a hundredfold amplification talent, that's right, the hundredfold amplification talent. Could it be that luck can also multiply a hundredfold? If he were to acquire any luck-related items, would they also amplify a hundredfold? The host's musings are indeed correct. Incredible. Hanze has truly come to adore the annotation system. Were it not for this system, he would have had no chance of obtaining 3 SSS-level talents. With clarity on the matter of luck, Hanze decided to move on. The Lonyuan forest has been devastated. There are no monsters to slay for experience, so Hanze must choose another direction to explore. He instructed his pets to continue their exploration. With the Wind and Thunder Mantis significantly empowered, pairing up for regional searches while the Wind Wolf Beast King formed a team to scout the opposite side. With these arrangements in place, Hanze returned to the stone house to examine his gains. From the sacred treasure chest, only a few items emerged. Hanze inspected each one, golden words materializing before him. World Tree Seed. A seed birthed from the World Tree. If you can make it germinate, you shall possess a world as your foundation. Astonishing. The World Tree Seed. Indeed, the World Tree Seed. A wondrous tree that can give rise to worlds, maturing to bear countless rare treasures. Such treasures are inexhaustible, an absolute pinnacle among legendary artifacts. However, how does one cultivate it? According to legend, the world tree requires the power of the world to grow. Where would he procure such power for it to absorb? Just as Hanzei was in distress, his body suddenly stirred. The world tree seed seemed to respond to his summons, pulsating vigorously in his hand. Suddenly, the seed levitated in the air, radiating multicolored auspicious clouds. And in an instant, it flew into his mouth, directly entering his dantian. Hanzei sensed something was amiss with the skill tree. Massive branches surged towards the seed, encircling the world tree seed. Hanzei, through introspection, observed the situation within. The world tree seed would not yield easily. A brilliant light erupted from it. And at Hanzei's astonishment, it instantly broke free from the skill tree's constraints. Yet, his body seemed unchanged. Ding. Would you like to activate the synthesis function? Merging the world tree seed with the skill tree? This can be synthesized? Hanzei hesitated, as the skill tree was crucial for his future development. He relied entirely on it. However, he could not bear to part with the world tree seed. He resolved to take the plunge. Gritting his teeth, Hanzei chose to synthesize. Sometimes, one must gamble to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Luck has always been on his side. The annotation system cannot deceive him. In an instant, Hanzei was enveloped in light. The world tree seed settled upon the trunk of the skill tree, which itself shimmered with golden radiance, glowing brilliantly, sparkling like a star. In a mere 10 seconds, the synthesis was completed, much faster than Hanzei had anticipated. The skill tree exuded a sacred aura, adorned with numerous luminous orbs, seemingly multiplying several times over. The fruits appeared to be more densely clustered. Ding! The world skill tree has been synthesized. Please check the attribute panel. World skill tree. The fusion of the world tree seed and the skill tree has birthed a unique world skill tree, doubling the availability of rare materials, doubling weapon and armor effectiveness, and increasing various treasures tenfold, possessing infinite recovery capabilities. Skill points can be exchanged or unlocked through other means. A bonanza of skill points has arrived. The skill tree has become even more formidable, yet it now demands even more resources. Time to start earning. Or else maintaining this world skill tree will become untenable. Such a whirlwind of joy and concern. But even worries are a form of happiness. Fortunately, there are alternative methods to unlock skills. Otherwise, relying solely on skill points would yield meager upgrades. Hanzei gazed at the luminous orbs of the world skill tree. Golden armor, a high-grade magical artifact, with a defense of 100, vitality of 50, and mana of 500. Inputting spiritual energy can activate the skill, Golden Shield. The first item brings both joy and dismay. What other treasures await him? He retrieved the second item, which was a scroll. 9th level Immortal Estate Blueprint. Can elevate the estate to a 9th level Immortal Estate. Requirements: 500,000 wood, 500,000 stone, 100,000 iron, 100,000 copper, 50,000 jade, 50,000 gold essence, 50,000 silver essence, 20,000 spirit stones, 20,000 black iron, 20,000 purple gold, 10,000 golden crystals, 10,000 wooden crystals, 10,000 crystal stones, 10,000 fire crystals, 10,000 earth crystals, 10,000 thunder crystals, 10,000 ice crystals, 10,000 earth crystals, 10,000 wind crystals, 10,000 light crystals, 10,000 dark crystals. Hanzei was left dumbfounded. However, this was not something to collect in the short term. He didn't even possess a 3rd level blueprint yet, so this would have to be stored for now. Hanzei then produced the 4th level estate blueprint he had obtained yesterday. 4th level estate blueprint. Can elevate the estate to a 4th level. Requirements: 2,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of iron, 1,000 units of copper, 1,000 units of gold, 1,000 units of silver, 800 units of crystal, 30 golden crystals, 30 wooden crystals, 30 crystal stones, 30 fire crystals, 30 earth crystals. This was much more reasonable. Aside from the crystals, he had enough of everything else. He needed to open more treasure chests. Hanzei gathered all the blueprints, waiting until he had a 3rd level blueprint before utilizing them. Chapter 18. Creation Divine Power, 10,000 Laws Divine Realm. Continuing to examine the next treasure. Random Skill Points Package. Open to receive random skill points. Opening. Hundredfold Amplification. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 million skill points. The exhilarating thrill of a 100-fold increase starting from 1 million is simply unparalleled. Observing the abundance. one realizes that even a mere 5 levels of the supreme divine powers can be swiftly depleted. The expenditure is tremendously burdensome. At this juncture, all the sacred chests have been fully opened. There are no extravagant items. Everything consists solely of essentials. The final 100 million skill points, in conjunction with the world skill tree, are sufficient to render oneself invincible in the early phases of the game. Wind Divine Essence, condensing the entirety of a lower-tier true God-S cultivation in the wind domain, with an exchange price of 500,000 skill points. Fire Divine Essence, condensing the entirety of a lower-tier true God-S cultivation in the fire domain, with an exchange price of 500,000 skill points. Earth Divine Essence, condensing the entirety of a lower-tier true God-S cultivation in the earth domain, with an exchange price of 500,000 skill points. Water Divine Essence, condensing the entirety of a lower-tier true God-S cultivation in the water domain, with an exchange price of 500,000 skill points. The initial tier of Divine Essences costs 500,000 each, the intermediate tier costs 5 million each, and the advanced tier costs 50 million each. After deliberation, Hanze opted for the initial tier of Divine Essence. His current cultivation is too nascent, thus, any choice would be equally inconsequential to him. The initial tier of Divine Essence would suffice until he achieved transcendence. As Hanze gazed at the Divine Essence in his hand, resembling a crystal, a wave of confusion washed over him. Should he consume it directly, or must he perform a blood oath to acknowledge it? The host may operate divine powers and absorb divine essences. Fortunately, the annotation system provides clarity. Hanze commenced the operation of divine powers. The 4 supreme laws awakened, and the 4 divine essences soared into the air, infusing pure divine energy and the power of rules into the creation of divine powers. The framework of the world was established, and the force of creation erupted, manifesting a brilliantly luminous spark from the void. This spark gradually expanded, accompanied by the convergence of the 4 supreme laws. The host may illuminate spatial divine essences, thereby enlarging the initial spatial area. Hanze, placing complete faith in the system, expended 5 million skill points to exchange for an intermediate tier divine essence. The divine essence instantaneously merged into the space, which began to expand continuously, growing from 1,000 square meters to 10,000, then to 100,000 square meters, until it finally ceased at 1 million square meters. 1 million square meters is ample for his needs. The space comprises elements of wind, water, fire, and earth, capable of intermingling to produce hundreds of variations. Yet, there seemed to be something amiss. Indeed, there was no sun or moon. Does the system offer any recommendations? He could exchange for 24 sea calming pearls to evolve the sun and moon. Upon discovering that each sea calming pearl costs 1 million skill points, he promptly decided against it. 2,400,000 skill points dangling above him was a luxury he could not afford. He opted instead to exchange for the Sun Divine Crystal and the Moon Divine Crystal, each usable for a millennium. Sun Divine Crystal, a material of the utmost yang attribute, regarded as one of the most extraordinary materials, priced at 10,000 skill points. Exchange. Hanze entered the world of creation, exchanging for a Sun Divine Crystal, which appeared akin to a miniature sun, radiating a fervent and intense golden glow. From this day forth, you shall be the sun. The Sun Divine Crystal gradually ascended, adorning the sky. A gentle breeze wafted, scattering its brilliance, and a fine drizzle descended, rendering the entire world a step closer to perfection. Subsequently, Hanze exchanged for the Moon Divine Crystal to serve as the moon of this realm. He further exchanged for riverbank sand to represent the myriad stars. Now, it appeared just right. At last, it felt complete. Hanze was immensely satisfied and then departed the space. Ding. Shall the world skill tree be synthesized to create a new world? The synthesis system has unexpectedly returned. Hanze, understanding the might of the world skill tree, did not hesitate to click on synthesis. The world skill tree at his Dantian vanished, suddenly reappearing within the newly created world. The entire realm seemed to revel in jubilation. Thousands of laws manifested, swirling around the world skill tree. As the world skill tree settled amidst the mountains, it began to absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth, cleansing the very land of the world. Ding. A complete world has been acquired. What shall it be named? Myriad Laws Divine Realm. Ding. Myriad Laws Divine Realm. Naming successful. Hanze reclined on his grand bed, feeling somewhat unreal. So much had transpired in a single day that even his typically placid demeanor struggled to process it all. He decided to rest and alleviate his mind, while also planning future actions. After a refreshing slumber, Hanze awoke to find that the wind Thunder Mantis had returned. The courtyard was strewn with the remains of numerous demonic beasts. With a mere wave of his hand, they transformed into treasure chests. This time, he chose to amplify the quality by 100-fold. Ding. Acquired Golden Core Stage Fire Monkey Blood, Fire Monkey Bones, Fire Monkey Inner Dan, and 100 Sunshine Mushroom Seeds. Ding. Acquired Rare Level Salt Well Blueprint. Ding. Acquired 3rd Tier Purple Bamboo Seeds and 3rd Tier Jade Lotus Seeds. Ding. Acquired 100 Golden Core Stage Feather Crane Feathers and Feather Crane Blood. Ding. Acquired Demon Cave Dungeon Entrance Ticket. Ding. Acquired 5,000 skill points. Ding. Acquired Myriad Magic Array Dungeon Entrance Ticket. Ding. Acquired Rune Profession Scroll. Ding. Would you like to learn the Rune Profession? Learn. The Rune Profession interface opened. Suddenly, countless runes appeared within Hanze's mind, from basic to advanced complexities, all inscribed indelibly within his consciousness. What is this? Ding. Successfully unlocked the Rune Profession. Initiating Rune Heritage. Hanze entered the Myriad Law's divine realm, where the world skill tree radiated a gentle glow, with flecks of starlight cascading upon him. As the light points merged, his Rune Profession panel expanded, revealing a variety of rune illustrations. Although further unlocking of the runes was necessary, this was already a significant enhancement. Hanze couldn't help but sigh. The world skill tree is indeed remarkable, yet it is dreadfully costly. He possessed an abundance of demonic beast blood, but he still needed to exchange for the rune brush and rune paper. The rune paper requires spirit tree wood for its creation, which is simple enough. He has millions of units of wood, sufficient for crafting the rune paper. However, the rune brush must be exchanged. He couldn't shake the feeling that every endeavor of his requires expenditure. Nevertheless, crafting runes could yield even greater resources. With the impending upgrade of the game world, many prodigies would soon emerge. It wouldn't be long before others could hunt demonic beasts, at which point the meat would lose its value, and pills and runes would undoubtedly become lucrative. Hanze possessed a keen business acumen. The game panel updated, categorizing all his exchange materials by tier. All materials, equipment, and pets were classified by levels. First tier for Chi refinement materials, second tier for foundation establishment materials, third tier for golden core materials, fourth tier for nascent soul materials, and so forth. This arrangement greatly enhanced convenience, and the hierarchical divisions became significantly clearer. However, other players could not perceive these tiers. They would have to engage in gradual exchanges to obtain a rough classification. He could further exploit this method to acquire more materials. Hanze entered the Myriad Law's divine realm, beginning to select a rune brush in preparation for drawing runes. Chapter 19. Instantaneously defeating the Black Flood Dragon. If Hanze were to search for it himself, he would likely exhaust himself without finding a suitable rune brush. This time, upon opening the sacred treasure chest, the annotation system had advanced to level 4. The level 3 function is synthesis, while level 4 can assist the host in categorizing types. Undoubtedly, it is the most formidable auxiliary system. Each function is remarkably straightforward, yet immensely practical. With the system's filtering capabilities, his selection range has been infinitely narrowed. Divine Brush, a congenital spiritual treasure capable of depicting any creature, enhancing the effectiveness of array symbols by 1,000, with a redemption price of 10 billion skill points. The Divine Brush has emerged, though he cannot afford to redeem it. If he possessed such a brush, it would equate to commanding an army of pets. Such an acquisition is beyond his current means, so he should not dwell on it. Besides the Divine Brush, there are also the Judge's Brush from the Hall of Yama and the Inyang Brush, both of which are treasures of congenital caliber. System, I cannot redeem these either. Could you perhaps recommend some more affordable options? The host may redeem treasures of spiritual grade and gradually unlock upgrades. It is also possible to pay in installments. At this, Hanze was elated, promptly redeeming the Divine Brush, albeit one of spiritual grade. Divine Brush, ordinary spiritual treasure, enhances symbol effect by 50, drawing skill. Consumes divine power to create creatures, redemption price 1 million skill points. The enhancement of 50 for symbol drawing is significant, and creating living beings requires various materials. Nevertheless, for Hanze at present, this is already exceedingly advantageous. As the golden brush landed in his hand, he instantly felt a profound connection, as if it were a part of his very essence. Having redeemed the Divine Brush, Hanze exited the myriad laws of the divine realm. Low-grade talisman paper, medium-grade talisman paper, high-grade talisman paper, top-grade talisman paper, spirit-grade talisman paper, immortal-grade talisman paper, divine-grade talisman paper. The different levels of talisman paper correspond to their capacity to withstand varying grades of symbols. To draw low-tier symbols, one merely requires low-grade talisman paper. A single unit of low-grade wood can produce 100 sheets of low-grade talisman paper. Hanze crafted 1,000 sheets of low-grade talisman paper, took out the prepared beast blood, and commenced drawing symbols. Ding. Would you like to consume one skill point to illuminate the beginner Fireball Talisman? Illuminate. Upon deducting one skill point, the Fireball Talisman was instantly illuminated. In that moment, a detailed depiction of the Fireball Talisman flooded his mind, as if it were an innate knowledge. The expenditure of that single skill point was undeniably worthwhile. The divine brush, dipped in the blood of the Fire Shield Pig, deftly maneuvered under his divine power, executing the drawing with an effortless grace, akin to flowing clouds and flowing water. With a single stroke, the talisman radiated fiery light, instantly sealed within the talisman paper. In a flash, he succeeded in drawing the talisman on the first attempt. Medium Fireball Talisman. Upon activation, it instantly launches a fireball, dealing 15 times damage. He had managed to draw a medium talisman on his very first try. Hanzei was astonished. Ding. Triggered a hundredfold amplification. Acquired 100 medium Fireball Talismans. This was indeed a great convenience. Hanzei chuckled. Subsequently, he learned the Wind Blade Talisman, Metal Blade Talisman, Water Ball Talisman, Vine Talisman, Earth Spike Talisman, Lightning Talisman, Ice Blade Talisman, Light Blade Talisman, and Dark Blade Talisman. Currently, Hanzei was focusing on offensive talismans. As he sought to equip his pets, defensive and supportive talismans would be crafted later. Time was of the essence. He needed to venture out to hunt demon beasts, procure beast meat, and gather more materials without delay. Moreover, as the populace was unfamiliar with the tier of materials and lacked an upgraded cultivation version, it was an opportune time to collect resources. As for future renown, he would exchange it for his own. Would they expect him to lower his prices? It was their lack of knowledge regarding the materials that put them at a disadvantage. All transactions were voluntary. Any losses could only be attributed to their misfortune. Have we located a water source? Let us hurry and take me there. A Wind Thunder Mantis returned with news, and Hanzei was immediately overjoyed. After a long search, they had finally found the water source. Hanzei embraced UNI and, with the wind's aid, his speed reached its zenith. The Wind Thunder Mantis boasted A-grade combat power, with its cultivation level at the second layer of Chi refinement. With 100 Wind Thunder Mantises, coupled with his hundredfold amplification effect, although their cultivation was merely at the acquired realm, their actual prowess was comparable to that of a golden core stage cultivator. Under Hanzei's full exertion of spiritual power, the demon beasts they encountered were swiftly vanquished. In merely 10 minutes, they arrived at the lake. 200 meters from the lake, before encountering any demon beasts, Hanzei saw a glimmering light in the mist. Golden characters appeared randomly. The precious golden treasure chest contains rare materials and 3 alchemist blueprints. What a stroke of fortune, a golden treasure chest. It is known that aside from the sacred treasure chest, the highest grade of treasure he has encountered is the golden treasure chest. With the hundredfold amplification effect, his gains would undoubtedly be substantial. Along the lake, there were also numerous water-type herbs, all of which could be refined into elixirs or potions. Truly, it is a treasure trove. Roar. A colossal roar resounded as a massive black serpent, several dozen meters in length, surged into the sky. A glint of amusement flickered in Hanzei's eyes. Blackwater Flood Dragon. Attributes: Water, Darkness. Combat Power: S-level, Peak Golden Core Stage. Qualities: Diamond. Skills: Sky Swallowing Roar, Charge, Robustness, Water Control Technique, Dark Light Wave. At the peak of the Golden Core Stage, was it on the verge of evolving into a dragon? Hanzei noticed a bulge on its forehead, resembling a swollen lump, faintly shimmering with light. It was on the brink of advancing to the lowest tier of Black Dragon. Hanzei felt an innate desire to conquer dragons. Yet the Black Flood Dragon's breakthrough to dragonhood was no simple feat. Moreover, he was quite anxious about the water source and had no time to wait for its advancement. Suddenly, Hanzei realized that despite his formidable cultivation, he had no weapon at his disposal. How absurd. However, even without a weapon, he could still subdue this Black Flood Dragon. Channeling the creation divine art, Hanzei unleashed his mightiest strike. The myriad laws of the divine realm materialized, held in his grasp, and were directly hurled toward the Black Flood Dragon in the lake. The dragon was at home, yet the realm descended from the heavens. The power of the world manifested, and the Black Flood Dragon offered no resistance, swiftly swept away by Hanzei. A once mighty sovereign had thus fallen. It was achieved with but a single move. Hanzei had no alternative, aside from this divine ability that could swiftly eliminate the Black Flood Dragon. Other methods would be exceedingly perilous. His cultivation level was still too low, and the longer he prolonged the encounter, the more dangerous his situation would become. A swift resolution was imperative. He had to employ his most powerful technique. This technique would likely suffice until he reached the tribulation stage. As for the expenditure, Hanzei could amplify the strength of all 100 of his pets by 100-fold. This was the effect of 1,000-fold spiritual power amplification, and it was undeniably effective. The myriad laws of the divine realm were his own domain, easily summoned and stored, and the consumption was manageable. Ding! You have slain the Golden Core Stage Demon Beast, the Black Flood Dragon, earning 1,000 points of reputation and the title of Dragon Slayer. The title of Dragon Slayer grants a 5 damage increase when slaying serpentine creatures. Chapter 20, Slaying the Black Flood Dragon, Water Sprite. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for being the first to slay the peak Golden Core Stage Black Flood Dragon, earning 1,000 points of reputation. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for being the first to slay the peak Golden Core Stage Black Flood Dragon, earning 1,000 points of reputation. System announcement. Congratulations to player Hanze for being the first to slay the peak Golden Core Stage Black Flood Dragon, earning 1,000 points of reputation. Upon encountering the esteemed Hanze, I find myself rather accustomed to his presence. The favored child of the system, the fated protagonist, vanquishing formidable foes beyond his level, marrying a wealthy beauty, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Long live the Great One. Oh, Great One, do indulge in some meat. If our pet does not feast soon, it may well contemplate defection. I bow before the Great One, lead me to soar. Could it be that 2 Golden Core beasts engaged in combat, inadvertently allowing Hanze to seize an opportunity to eliminate them? Oh, the monkeys of the land of the rising sun, did your mother never instruct you to refrain from barking mindlessly? Even if you seek to capitalize on an opportunity, would you dare confront a Golden Core beast? The well-fed monkeys from the land of the rising sun emerge once more to provoke. Did your mother not teach you to respect your father? Ha ha ha, perhaps there are too many fathers for you to discern which one is your true progenitor. The discourse has veered off course. Let us not heed those who bark nonsensically. Indeed, let us ignore them. By the way, Great One, how did you manage to slay such a Golden Core beast? Might you enlighten me? The Great One replies, simply approach and strike, and it is done. Ever since his cultivation began, Hanze has felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Whenever weary, he simply cultivates, instantly rejuvenating himself. He feels neither fatigue nor weariness. Rather, he is invigorated. However, his current realm remains low. Once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he will indeed be able to forego sleep altogether. Approaching the Black Serpent, he suddenly finds a treasure chest in his hand. He opens it. Hundredfold Amplification. Ding. Acquired 100 corn thrower seeds, 100 watermelon thrower seeds, 100 cabbage thrower seeds, 400 units of black serpent meat, 200 units of black serpent blood, 100 units of black serpent skin, 100 units of black serpent tendons, 100 black serpent inner cores at peak Golden Core level. He stores all the items in his spatial realm and moves to the nearby golden treasure chest. Ding. Hundredfold Amplification. Acquired 10,000 units of second-grade wood, 5,000 units of third-grade wood, 1,000 units of fourth-grade wood, 800 units of fifth-grade wood, 100 units of sixth-grade wood, 800 gold crystals, 600 wood crystals, 500 crystal stones, 200 fire crystals, 400 earth crystals, 700 light crystals, 500 dark crystals, 400 thunder crystals, 200 ice crystals, 300 wind crystals, 100 earth crystals, third-grade mana recovery potion blueprint, second-grade invisibility potion blueprint, fourth-grade vitality potion blueprint. Ding. Would you like to learn the third-grade mana recovery potion blueprint? Ding. Would you like to learn the second-grade invisibility potion blueprint? Ding. Would you like to learn the fourth-grade vitality potion blueprint? He opts to learn all of them. The blueprints vanish, transforming into 3 streams of light that swiftly enter his body. A bountiful harvest. His fortunes have truly reached their zenith this time, yielding twice as much as the previous golden treasure chest. He opens the alchemist panel to examine the newly acquired potions. Mana recovery potion. Level, 3rd grade. Effect, restores 800 points of mana upon consumption. Consumption, 5 mana herbs, 5 moon fairy flowers, 1 wood crystal, 1 low-level energy herb. Invisibility potion. Level, 2nd grade. Effect, grants invisibility for 2 minutes upon consumption. This state cannot attack, and 1 reveals themselves immediately upon being attacked. Consumption, 2 moon hidden flowers, 5 Een sungrass, 1 yang flame fruit, 3 raspberries. Vitality potion. Level, 4th grade. Effect, restores stamina upon consumption. Consumption, 1 vitality fruit, 3 nurturing herbs, 1 mushroom powder, 5 moon spirit flowers. Hanze possesses nearly all these materials, and he plans to concoct the potions upon his return. There are still many materials along the shore, which he intends to gather and plant within his myriad divine realm. Meow meow. What is this? Are you hungry? Hanze gently strokes the fur of Uni, which is soft and silky. Uni nods, opening her mouth in a display of hunger. If you are hungry, let us return. Just as he prepares to leave to fetch some water, ripples suddenly emanate from the center of the lake. Are there beasts? The flood dragon is an exceptionally proud beast, and it would be impossible for it to coexist with other formidable creatures. Hanzei immediately becomes vigilant, ready to summon his myriad divine realm at any moment. Whoosh! A small figure suddenly leaps from the lake, clad in a water blue dress, a lotus-style ancient skirt, exquisitely crafted and classically elegant. The little girl stands about 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, her features delicate, with black hair adorned with a small water blue flower. A pair of light cyan wings flutter behind her, moving with astonishing speed as she darts to his side in the blink of an eye. Hanzei is momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what this creature is. A line of golden text appears. Water Sprite. Attribute, Water. Combat Power, SS. Level, Mid-Golden Core. Qualification, Epic Level. Skills, Water Manipulation, Purification, Water Escape, Water Prison. Blessing of the Water Sprite. Note, a sprite born of water, favored by water, one of nature's beloved spirits. Hanzei is utterly astonished. This little creature is actually an epic-level pet? In the water, she would be an invincible entity, capable of manipulating water, providing healing and support. To tame her. The voice of the water sprite is melodious, but Hanzei cannot comprehend her words, his face a mask of confusion. Unable to understand. Hanzei shakes his head at her. The water sprite appears somewhat distressed. Hanzei is equally baffled, as her furrowed brow and small face convey a sense of perplexity. Suddenly, he recalls the world skill tree, but can he truly vanish without warning? As he ponders this, his consciousness shifts, entering the myriad divine realm. What is this? The host can utilize their consciousness to enter the myriad divine realm and manipulate this world. This is quite convenient. Advanced Universal Language for World Races can learn the languages of 1,000,000 races, consuming 10,000 skill points to activate. Activate. Advanced Universal Language for World Races activated. He cannot understand her speech. What now? Hanzei feels a chuckle rising within him, finding the little sprite rather adorable. Now I can understand you, Hanzei speaks. Upon hearing his voice, the water sprite gazes at him in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. You can comprehend my words? Hanzei wonders. Could she still not understand? How do you know our elven tongue? The water sprite inquires, astonished. Are you also an elf? Yet you clearly could not speak before. The water sprite tilts her head, her demeanor a blend of adorably foolish charm. Hanzei smiles slightly, perceiving her innocent nature, his grin carrying a hint of mischief. My name is Hanzei. May I ask the beautiful water sprite, what is your name? The water sprite, upon witnessing his smile, has her eyes transform into heart shapes. Chapter 21. The water sprite acknowledges her master. This young man is truly handsome, even more so than the males of the elven race. The elven lineage is renowned for its beauty. Upon seeing his strikingly radiant visage, she instinctively lowers her guard. My name is Shuei-Ro. You must be Hanzei, correct? I shall refer to you as Brother Hanzei. Hanzei, somewhat perplexed, realizes that she is extending goodwill, and thus he will not respond with undue coldness. Very well. How did you come to be here? Hanzei smiles and inquires. The water spirit, Shuei-Ro, pouted her delicate face, feeling trapped by that loathsome black serpent. Where had that vile creature gone? She glanced around, surveying her surroundings with a hint of trepidation, though she concealed it well, projecting an air of indignation as if she were determined to seek vengeance. Over there, Hanzei's voice drifted softly, pointing to the space behind the water spirit. Startled, Shuei-Ro darted behind him with a swift motion. Despite her overwhelming fear, she feigned bravery, embodying the quintessential tsundere demeanor. Hiding behind him, she couldn't resist peeking. Yet her heart raced at the thought of being captured by that despicable serpent once more. Unable to contain her curiosity, she stole a glance. But there was no trace of the black serpent to be found. The lake lay tranquil, devoid of any ripples. When she looked up at Hanzei, she saw him stifling a laugh, and it dawned on her that she had been tricked. Disheartened, her face reflected a profound sense of gloom. Hanzei, enchanted by her adorable yet proud expression, found himself utterly smitten. I'm not afraid. I just, Shuei-Ro stammered, her words faltering as she was overwhelmed by anxiety, fearing that this handsome stranger would perceive her as weak, leaving a negative impression. You're far too kind to harm it, Hanzei remarked, noticing her flustered expression and the flush that crept across her cheeks. Indeed, my strength is formidable. I'm merely in my juvenile phase. Once I mature, I shall grow taller. Shuei-Ro blushed at his words, feeling bashful in his presence. And she couldn't help but think that Hanzei was even more striking than the most beautiful member of her race, Shuei-Qing. In that moment, she entirely forgot the mission that had brought her here. I've already slain the black serpent, so there's no need to be afraid, Hanzei reassured her. Gently stroking her hair, Shuei-Ro's mouth fell open in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. Having been unable to defeat that serpent herself, She scrutinized Hanzei, sensing that his cultivation was merely at the acquired stage. His beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Your cultivation is only at the acquired stage. Yet that black serpent was at the peak of the golden core stage. Do you not believe me? The innocent water spirit, though not disbelieving, was filled with confusion. Hanzei's thoughts shifted, and an idea blossomed in his mind. Luring the water spirit? This notion, once conceived, grew uncontrollably like weeds in the wind. He felt that this endeavor held great potential. However, he knew he must not offend this little creature. The spirit race was not known for their peaceful demeanor, and if they discovered he had captured one of their kin, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. He needed to ensure that the little one did not harbor any ill feelings. They were too close to the water's edge, where the water spirit would be nearly invincible. Capturing her would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he resolved to employ cunning. Hanzei retrieved a black serpent's inner core from his spatial pocket and presented it to Shuei-Ro. Once again, she was taken aback. Having been imprisoned by the serpent for days, she was intimately familiar with its aura and magical power. This inner core, radiating with a malevolent energy, could only belong to that despicable creature. In that moment, it dawned on her that this man, seemingly of the acquired stage, was indeed the one who had slain the black serpent. Thank you for avenging me. This is your reward. The water spirit, known for their inherent kindness and simplicity, gazed at him with burgeoning affection in her cerulean eyes. Hanzei found himself even more enamored with this adorable little being. Thank you. This treasure is incredibly useful to me, he replied, marveling at the water spirit's gift. I'm glad you like it, Shuei-Ro said, her delicate face flushing with joy, knowing how hard she had worked to conjure it. Seeing Hanzei's delight made her heart soar, reflecting her pure and innocent nature. Big brother, how did you manage to slay that dreadful black serpent? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Hanzei had been unsure how to respond, as revealing his methods suddenly seemed rather abrupt. However, the water spirit had inadvertently paved the way for him. Upon asking, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. Realizing that every individual had their secrets, and sharing them with outsiders was typically discouraged. Yet her desire to understand the truth was overwhelming, leaving her with a conflicted expression. Hanzei, unable to suppress a smile, said, I possess a secret treasure that can unleash immense magical power. Shuei-Ro's eyes sparkled with inquisitiveness upon hearing his words. I can take you inside to see it, if you wish, Hanzei offered, his smile radiant and sincere. Shuei-Ro felt her heart flutter, overwhelmed by her own infatuation. As Hanzei awaited her response, he noticed her cheeks reddening once more. After a brief pause, Shuei-Ro collected herself, deciding to play coy to navigate this situation. Can I really go in? Would it be too much trouble for you? Not at all, not at all. You'll be inside in the blink of an eye. It's exceedingly simple, he assured her. The kind-hearted water spirit was still considering Hanzei's feelings, blissfully unaware that she was gradually falling into his carefully laid trap. Very well then, Shuei-Ro acquiesced, unable to suppress her curiosity about the treasure that could vanquish the loathsome serpent. Relax, do not resist, Hanzei softly instructed. Shuei-Ro nodded, signaling her understanding. With his mental energy enveloping her, this was his first time bringing someone into the realm of infinite laws. The scenery shifted, and they instantly entered this mystical realm. Shuei-Ro blinked her azure eyes in disbelief, her expression frozen in astonishment. Where's this? What kind of treasure is this? How did I even get here? Am I dreaming? A flood of questions surged through her mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. At that moment, a powerful pressure enveloped them. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzei dropped a drop of his blood onto Shuei-Ro's forehead. In an instant, a crimson light erupted. As he utilized his control over the realm of infinite laws to infuse his blood into her spiritual consciousness. You have successfully tamed the pet water spirit, Shuei-Ro. You have acquired all attributes and skills of the water spirit, Shuei-Ro. As Shuei-Ro's gaze transformed from calm to one of fervent admiration, she respectfully bowed. I have met my master. Hanzei lifted her with a wave of his hand. From now on, you may call me brother. Thank you, big brother. You are truly handsome, Shuei-Ro exclaimed, causing Hanzei to blush at the compliment from the charming little spirit. Big brother, where is this place? Shuei-Ro inquired, drawing ever closer to him, as if she had already begun to see him as family. Her complete loyalty reflected her innocent and endearing nature, filling her heart with both reverence and affection. This is my world, the realm of infinite laws. Shuei-Ro stared in astonishment, her eyes reflecting a sense of disbelief. Having subdued Shuei-Ro, it was time for him to return. The water from the lake connected to the great river, and Hanzei observed that the influx into his space showed no signs of diminishing. It was nearly sufficient, prompting him to cease his efforts. This location could serve as an excellent fishing spot, and he had yet to craft a fishing rod from the blueprints he possessed. What a delightful indulgence it would be to come here and fish leisurely. While others were diligently leveling up and slaying monsters, he relished the joys of life, certain to astonish everyone around him. This was his guilty pleasure, and he found it quite amusing. He would let the wind and thunder mantis capture the magical beasts, for he had his own plans. Hanzei intended to catch a few fish, planning to savor a fresh fish dinner. With his Shui-Ro spell and the treasure, the water spirit pearl, he could now dive directly into the lake to catch fish. However, he decided against it, opting instead for the more leisurely pursuit of fishing, as he had ample time to spare. Fishing rod. Quality, elite. Consumption, 10 units of wood, 5 units of silk thread, 2 units of iron ore, 3 units of copper ore. After contemplation, Hanzei chose to utilize second-tier iron thornwood, replacing the other materials, iron ore, copper ore, and silk thread, with second-tier versions as well. He commenced the crafting process. Ding! Congratulations, you have crafted a third-tier rare fishing rod, officially unlocking the crafting of third-tier fishing rods. A smile graced Hanzei's lips, confirming that it was indeed possible. The third-tier fishing rod held a significant probability of reeling in rare fish. The rod was of excellent quality. While it was not a combat-type item, its value was on par with that of a weapon. If used near a riverbank, it could yield an abundance of ingredients. Hanzei felled a tree and settled upon a stump to begin fishing. He prepared bait using chunks of magical beast meat, which was a potent nourishment that no creature would refuse. Casting his line, he initiated the fishing process. Before long, the bobber began to dance upon the surface, and a fish was soon caught. Hanzei quickly reeled it in, launching it onto the shore in a graceful arc, where it landed in an iron bucket he had prepared. Given his current strength, this was merely child's play. Ding! You have caught a blue-tailed carp. Hanzei filled the iron bucket with water, and the vibrant blue carp began to swim about freely. Soon, he would have fish soup to enjoy. Shui-Ro's eyes widened in wonder, pondering the taste of the soup, her expression reminiscent of a little foodie. This elicited a chuckle from Hanzei, noting that his team had gained yet another culinary enthusiast. He glanced down at his pet, Uni, who lay comfortably, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Among his many pets, she appeared to live the most lavish life. But that was only fitting, as she was his beloved little companion. Ding! You have caught a red-tailed carp. Ding! You have caught a second-tier blue-scaled fish. Ding! You have caught a crucian carp. Ding! You have caught a black fish. Ding! You have caught a grass carp. It seemed the magical fish in this lake had likely been devoured by the black flood dragon, with ordinary fish serving as its reserve food supply. Now all of it belonged to him. Having caught enough, Hanzei decided to cease fishing. After all, sustainable development was key. There was no need to deplete the resource entirely, lest he find himself without fish in the future. He then stored all the magical beasts captured by the wind and thunder mantis into the infinite realm. Tonight, he planned to craft a special talisman. With the fish placed in the infinite realm, he and the new member, Shui-Ro, made their way home. On the journey back, Hanzei opened 3 wooden treasure chests, 5 black iron chests, 1 bronze chest, and 2 silver chests. The attributes crystal stones had exceeded 2,000, with various materials amassing over 10,000 after a hundredfold amplification. With the infinite realm at his disposal, he could freely open materials without concern for storage space. However, as he traversed the hillside, Hanzei suddenly sensed something amiss. The ground seemed to tremble beneath him. Fixing his gaze upon the slope, golden letters materialized before his eyes. Mountain Giant. Attributes: Earth Strength. Combat Power: C. Level: Chi Refinement Stage, 5th layer. Talent: Bronze. Skills: Giant's Strength, Giant's Hammer, Giant's Stomp, Petrifying Skin. To his astonishment, it was a mountain giant of the giant race. Having read about them in novels, Hanzei knew they were towering figures of immense strength. While their combat prowess was not particularly formidable, their utility was vast. Hanzei contemplated the possibility of subduing it. He certainly wouldn't mind having another pet, especially since he lacked defensive skills. This formidable creature would be perfect. Summoning the infinite realm, a surge of world power immobilized the mountain giant. Fear flickered in the giant's eyes as it found itself utterly defenseless against the overwhelming force. The infinite realm proved exceptionally useful, albeit with significant consumption. He would need to use it sparingly in the future. Once species were present in the infinite realm, he could no longer employ this tactic. A drop of Hanzei's blood swiftly entered the mountain giant's consciousness. Ding! You have successfully subdued the mountain giant, acquiring its full attributes and skills. The massive hillside shifted, causing the earth to quake. The mountain giant reverted to its human form, a 13-meter-tall giant, appearing grand and robust, with a pleasantly plump visage. Shui-Ro, the water spirit, gazed in shock, unable to comprehend how a mere slope could transform into a colossal human. Could it be that the hill had attained sentience? Uni's eyes widened in astonishment, watching the approaching giant with caution. The wind and thunder mantis leaped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Hanzei. Do not strike. He is one of us. Hanze hastily intervened, aware that a confrontation would be disastrous. Although the mantis was filled with questions, it refrained from taking further action, its eyes still wary as it scrutinized the giant. Should the giant exhibit any hostility, it was prepared to pounce and obliterate the threat. The mountain giant knelt before them with a resounding thud. "Master," it intoned, its voice deep and resonant, reverberating in their ears. What a powerful voice it possessed. Hanze observed the giant intently. Its imposing stature exuded an aura of might. And while its appearance was relatively normal compared to other beasts, it paled in comparison to that of elves. "Rise, let us return home," Hanze gestured, signaling the wind and thunder mantis to lead the way. The mountain giant lifted Hanze and Shui-Ro onto its shoulder and sped forward with incredible velocity. Chapter 23. Constructing a pet training room, selling water. "Ah, this is so much fun. Brother, make the big guy run faster." Shui-Ro, typically composed, erupted with a series of exuberant shrieks, thoroughly exhilarated. Initially, she had been uneasy perched on the giant's shoulder, clutching its sleeve and demanding to be let down. However, upon experiencing the exhilarating rush of speed and the refreshing breeze, she was utterly captivated. Hanze could only shrug, bemused by the transformation of his once quiet water spirit into such a lively creature. Returning to the homestead, it was utterly impossible for the mountain giant to enter. Thus, it could only find repose in the courtyard. Nevertheless, the mountain giant's petrified skin, akin to being enveloped by a thick slab of stone, rendered it impervious to the chill. Furthermore, the giant was accustomed to lying on the ground, feeling little discomfort, as it relished the embrace of the earth. Hanze, having toiled throughout the day, was ravenous, his stomach growling in protest. He opened the culinary interface, utilizing explosive chili peppers as seasoning, and prepared a dish of boiled fish, along with a pot of fish soup specifically for you and I, who had no taste for spice. The menu also featured Hangzhou-style beef and roasted duck, though grains and noodles were currently lacking. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he possessed some grain seeds, and fortunately, he had the ability to alter them. He could plant these seeds in the realm of all methods. However, cultivating alone would be too arduous. He clearly needed to seek out a farming race, for it was impossible for him to manage alone while also focusing on his cultivation. Hanze captured images of the dishes and the fish he had just caught, adorning them with captions before posting them in the World Chat channel. Subsequently, he closed the chat interface. In the World Chat, he lamented the harshness of his current existence, questioning when it would come to an end. He had believed that upon arriving in this alternate realm, he would be the chosen one, effortlessly slaying monsters, evading dangers, surviving in the wild, and traversing the world without rivals. Yet, the reality was that he found himself hiding in a wooden cabin, unable to defeat monsters, unable to level up, with pets that were lackluster and companions equally disappointing, merely striving to survive and barely escaping death. As he reflected, he realized that Hanze had become the embodiment of his dreams. Let us rest. In dreams, anything is possible. Today, he had hunted a beast and shared the spoils with everyone. Had a prominent figure risen? Was Hanze no longer the sole powerhouse? Finally, someone had managed to overshadow him. He had insisted that slaying demon beasts was not insurmountable. Such bold claims, as if you were the one to slay them. He scoffed. "Humph, we are from the glorious nation, and that pride belongs to our entire people." His thoughts seemed deranged. It was best not to engage in conversation, lest he catch the stupidity from him. Killing one magical beast and thinking oneself invincible? Today, while leveling up, I fortuitously encountered a lake and caught some fish for a taste. With images attached, Hanze's sudden appearance shattered the tranquility of the world channel. Good heavens! While we toil to level up and battle monsters, this giant is leisurely fishing. They were participating in a survival game. Yet it felt as though Hanze was on a leisurely vacation, evoking envy. I longed to taste fish as well. "Oh, great one, bestow upon us a share? How can one be so carefree? This is utterly extravagant. I adore the great one's visage. How disgusting is that burly man upstairs? That person is a pretty boy, fair-skinned, handsome, with long legs. I feel nauseous. It turns out he is a man. Such a delicate fellow. Puffed. Hurry and leave." The atmosphere had shifted dramatically, and Hanze became the object of admiration. Just as he thought he could endure, seeing the great one's fish pushed him over the edge. He rushed to procure meat from Hanze. To his shock, the great one was indulging in boiled fish, which was excessive, yet he found himself enamored with such extravagance. Originally, conversations about Hanze had dwindled, but this image instantly captivated everyone's attention. Yo from the beautiful nation had finally slain a magical beast, albeit one that was severely injured, having lost a piece of meat to a wolf demon. He had kept only a portion for himself, selling the rest to gain some recognition in the world channel. Observing the esteemed Hanze, who received constant adulation, Yo felt an intense jealousy. Finally, An opportunity arose for him to bask in the limelight, so he reserved a single unit of meat for himself. Yet, before 2 seconds had passed, Hanze's appearance shattered Yov's fleeting joy. "Hanze, I shall rend you into pieces," Yov roared, his handsome face contorting into an expression of malice and deceit. It was merely luck that had favored him. He could not possibly be Hanze's rival. He prided himself on having a golden-tier pet and an A-grade talent. He believed himself invincible, with no one but beasts capable of challenging him. Yov had entirely overlooked the fact that the formidable beasts he deemed powerful could be effortlessly dispatched by Hanze. How could Hanze's strength possibly be inferior? He had become so consumed by his own arrogance that he failed to contemplate anything else. Stepping into the courtyard, Hanze retrieved the blueprints for the pet training room. All materials were now fully gathered. He initiated the construction. Ding! The extraordinary pet training room has been completed. The stone hut was modest, featuring a bedroom, while the exterior served as a dwelling for the wind and thunder mantis, which could not accommodate the pet training room. Thus, it was placed adjacent to the stone hut. Hanze stepped outside, and with a mere thought, the pet training room materialized beside the stone structure. Built of stone, the training room contained a designated area in the center where pets could unleash their skills, enhancing their proficiency and gaining experience. Overall, it was simple to use and structurally uncomplicated. From now on, you can train here for 2 hours daily. We can commence today. The pet training room was vast, capable of housing hundreds, allowing pets to reside there without being cramped in a single room. The pets, brimming with excitement, were curious about this new space. Hanze paid them no mind and returned to the stone hut to craft talismans. He had placed Shui Rou in the realm of all methods, just recently discovering that water sprites possessed the ability to purify water sources, eliminating the need for water purifiers. Moreover, the water purified by Shui Rou was the most natural and pristine, surpassing any water produced by purifiers. Thus, Hanze directed this young worker to commence purification. A no-cost endeavor, he could easily resell the materials, making the water sprite an invaluable asset. Hanze opened the trading channel and listed all the purified water in his shop. Seller: Hanze, items for sale. Purified water 100 milliliters. Trading requirements: 10 units of iron ore. Option 1, 10 units of copper ore. Option 2, 100 units of wood. Option 3, 100 units of stone stock, 10,000. With all the water listed, Hanze promptly closed the trading panel. In the 24th chapter, the drawing of talismans commenced. Hanze had once again listed purified water. Heavens, so much purified water. Hurry and seize it. Is Hanze no longer selling meat, but now offering water? Hanze is truly impressive. Embarking on the purified water business. First selling meat, now water. How greedy. Why not share some with me? Purified water? That's splendid. I drank contaminated water yesterday and am still suffering from an upset stomach. Rather than continuing to draw ordinary fireball talismans, Hanze produced 100 sheets of advanced talisman paper and entered the realm of all methods. He intended to craft summoning talismans. Summoning talismans are categorized into 19 tiers according to the level of the summoned beasts, with additional classifications for spirit beasts and celestial beasts. Such summoning talismans are among the most challenging to create, and their success rate is alarmingly low unless one possesses the teachings of ancient sages. Creating 100 sheets might yield not a single successful attempt. The summoning talisman in question does not pertain to the conjuration of magical beasts from other realms, as is customary in the world of sorcerers. Rather, it facilitates a random summoning, wherein the type of summoned creature is only discernible upon successfully capturing it. This talisman serves as a pre-established cage, wherein the summoned beast is sealed before use, allowing its release from confinement at the opportune moment. Generally, as long as the summoned creature remains alive, the talisman retains its efficacy. However, this is specifically applicable to Hanze. For others, the effectiveness of their summoning talismans is not so assured. The inadequacies of the defensive talismans lead to the summoned beasts breaking free after merely 2 or 3 appearances, resulting in the talismans shattering after several uses. Since they rely solely on the strength of the defensive formations, the untamed nature of the summoned beasts remains unchanged, preserving their ferocity and thus rendering them quite formidable. After all, possessing a summoning talisman permanently enhances one's combat prowess, which undoubtedly drives up its market value. Oh, the prospect of profit beckons once more. Nevertheless, he would refrain from producing such talismans at present, for enhancing others' strength holds no relevance for him. It is only after the initiation period concludes, when the inept are eliminated, that he plans to sell them. He intends to refrain from selling extraordinarily powerful beasts, opting instead for lower-tier summoned creatures. In doing so, their combat abilities would not drastically increase, yet they would possess sufficient strength to ensure their survival. This is the ideal outcome. As for timing, it is a trivial matter for Hanze. who possesses a marked system. He is motivated to assist those individuals for 3 reasons. First, they are compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom. It is only fitting to extend aid, as they are not rivals, and he intends to profit from them in the future. Second, many among them are exceptionally talented, yet their unfortunate affinity for subpar pets has led to their untimely demise, such a waste, as they represent the backbone of strength. Third, fostering unity among the people of the Dragon Kingdom is paramount, with the aim of expelling players from other nations. This is the most crucial point and aligns with Hanze's future plans. He remains unaware of how many planets will host this game or how the future may unfold. Yet he recalls the adage, "Those who are not of my race will inevitably harbor different intentions." This sentiment is etched in his mind. Confrontation is inevitable. Thus it is prudent to prepare in advance. Beautiful nation, Japan, cleanse your necks and await my arrival. Subsequently, Hanze commenced the drawing of summoning talismans. Ding. Would you like to expend 100 skill points to illuminate the Advanced Summoning Beast Talisman? Yes. Ding. The Advanced Summoning Beast Talisman has been illuminated. The infusion of knowledge surged once more, as Hanze felt a wave of familiar memories coalesce in his mind. He did not cease his endeavors. Proceeding to illuminate all other first-tier talismans: Illumination Talisman, Healing Light Talisman, Fire Shield Talisman, Water Barrier Talisman, Water Mist Talisman, Fire Circle Talisman, Earth Shield Talisman, Ground Tremor Talisman. Healing Talisman, Leaf Dance Talisman. Ding. Would you like to expend 10 skill points to illuminate the Illumination Talisman, Healing Light Talisman, Fire Shield Talisman, Fire Circle Talisman, Water Barrier Talisman, Water Mist Talisman, Earth Shield Talisman, Ground Tremor Talisman, Healing Talisman, Leaf Dance Talisman? Illuminate. Ding. The illumination of 10 talismans has succeeded. Having illuminated another 10 talismans, he chose not to illuminate others, such as Lightning Talisman or Thunderstrike Talisman, as they were unnecessary for his purposes. After the illumination, Hanze quietly absorbed the knowledge within his mind until he felt completely familiarized, devoid of any sense of obscurity or unfamiliarity, before commencing the drawing of talismans. Rather than starting with the summoning talisman, Hanze opted to first draw lower-tier talismans. As his proficiency increased, the success rate for drawing summoning talismans would rise substantially. Hanze returned to the stone chamber, casting aside distractions, and began to concentrate on drawing talismans. Hundredfold amplification activated. 1. Number of talismans drawn, 100. 2. Quality of talismans drawn, 100. Ultimately, Hanze resolved to select the first option, as quantity was paramount at this stage. A hundredfold quality would be beyond anyone's means. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn 100 illumination talismans. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn 100 healing light talismans. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn 100 healing talismans. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn 100 water barrier talismans. Fully engrossed in his talisman drawing, time seemed to elapse swiftly. As he grew increasingly adept, the time required to draw a talisman diminished from 30 seconds to merely 5 seconds. This significantly optimized his efficiency. Hanze sensed that he could draw even faster. Should a cultivator overhear this, they might very well be driven to the brink of fury. 5 seconds to draw a talisman, and he still deemed it slow. Unbelievable. Hanze's speed escalated as he felt he was on the cusp of achieving yet another reduction in time. He devoted all his mental faculties to the art of talisman drawing. Ding. Congratulations, your proficiency has reached its zenith, advancing you to a second-tier talisman master. In an instant, the transparent barrier within his mind shattered. He felt a remarkable clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. Many previously perplexing questions suddenly became clear. The array of second-tier talismans expanded, including Water Arrow Talisman, Light Arrow Talisman, Blessing Talisman, Explosion Talisman, Binding Talisman, Freezing Talisman, Ice Shield Talisman, Invisibility Talisman, Poison Mist Talisman, among others. In terms of both potency and quantity, second-tier talismans were significantly more formidable. Hanze now had a wider selection of talismans at his disposal. He illuminated all of them, recognizing the immense practicality of second-tier talismans, which could also serve as defense for his own pets even if he chose not to sell them. He illuminated over 300 second-tier talismans, expending more than 3,000 skill points. Second-tier talismans are 10 times the cost of first-tier talismans. While they are expensive, their effects are also considerably more powerful. Overall, he did not incur a loss, but rather profited. As night descended, all were enveloped in a shroud of darkness. All players instinctively returned to their abodes. The majority opened the world chat channel, for it was here that they could momentarily find solace. This was the last flicker of comfort for all striving players. Chapter 25, Third-Tier Talisman Master, Skill Points. With a flourish, golden light cascaded through the room, illuminating it as brightly as day. Having broken through to the rank of second-tier talisman master, his speed in drawing talismans accelerated even further. From 5 seconds per talisman, he now achieved the remarkable feat of drawing one in just 2 seconds. In a minute, he could create 30 talismans. In an hour, that amounted to 1,800, yielding a hundredfold amplification of 180,000. Ding! Your professional proficiency has reached its peak, advancing you to a third-tier talisman master. Attaining the status of a third-tier talisman master requires reaching the golden core realm, at which point one can commence the drawing of such talismans. His spiritual power is 100-fold that of others, making the creation of third-tier talismans a trivial endeavor. With the illumination of skill points, the need for comprehension is eliminated. He simply picks up his brush and draws, as if he had crafted millions or even tens of millions of talismans. As long as his proficiency suffices, he can upgrade immediately. Thus, Hanze finds himself devoid of any limitations. Among third-tier talismans, there exists a notably renowned talisman, the Space Talisman. This talisman allows for the storage of items, requiring the infusion of spatial energy into the talisman, which he can directly accomplish using the divine realm of all laws. In the realm of myriad laws, the divine creator, as the Genesis deity of this world, possesses the innate ability to manipulate the forces of space at will. Though his current spatial capabilities are limited, he can sufficiently craft spatial talismans. In a game world devoid of space, the demand for such talismans is undoubtedly immense. The potential for profit is staggering. Yet, he chooses not to sell them just yet. Maximizing gains will require waiting until the moment of greatest need arises. When they can hunt magical beasts but find themselves without storage, they will be compelled to capture a creature and return home before continuing their pursuits. At that juncture, offering the spatial talismans will elucidate their true value, earning him not only respect but also financial gain. He desires both reputation and wealth. There is no urgency to create the spatial talismans just yet. Instead, he focuses on crafting second-tier talismans to accumulate proficiency. He has reached the point where he can create 1 talisman per second, which is the fastest he can achieve, having halved the time required after an hour. His proficiency is once again at its zenith, yet he refrains from advancing to a 4th-tier talisman master. The transition from 3rd to 4th tier represents a qualitative leap, one that cannot be attained merely through the accumulation of spiritual energy. The same principle applies to talisman masters. The journey from 1st to 3rd tier encompasses the ranks of novice talisman masters, while the 4th to 6th tiers denote intermediate mastery, and the 7th to 9th tiers signify advanced mastery. The progression from novice to intermediate is a significant transformation, and he is not yet ready for such an advancement. Hanze has no intention of hastily ascending to 4th tier status. Instead, he continues to amass proficiency. With his current expertise sufficient, he commences the crafting of summoning talismans. With divine brush in hand, he channels his spiritual energy and makes a point in the air. Streams of golden light materialize, coalescing beneath his brush as he deftly creates golden imprints. Hanze concentrates intently, wary of any distractions. Gradually, he draws the talisman with unwavering steadiness. A tremor could spell disaster. He constructs it with golden spiritual energy, ensuring that the magical beast cannot escape. The challenge lies in the heaviness of the golden energy, making the process more arduous than when using wood or water energies. With every movement, the golden essence thickens, enveloping the space in a radiant brilliance that is almost blinding. As he nears completion, he casts a high-grade talisman paper, sealing the imprints within. Hanze raises his gaze and selects a powerful boar. In an instant, the boar is enveloped by an immense force, rendering any resistance futile as it is sealed within the talisman. Ding! Congratulations on successfully crafting the Strength Boar Summoning Talisman. Strength Boar Summoning Talisman. Level: 1st tier talisman. Effect: input mana to activate a 1st layer chi refining Strength Boar, enhancing its strength by 10. Lifespan: until the Strength Boar's demise. This is an exceptional summoning talisman, capable of augmenting the Strength Boar's power by 10, affecting all attributes and even skill effects. Its combat prowess far exceeds that of a typical 3rd-tier Strength Boar. Having captured numerous low-tier magical beasts, Hanze proceeds to craft additional 1st-tier summoning talismans for wind wolves, fire monkeys, fire sparrows, explosive rabbits, fire snakes, poison bugs, jackals, and water turtles. These creatures are all at the 2nd and 3rd layers of chi refinement, making them ideal for sale, as he has not captured any stronger beasts. Having completed the talismans, Hanze refrains from further drawing, opting for a balanced approach of work and rest. Today, he also acquired a plethora of seeds, prompting him to venture into the courtyard to plant sun mushrooms. By nightfall, he anticipates a bountiful harvest of solar energy. With only 100 seeds, he swiftly concludes the planting. Sun mushroom. Tier: 1st tier level 1. Growth: juvenile phase. Lifespan, permanent. Skill, generates solar energy, initially producing 50 points of solar energy per hour, increasing to 100 points after 2 hours. Unlocking other plant illustrations and enabling other plants to level up. Upgrade, 100 points of solar energy required for level 2. After planting the sun mushrooms, Hanzei plants pea shooter seeds in front of them. Soon enough, he has cultivated 100 pea shooters. Pea shooter, tier, first tier level 1. Growth, juvenile phase. Lifespan, permanent. Skill, capable of firing peas to attack enemies, shooting 1 pea per second, with a maximum range of 15 meters. Upgrade, 100 points of solar energy required for level 2. Suddenly, Hanzei recalls the Rain of Spirits technique, which can accelerate plant growth by 10. Ding. Level 1 skill Rain of Spirits has been activated. Ding. Consuming 2 skill points, Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Consuming 3 skill points, Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to level 3. Ding. Consuming 4 skill points, Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to level 4. Ding. Consuming 9 skill points, Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to level 9. Ding. Rain of Spirits has reached its first tier limit. Ding. Would you like to consume 100 skill points to advance to second tier? He opts for the upgrade. Ding. Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to a second tier spell. Ding. Consuming 11 skill points, Rain of Spirits has been upgraded to second tier level 1. Hanzei expends 124 skill points to elevate Rain of Spirits to second tier level 9. Advancing to the third tier requires 500 skill points. Strengthening it to third tier level 9 consumes 229 skill points. The leap to the fourth tier necessitates 1,000 skill points. And enhancing it to fourth tier level 9 demands 15 skill points. Hanzei feels almost numbed by the expenditure, yet he finally elevates Rain of Spirits to level 9. The total skill points consumed from 1st to 9th tier amount to a staggering 100 points, while it requires only a single point to activate skills. The costs for advancement are truly daunting. This is merely a first tier skill, and the consumption is already extraordinary. As the tier increases, so too does the cost of breakthroughs. Chapter 26. The Rain of Spirits nourishes the spirit fields. Reaching the 9th tier skill is sufficient. There is no need for further advancement expenditures. Rain of Spirits technique. Level, 9th tier level 9. Quality, exceptional human tier spell. Effect, upon use, spiritual energy transforms into spiritual rain, falling within a kilometer radius, converting the land into spirit fields and increasing plant growth speed tenfold. Truly formidable. The skill points have not been squandered. With a tenfold acceleration in plant growth, he can endlessly transform the land into spirit soil. It is indeed a remarkable human tier exceptional spell. The tiers of spells are classified as human tier, profound tier, earth tier, heaven tier, immortal tier, and divine tier. Advancing a human tier spell to profound tier requires a substantial number of skill points. However, it is not strictly necessary to enhance. He could directly exchange for spirit level or immortal level skills and gradually practice until he eventually breaks through to the profound tier. Having experienced the convenience of skill points, he cannot bear the thought of practicing at a leisurely pace. Rain of Spirits technique. Hanzei unleashed his magic, and an incredibly rich aura of life descended upon the land. The essence of wood had reached its utmost intensity, and droplets of spiritual rain cascaded down to the earth. Instantly, the soil appeared to transform from decay into something miraculous. Each droplet of spiritual rain was imbued with an extraordinarily potent wood essence, nurturing vibrant life wherever it fell, causing a revival of all things. The sheer magnitude of this phenomenon was truly astounding. Hanzei was left speechless, utterly shocked by the explosive efficacy of the magic. In just 20 minutes, all the pea shooters and sun mushrooms had entered their growth phase. The results were astonishing. However, the sunflowers still could not produce sunlight energy. Without the sun at night, they were unable to absorb solar rays, making the generation of solar energy impossible. Hanzei gazed at the sunflowers, deep in thought. Suddenly, a golden inscription appeared. Using the illumination talisman allows sunflowers to produce sunlight energy for 1 hour during the night. Such a boon. Hanzei was utterly astounded by the system's generosity. The illumination talisman was remarkably easy to draw, and with 5 hours until dawn, Hanzei utilized 500 talismans to fully empower 100 sunflowers. The talismans were virtually worthless, while each sunflower could generate 100 points of sunlight energy per hour. 500 talismans exchanged for 50,000 points of sunlight energy. What a tremendous profit! As the plants continued to absorb the nutrients from the spiritual rain, Hanzei prepared to return to his stone house and commence his cultivation. Suddenly, a loud bang made him turn his head. A familiar black figure, clad in a suit of dark armor, emanated a cloud of black mist. He appeared even more imposing than before, leaving Hanzei in a state of shock. The skeletal general did not linger, seemingly offering a greeting. It was hard to articulate, but Hanze sensed a connection. The general threw a skeleton soldier toward the shield as if to acknowledge him. An army vanished in an instant. Had it not been for the soul crystal, he might have thought himself dreaming or hallucinating. Disappearances were fine. They would meet again sooner or later. Hanze had initially believed that the thunderous baptism had obliterated these skeletal soldiers, but it seemed he had underestimated them. Not only were they unscathed, but their strength had also increased. It was uncertain when he would encounter them again. Perhaps they would return the following night. Upon returning to the stone house, he began his cultivation. The spiritual energy in the air was exceptionally dense today, far superior to that of the previous day. This was a sign that this area was becoming a cultivation zone. For reasons unknown, he felt that there was a deeper significance to this phenomenon, though it was not something he could comprehend at present. He focused his mind and calmed his spirit, entering a meditative state. Under the enhancement of a hundredfold increase, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared above Hanze's head. Successfully refined spiritual energy. Energy 100, hundredfold increase. Successfully refined spiritual energy. Energy 100, hundredfold increase. Successfully refined spiritual energy. Energy 100, hundredfold increase. Player Hanze's cultivation level reached the 6th layer of postnatal, rewarded with 60, 000, 600, 100 skill points. Player Hanze's cultivation level reached the 9th layer of postnatal, rewarded with 90, 000, 900, 100 skill points. Ding! You have broken through to the 1st layer of innate, rewarded with 500, 000 skill points. With the aid of the energy vortex, Hanze's cultivation soared like a train racing forward. Before long, he had broken through to the chi refinement stage. Yet, the ascent did not cease. The spiritual energy continued to rise, and under the hundredfold enhancement, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket's ascent. Benefiting from this boost, both Shuei-Ro and UNI reaped significant rewards. After a night of cultivation, Hanze's level advanced from the 5th layer of postnatal to the 8th layer of chi refinement, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement. Even so, with the hundredfold enhancement, Hanze's power far surpassed that of other players. The dawn broke, signaling the start of a new day. It was time once again for the cyclical routine of monster hunting and leveling up. But first, breakfast awaited. Braised beef, roasted lamb, and braised chicken. This era was abundant in meat. He needed to quickly find allies and commence cultivating crops. The Thunder Mantis, charged with electricity, approached the seeds and inadvertently charred them. Moreover, the handless Thunder Mantis found planting to be exceedingly troublesome. Therefore, Hanze prepared 1,000 servings of stewed meat for the Thunder Mantis. As he began to eat, Hanze did not forget to take a photo and post it in the World Chat channel to enhance his notoriety. In this snapshot, he included both UNI and Shuei-Ro. A glorious day commenced with a hearty meal of stewed meat, accompanied by an image. "Oh my, the big shot is showing off again," exclaimed a user. "What a cute cat he's holding. Is that a cat from Cat Planet? I'm in love. Look at the meat. It looks so delicious. I'm so tired of grilled meat. I demine all day for a chance to eat stewed meat." Did you see the little girl beside the big shot? She can't be older than 10. So delicate and easy to topple. The big shot truly knows how to enjoy himself. I want a woman too. Enough. That little girl is mine. I'm willing to trade a crystal just for one night. Do you dare covet the big shot's woman? You must be tired of living. Hanze, I formally demand you send that little girl to me, or I will raise your home. Shameless scoundrel. Do you think the big shot cares about your crystal? When have the Japanese ever claimed anything? You're just a fool trying to act tough. Not having closed the World Chat channel, Hanze caught sight of a certain Japanese player who had been slandering him previously and now dared to draw attention to himself. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Hanze meticulously recorded the names of those Japanese players who dared to speak out and blacklisted them all. Did they truly believe Hanze was a Buddha without temper? Chapter 27, Game Update. Prepare to face my wrath. But first, Hanze needed to fill his belly. During the novice period, he was unable to attack others' homes. Your life has 5 days left. 4 days hence will be your demise. Meow? What? Want to level up? Meow? You're too weak. Leveling up will be very slow. Isn't it better if I protect you? Meow? Meow 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 meow. Alright. I'll take you to level up. From now on, we'll fight side by side. Uni's eyes sparkled, filled with stars, as brilliant as the Milky Way. She no longer wished to be merely his adorable companion. She aspired to stand alongside the Thunder Mantis and the others, to assist him, and to stand by his side rather than merely hiding in his embrace when danger approached. She, too, possessed her own dignity. How could she resign herself to being merely a decorative piece? Was there any way for the system to enhance UNI's strength? Hanze communicated with the system. Skills could be purchased, physiques transformed, and high-level magic learned. Hanze's eyes widened in shock. He had never considered that the skill tree could be utilized in this manner. Immediately, he took UNI into the realm of all methods. This marks the first time that UNI has ventured into this realm. Although she was aware that her master often vanished mysteriously, she had not anticipated the vastness of this space. Is this another world? This is my domain, known as the divine realm of 10,000 laws. In the future, you may cultivate and hone your skills here. This realm is forged from divine essence, where divine power is transformed into spiritual energy with minimal consumption. A mere fragment of divine power can generate an abundance of rich spiritual energy, which is in no short supply for Hanzei. Beyond the conversion of divine power, the divine realm of 10,000 laws also absorbs the energy that drifts through space. Over time, quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations, thereby evolving the entire realm. The denser the spiritual energy in a particular area, the more it will amplify within the divine realm. Thus, the spiritual energy within will always surpass that of the external world. A world? A divine realm? My master can actually create a world. UNI was utterly astonished. Her master was indeed formidable, capable of crafting an entire realm. Her admiration for Hanzei, already profound, deepened further, igniting an overwhelming infatuation. The fact that her master brought her here must signify her importance to him, she mused. Unbeknownst to her, Hanzei was entirely focused on selecting her talents and divine abilities, her physique, skills, and ultimate moves. Soon, he had arranged a comprehensive set of both offensive and defensive attributes and skills for UNI. Radiant holy body, capable of cultivating to celestial level. This physique enhances fivefold in areas illuminated by light. Aptitude, 50, root bone, 50, spirit, 50, comprehension, 50, light spirit root, 100, activation cost, 10,000 skill points. Holy flame, a low-tier divine ability that can be learned with the radiant holy body. When the holy flame descends, it dispels all darkness in the world. The power of light can not only save lives, but also incinerate all foes. Activation cost, 500 skill points. Holy Light Shield, a level 9 skill that utilizes holy light for defense. The more spiritual power infused, the higher the shield's defensive strength. Activation cost, 9 skill points. These three abilities complement each other harmoniously. The holy flame can both attack and heal, proving lethal to dark creatures. It can be a tool for salvation or destruction, dependent solely on the wielder's choice. Coupled with the shield and the radiant holy body, she would undoubtedly be capable of defeating higher-level foes. Of course, Hanzei also desired to learn these skills through his pet. He realized he should acquire more pets, as teaching them would allow him to gain skills as well. Spending a single skill point to yield double the combat power was a proposition too enticing to resist. Ding. Would you like to spend 10,000 skill points to exchange the radiant holy body for your pet, the magical cat? Ding. Would you like to spend 500 skill points to exchange the holy flame for your pet, the magical cat? Ding. Would you like to spend 9 skill points to exchange the level 9 skill, Holy Light Shield, for your pet, the magical cat? Exchange. 3 beams of golden light surged from the world skill tree, flying to UNI's side and merging into her body. Ding. Your pet is evolving. Time required, 24 hours. Very well. Transforming one's physique is no trivial matter. Hanzei had long been prepared for this, allowing UNI to evolve here. He departed from the divine realm of 10,000 laws. The Dragon Abyss Forest was shrouded in a luminous barrier, rendering entry impossible at this moment. Hanzei could sense the rich essence of heaven and earth within. The essence could restore vitality, and as long as it was present, recovery was merely a matter of time. Hanzei chose not to dwell on it. The barrier would eventually lift, though he was curious about what changes it might bring. The spot where he had subdued the giants lay ahead, beyond which was a forest of jagged stones. Hanzei intended to test his luck there, hoping to encounter a member of the giant race. With the end of the novice period looming in 7 days, he needed to fortify his stronghold. Otherwise, in his current humble abode, even his strength would not suffice to stave off disaster. At that moment, the giant race held a significant advantage, being towering figures of several meters in height and possessing immense strength, ideal for constructing walls. Upon entering the forest of jagged stones, Hanzei felt a twinge of disappointment as no giants were in sight. Had he been too greedy? Giants were social creatures, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter a solitary one. Yet, Hanzei remained undeterred. There were still treasure chests to be discovered, so his visit was not entirely in vain. As he moved among the rugged stones, Hanzei arrived at the location of the first treasure chest. Next to the black iron chest stood a stone beast. Hanzei gazed at the beast, and golden characters appeared before him. Stone beast, attribute, earth, stone. Combat power, D. Level, second layer of chi refinement. Aptitude, black iron. Skills, charge, stun, earth control. A cluster of disjointed rocks floated in the air, featureless and devoid of eyes or ears. Hanzei unleashed a thunderstrike, a sphere of lightning hurtling towards the stone beast. With its low power and sluggish speed, the creature fell instantly to a single blow, a heap of stones collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the stone beast and earned 1 skill point. Skill points? Hanzei was taken aback. Why did defeating monsters yield skill points? Host, you have entered the second stage of the game, unlocking certain functions ahead of time. Due to your binding with a special item, the world skill tree, the skill point reward mode has been activated. Goodness! Hanzei was so elated, he could have leapt for joy. He had been worried about the high cost of skill points, only to discover that the game had updated to reward skill points for monster kills. With this, as long as he continued to slay beasts, he would no longer need to fret over insufficient skill points. In the second stage of the game, skill points were awarded. What rewards might ordinary players receive? Regardless of what was offered, players who survived the novice period and defended their homes would undoubtedly see a significant increase in power. He, too, needed to exert greater effort. Fortunately, with the early unlock of the game update, he had a 5-day advantage over others. Moreover, with skill points as a reward, he would surely surpass the masses. Chapter 28. Triggering the Crimson Nest. Hanzei calmed his excited heart and approached the black iron treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained 5,000 units of stone, 300 units of iron ore, and 400 units of copper ore. Better than nothing. He pressed on to confront the stone beast again. His gaze toward the creature shifted, now viewing it as a moving skill point. With a surge of lightning, hundreds of thunderstrike spheres manifested around Hanzei, each amplified 100-fold. Any stone beast he encountered was obliterated in an instant. As he traversed the forest of jagged stones, the ground bore the scars of his thunderous onslaught, each explosion leaving behind vast craters. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the stone beast and earned 1 skill point. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the stone beast and earned 1 skill point. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the stone beast and earned 1 skill point. Hanzei charged through the forest like an unparalleled thunder god, rampaging into the heart of the rocky domain. As he drew closer to the central area, the levels of the stone beasts and wolf demons began to rise, leading to an increase in the skill points he earned. System, why isn't the hundredfold amplification triggered? Host, the level of the beast you have slain is too low. You must defeat 100 to trigger the hundredfold amplification talent. My goodness, 100 to trigger it just once. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. These stone beasts were indeed of a very low level. If one were to slay a single beast and earn 100 skill points, one could effortlessly amass unparalleled power. There is no need to dwell on such trivial matters. The skill points already acquired are a substantial reward, and one must avoid excessive greed. As he ventured into the central region, the level of the demon beasts gradually ascended to the 4th tier of chi refinement. Upon defeating a stone beast, the skill points garnered increased to 4 or 5. Yet, these demon beasts were still swiftly annihilated by Hanzei. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the stone beast, earning 4 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the stone beast, earning 5 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the stone beast, earning 5 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the stone beast, earning 4 skill points. Hanzei ascended the mountain, transforming everything in his wake into skill points. He encountered several treasure chests, which were merely black iron and wooden chests, providing him with ample materials for fortifications. Upon reaching the summit, 2 silver chests came into view. This marked the second time he had encountered silver chests. Golden text appeared above. 2 silver chests contained some attribute crystals and 3 blueprints. Indeed, treasures above the bronze level are bound to yield crystals and blueprints. Beside the chests stood 3 stone beast bosses. These creatures not only bore a striking resemblance to one another, but their attributes were also identical. Great Stone Beast, attributes, Earth. Stone Combat Power, C, level, 8th layer of Chi Refinement, qualification. Silver Lord skills, Stone Hammer, Earthbound Turbulence, Stone Throwing, Fusion. The skill of Fusion instantly clarified its purpose to Hanzei. Although they were of the same level, their combat power was utterly incomparable. Hanzei wisely refrained from underestimating them. He unleashed a flurry of several hundred thunder explosions upon the 3 bosses. The sky erupted with thunder and lightning, engulfing the entire mountaintop in a cataclysmic explosion. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Great Stone Beast, earning 8,100 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Great Stone Beast, earning 8,100 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Great Stone Beast, earning 8,100 skill points. Hanzei had overly esteemed the Great Stone Beasts. Under the barrage of 100 thunder explosions, they were reduced to mere fragments. The mountaintop was shrouded in a mist of thunder, and as the haze dissipated, a massive cave entrance emerged at the epicenter of the devastation. Ding! All Rock Mountain demon beasts have been defeated, triggering a special synthesis. Would you like to synthesize a high-level treasure chest? Synthesize. The last synthesis had yielded a pet, piquing Hanja's interest in this triggered synthesis. Ding! Would you like to open the high-level treasure chest? Open. Ding! Acquired blueprint for the stone beast. Ding! Would you like to learn the stone beast blueprint? Learn. Stone beast. Material consumption. 10 units of stone, 1 earth crystal. Hanja had no intention of crafting it at present. As the stone beast held no utility for him now, he would save it for a later time. He examined the cave entrance, from which billowed plumes of dark mist, clearly indicating the presence of numerous demon beasts within. Any ordinary person would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. However, for Hanja, this was akin to a naturally occurring treasure trove of skill points. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the cave. Ding! You have entered the Crimson Nest. Please proceed with caution. Hanja activated a light talisman, illuminating the exceedingly dim cave. Along the walls, he spotted a human skeleton ensnared in cobwebs, with grotesque liquid oozing from the walls. He suppressed his sense of smell. The stench was unbearable, but once muted, he felt considerably better. He continued onward when suddenly, a cobweb fell upon him, coated in slime. A bolt of lightning surged from his fingertips. The cave was too confined for thunder explosions, as it risked entombing him alive. With a flash of lightning, he shattered the cobweb, the electrifying force radiating outward and striking the creature's blood-red eyes, killing it instantly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a first-layer Crimson Spider, earning 100 skill points. A pitch-black spider's corpse fell to the ground. So this is the Crimson Spider? Quite formidable, yet with a glaring weakness. Further exploration was warranted. Thunder was evidently effective against these creatures. Before Hanja could take a few more steps, 3 Crimson Spiders lunged at him. Bolts of lightning surrounded him, yet one spider miraculously evaded the attack, while the other 2 met their demise. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a first-layer Crimson Spider, earning 10,000 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a first-layer Crimson Spider, earning 10,000 skill points. Hanja unleashed another 3 bolts of lightning, and this time the Crimson Spiders did not trigger any luck attributes, resulting in their immediate death. He reaped yet another 10,000 skill points. The ease with which he amassed skill points here was exhilarating. Hanja was on a roll, annihilating countless Crimson Spiders with his relentless, thunderous onslaught. Delving deeper into the cave, he arrived at a colossal den, where a massive Crimson Spider, visibly larger than the others, loomed over a mound of flesh that served as its sustenance. At that moment, the hulking spider fixed its gaze upon him, its eyes gleaming with excitement, as if it were eyeing its next meal. Hanja's gaze turned icy. Should it consider him prey, it would pay dearly for such a miscalculation. Chapter 29. Troops. Capture the Mountain Mouse. Crimson Harvester. Attributes. Dark. Blood. Combat Power. A level. Peak of Foundation Establishment. Qualification. Gold Skills. Bloodline Plunder. Crimson Hunt. Silk Binding. Super Reproduction. Such powerful skills, particularly Bloodline Plunder. No wonder the cave was littered with skeletons. This creature had consumed them, plundering their bloodlines to strengthen its own. It could also breed various types of Crimson Spiders. Hanja's apparent ease in dispatching them was due to his lightning-based spells, which effectively countered the Crimson Spiders, allowing him to vanquish them without utilizing even a fraction of his full potential. With this Crimson Spider, he effectively acquired a super troop. Yet, he had no intention of sparing it. Its predatory nature alone warranted its demise. Thus, it was time for it to meet its end. Standing at the cave's entrance, Hanja gathered 100 thunder explosions and hurled them at the Crimson Harvester. He then shifted into wind form to ensure his own safety. Boom, boom, boom. The cave echoed with piercing cries of anguish. While Hanja could not see the unfolding scene, he sensed the tumultuous thunder, picturing the devastation within. Even the mightiest of Crimson Spiders would be as fragile as ants under the onslaught of such lightning. Alas, Hanja's advantage in terrain was insurmountable. Ding! Congratulations on vanquishing the Peak Foundation Establishment Beast, the Crimson Harvester, and acquiring 100,000 skill points. The cave was shrouded in toxic gas and thunder, rendering it inaccessible for the time being. Turning away, he exited the underground cavern. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed 2 unopened silver chests, which Hanza casually opened. Both chests opened simultaneously. Hundredfold Amplification. Ding! Acquired 200 Earth Crystals, 100 Thunder Crystals, a blueprint for an extraordinary level pet nest, a blueprint for an extraordinary level puppet beast, and a blueprint for a rare level wall construction. Ding! Would you like to learn the extraordinary level pet nest blueprint? Ding! Would you like to learn the extraordinary level puppet beast blueprint? Ding. Would you like to learn the rare level wall construction blueprint? Learn, learn, learn. These 3 blueprints were precisely what Hanzei needed at this moment, and he was astonished that they all emerged. Pet nest. Level, extraordinary. Function, increases pet comfort. Consumption, 20 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 5 units of copper ore, 10 units of iron ore, 5 pieces of beast hide. Puppet beast. Level, extraordinary. Function, allows the selection of different puppet forms. Consumption, 100 units of iron ore, 100 units of copper ore, 1 artificial heart, and 1 attribute crystal. Wall. Level, rare. Function, protects the home. Consumption, 5,000 units of stone, 1,000 units of cement, 100 units of iron ore, 100 units of copper ore. The ability to create different forms of puppets was astounding, as they could be utilized to cultivate seeds. What precisely is this artificial heart? Hanzei's gaze fell upon the artificial heart, which shimmered with a golden light. Artificial heart, alchemical material, can be crafted using demon beast hearts, kinetic crystals. See demon tears, liquid copper metal, fire fairy flowers, energy conduction circuits, and moon crystals. Gazing at these materials left Hanzei somewhat bewildered. Perhaps he would ponder this later. If necessary, he could inquire on the World Channel. Sooner or later, he would acquire them. Upon his next visit to the underground lair, the toxic mist had dissipated, posing no threat to him. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the Crimson Lair. Would you like to synthesize a Foundation Establishment treasure chest? Synthesize. Hanzei chose to synthesize, and a Foundation Establishment treasure chest appeared in his hands. Could it be that defeating beasts above the Chi refining stage allows one to synthesize treasure chests of this caliber? This remains to be verified. Ding. Would you like to open the Foundation Establishment treasure chest? Open. Hanzei nodded affirmatively. Ding. Successfully opened the Foundation Establishment treasure chest, obtaining level 9 skill books, bloodline plunder, and super reproduction. To his astonishment, it was these 2 skills. This would enable him to create a mother beast of explosive breeding potential. However, he must not act impulsively. The efficacy of these 2 skills surpassed imagination. He must seek a remarkably powerful progenitor, lest he squanders such divine techniques. Hanzei stored his loot in his spatial realm. This trip to the Shattered Stone Mountain had proven exceptionally worthwhile. Departing from the Shattered Stone Mountain, Hanzei opened his map. The previously explored Dragon Abyss Forest was no longer useful, and many areas on the map remained shrouded in mist. Hanzei selected a location of a silver chest. Along the way, he encountered a group of reconnaissance-type demon beasts, perfect for illuminating the map. He resumed his human form and journeyed onward, exterminating demon beasts, while simultaneously, his Wind Thunder Mantis was also engaged in combat. Ding. Your pet, Wind Thunder Mantis, has slain a Chi refining stage 1 blazing rabbit, gaining 1 skill point. Ding. Your pet, Wind Thunder Mantis, has slain a Chi refining stage 1 grass snake, gaining 1 skill point. Ding. Your pet, Wind Thunder Mantis, has slain a Chi refining stage 4 white fox, gaining 1 skill point. With 100 Wind Thunder Mantises slaying monsters, Hanzei accumulated a substantial number of skill points, which constituted a considerable gain. At noon, Hanzei arrived before a cave. This was the lair of the mountain mouse, a mere ordinary Chi refining stage 1 beast, lacking in both attack and defense, rendering it virtually useless. However, they possessed a racial skill, burrowing. This skill was exceptionally useful, not only for digging tunnels, but also for gathering intelligence. While the notion of using mountain mice to construct tunnels was absurd, one would rather hire stronger beast folk. He was interested in the mountain mouse's ability to burrow, allowing him to hide in times of peril. Additionally, mountain mice were highly prolific, enabling the formation of a vast army. They could illuminate the map, while also being trained for reconnaissance. No one would suspect the presence of enemies underground. Such matters could wait. For now, he aimed to have them illuminate the map. The mountain mouse's den was quite low, and Hanzei, being tall, could not enter. He had no desire to do so. He retrieved 10 units of wood from his space and placed them at the entrance of the den, effectively covering it. Then he set it ablaze. A fierce flame erupted, and Hanzei invoked wind spells to stoke the firewood. Thick smoke billowed into the cave. Hanzei intended to smoke out these mountain mice. As the wood burned down, he added more. The cave was now pitch dark, and the air had grown exceedingly thin. At that moment, the first mountain mouse emerged, its diminutive body trembling uncontrollably. Yet it was either that or suffocate. He promptly tossed this mountain mouse into the myriad realms. With the emergence of the first mountain mouse, a steady stream followed from the cave. In just 10 minutes, Hanzei had captured over 1,000 mountain mice. Yet this was merely the beginning. The horde of mountain mice fled in droves, all captured by Hanzei. After 3 hours, the number of emerging mountain mice began to dwindle. Those remaining were either elite among their kind were already deceased. At this point, Hanzei had captured over 8,000 mountain mice, which was likely sufficient. He then entered the Myriad Realms. Chapter 30, First Alchemy. Upon entering the Myriad Realms, even those of celestial cultivation could not stand against him. As formidable as a titan, within the Myriad Realms, they could only submit to his whims. However, even powerful beings could not be compelled if they resisted internally. The Myriad Realms were thus more convenient for contracting lower-tier magical beasts. He contracted all the captured mountain mice as pets, totaling 550. Each required a drop of blood, nearly leaving him anemic. Fortunately, the mountain mouse army was now officially established. 8,000 mountain mice emerged from the Myriad Realms, their forms aligning neatly before him, their eyes ablaze with fervor and a frenzied admiration. This was the largest army he currently commanded. However, this army lacked any combat prowess, relegated solely to reconnaissance and map illumination. Nonetheless, this was no small feat. Abundant resources would also contribute to augmenting combat strength, ultimately returning the favor to him. For now, he needed only to await the results, go forth, and begin exploring the surrounding environment. Hanzei waved his hand, and the figures swiftly darted away, scattering in all directions. The mists on his map began to recede, gradually unveiling the landscape. The effect was simply remarkable, leaving Hanzei astonished. Over the past 2 days of hunting and leveling up, the Wind Thunder Mantis had become even more powerful after its evolution. However, the game has transformed into a cultivation template, and the Wind and Thunder Mantis can only gradually enhance its cultivation, which is tantamount to squandering time. Since obtaining the legacy of Shinnom, he has yet to concoct a single elixir. Now is the opportune moment to begin. He can also consume the elixirs to further his own cultivation. He opened the Alchemy Profession panel to examine the elixirs that could augment his cultivation. Hanzei selected the First Order Qi Induction Pill, which can enhance the cultivation of a Qi refinement practitioner. A single pill can provide the spiritual energy equivalent to a day's worth of cultivation for a Qi refinement cultivator. The Second Order Qi Nourishing Pill can augment a Foundation Establishment cultivator's spiritual energy for a day's cultivation. The Third Order Qi Gathering Pill can enhance the spiritual energy for a day's cultivation of a Golden Core cultivator. These 3 types of elixirs were sufficient. The others were currently unusable, and given his cultivation speed, he could at most refine the Third Order Qi Gathering Pill. Anything of higher grade would result in a slow refining speed, rendering it unworthy. Ding. Would you like to unlock the recipe for the First Order Qi Induction Pill? Ding. Would you like to unlock the recipe for the Second Order Qi Nourishing Pill? Ding. Would you like to unlock the recipe for the Third Order Qi Gathering Pill? Unlock. Hanzei replied. The 3 elixirs, previously gray, transformed into vibrant colors the moment they were unlocked. Qi Induction Pill. Level, First Order Elixir. Materials required: 1 spirit-inducing grass, 5 vines of orchid, 5 poria grass, 3 honeysuckles, and 2 fire flame grasses. Hanzei had all the necessary materials and promptly posted a request for herbs in the trading channel. He activated his alchemy skill, and a virtual alchemical furnace materialized before him, resembling a projection. He pondered how to operate it for alchemy when a line of golden text appeared before his eyes. The host may utilize mental energy to select materials for alchemy. Hanzei released his mental energy, entering the furnace's interior, and the scenery before him instantaneously shifted. Ding. Choose the type of fire seed. Consuming 100,000 skill points will activate the Endless Divine Fire. Consuming 50,000 skill points will activate the 10,000 Flame Spirit Fire. Hanzei opted for the Celestial Level Fire Seed, the Azure Lotus Sacred Fire, consuming 20,000 skill points. Once activated, an Azure Lotus appeared beneath the alchemical furnace, igniting a pale azure flame. Please select the herbs to be added and click the alchemy button to proceed. Hanzei sequentially added the materials required for the Qi Induction Pill while controlling the flame's temperature with his mental energy. Gradually, the herbs melted into a medicinal liquid. The alchemical furnace possessed an automatic refining function, so Hanzei merely needed to adjust the temperature, making it quite effortless. Once all the spiritual herbs were transformed into liquid and all impurities eliminated, Hanzei began to condense the elixir. Reciting the incantation, he rapidly formed the elixir seals with his hands. The speed was astonishing, leaving one dazzled, unable to discern the sealing techniques. The elixir was complete. Buzz. Ding. Congratulations on successfully refining the elixir, obtaining 1,100 Superior Qi Induction Pills. Superior Qi Induction Pill. Upon consumption, there is a 100 success rate for Qi induction. Cultivators may absorb spiritual energy equivalent to 2 days of cultivation without any elixir toxicity, freely usable. To think it would be a Superior Qi Induction Pill. I never expected to concoct a superior elixir on my very first attempt. Its efficacy is double that of a regular Qi induction pill and devoid of any elixir toxicity, truly deserving of the title Superior Qi Induction Pill. A full 100 Qi induction pills were stored in prepared vials. Hanzei ceased hunting and returned home to continue refining the Qi induction pills. Ding! You have successfully refined 100 Superior Qi induction pills. Alchemist proficiency has reached 1,000 points. Ding! Proficiency is now maxed. You have been promoted to second-order alchemist. Hanzei did not switch to other elixirs, but continued refining Qi induction pills, as this elixir was currently most suitable for accumulating proficiency. As he continued refining Qi induction pills, his speed increased, and the process became increasingly effortless. To advance from a second-order alchemist to a third-order alchemist required 10,000 points of proficiency. Refining Qi induction pills necessitated 10 batches. Soon, Hanzei's materials were nearly depleted, prompting him to open the trading panel and retrieve the materials for exchange. He relisted the materials needed for the second-order Qi nourishing pill. He quickly checked the trading market and discovered that someone was exchanging crystal stones for herbs. Who could be so affluent? I am unaware of the purpose of crystal stones. What are these crystal stones? Does anyone know where they originated? It feels like I am living in a different world from the big shots. To think it was the esteemed Hanzei. That realization made everything seem normal. Has the esteemed one fallen ill? Why does he need herbs? I happen to have that herb, so I won't delay. I'm off to gather herbs before the magical beasts get me. With the announcement in the World Channel, Hanzei's trading volume surged several-fold. Hanzei remained unperturbed. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and the crystal stones spent on materials would need to be returned to him multiplied several times over. Refining elixirs was far easier for him than for others. He need not worry about failure. As long as his mental energy was sufficient, he could refine a pill successfully. Before long, his alchemy proficiency was maxed out, and he began to refine the second-order Qi nourishing pill. Qi nourishing pill. Level, second order. Materials required: 1 moonlight grass, 1 unit of snowflake maple, 5 recovery grasses, 1 mountain spirit herb, and 1 mountain ginseng. While he had ample of the other herbs, the snowflake maple was limited to just 1 unit. This meant he could only refine 1 batch of Qi nourishing pills. Hanzei opened the trading records and discovered that the exchange had been made by a young girl. He added her as a friend and was instantly accepted. Bu Wei. Wow, you actually added me as a friend. I'm so excited. In a wooden cabin, a young girl was dancing with joy, her exuberance palpable. Hanzei was taken aback for a moment before inquiring. Hanzei, where did you obtain the snowflake maple? Bu Wei. Is this herb called snowflake maple? I didn't know that. Do you need it, esteemed one? Hanzei felt momentarily speechless. Chapter 31. The soldier pea shooter delivers cotton clothes. Hanzei, answer my question. Bu Wei. Okay, esteemed one, I picked it near my home. Hanzei, where is your home? Bu Wei. On the snow mountain. It's freezing here, and there's no food at all. Living on the snow mountain. It's no wonder so few people are willing to trade. Hanzei, please help me gather snowflake maple, and I will exchange it for food. Bu Wei. You are truly a good person, esteemed one. I will go gather it right away. I'm about to starve. Hanzei prepared a pot of fish soup and traded it to Bu Wei, ensuring the child had enough to eat before she went to gather materials. Selling meat could only yield quick profits, and today, there were already very few buyers for meat. After 3 days, everyone had begun to acclimate to life here. Hunting magical beasts was no longer a daunting task. Those with good talent had even started to clear out the magical beasts near their homes. Even those without exceptional talent, with pets aiding them, were not left to starve. This was an expected outcome. It was inevitable. In the future, the Hundredfold amplification would eliminate the quantity option. Once the meat was sold out, he would no longer list it for sale. The Wind and Thunder Mantis had already delivered the slain magical beasts back to the homestead and was now out once more, continuing the hunt. With a wave of his hand, he condensed treasure chests. Hanzei opened the chests one by one. Ding! Hundredfold amplification. Select 1. Level up the magical beast meat by 100-fold. Select 2. Occupational materials or blueprints. Naturally, Hanzei chose the latter. The flesh of demonic beasts can enhance one's physical attributes. However, in comparison to the second option, it pales in significance. I shall choose the latter. Ding! You have obtained 1 military badge, 200 sunshine mushroom seeds. Ding! You have acquired 1 military badge, a blueprint for a machine gun. Ding! You have received 1 military badge, a skill book for fireball. Ding! You have obtained 1 military badge, a blueprint for a crystal cup. Ding! You have received 1 military badge, a blueprint for a music box. Ding! You have obtained 1 military badge, a blueprint for a compass. Ding! You have acquired 1 military badge, a recipe for cold energy pill. Ding! Would you like to learn all the blueprints? Hanzei picked up the blueprints, casually dusted them off, and a cascade of golden light enveloped his body. In an instant, He mastered the creation of these items. Anything that would not be utilized could simply be set aside without any loss. Yet, what exactly is this military badge? Hanze was filled with curiosity. Military badge. Upon wearing this, you shall become a soldier. What is this? What purpose does becoming a soldier serve? Is there truly an army in this world? Even if there is, he has no intention of enlisting. He is here to conquer the world, and this badge is utterly incongruous with his ambitions. Hanze examined the badge from various angles, unable to discern its utility. Logically, treasures from a professional chest should yield items of necessity, at the very least, pertinent to his profession. It is improbable that it would contain anything superfluous. The host can equip it to the pea-shooter. Upon seeing the system prompt, Hanze felt even more perplexed. He proceeded to the courtyard and placed the military badge upon the pea-shooter's leaves. The pea-shooter, a vibrant green with slender stems and leaves, sported a green pea head that swayed freely, capable of firing pea projectiles, supported by two large leaves at its base. As the pea-shooter came into contact with the military badge, a transformation occurred in an instant. The military badge vanished, assimilating into the pea-shooter's form, and a soldier's cap appeared atop its head, giving it a somewhat dashing appearance. Ding! Congratulations, your pet pea-shooter has evolved into a soldier pea-shooter. Soldier pea-shooter. Level, first stage, level 1. Growth, juvenile phase. Lifespan, permanent. Skills, capable of firing peas to attack enemies, delivering 2 shots per second, with 50 attack damage and a maximum range of 30 meters. Upgrade, 150 points of sunshine energy to reach level 2. Hanze's eyes lit up. The pea-shooter had indeed evolved into a soldier pea-shooter, enhancing its ammunition count, attack damage, and range, while leveling up requires 150 points of sunshine energy. All attributes have doubled. This is a considerable boon. A total of 130 military badges were opened, equipping all pea-shooters to advance into soldier pea-shooters. By nightfall, the Wind Thunder Mantis had all returned. Hanze possessed 370 military badges, 260 various blueprints, 100 skill books, 50,000 sunflower seeds, 3,000 sunshine mushroom seeds, 2,000 pea shooters, and 18,000 nut walls. These plants could not be cultivated in his small garden. Hanze intended to plant them in the realm of all laws. Currently, within that realm, there were water sprite Shui Ro, with spirit bear and mountain giant Shanli tending to the fields, and he planned to introduce 20 wind wolves for cultivation. Such were Hanze's harvests for the day. After organizing his gains, he stowed everything into his spatial storage. The mountain mice continued their diligent work, and map expansion had not ceased. There were no casualties thus far. Furthermore, the newly cleared land would refresh treasure chests again by tomorrow, which is the most crucial aspect. There is even an iron vein. Hanze smiled with delight. Tomorrow he would mine it. Bu Wei, boss, it has grown dark, and demonic beasts are attacking. Today we have gathered 33 snowflake bell trees. Hanze, here are 30 crystal stones, 10 units of meat, and 1,000 ml of water. Bu Wei, boo-hoo. Thank you, boss, you are truly kind. And I can finally eat meat. Hanze, let us continue to work hard tomorrow. Bu Wei, you are so good to me, boss. I will definitely gather more herbs to repay you. Hanze, just call me brother from now on. Bu Wei, brother Hanze, here is a picture. Hanze opened the image, revealing a frail young girl, curled up in the cold, draped in various animal skins, evoking great sympathy. Hanze accessed his secondary profession and found the cotton coat. Cotton coat. Level, ordinary. Materials required, 10 pieces of fabric, 2 threads, 5 cotton balls. Having all the materials, Hanze clicked to craft a cotton coat. Ding. Successfully crafted 1 ordinary cotton coat. Your friend Hanze has gifted you an ordinary cotton coat. Bu Wei was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the system prompt. Her face, flushed from the cold, showed a hint of embarrassment. Did the boss really give her a cotton coat? Bu Wei felt overwhelmed with excitement, nearly brought to tears as she gazed at the coat in her hands. Once donned, the cold dissipated, leaving her feeling wonderfully warm. After being frozen for 3 days, her hands and feet were icy, and even walking had become exceedingly arduous. Boo-hoo. The boss has been so kind, gifting her a cotton coat. She vowed to repay him by serving as his maid. Bu Wei, it feels so warm. Thank you. Brother Hanze, here is a picture. Hanze opened the image to see a youthful girl, smiling radiantly. Hanze, as long as you feel warm. That's what matters. It's from the snowflake bell trees. No need to feel so moved. Chapter 32, Reaching the Limit. After speaking, Hanze closed the chat panel. He now possessed 34 snowflake bell trees, sufficient to concoct 34 chi nourishing pills. The refinement of second-tier pills is an entirely different matter from that of first-tier pills, both in complexity and in the mental energy expended. If the mental energy consumed for first-tier pill refinement is 100, then for second-tier refinement, it escalates to 2,000. A 20-fold difference. Fortunately, Hanze enjoys a 100-fold amplification. Otherwise, attempting to refine pills across tiers would be sheer folly. Hanze reviewed the steps for refining chi-nourishing pills in his mind several times until he felt he had mastered them completely, ensuring that not a single detail was overlooked. He then commenced the refining process. With the prepared materials set aside, he directed his mental energy into the pill furnace. Activating the sacred blue lotus flame, he introduced the materials, controlling the temperature with his mental energy, gradually melting them down. Hanze's mental ocean resembled an expansive sea. As his cultivation advanced, his mental power became increasingly formidable. While other prodigies reached their limits at the first tier, Hanze could effortlessly surpass 2 major tiers. A series of pill-forming seals flew directly into the furnace as Hanze executed them, and the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Ding! You have successfully refined 100 premium chi-nourishing pills. Alchemist proficiency 2,000 points. Ding! Proficiency has reached its maximum, promoting you to a third-tier alchemist. Upon ascending to the third rank of alchemy, his mental prowess surged dramatically, propelling him to transcend the chi refinement stage in an instant. Subsequently reaching the pinnacle of the foundation establishment phase, his cultivation level was merely at the 8th layer of the chi refinement stage. Yet his spiritual energy astonishingly soared to the peak of foundation establishment, and with a 100-fold enhancement, it had already attained the zenith of the golden core stage. Crafting third-tier elixirs became an effortless endeavor, though procuring the requisite materials for such potions proved to be a formidable challenge. He possessed only 2 types of materials for the gathering chi pill and had 33 sets for the nourishing chi pill, while Hanze continued his alchemical pursuits. In the world chat channel, someone remarked, "Today, I ventured out to battle monsters and finally acquired some meat, but I sustained injuries. When will I recover?" Another replied, "Why not drink some red medicine?" The first retorted, "Where would I find red medicine? I have but a thread of blood left, and I am uncertain when it will fully replenish. Since there is a blood bar, how could there not be health potions? Who knows? Perhaps the game developers forgot to include monster drops. I am willing to pay handsomely for health and mana potions. I offer 2 crystal stones. 2 is hardly a substantial offer. I shall offer 5. Indeed. Is there anyone selling potions? I am also prepared to pay generously." As Hanze engaged in alchemy, the process became increasingly effortless, his skill honed by repetition, and his mental energy flowed with grace. Ding! You have successfully crafted 100 top-tier nourishing chi pills. Alchemist proficiency 2,000 points. Ding! You have successfully crafted 100 top-tier nourishing chi pills. Alchemist proficiency 2,000 points. Ding! You have successfully crafted 100 top-tier nourishing chi pills. Alchemist proficiency 2,000 points. After completing 34 bottles of nourishing chi pills, he had a total of 3 for 100 top-tier pills, depleting all his materials. This was sufficient for his cultivation. Hanze commenced automatic alchemy, placing all gathering chi pill materials into the furnace. These were intended for sale, and the quality was of little concern. He planned to sell the gathering chi pills in a couple of days, as the game was set to update in 7 days, allowing all players to cultivate. Selling the gathering chi pills in the last 2 days would not significantly enhance his strength, but it would empty the valuable materials from others' inventories. No one could resist the allure of activating the cultivation panel. He mused, "When the time comes, I shall feign ignorance of any game updates." Without Hanze's involvement, each batch of pills required an hour to craft, yielding 100 pills per batch, enabling continuous production of gathering chi pills at a 100-fold increase, culminating in 240,000 pills in a single day. Quite impressive. He retrieved the materials from the trading panel and filled the alchemical furnace. Having completed these tasks, Hanze began to cultivate, consuming a top-tier nourishing chi pill, reserving the top-tier gathering chi pills for his pet. Wealth afforded him the luxury of treating his pet to elixirs like candy. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 2,000 spiritual energy, 100-fold enhancement. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 2,000 spiritual energy, 100-fold enhancement. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 2,000 spiritual energy, 100-fold enhancement. Player Hanze's cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage, awarding 9 million skill points. Hanze's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the chi refinement stage, and he ceased his practice. Ding! Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the novice stage. Further breakthroughs are not possible. Please await the game update to proceed. Ding! Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the novice stage. Further breakthroughs are not possible. Please await the game update to proceed. Ding! Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the novice stage. Further breakthroughs are not possible. Please await the game update to proceed. Hanze stared blankly at the system notification, astonished by how swiftly he had progressed to the upper limit of his cultivation. He couldn't help but smile, realizing he had been taken aback by the Titan, having unwittingly surged ahead of others to such a degree. Now, it seemed prudent to take a break. Even cultivation requires a balance of effort and relaxation. Pushing oneself too hard is counterproductive. He decided to upgrade his home during this time and seek out veins to forge weapons. Additionally, he could steadily advance in alchemy, pill crafting, and talisman drawing. This realization brought Hanze a sense of relief. It was time to slow his pace and proceed with caution. Ding! Host has resolved inner turmoil. Willpower 10, comprehension 10. Upon seeing the system notification, Hanze couldn't help but chuckle. Today, he opted against further cultivation. Instead, he wished for rest and sleep. Lying on his bed, he quickly drifted off, for today was a day devoid of Moon Knee's companionship. He slept soundly until dawn, his soft bed truly a comfort, and upon waking, he felt as if all ailments had vanished. What bliss! Hanze stretched and rose from bed. Moon and I had completed her advancement and was causing a ruckus in the divine realm of all laws. He promptly released her. Moon and I gazed in wonder at the familiar surroundings, then leaped into Hanze's embrace, exclaiming, "It feels like an eternity since I last saw you, my master." With an excited tone, she meowed, "Master, tell me if I've grown stronger." Hanze looked at Moon and I, and a golden text appeared. Holy Light Magical Cat. Attributes: Holy Light, Dark, Lunar. Combat Power: A. Level: 4th layer of Chi Refinement. Talent: Legendary. Skills: Rapid Enhancement, Dark Energy Sphere, Dark Moonlight Wave, Dark Claw Strike. Radiant Holy Body, Radiant Sacred Fire, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Cross/New. Hanze could scarcely recognize the little cat. The attribute panel had undergone a remarkable transformation. With holy light and dark attribute spiritual energy swirling around her, perfectly balanced by moonlight. Moon Knee's eyes had changed, one a pale gold and the other a shadowy black, embodying a fusion of angelic purity and demonic allure. "You've transformed beautifully," he remarked. Chapter 33, The Chaotic Era of the Demon Clans. Hearing her master praise her beauty, Moon and I was overjoyed, meowing incessantly. The two played on the bed for a while before heading out for breakfast. The day's agenda was light. The Wind and Thunder Mantis would continue hunting monsters to steadily gain skill points and class items. Yesterday, the Wind and Thunder Mantis had slain over 1,000 demon beasts, earning 5,000 skill points and more than 1,000 treasure chests. This income was quite promising, and he had no intention of relinquishing it. After last night's cultivation with gathering Chi pills, all Wind and Thunder Mantis had broken through to the 4th layer of Chi Refinement. The Wind Wolf Beast King had also reached the 4th layer, while the Wolf King Guards had attained the 3rd layer, and 10 others had reached the 8th layer. Currently, the Wind Wolf Beast King's squad possessed the highest strength, enabling them to explore deeper territories. The mountain mice had burrowed diligently throughout the night. When Hanze awoke in the morning and opened the map, he was astounded by the army of mountain mice. Within a 10-kilometer radius, everything had been unlocked, encompassing a total of 10,000 meters. Drawing a circle with a 10,000-meter radius, excluding only the Dragon Abyss Forest, he could access every other location. Even with his usually calm demeanor, he was thoroughly shocked. 8,000 mountain mice were truly impressive. He directed them to continue exploring further afield. Aside from resource veins, monster levels, and various treasure chests, Hanze had a tremendous opportunity for growth. Other players' homes were scattered every 500 meters, with this distance encompassing homes both in front and behind. In the areas explored by the mountain mice, there were hundreds of other players' homes. Currently, Hanze has no intention of taking action against them, as there exists no significant conflict of interest. He is not inclined to engage in such thankless endeavors. Each home has dispatched 2 mountain mice to monitor the situation, for one must always remain vigilant. With yesterday's breakthrough in mental prowess, he has acquired an additional psychic skill, enabling him to connect with his pets and perceive their perspectives. Furthermore, he can communicate with them via this mental link. This ability has arrived most fortuitously. Thus, he can remain at home while directing his pets to perform tasks on his behalf, alleviating the need for his direct involvement. As various teams departed to hunt monsters, Hanze began crafting items. He had recently fashioned a cotton coat for Buwei and suddenly recalled the impending calamity in a few days. Such garments would undoubtedly be in high demand as the weather turns frigid, promising a substantial profit. Hanze is currently amassing a plethora of resources, sensing that once the novice area is traversed, these materials will no longer be as readily obtainable. Suddenly, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a throng of monstrous beasts charging forth. An unending tide of creatures surged towards him, their numbers so vast that they stretched beyond the horizon, rendering Hanze momentarily speechless. Transforming into a wisp of wind, he drifted across the battlefield, flowing with the breeze. In the next instant, his vision abruptly returned. Still reeling from the shock, he sat in the courtyard, taking a moment to regain his composure. In a realm teeming with myriad races, the beastly sovereign claims dominion. Hansa could not suppress the pallor that washed over his face. Was that endless sea of monsters truly real? Despite his ambitious spirit, he found himself somewhat intimidated. Yet, he swore that he, Hansa, would never concede defeat. No matter how arduous the future, he was determined to forge miracles. With 3 SSS-grade talents, a 100-fold reward amplification, a 100 chance of acquiring pet attribute skills, and the ancient divine farmer's gift, he possesses the godly power of creation and the supreme laws of existence. If he were to fear the so-called tide of beasts with such treasures at his disposal, he would indeed scorn himself. Under the might of the Thunder Titaness spells, what could the beast tide possibly achieve? Should he attain the level of the Thunder Titan, he firmly believed he could vanquish even the most formidable foes. He envisioned a continent filled with legends of his own making. As long as he continued to progress, ascension to immortality and divinity would be a natural course. A mere beast tide was but a collection of moving skill points, all of which would ultimately contribute to his strength. Ding! The host has successfully passed the system's trial. The system has leveled up 3 times. Note: please discover the new functions on your own. Hansa was at a loss for words. It was a relief to have passed. And the system had upgraded. Yet, he remained curious about the new capabilities it might bestow. The synthesis system was nothing short of divine. There was no need to rush. He would eventually uncover its secrets. His inventory still held a plethora of beast skins, perfect for crafting fur coats. Yesterday, he had conveniently acquired the blueprint for making such garments. To create the coats, he would require cloth, cotton, and thread. With limited stock, he decided to gather what he needed from the world. Opening the trading panel, he noticed many individuals began selling meat. The value of crystal stones had been recognized by the masses, leading to an increase in their prices. Seller: Hansa. Purchase: 50 units of cloth, 50 units of cotton, 50 units of thread. Price: any single crystal stone. Stock: 5,000. He was indeed wealthy, unfazed by the expenditure of crystal stones. Each coat required 1 unit of cloth, 1 unit of cotton, and 2 units of thread. Selling each for a solitary crystal stone would yield a 12-fold profit. This was akin to printing money. As a secondary profession, crafting items was entirely automated. Simply place the materials, and within a second, a complete item would emerge without wasting any time. The big shot is back to collect materials. Those with cotton, cloth, and thread hurry to trade. The affluent individual listed 5,000 crystal stones at once. Where did this big shot acquire such wealth? It seems we contributed to it. With such a bounty, why not assist others? A greedy merchant, selfish and self-serving. I just happen to have cotton. I'll go trade for crystal stones now. Everyone step back. Let me handle this. Fantastic. I opened treasure chests and obtained a plethora of cotton and thread. I can finally exchange them and clear out my inventory, gaining over 20 crystal stones for free. Upstairs. Big shot. Assessment complete. How many treasure chests did you open to find so much cotton and thread? I'm envious. All 5,000 crystal stones were exchanged for materials. Among billions of players, it was evident many had opened treasure chests. He listed another 5,000 crystal stones to continue trading for materials. Next came the crafting of coats: rabbit fur coats, sheep wool coats, wolf fur coats, bear skin coats, and so forth. With 5,000 crystal stones, he produced a total of 500 coats. Hansa devoted an entire day to this task, completing all the coats by afternoon. He spent every last crystal stone, acquiring 125,000 fur coats in total. Having exhausted his supply of fur, he had no intention of crafting any more coats. By the end of the day, he felt nearly nauseous from the monotony. Ding! Your pet, Wind Thunder Mantis, has slain all the kobolds in the cave, earning a vein of iron ore. Ding! Your pet, Wind Wolf Beast King, has defeated all the werewolves in the cave, obtaining a vein of silver ore. A smile graced Hansa's face. Once the ore was mine tomorrow, he could commence weapon crafting. Chapter 34, Plant Soldiers, Booming Business. All the coats were stored in his inventory, resembling a small mountain. Within the space, all seeds had been sown, and the sunflowers and sunlight mushrooms yielded 1.8 billion units of solar energy daily. Since sunflowers required illumination talismans, he needed to expend 600,000 talismans each day. The hundredfold amplification would necessitate the drawing of 6,000 talismans. However, he lacked the time to create so many. The host can use the Holy Light Radiance talisman. 100 will suffice to encompass all sunflowers. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The Holy Light Radiance talisman is a second-tier talisman primarily used for purifying the earth, I hadn't anticipated it could be utilized in such a manner. However, recalling the plant soldier, the pea shooter, he found it quite acceptable. In the space, his 2,000 pea shooters donned military badges, standing in unison as soldiers. Exuding a sense of ironclad resolve, Hansa was utterly astonished. In this day and age, even plants could enlist in the military. He felt that anything further would be readily accepted. Then Hansa gazed upon a row of nut walls, sprawling across the landscape, their golden hue suggesting dusk was approaching. Nut wall, rank, first tier, level 1. Growth, juvenile stage. Lifespan, permanent. Skill, 5,000 points of defense. Upgrade, 100 points of solar energy to reach level 2. Note, does not exhibit any apparent weaknesses. Any creature with a hearty appetite may consume it. Hansa was momentarily speechless. This formidable entity was essentially designed to be devoured by monsters. With a staggering 5,000 points of defense, it could withstand quite a bit of gnawing. The novice phase has concluded. One can now place it in front of the pea shooter, thereby minimizing casualties. A sudden thought struck Hansa. He produced a military insignia and affixed it to the formidable 2-meter-high walnut. Ding! Congratulations, your pet walnut has upgraded to soldier walnut, with a defense power of 5,000. As expected, Hansa, clutching the military insignia, dashed towards the patch of sunflowers. Ding! Congratulations, your pet sunflower has upgraded to soldier sunflower. Soldier sunflower. Rank, level 1. Growth, juvenile stage. Lifespan, eternal. Skill, generates sunlight energy, 200 points of sunlight energy per hour, can unlock other plant catalogs, enabling the upgrade of other plants. Upgrade, 150 points of sunlight energy to reach level 2. After the sunflower advanced, it grew to a height of 1.5 meters, adorned with a military cap, inexplicably exuding a sense of uprightness. Currently, he did not possess many military insignias. But fortunately, defeating monsters guaranteed their acquisition. Previously, he had dismissed them. Who could have anticipated their potential utility? Hansa returned to the stone house. After a day devoted to crafting coats, he had no intention of undertaking anything else that evening. He opened the world chat channel to see what others were discussing. It had been quite some time since the prominent players had appeared. He wondered what they were preoccupied with daily. Surely, they were engrossed in training, which required prolonged seclusion. Who knows how long it would take before they emerged? Do you think the illustrious ones are like you? Loitering about, merely boasting in the world channel? I noticed that even the esteemed ones seem injured and unwell, naturally reluctant to engage in conversation. I believe the previous comment holds merit. The revered ones are human too, susceptible to injury. Should I express my concern and shower them with care? Might it endear them to me? With your tangled leg hair, the esteemed one would have to be blind to take notice of you. Ha! I am stunning. Your envy is evident. Alas, I have been in a dire state for a day, recovering only half my health. When shall I venture out to seek treasure? I share your plight. I have not stepped outside for a day. Who is selling health potions? I'll trade 10 crystals. Hansa could not tear his gaze from the screen. Someone was seeking to purchase life-restoring items at a premium. If he didn't seize this opportunity to profit from their 10 crystals, it would be a disservice. He opened the alchemist profession. He had obtained a life recovery potion days prior, but had not found the time to examine it, and it had slipped his mind. Now, with many players injured and lacking combat capability, the timing was perfect to sell such restorative potions. Level 1 recovery potion requires 3 healing herbs, 5 moonlight flowers, 1 crystal, and 1 wood crystal. Mana recovery potion requires 5 mana herbs, 5 moon fairy flowers, 1 wood crystal, and 1 low-level energy herb. All were common level 1 herbs, abundant throughout the forest. Hansa listed 1 crystal to exchange for 100 herbs. Before long, he had exhausted 5,000 crystals. This exchange yielded 50,000 recovery potions and 20,000 mana recovery potions. Selling them would net him 700,000 crystals. However, the demand for these potions would diminish over time, as only a few would sustain severe injuries. Early development is crucial. Recuperating is undoubtedly a time-consuming endeavor. He listed 500 bottles at 10 crystals each. The esteemed one has listed mana recovery potions and health recovery potions. Hansa was astounded to find that he had been monitoring the screen. Everyone hurry and grab the potions. Ding! Your listed 500 level 1 recovery potions have sold out, earning you 5,000 crystals. Goodness! Hansa listed another 1,000 recovery potions. In mere seconds, they were sold out again. These recovery potions were far more in demand than he had anticipated. However, this was fortuitous. Hansa listed all his potions, 48, 500 level 1 recovery potions and 20,000 mana recovery potions. This was his ace in the hole, potentially life-saving in critical moments. A frenzy ensued upon listing them. What if I can't buy them? I'm waiting online. Anxious. I managed to snag 2 recovery potions. Hansa raised the price. Otherwise, they will be unobtainable. The esteemed one is extravagant. Hansa was astonished at the overwhelming popularity of the potions. With so many players in the world, acquiring the alchemist profession and coincidentally obtaining the recovery potion blueprint is exceedingly rare. He had numerous methods of acquiring blueprints. Other players could only rely on opening treasure chests, limited to 3 per day. Only bronze chests guaranteed blueprints. Consequently, those lacking luck in gathering blueprints were numerous, even if both conditions were met. Insufficient mental power would prevent mass production of alchemical potions, who would choose to sell when they barely had enough for personal use. Hansa continued to gather potion materials and proceeded with the concoction. These herbs were as ubiquitous as weeds, with many players hoarding vast quantities. Others immediately set out to gather. An hour later, Hansa collected another 1,000 crystal materials. He threw them all into the alchemist panel, producing over 10,000 potions through 100 iterations. This time, he listed them at 20 crystals each. Then he closed the trading panel. The process of crafting items was tedious. However, Hansa found a peculiar enjoyment in such tasks. Yet, the monotony of producing a single potion over time could become tiresome. Hansa retired early, having spent the entire day crafting items, exhausting his mental energy significantly. Despite his formidable mental capacity, he could not withstand such intense labor. Chapter 35, Level 4 Home, Top-Tier Treasure Chest. Awakening to the Bright Dawn. The fatigue from overextending his mental energy dissipated, revitalizing him. He resolved not to engage in such excessive mental exertion again. Hansa entered the realm of all laws, where he had neglected to open treasure chests after selling potions the previous day, opting instead for sleep. Ding. Acquired 1 military insignia, Level 3 Home Blueprint. Ding. Acquired 1 military insignia, Level 2 Home Blueprint. Ding. Acquired 1 military insignia, Bloodline Limit Sharingan. The Bloodline Limit technique? Hansa's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a special bloodline ocular technique from the animated series Naruto, which, once learned, could manifest the Sharingan. The Sharingan, 3-Tomo Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and Rinnegan. Goodness, evolving to the Rinnegan would likely require the extinction of one's entire family, the loss of all loved ones, to attain its final form, wouldn't it? The more tragic the backstory, the more powerful the ocular technique. However, what use is strength gained through the death of one's closest kin? Hansa shook his head. Just as he was about to continue opening treasure chests, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear. The host may utilize the system to eliminate the side effects of the item. Remove the side effects. Following the system's instructions, a Sharingan devoid of any side effects soon materialized in his hand. He did not intend to learn the Sharingan himself. Teaching it to his pet would equate to him learning it as well, making it remarkably economical to share 1 Sharingan between 2 individuals. Suddenly, Hansa recalled something. Wait, how did I obtain the Sharingan from opening a treasure chest? Ding. The system underwent an upgrade, activating the interdimensional item function, and the master obtained a treasure chest that could yield familiar items to the host, available for a limited time of 30 days. With only a month to spare, it appeared that he would need to hunt monsters more frequently. Hansa bestowed the Sharingan upon Shuei-Ro, as the water spirit lacked offensive abilities. The Sharingan would enhance her attacking prowess. Ding. Your pet water spirit has activated the Bloodline Limit, Sharingan. Sharingan enables observation of others' weaknesses, replication of their skills, automatic comprehension of hypnosis and other illusions, and the ability to see through others' illusions. However, excessive use may lead to blindness. The 3-Tomo Sharingan awakened in Shuei-Ro's eyes, with streaks of blood-red moonlight swirling within. Hansa also gained the 3-Tomo Sharingan ability. Yet, until he upgraded to the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it would serve as a trump card and should not be frequently utilized. He instructed Shuei-Ro to study the Sharingan and departed from the realm of all laws, heading outside his home to upgrade it. After such a long wait, he could finally enhance his abode. With all materials at hand, he placed them in the courtyard. Ding. The home meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade to a level 3 home? Upgrade. All pets emerged from the stone house. The home was enveloped in a brilliant light, radiating a dazzling glow. After approximately 2 minutes, the upgrade was complete, resulting in a dramatic transformation of the entire residence. A magnificent 4-story villa appeared before him, surrounded by gardens on all sides, and the adjacent pet training room had expanded several-fold. Hansa did not pause. He took out the blueprint for a level 4 home. Ding. The home meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade to a level 4 home? Upgrade. Rays of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire courtyard, casting everything in a cocoon of luminescence. The home expanded at a visible rate until it reached a radius of 1 kilometer, at which point the expansion ceased. Simultaneously, a grand castle emerged within the estate. The castle towered 10 stories high, surrounded by thousands of meters of spiritual farmland, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. The transformation to a level 4 home was astonishing. Hanzei was overjoyed, never having anticipated that a level 4 home would manifest as a castle. Now, there would be ample space for even more pets. Uni and Shui Rou were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their abode had transformed into its current state. Hanzei produced the castle walls, enveloping the entire kilometer territory. A military wall, 10 meters high and 5 meters thick, materialized around the perimeter of the territory. As he was the sole occupant, he opted not to establish inner and outer cities. He then released the soldier pea shooters and surrounded the perimeter with walnut walls. After completing these tasks, Hanzei returned to the realm of all laws to continue opening treasure chests. Ding! Synthesis system activated. 100 low-level treasure chests can be combined into 1 intermediate treasure chest. 100 intermediate treasure chests can be combined into 1 high-level treasure chest. And 100 high-level treasure chests can be combined into 1 top-tier treasure chest. The higher the treasure chest level, the greater the likelihood of obtaining superior treasures. Top-tier treasure chests have a chance to yield the Buddha's kingdom within the palm. The Buddha's kingdom. Hanzei had seen it on the world skill tree, with an exchange cost of 100 trillion skill points. He was uncertain if he would ever have hope of acquiring it in this lifetime. The top-tier treasure chests were different. 1 million low-level treasure chests could potentially yield the legendary top-tier spirit treasures. Although it was merely a chance. Was that not a glimmer of hope? Well then, there was no need to open the chests. He would convert them all into top-tier treasure chests instead. Hanzei left the realm of all laws, preparing to hunt monsters for treasure chests. While 1,000,000 treasure chests sounded impressive, it did not include the Hundredfold amplification. With a Hundredfold amplification effect, defeating 10,000 low-level monsters could yield a top-tier treasure chest. A Hundredfold amplification, truly remarkable. 3 golden treasure chests had respawned on the map. One was quite near, while the other 2 were too distant, prompting Hanzei to forego the latter. His main focus was now on treasure chests. The value of the golden treasure chests was merely 2 to 3,000 crystal stones, while he possessed millions of crystal stones, rendering this meager material insignificant. Shui Rou and Uni continued their training, while Hanzei placed them within the realm of all laws. Wind and Thunder Wings. This was Hanzei's first time utilizing this spell. Enormous wings of wind and thunder manifested behind him. One side emanated the swiftness of wind, radiating a faint azure hue, evoking an unparalleled sense of grace. The other side was a tempestuous storm of thunder, filled with destructive lightning, glowing with a violet hue, exuding a sense of historical devastation. 2 energies coalesced into 1 wing, yet harmonized strangely well. Hanzei commanded the wings to soar through the skies, akin to the arrival of divine retribution. Wherever he passed, all monstrous beasts were obliterated beneath the raging thunder. When his spiritual power waned, he consumed energy-replenishing pills, instantly restoring his vitality, placing Hanzei in an almost invincible position. Suddenly, he felt as though something had flown past him. The youth nervously scanned his surroundings but found nothing amiss, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If he were to encounter a powerful beast, he feared he might not survive. Fortunately, he had acquired a first-tier recovery potion from a prominent figure yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have dared enter this perilous territory. Now, the youth felt a sense of dread and was increasingly reluctant to linger in this dangerous place. He swiftly joined forces with his pet, the mighty pig, to vanquish a first-layer Chi refinement wind rabbit, then departed hastily from this treacherous locale. Chapter 36, Massacre of the Tribe. Upon returning home, the youth felt a warm familiarity upon seeing the modest wooden house. He had never before realized how much security this wooden dwelling provided him. Opening the world channel, he recounted his experiences in their entirety within the world chat. A shadow that could fly? Surely you jest. You've lost your mind in your quest for fame, haven't you? It vanished in the blink of an eye. Perhaps you've been hallucinating? I suspect this fellow stayed up too late last night, looking rather haggard. Could it be that hunger has driven him to delusions? Seeking attention with such outrageous stories is utterly absurd. The youth sat in the wooden house, feeling somewhat dejected. Yet he was certain he had indeed encountered a flying creature radiating lightning. He refrained from clarifying in the world channel, seemingly acquiescing to the other's comments. Yet he silently etched this incident into the deepest recesses of his mind. One day, he would prove to everyone that he was indeed telling the truth. Meanwhile, Hanzei swiftly arrived beside the golden treasure chest. The golden treasure chest lay within a tribe. From above, he observed a multitude of minotaurs within the village, alongside organized guard squads. The minotaurs donned iron armor, crudely crafted, wielding 2 hefty axes with ease. In the center of the village stood a colossal minotaur statue, reminiscent of ancient altars, likely representing the ancestors of this tribe, devoid of any energy. He unleashed a barrage of lightning from the sky, hands channeling thunder. As arcs of lightning surged toward the Minotaurs, countless homes collapsed, and as Hanzei made his move, the Minotaur warriors were thrown into disarray. The Minotaurs, being physical creatures, had no means to contend with Hanzei, who soared above with wings. They could only flee in panic. Yet escape was futile. The entire Minotaur village was reduced to a hell's cape, annihilated by relentless thunder, with no means of resistance. Soon, the Minotaur warriors were completely eradicated by Hanzei's onslaught. This is a solitary battle belonging to one. Hanzei descended upon the Minotaur village like a deity presiding over divine retribution. The Minotaurs, terrified, gazed at him with fear in their eyes. Channeling his mental prowess, he cast all the surviving Minotaurs into the divine realm of 10,000 laws. A drop of sacrificial blood fell upon his forehead, and all the Minotaurs prostrated themselves fervently in worship. He designated them as his servants in the divine realm, leaving them to till the fields. Hanzei paid them no heed and made his way directly to the location of the golden treasure chest. Ding! Acquired 3,000 force crystals and a Minotaur altar. Force crystals, a material that enhances strength, usable for crafting strength arrays. Minotaur altar, an altar from the ancient Minotaurs. Offerings made here can yield Minotaur bloodlines. Note, the altar is an unknown, uninvestigable item. Feel free to utilize it. Hanzei set the altar aside, recognizing it as an exchange item that he currently did not require. The force crystals, while useful for crafting arrays, would remain of little use until he mastered the requisite knowledge. He had cleared a total of 280 low-level treasure chests, which multiplied to yield 280 mid-level chests, sufficient to synthesize 2 high-level chests. The eradication of the village had proven efficient, yielding various resources: timber, stone, copper ore, and iron ore. After flattening the Minotaur village, Hanzei set off once more in search of another settlement. A plan formed in his mind. Hovering in the air, he found that ordinary villages posed no challenge, making it effortless to assault tribal settlements. On the map, 3 tribes remained: a undead tribe, a werewolf tribe, and a goblin tribe. The closest was the goblin tribe, a mere 10 minutes away. Activating wings of wind and thunder, he vanished into the horizon in an instant. Upon reaching the goblin tribe, he noted its grander stature compared to the Minotaur village. Goblins patrolled diligently, yet they remained a low-level tribe. The goblins were at the 4th layer of chi refinement, with each squad comprising around 20 members, 10 teams scattered throughout the tribe. To Hanzei, they were all the same. The hunt commenced. Hanzei unleashed a torrent of thunder, sparing no mercy. The goblins, known for their treachery and laziness, were not worth his effort to subjugate. He would reduce them all to low-level treasure chests. As the thunder rained down, the goblins fled in a frenzy, revealing the frailty of human nature. In the face of survival, all else became meaningless. One goblin pointed towards the sky, emitting a series of frantic sounds, likely cursing him. Hanzei dismissed it. After all, it was merely an insignificant creature. With a casual flick, a bolt of wrathful thunder silenced the goblin, sending it into oblivion. The village's land turned to char, rendered lifeless beneath the deluge of thunder. Every living being perished, and Hanzei descended to gather the spoils. In the wake of battle, aside from the usual materials, he discovered a blueprint for a warehouse. This find brought Hanzei considerable joy. A warehouse would serve to store timber, stone, and various ores, alleviating the hassle of overcrowding his spatial storage. Next, he proceeded to the werewolf tribe, sweeping through the monsters along the way, only to encounter a lord-level beast, Blood Raven. Attributes: Blood Beast. Combat power: A. Level: Late Foundation Establishment. Talent: Bronze Lord. Skills: Blood Mist, Blood Shadow Assault, Blood Claw Attack. Seeing that it was a creature of Late Foundation Establishment, Hanzei regarded it with caution. Without resorting to his trump cards, his combat power was nearly on par with the Blood Raven. Water, whether in its liquid form or as blood, was still water. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of thunder upon the Blood Raven. The Blood Raven, sensing the threat, was visibly apprehensive, yet it would not remain idle. It swiftly evaded, transforming into an afterimage to escape the crashing thunder. However, the sheer volume of lightning was overwhelming, rendering it impossible to discern their number. Just as it dodged one strike, 2 or 3 more bolts descended, and eventually, some struck the Blood Raven's form. The Blood Raven fled desperately, now wholly unable to mount any offense. Yet, even in its flight, it grew weaker. Was this human a monster? A seemingly diminutive human, once its prey, now unleashed such terrifying thunder. Hanzei would not enlighten it, nor would anyone else. Amidst the storm of lightning, the Blood Raven perished without having the chance to retaliate even once. Ding! Player Hanzei has slain an invading demon beast, unlocking the demon beast kill leaderboard after surpassing the beginner phase. Phew! Hanze exhaled with relief. The pressure exerted by the Blood Raven had been immense. Fortunately, its weakness to lightning had kept him safe. Otherwise, he would have surely struggled against a creature at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Thankfully, he had emerged unscathed, and with a wave of his hand, a mid-level treasure chest fell into his grasp. Not wishing to linger, uncertain of what other beasts might lurk nearby, Hanze swiftly took to the skies. Chapter 37, The Devil's Fruit. Hanze glanced at the consumed pills, feeling a twinge of extravagance wash over him. What was this? To slay a single blood raven. He had consumed 2 bottles of chi-nourishing pills, yet had only obtained a high-level treasure chest. Killing an entire tribe had required just 1 pill, yielding nearly 3 high-level chests. It felt like a considerable loss. In the future, he would target low-level demon beasts instead. However, slaying demon beasts would place him on the leaderboard, and the top positions surely offered valuable rewards. This was also a source of income. Whatever he encountered, he would eliminate. Demon beasts were not commonly found, and after reaching the werewolf tribe, he encountered no further attacks. Werewolves resembled humanoid beings, with human-like bodies yet wolf heads, covered in thick fur, an aesthetic that clashed with his preferences. Nevertheless, Hanze found himself intrigued by the werewolves. On Blue Star, numerous legends surrounded them, such as transforming into wolves on a full moon and tales of human werewolf romances. Hanze cast a glance at the werewolves, shivering involuntarily. The sight was too intense for him to bear. He contemplated conducting research, intending to bring legend to reality. With the world skill tree at his disposal, he was unafraid of any potential mishaps. As Hanze pondered, the werewolves below had already spotted him, their expressions tense. After all, the dominion of the skies naturally conferred an advantage against a race that could not fly. Fear was inevitable. His mental force surged towards the werewolves below. Instantly, they felt an overwhelming mental pressure, their resolve crumbling as their weapons fell from their hands, collapsing to the ground. The weakest among them even fell into convulsions. Hanze was astonished at the potency of his mental attack. It had effortlessly compelled the werewolves to surrender. A total of 488 werewolves were cast into the divine realm of 10,000 laws, and Hanze gained 488 new pets, doubling his strength once more. Contracting demon beasts increased his power, and with increased power, he could contract even more demon beasts, a virtuous cycle, an endless cycle of growth. The werewolves were formidable, possessing great physical strength, making them excellent laborers as well. Having tamed the wolf clan, Hanze prepared to venture towards the undead tribe. The undead tribe lay in a completely opposite direction, aligned with the axis of his homeland. Fortunately, he possessed the Thunderwing, otherwise, he would have squandered precious time on the journey. Unwavering in his resolve, he summoned the power of the Thunderwing, and, within half an hour, he arrived above the undead tribe. The undead beings, ethereal in nature, lacked a physical form, did not require sleep, and were elusive, driven solely by their primal instincts. At this moment, under the bright daylight, numerous undead meandered aimlessly in the village, seemingly devoid of purpose. They ambled about, unperturbed by the sun. Hanze felt a surge of curiosity. Would they fear light-based spells? Contemplating this, he acted promptly. Holy Light Fire, channeling his spiritual energy. The Holy Light Fire manifested in his hand, gradually expanding until it blazed with an intense radiance, so brilliant that it was blinding. The specters below gazed vacantly at the colossal orb of light above, akin to the sun, radiating boundless luminescence. The Holy Light Fire released from his grasp, plummeting towards the village below. In an instant, the ground quaked and trembled, as the searing fireball engulfed the entire settlement. The wailing undead struggled in vain, but to no avail. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain an undead, earning 4 skill points. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain an undead, earning 6 skill points. The Holy Light Fire purged the lingering malevolence from the undead, rejuvenating the village as if it had been reborn. With each decisive strike, Hanze mused that he could establish a dynamic of mutual restraint and cooperation for future endeavors. Entering the village, a gentle breeze greeted him, devoid of the previous chill, a stark contrast to its former state. Hanze resolved to scour for resources and suddenly noticed glimmering crystals scattered on the ground, sparkling under the sun's rays. He picked one up, finding it reminiscent of crystal. Golden text materialized before him. Undead crystal, from life to death, transformed into a crystal, the ultimate resting place of death. Uncertain of its utility, he decided to collect them, as they might prove beneficial later. Apart from these crystals, the village contained no other items, which was understandable since the undead consumed nothing and thus gathered no materials. Next, he aimed to hunt monsters in the wild, while simultaneously searching for the tribe. Ordinary monsters were no match for Hanze. Under his thunderous might, they all transformed into treasure chests. With his hundredfold augmentation, no beast could withstand a single blow. After a day's relentless slaughter, he returned home as night approached, having tamed over 5,000 werewolves, dismantled more than 50 beast tribes, and vanquished 6,800 foes. Furthermore, with the assistance of his pets, he eliminated over 30,000 chi refinement stage monsters. Remarkably, even the youngest werewolves, merely 1 or 2 years old, could slay beasts. The cumulative toll was staggering. This place guaranteed an abundance of monsters. That day, he amassed 4 supreme treasure chests, yielding bountiful rewards. He envisioned innate treasures, the Buddha kingdom in hand, and his hands trembled with exhilaration. Ding! A beam of light emerged from the crevice. You have opened a supreme treasure chest. Obtain devil fruit. Pika Pika no Mi. Obtain devil fruit. Luck Luck no Mi. Obtain devil fruit. Op Op no Mi. Obtain devil fruit. Shadow Shadow no Mi. Obtain Naruto's 10 Tails summon card. Obtain Squirtle summon card. Pika Pika no Mi. Upon consumption, allows the user to traverse any object and life. Luck Luck no Mi. Upon consumption, grants the ability to absorb and store luck. Op Op no Mi. Upon consumption, creates a transparent spherical space where life can be dissected without causing death, enabling the merging of any living entities at the cost of life force. Shadow Shadow no Mi. Upon consumption, grants the power to manipulate one's own and others' shadows. Hanzei was utterly astonished by this opulent array. The devil fruits. The 10 Tails summon card, legendary items, had materialized before him like a dream. While others could consume only 1 devil fruit, he faced no such limitation. He could bestow each fruit upon his pets, thereby simultaneously harnessing the powers of all the devil fruits himself. This prospect was merely a thought, yet its realization awaited experimentation. He allocated the Shadow Shadow fruit to Shui Ro, the Luck Luck fruit to Uni, and the Pika Pika fruit to the Wind Wolf Beast King. Summoning his 3 little pets, he presented each with a fruit. Here, partake. Thank you, master. Thank you, brother. Thank you, master. Upon tasting the fruits, their faces contorted instantaneously. The flavor of the devil fruits was indeed unpalatable. Nevertheless, compelled by their master's command, they resolved to consume them entirely. Chapter 38, Doraemon's Pocket. Hanzei halted them, attempting to prevent a second bite. Just 1 bite of the devil fruit was sufficient. Consuming more would yield no further abilities. Do you feel any changes? He inquired. Shui Ro initially thought not, but suddenly sensed an awakening of some legacy within her, her body undergoing an involuntary transformation. Uni and the Wind Wolf Beast King also felt a strange disturbance. Ding! Your pet, Water Spirit, has consumed the Shadow Shadow fruit, gaining the special ability to manipulate shadows. Ding! Your pet, Wind Wolf Beast King, has consumed the Pika Pika fruit, gaining traversal abilities. Ding! Your pet, Holy Light Magic Cat, has consumed the Luck Luck fruit, gaining the ability to manipulate luck. The 3 pets acquired their special abilities, and Hanzei suddenly found himself immobilized. In the next moment, the 3 abilities were conferred upon him. He moved his hand, seamlessly merging the unique powers of the 3 devil fruits. Ecstasy coursed through him. As a denizen of Water Blue Star, he understood well the formidable nature of the devil fruits. Now, he had obtained 3 abilities at once. The exhilaration within him was palpable, and this was merely the beginning. He would now devote himself entirely to treasure hunting. Hanzei activated 2 summon cards. Hundredfold augmentation. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the 10 Tails. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 100 Squirtless. 10 Tails, attribute, origin chakra. Combat power, S, sealed. Level, peak chi refinement, sealed. Talent, mythical. Skills, chakra god tree form. 6 Tomo Rinnegan, sealed. Rinne Sharingan, sealed. Calamity, sealed. Beast Tail Ball, sealed. Would release, splitting. Incredible power surged forth as the colossal 10 Tails appeared, exuding elegance and beauty with its 10 tails. It was overwhelmingly powerful, yet all were sealed. Perhaps he had inadvertently hindered its potential. Otherwise, possessing the 10 tails would render him invincible in an instant. As his cultivation progressed, the seals on the 10 tails should gradually lift. System: why can't the hundredfold augmentation increase the quantity? Host: currently, items cannot be amplified beyond 100 times. Please enhance your strength to obtain a hundredfold amplification. Hanzei immediately comprehended the system's intention. A single-tailed beast was already immensely powerful. The amplification granted to his skills and attributes enabled him to instantaneously surpass the nascent soul realm. It was truly terrifying. This was merely in a sealed state. One could only imagine the magnitude of its power once fully unleashed. He still had 3 supreme treasure chests. Hanzei opened all of them, and 3 beams of golden light burst forth. You have opened 3 supreme treasure chests. Obtain the devil fruit, the painting fruit. Obtain the Devil Fruit. The Abundant Fruit. Acquired Doraemon's Pocket. Acquired Basic Fire Manipulation Technique. Acquired Basic Water Manipulation Technique. Painting Fruit. Upon consumption, it allows for the materialization of drawn objects. Abundant Fruit. Upon consumption, it grants the ability to promote plant growth. Doraemon's Pocket. One can procure items from it. With payment possible in currencies such as Spirit Stones, Crystal Stones, Celestial Crystals, and Divine Crystals, as well as Life Force, Longevity, and Soul Energy. He was well acquainted with the techniques, having studied wind manipulation, which remained his trump card. As for the fire manipulation technique, he had no fire-type companions at the moment, so he decided to learn it himself. The water manipulation technique was given to the water sprite. Fire manipulation technique. Mastery over flames allows for the control of their temperature. Hanze snapped his fingers, and a small flame appeared between them, flickering in size, as he indulged in his playful manipulation. Under his mental control, it felt as if it were an extension of himself, responding to his every whim. With just a thought, it could manifest instantaneously, and just as quickly, vanish. The sensation was particularly liberating and carefree. After a brief period of amusement, Hanze ceased his play and continued to examine the items he had acquired. Since he currently lacked a humanoid pet for the painting fruit, he decided to set it aside for now. It would be wasteful to give it to the Wind and Thunder Mantis, who could not draw. He gave the abundant fruit to the Wood Spirit Bear, which had been nurturing the flora of the Myriad Law realm for some time, ensuring better growth. As for Doraemon's Pocket, it was yet another item that consumed resources. He feared he would soon be bankrupted by these money-draining items, although their power was indeed formidable. Hanze retrieved 10 crystal stones and placed them into Doraemon's Pocket. Ding! Random item selection in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained a bamboo copter. Bamboo copter. Wearing it on your head allows for flight. Hanze gazed at the bamboo copter, feeling a wave of nostalgia. As a child, he had always wished for one, and now that dream had come to fruition. Today's haul was substantial, and he stored it all in his space before departing the Myriad Law realm. The bounty of this day alone greatly surpassed the sum of all his previous days combined, not to mention its richness. However, items were merely aids. He must still solidify his own foundation, for without it, even the most powerful artifacts would be as useless as a child wielding a sword, leading only to disaster. Unable to cultivate at the moment, he opened the chat channel of Hanze's world. If he couldn't cultivate, he would focus on earning money. After all, time should not be squandered. Seller, Hanze. Items for sale, Chi-inducing pill. Trading requirement, 500 crystal stones. Stock, 100. Message, consuming this pill can open the path to cultivation, an opportunity not to be missed. He listed it, intending to test the waters, and would lower the price if necessary. However, he did not anticipate the fervor with which people pursued the Chi-inducing pill, surpassing his expectations. My heavens! What am I witnessing? The esteemed Hanze has listed the Chi-inducing pill. It can induce Chi into the body and unlock the cultivation template. Hanze, the Great One, is truly impressive, even selling Chi-inducing pills. Am I the only one who feels that Hanze is akin to a living bodhisattva? Allowing everyone to cultivate together, what a kind-hearted individual. Snagging one of those is essential. The price is irrelevant as long as it enables cultivation. Crystal stones are always in short supply. Does the Great One also accept blueprints? I'm willing to sell all my blueprints for a Chi-inducing pill. I de-sell my very self for one. I have a contract scroll. Great One, I wish to be your pet. How bizarre. Why can't I purchase? You've been blacklisted by the Great One. Never mind. Nothing is more important than the Chi-inducing pill. You lot, claiming you don't want it. Yet the Chi-inducing pills vanish in an instant. What a scam. Great One, please list more Chi-inducing pills. We need more. Seeking to purchase Chi-inducing pills. Hanze was astonished that 500 crystal stones were indeed being purchased, and they sold out in a flash. He listed another 100, this time in exchange for 5 blueprints. Great One, can this blueprint be exchanged for a Chi-inducing pill? Attached is the image. Hanze's eyes lit up. These individuals indeed possessed valuable items. Without offering something they needed, they would not part with their treasures. Hanze listed a Chi-inducing pill. Ding. Transaction successful. Obtained the blueprint for the magic light cannon. Chapter 39, Upgrading Plants. Ding. Would you like to learn the blueprint for the magic light cannon? Learning. Magic light cannon. Quality, rare. Materials required, 200 units of mithril or 100 units of magical gold essence, 10 grams of semiconductor material, spirit gathering array, 50 light crystals. Aside from the light crystals and spirit gathering array, he had not heard of the other materials. The Great One continues to list items without pause. Has anyone not snagged one yet? No, I didn't. I got one and am off to cultivate. Seeking Chi-inducing pills. I'm willing to pay 600 crystal stones for one. Great One, charge a bit more. Money allows for indulgence. I admire the Great One. I can't even afford 500 crystal stones. Hanze still had 240,000 chi-inducing pills, all listed for exchange for crystal stones, blueprints, high-grade ores, advanced medicinal herbs, rare materials, and rare seeds. Anything of value he sought. The Great One has listed chi-inducing pills again. Did I see that correctly? Or is the system glitched? 240,000 in stock. Is it real? My heavens, now everyone can cultivate. Thank you, Great Hanze. I owe you a favor, and if you ever need anything, I will not hesitate to help. So many items for trade. This is fantastic. I have magical gold essence. I'll trade for a chi-inducing pill. I can exchange for two. As everyone exchanged for chi-inducing pills, they eagerly began their cultivation. Due to varying talents, the number of chi-inducing pills each person received differed. However, the maximum was 10. Even those without spiritual roots could definitely induce chi into their bodies, reaching the first layer of chi refinement. In the chat channel, aside from those who lacked the funds to purchase chi-inducing pills, everyone else was wholly engaged in their cultivation. Those who missed out silently vowed to earn crystal stones the next day to purchase chi-inducing pills. After completing all of this, Hanze retired to bed. His room was on the top floor of the castle, exceedingly lavish, furnished entirely with Wangwali wood, exuding a youthful and vibrant ambience. Crystal chandeliers, crystal windows, exquisite carpets, and a large soft bed adorned the space. At this moment, he possessed what others could only dream of. Every second was profitable. You and I leapt onto the bed, settling beside Hanze in the center. Tomorrow marks the final day of the novice period, and surely, events will unfold at midnight. It is imperative to rest well tonight, for tomorrow is a day of respite, allowing me to traverse the novice zone before resuming my hunts. Hanze reclined and quickly succumbed to slumber. A flash of white light flickered at his brow, and a notification reappeared. The game is about to enter the official phase. The era of natural disasters and the ice and snow age are on the verge of commencement. A monster invasion is imminent. However, Hanze remained oblivious to this. Upon awakening at the break of dawn, he opened his eyes to find a pitch-black cat humanoid intently observing him. What is it, you and I? Why are you staring at me like that? You and I had not anticipated her master would suddenly awaken. Initially peeking, she now found herself discovered, employing her charm and cuteness. You and I eventually succeeded in diverting Hanze's attention from the matter. Seated on the balcony in a reclining chair, Hanze found immense comfort. He realized that since he began his cultivation, his days had become exceedingly busy, devoid of such relaxed ease. He had truly pushed himself too hard. Yet, that was simply his nature. He strived for excellence and perfection in all endeavors. Opening the trading panel, he noted that all chi-gathering pills had been completely sold out, yielding an incalculable wealth of resources. Hanze entrusted the herbs and seeds to the wood spirit bear, instructing it to oversee the planting by the werewolves. The remainder was stored in his space, to be utilized at his convenience. Within the myriad realms of the divine, gazing upon the mountain of amassed resources, he suddenly felt as though all players were laboring solely for his benefit. It was a magnificent sight. These players were indeed benevolent, often reaping the rewards, which sufficed for his cultivation. With the game update approaching, he had sufficiently garnered resources. Today, he would sell the last batch of chi-gathering pills, and that would be adequate. All pets were placed in the divine realm for cultivation, except for the exploring mountain mouse clan. Each pet received a premium chi-gathering pill. 100 premium chi-gathering pills were sufficient to elevate the Wind Thunder Mantis, Wind Wolf Beast King, Water Sprite, and UNI to the pinnacle of the chi-gathering stage. As for the werewolves, each would receive 1 premium chi-gathering pill daily, and with such accumulation, it would not be long before they reached the peak of the chi-gathering stage. Hanze exited the castle and arrived at the pea-shooter spirit field. The field had been divided, with pea-shooters planted in the central section, surrounded by nut walls, while the sunflowers had all been transplanted into the divine realm. Hanze's purpose was to upgrade them. The solar energy had amassed to 300 million. It was time to revel in the upgrading frenzy. Beep. Confirm that 27,125,000 points of solar energy will be consumed to elevate 100 soldier pea-shooters to level 2. Confirm. As Hanze's voice resonated, over 27 million points of solar energy rapidly diminished. Yet the transformation of the over 3,000 soldier pea-shooters was nothing short of revolutionary. With an upgrade from rudimentary to formidable, all soldier pea-shooters burgeoned to 2 meters in height, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Continue. Beep. Confirm that 54,250,000 points of solar energy will be consumed to elevate 100 soldier pea-shooters to level 3. Yes. Beep. Confirm that 108,500,000 points of solar energy will be consumed to elevate 100 soldier pea-shooters to level 4. Soldier pea-shooter. Level Level 4, Grade 1. Growth, mature stage. Lifespan, permanent. Skill, capable of shooting Ps to attack enemies, firing 20 Ps per second, with an attack damage of 500 and a maximum range of 10,000 meters. Upgrade, 900 points of solar energy to reach level 2. With 1.2 billion points of solar energy remaining, Hanze upgraded all nut walls to level 2. After such a lengthy accumulation of solar energy, it was swiftly expended. Yet, the prowess gained was substantial. The current soldier P shooters possessed the striking power akin to that of a golden core cultivator S blow. However, this did not imply that the soldier P shooters could contend with golden core cultivators. Cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could fly, rendering the P shooters' high attack power futile if they could not land a hit. Nevertheless, the soldier P shooters were still formidable. With a rate of 20 projectiles per second, 100 soldier P shooters unleashed a staggering 62,000 shots in a single round. Any who approached the castle would be sent packing. With the enhancement of the plants complete, Hanze found himself at leisure, yet felt a slight discomfort. The home had leveled up, expanding in size, yet it appeared rather spacious. Since arriving in this other world, he had not encountered any humans, yet the fate gem had shown him glimpses of a beastly sea, clearly indicating the presence of humanity. Where could they possibly be? All he could do was wait patiently. The era of disasters was at hand. What would follow once the calamities had passed? A day swiftly elapsed, and Hanze awaited the game update in silence. Chapter 40. Game Update. Instance Dungeon opens. Upon opening the World Chat channel, he noted the palpable tension as many awaited the midnight update. System announcement. The 7-day novice period has concluded. The protective barrier has vanished. System announcement. Game version has been updated. System announcement. The endless wilderness, teeming with demon tribes, natural disasters ravaging the land, countless legendary demon beasts have descended. The victors thrive, while the vanquished perish. System announcement. Welcome players to the official phase of the game. System announcement. The Ice and Snow version 10 will arrive in 1 hour. System announcement. The Instance Dungeon system and team system have officially commenced. System announcement. The novice protection has dissipated. Please ensure your safety. Beep. The Long Abyss Instance Dungeon is now open. Players in Zone may first explore this dungeon. Hanze's gaze shifted to the Instance Dungeon system, surprised that the upgrade had ushered in dungeon tasks. No wonder he could not access the Long Abyss Forest. It was shrouded by a barrier, indicating it had undergone a transformation and been designated as an instance dungeon, specifically a regional dungeon. The Instance Dungeon system comprises daily dungeons, weekly dungeons, monthly dungeons, regional dungeons, and wilderness dungeons. Daily dungeons allow players to choose whether to participate, with one dungeon task available each day, refreshing the next day. Weekly dungeons are mandatory for participation. All players must team up for the dungeon, and refusal is not an option. Monthly dungeons are obligatory. Tasks must be completed to exit, and failure to do so will result in immediate annihilation of the player. Regional dungeons are oversized dungeons with no level restrictions, and only one regional dungeon may exist in each area. Wilderness dungeons randomly refresh, allowing players to seek them out freely. Completing dungeons will yield experience, equipment, elixirs, magical artifacts, spirit stones, skill books, pets, etc. The more challenging the dungeon, the greater the rewards. Hanze was taken aback by the multitude of dungeons. For the capable, these would enhance their strength exponentially, while the incapable would only descend further into mediocrity until their demise. This was the true nature of the game. The power of the players would soar. All players' panels had transitioned to the cultivation panel. The era of cultivation was upon them, and those without the aptitude for it would remain mere mortals. Hanze was uncertain of what would become of those individuals, but regardless, it was of no consequence to him. He is destined to occupy the pinnacle position, surveying the entire world from above. The team system currently lacks a team emblem, rendering its functionalities inaccessible. Hanze gazed at his personal panel. Name, Hanze. Profession, cultivator, beast tamer, alchemist, apothecary, alchemist, talisman master, artifact refiner, formation master, puppet master. Level, peak of chi refinement. Talent, Hundredfold amplification, SSS, treasure box condensation, SSS, beast taming, SSS, Shinong aptitude, SSS. Divine powers, creation, advanced, wind control, beginner, fire control, beginner. Water control, beginner. Cultivation method, innate chi technique. Martial skills, none. Taoist techniques, none. Immortal techniques, none. Ninjutsu. Primitive chakra, would release. This opulent panel left Hanze somewhat dazed. Unbeknownst to him, he had mastered such a multitude of professions, standing at the forefront of the masses. System announcement. Player Hanze has achieved a breakthrough to peak chi refinement, Triggering the conditions for the leaderboard to open, the rankings will soon commence. System announcement. Player Hanze has achieved a breakthrough to peak chi refinement. Triggering the conditions for the leaderboard to open, the rankings will soon commence. System announcement. Player Hanze has achieved a breakthrough to peak chi refinement. Triggering the conditions for the leaderboard to open, the rankings will soon commence. The big shot has once again dominated the system announcements. It's as effortless as drinking water. The big shot carries me along. Living in the realm of system announcements. My big shot truly remains my big shot, irrespective of updates. He remains formidable as ever. I have only just begun my cultivation. And yet the big shot has already reached peak chi refinement? I don't care. I just purchased an energy-attracting pill, and now my cultivation panel has commenced. I wish to return the energy-attracting pill. The fool upstairs. The energy-attracting pill can enhance your success rate of becoming a cultivator. What use is merely having a cultivation panel? Don't give it to me. I'm still not enough. The energy-attracting pill is indeed highly effective. Those who use it know its worth. Even with poor aptitude, 10 energy-attracting pills can enable an ordinary person to successfully enter the first layer of chi refinement. This attribute alone has drawn countless individuals. Furthermore, the energy-attracting pill accelerates the cultivation of practitioners and remains exceedingly popular during the early stages of cultivation. However, the price will certainly not be excessively high, yet it won't be too low either. In summary, Hanze is currently the only one selling pills. At 2 spirit stones for an energy-attracting pill, he need not worry about sales. Extracting the materials from the trading interface, he exchanged all remaining energy-attracting pills for spirit stones, then closed the trading panel. Ding! Congratulations on attaining the top of the leaderboard. Reward: Celestial Treasure, Ice Fire Cold Lotus. Ice Fire Cold Lotus, a celestial treasure, used to enhance the success rate of foundational cultivation for ice, fire, and water spiritual roots. To his surprise, it is a celestial treasure aiding foundational cultivation. This is indeed a valuable item. Hanze stored the Ice Fire Cold Lotus in his spatial pouch. It is not yet needed, as he aims to gather all celestial treasures for every spiritual root to facilitate his breakthrough. The process may take some time, but perfect foundational cultivation is unlike ordinary foundational cultivation. This is his foundation. He must not act recklessly, lest he jeopardize his future. As night fell, Hanze found it difficult to sleep. He opened the dungeon function. The weekly dungeon was grayed out, with a countdown of 6 days and 23 hours remaining. And the monthly dungeon had 29 days and 23 hours left. Only the daily dungeon was accessible. Opening the daily dungeon revealed an empty list, save for one chi refinement dungeon. Dark Demon Lord. Level: Chi refinement period. Number of players: 1. Selectable modes: Normal, Elite, Hard, Nightmare, Epic, Legend. In the upper left corner of the dungeon, there was a leaderboard, though it was devoid of entries. Currently, everyone was observing, for life is precious. And without careful consideration and information, no one dared to enter the dungeon. Only challenges in Nightmare mode would make it onto the leaderboard. Other modes do not record results. Hanze, however, did not linger in observation. With only one attempt available each day, he unhesitatingly selected the Legend dungeon. Are you sure you wish to enter the Legend-level Dark Demon Lord dungeon? Confirm. Upon his confirmation, the scenery before him transformed, revealing a vast, dark lair. Ding! You have entered the Dark Demon Lord dungeon. Quest acquired. Eliminate the Dark Demon Lord. Main Quest 1. Eliminate the Dark Demon Lord S General. Main Quest 2. Eliminate 100 Dark Elite creatures. Main Quest 3. Eliminate 500 Dark Ordinary creatures. After reviewing the quests, Hanze began to survey the Dark Abyss. The quest dialog box vanished, and with it, the dungeon officially commenced, as monsters began to spawn within the lair. Chapter 41. Dark Demon Lord Dungeon. Golden text appeared before him. Demon Mouse. Level: Chi Refinement 6th Layer. Aptitude: Silver Ordinary. Skills: Bite, Bloodlust. Weakness: Cowardly Mice. Eroded by demonic energy, have transformed into frenzied, bloodthirsty monsters, unaware of pain, fearing not death. These demon mice, having undergone transformation by demonic energy, had grown to the size of cats, exuding a stench of blood, with blood-red, frenzied eyes that instilled terror. Hundreds of these demon mice surged toward Hanze in an instant. Hanze's gaze remained unwavering, calmly surveying the demon mice. Such a level of demonic beasts, no matter how many, was merely a supply of ingredients. What manner of figure is he, to regard them with disdain? Blossoms of fire lotuses appeared in his hand, flying toward the mass of demon mice. Upon contact, the fire lotuses erupted, transforming into countless petals, with flames engulfing all the demon mice. The terrifying flames ignited once more, the shockwave sweeping away the remaining demon mice still clinging to life, filling the cave with the scent of sulfur. Ding! Successfully eliminated a Chi Refinement 6th Layer Demon Mouse, earning 600 skill points and 1 Demon Slaying point. Ding. Successfully eliminated a Chi Refinement 6th Layer Demon Mouse, earning 600 skill points and 1 Demon Slaying point. Ding. Successfully eliminated a Chi Refinement 6th Layer Demon Mouse, earning 600 skill points and 1 Demon Slaying point. Hanzei looked up as groups of demon mice charged once more. This time, their cultivation had risen to the Chi Refinement 7th layer, yet under his fire lotuses. They were reduced to ashes. This time, no more demon mice emerged. Casually placing the primary treasure chest into his spatial pouch, Hanzei proceeded deeper into the cave. Not wasting time, he incinerated any mutated spiders and demonized mice that crossed his path with fire lotuses. Ahead, more monsters approached. Mutated spider. Level, Chi Refinement 9th layer. Aptitude, Silver Elite. Skills, Bite, Corrosion, Mutated Charge. Weakness, mindless mutated creatures, knowing only to charge forward as cannon fodder in war. Being burned to ashes is their best fate. Raising his hand, hundreds of fire lotuses materialized as Hanzei waved his sleeve, summoning a sky full of fire lotuses, densely packed and layered. This technique was a new spell he had recently comprehended, though not fully mastered, still in the exploratory phase. However, with the addition of the holy fire, it proved remarkably effective against these mutated creatures. The mutated spider charged recklessly towards him, only to be incinerated by the fire lotuses. This truly saved him the trouble of searching. The audacity of these monsters, so eager to meet their demise, was a sight to behold for Hanzei. It was his first encounter with such creatures, whose simplistic minds harbored no fear, only an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Ding. Successfully slain an 8th tier, demonized spider. Awarded 800 skill points and 1 demon slaying point. A series of system notifications erupted in his mind as numerous demonized spiders succumbed to the flames of the fire lotus each second. Moreover, with the game's recent updates, his hundredfold amplification proved invaluable, as each monster yielded hundreds of skill points. This dungeon was simply extraordinary. Exiting the cave, he pressed onward. The silhouettes of monsters faintly visible ahead. Hanzei raised his gaze to witness a robust figure emerging at the entrance, clad in ominous black armor. Despite its tightly shut eyes, an aura of terror radiated from it. Underworld General. Level, 10th tier, Chi Refinement. Qualification, Silver Lord. Skills, Demonic Fire, Cleave, Claw Strike. Weakness, common guards within the underworld, possessing decent combination techniques. A singular general cannot unleash its full potential. The Underworld General wielded a massive sword. And sensing Hanzei's presence, it slowly opened its eyes, unleashing a wave of brutal emotion before charging at him. How dare a mere human intrude upon this domain? You shall never leave. With that proclamation, the Underworld General swung its sword down upon him. Before the blade could descend, a violent surge of thunderous power rushed towards him, accompanied by a deafening roar. By the time the Underworld General realized, it was already too late to evade the wrath of the lightning. It braced itself for the impact. The Underworld General's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of regret surfacing for its overconfidence. Yet, it dismissed the threat, encased in armor. It deemed this merely a trivial blow. Even as it casually attempted to defend against the strike, it regarded Hanzei with an air of condescension, noting the relaxed expression of the seemingly feeble human. In the next moment, the lightning coursed through its body. The Underworld General sensed something amiss, fear etching itself upon its face. The excruciating pain caused its body to tremble uncontrollably. Just a mere bolt of lightning rapidly spread through its entire being. An overwhelming force emanating from the diminutive human, transforming into blinding arcs of electricity. Feeling its life ebbing away, the Underworld General unleashed a roar, flames erupting from its maw. Aimed at Hanzei. Disappointment washed over Hanzei. Was this all? He had anticipated a formidable challenge from the Underworld General. Yet he now prepared to unleash his most powerful thunderous strike. A fire lotus manifested, radiating a sacred warmth. It blossomed from his hand, swiftly racing towards the flames. An immense surge of spiritual energy pouring forth, devouring and purifying the inferno upon contact. In the blink of an eye, the fire lotus soared towards the Underworld General, enveloped in divine flames, and within moments, it was consumed alive by the holy fire. Ding. Successfully slain the 10th tier Underworld General, awarded 1,000 skill points and 10 demon slaying points. A luminous orb materialized above the fallen general. Hanzei's gaze fixated upon that radiant sphere. Killing the Underworld General has yielded an item. To his surprise, it was a monster drop. Hanzei was still adjusting to the notion of loot from slain foes. He reached into the orb of light and retrieved an item, which then dissipated. Ding. Acquired Underworld Battle Armor. Underworld Battle Armor. Level, middle grade human tier. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes. Defense 20, Constitution 5. Underworld set. Currently collected 15 pieces. A set piece indeed. Hanzei scrutinized the armor in his hands. Its design did not appeal to him, and he resolved to sell it upon exiting the dungeon. Casually conjuring a treasure chest, he stored it away. With the Underworld General dispatched, Hanzei continued his advance, effortlessly dispatching the demonized creatures that charged at him beneath the Fire Lotus. They were far too weak, eliciting no emotional response from him. A mere display of his abilities could obliterate swathes of them. Such was the reality when one reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Augmented 100-fold, he was invincible within this dungeon. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall at the end, Hanzei discovered all the monsters had gathered there. These creatures were indeed clever, recognizing their inability to face him individually and opting to unite against him. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations were rendered futile. You have truly come this far, pitiful human. Prepare to meet your end. Ha ha ha, how naive you are. You shall pay for your arrogance with your life. Chapter 42, Gathering the Underworld Set. Hanzei's gaze sharpened, a golden text materializing before him. Dark Demon Lord. Level, Pinnacle of Chi Refinement. Qualification, Golden Lord. Skills, Berserk Physique, Demon Crystal Body, Underworld Physique. Weakness, Triple Special Physique, tempered by demonic energy, purifies bloodlines. A bast RD of a great figure from the demon realm. Killing him may attract the attention of the powerful. Hanzei was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this being held the status of a bast RD from a prominent demon figure. It felt all too deliberate. Yet, retreating from combat was not an option. Thus, he had no choice but to engage. After a brief contemplation, the minions surged towards him. The Fire Lotus manifested once more, and Hanzei hurled it into the throng of demonized creatures, instantaneously annihilating all in its vicinity. Ding. Successfully slain a 6th-tier demon mouse. Awarded 600 skill points and 1 demon slaying point. Ding. Successfully slain a 6th-tier demon mouse. Awarded 600 skill points and 1 demon slaying point. Ding. Successfully slain an 8th-tier demonized spider. Awarded 800 skill points and 1 demon slaying point. These demonized foes were not weak. They possessed immense strength and exhibited reckless abandon in battle, making it difficult for other players to slay even a single one, let alone face them in groups. However, Hanzei was no ordinary player. Encountering him was nothing short of misfortune for them. In a single encounter, they were obliterated before they could even utilize their skills. The Dark Demon Lord, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, realized that this human was far more formidable than anticipated, intensifying its murderous intent towards him. It refrained from recklessly attacking, opting instead to bide its time and observe for an opportunity. Such a terrifying lightning strike must surely demand considerable energy. It would be prudent to slowly sap his mana. And when it was depleted, it could easily be subdued without a fight. After all, what could a mere frail human accomplish? The Dark Demon Lord gestured for the Underworld General to charge forth. Hanzei felt it was just as well to eliminate the minions first before confronting the boss. The Underworld General lunged towards him. Hanzei was well acquainted with the Underworld General's attack patterns. It was a swift battle, and he resolved to deploy his most powerful technique. Flames surged around him, emanating an overwhelming pressure that descended upon the world. In an instant, sacred light ignited, transforming into a tempest of flames that stirred the surrounding demonic energy. An inexplicable impact surged forth, landing a devastating blow upon the Underworld General's body. Holy Light Fire. The radiant Holy Fire, upon encountering the Underworld's dark energy, ignited as if meeting a fuel source, instantly engulfing the entire palace in flames. Ah, who are you? Why do you wield this accursed light of flames? The face of the Dark Demon Lord, previously composed, was utterly consumed by madness upon witnessing the holy fire of light. If one were to inquire about his greatest fears, deepest loathing, and most profound disgust, they would undoubtedly point to the radiance of light. The holy fire of light epitomizes purity and brilliance, representing the very essence of what the demon race despises and fears most. I refuse to accept this. How can you possess such overwhelming strength? The Dark Demon Lord, who had been cursing moments ago, swiftly fell silent. Ding. Successfully slain the 8th level Underworld General, earning 1,000 skill points and 10 Demon Slayer points. Ding. Successfully slain the 8th level Underworld General, earning 1,000 skill points and 10 Demon Slayer points. Ding. Successfully slain the 8th level Underworld General, earning 1,000 skill points and 10 Demon Slayer points. Ding. Successfully slain the Pinnacle Dark Demon Lord, earning 5,000 skill points and 100 Demon Slayer points. The system notification chimed, and 4 luminous orbs once again materialized. Hanzei reached out to claim his rewards. Ding. Acquired Underworld Battle Boots. Ding. Acquired Underworld Belt. Ding. Acquired Underworld Bracers. Ding. Acquired Underworld Helmet. Ding. Acquired 4th Order Purple Battle Technique, Flame Blade. Underworld Battle Boots. Level, Mid-Tier, Human Grade. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes, Defense 20, Constitution 5, Speed 10. Underworld Set, currently collected 25 pieces. Underworld Belt, Level, Mid-Tier, Human Grade. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes, Defense 30, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Underworld Set, currently collected 35 pieces. Underworld Bracers, Level, Mid-Tier, Human Grade. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes, Defense 20, Constitution 10. Underworld Set, currently collected 45 pieces. Underworld Helmet, Level, Mid-Tier, Human Grade. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes, Defense 20, Constitution 5, Spirit 5. Underworld Set, currently collected 55 pieces. Collecting the Underworld Set grants Defense 100, Constitution 50, Spirit 30, Physical Defense 20, Magical Defense 20. What an astonishing feat to assemble the entire set in one dungeon run. My fortune seems remarkably favorable. Having yet to test the effects of the luck fruit I possess, Hanzei activated its ability on the Dark Demon Lord. Instantly, a peculiar sensation coursed through his body. Yet no visible change occurred. The mysteries of fate indeed remain enigmatic. Hundredfold Amplification. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 350 points of luck. To his surprise, he could utilize this ability in such a manner. Hanzei proceeded to apply it to all the corpses, ultimately acquiring 1,000 points of luck. Perhaps due to his demise, the luck was not as abundant. Upon his return, he decided to experiment with the beast he had captured. Ding. Congratulations, your luck has surpassed 1,000. Earning the skill Purple Chi Arrives. Purple Chi Arrives, a passive skill that guides you towards fortuitous encounters through unseen forces. He had not anticipated such a skill to exist. With Purple Chi Arrives, he would become akin to the favored children of fortune. This was merely a foundational skill. As his luck increased, its effects would enhance further. This enhancement would pose no challenge for Hanzei, being easily achievable. Coupled with the Hundredfold Amplification, he believed he could swiftly elevate it to an intermediate level. A sense of inexplicable anticipation gripped Hanzei as he activated Purple Chi Arrives. Following its guidance into the depths of the palace, the surroundings were eerily silent, and after about a minute, a magnificent golden door appeared, adorned with gemstones of various colors that radiated a dazzling brilliance. Gazing at the golden entrance, he felt an odd dissonance within the dark palace. Summoning a surge of thunder, Hanzei aimed to blast the door open. Host, wait. Do not act rashly. What was the system's concern? Reluctantly, Hanzei retracted his thunderous intent. Clearing his throat, he merely wished to test it. To the left of the door, he discovered a small opening. Inserting one crystal of each attribute would unlock this magical entrance. Quickly locating the small opening as described by the system, he placed one crystal of each attribute, and in an instant, the door swung open, emanating a resplendent 7-colored light. Chapter 43, Dungeon Cleared. Ding. Hidden Map Discovered. Dark Demon Lord's Treasure Vault. Reputation 1,000 points. Ding. You have uncovered the Dark Demon Lord's Treasure Vault. Ding. You have acquired the entire collection of the Dark Demon Lord. As the 7-colored light dissipated, a trove of gemstones, gold coins, and jewelry came into view, evoking the very essence of a treasure vault. In his lexicon, the term not wanting did not exist. He would seize everything and stash it away in his space without leaving a trace. System notification. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon of the legendary Dark Demon Lord. System notification. Calculating dungeon evaluation. Please hold. System notification. Perfectly completed the main quest. Score 3,000. System notification. Completed the dungeon without taking damage. Score 2,000. System notification. Slain 5,000 silver tier common monsters, 800 silver tier elite monsters, for silver tier lord monsters, 1 gold tier lord monster. Score 23888. System notification. Congratulations on completing the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon. Total time 18 minutes and 46 seconds. Score 10,000. System notification. Dungeon score 38888. Dungeon clearance evaluation SSS level. Ding. Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Before him appeared a purple gold pouch reminiscent of ancient coin purses. Hanzei grasped the reward pouch, opening it to reveal a skill book and a vial of elixir. Perfect Berserk Elixir. Unleashes potential, instantly doubling strength for 10 minutes. Followed by a half hour of weakness. Innate Thunder Technique. Level, 2nd order. Quality, Dark Purple. Skill, upon learning, it enables the transformation of internal spiritual energy into innate thunder. Condition, must be above foundation establishment to learn. Unable to learn the innate thunder technique just yet, Hanze stored it in his space, along with the berserk elixir. In the next moment, he found himself back in his sanctuary. The system notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Your outstanding performance in the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon has secured your position on the dungeon leaderboard, currently ranked first. Ding! First place rewards are about to be distributed, eligible once a month for leaderboard rewards. System announcement. Player Hanze has triumphantly cleared the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon, exhibiting formidable strength and unparalleled talent, ascending to the pinnacle of the dungeon leaderboard. System announcement. Player Hanze has triumphantly cleared the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon, exhibiting formidable strength and unparalleled talent, ascending to the pinnacle of the dungeon leaderboard. System announcement. Player Hanze has triumphantly cleared the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon, exhibiting formidable strength and unparalleled talent, ascending to the pinnacle of the dungeon leaderboard. Though the hour was late and few were awake, the absence of novice protection left many trembling with trepidation, making sleep an elusive endeavor. Thus, everyone gathered in the world chat, engaging in conversation, finding solace in each other's company. It seemed the previous 7 days were merely a prelude to familiarizing ourselves with this place. The true game of survival was just beginning. Help! I hear ferocious beasts clawing at my door. Am I about to be devoured? You upstairs, are you a fool? After all these days, you have yet to clear the beasts near our home? Ignore him. Just yesterday, I saw him snatch 3 essence pills from the big shots. Is anyone venturing into a dungeon? How difficult is it? The dungeon is exceedingly hard. I only managed to slay a minor monster. And then a horde of demon rats overwhelmed me, forcing me to flee. The essence pills from the big shots are eternal. Once absorbed, one need not fear those vile beasts. Haha, brother, save me. I am delicate and easily toppled, merely seeking a place to rest. It's over. I am currently in a dungeon. Take my advice. Never choose a legendary level dungeon. You won't survive. It's all over. I won't last much longer. Regardless, I'll reveal the secret buried in my heart. Brother Huang, I'm sorry. Xiao Liang is my child. Wow, that's explosive. Do we have any sunflower seeds, peanuts, or soda? Keep going, don't stop. Brother Huang said. Who am I? Where am I? I don't know. Come on, don't stop. Buddy, hang in there. Finish the story. I also want to share a secret. Since I'm bound to perish, senior, I have always liked you. Can you accept me? Without the protection of the novice period, the timid and weak find survival increasingly arduous. Faced with the onslaught of demonic beasts, many possess no combat prowess whatsoever. Thus, despair enveloped everyone, and under this oppressive gloom, they began to frantically divulge their secrets in the world channel. In an instant, everyone vied to reveal their secrets, for they believed death was inevitable, and there was no need to worry about future explanations. Let us refrain from blindly entering dungeons. The difficulty is immense. If we are not overly greedy, we can still preserve our lives, as life is but a single journey. Suddenly, the world channel fell silent. Some attempted the dungeon, while others, audacious in their skill, chose to challenge the higher level dungeons. Currently, only Hanze has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, while the second, Xiao Jingtian, is merely at the second level of Qi refinement. On the first day, Hanze successfully acquired an essence pill and, within just 1 day, managed to absorb its energy. To his astonishment, he discovered he was a special spirit body, allowing him an astonishingly rapid cultivation speed, an unexpected delight. It's merely a dungeon. Observing the world chat, Xiao Jingtian displayed a trace of disdain. He was the chosen one, and how could an ordinary person be compared to him? Once I conquer the legendary level dungeon, Hanze will merely be a fortunate fellow. How can he be compared to someone as extraordinary as I? Then everyone will know who the true master is. Contemplating the future accolades from the world, Xiao Jingtian felt a sense of elation. Only unparalleled talent can triumph in the end. Xiao Jingtian paid no heed to Hanze. Without talent, one will inevitably be eliminated. Only I am the true first. Conquering the dungeon is my means of proving myself to the world, revealing my path to everyone. Without a second thought, Xiao Jingtian chose the most challenging legendary level mode. It was said that the second-ranked Xiao Jingtian had opted for the legendary level dungeon. The esteemed Xiao Jingtian possessed an SS-level sword immortal talent. He would undoubtedly succeed in the legendary level Dark Demon Lord dungeon. What about Hanze? Cultivation relies on innate talent, not merely on high cultivation levels. Although Hanze has reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, without powerful skills, he cannot exhibit significant combat strength. What a master! Hanze is merely lucky. He cannot possibly compare to Xiao Jingtian. I concur. Without a good talent, relying solely on luck cannot yield lasting results. You all seem to have forgotten about the resources in Hanze's possession. Just as everyone was chatting and boasting, the system announcement suddenly arrived. 3 iterations of the system announcement, radiating brilliance, struck the eyes of every player. The once lively world chat channel fell silent in an instant. Chapter 44, Xiao Jing Tian. Slap. This will teach you to underestimate Hanze. Master, I was wrong. I shall never speak ill again. You are lightning, you are light. You are the one and only myth. This world announcement arrived just in time. Is your face swollen from the slap? Ha ha ha. Why do I find this so amusing? You claim that the Master's talent was lacking. Is there really a talent that is inadequate? Hanze, you are eternal. Don't ask. I acknowledge the Master. I recognize Hanze as the true Master. An SSS-level evaluation. Can any human attain such an accolade? Indeed, my Master remains my Master, after all my efforts. I have only achieved a C-level rating. I will forever believe in Hanze. I shall no longer speak recklessly. The crowd eagerly opened the dungeon interface. Selecting the Dark Demon Lord dungeon, with Hanze's name prominently highlighted in red at the top of the leaderboard. Rank 1, Hanze. Completion time, 18 minutes 46 seconds. Completion rating, SSS, completion score, 888 points. Countless individuals stared in shock at this succinct statement, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. It felt as though a heavy stone weighed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. This oppressive sensation was akin to the distant heavens, leaving them unsure of how to strive for improvement. Those who had never entered the Dark Demon Lord dungeon could not fathom its true difficulty. Anyone capable of conquering the Dark Demon Lord dungeon, whether in ordinary elite mode or hard mode, is among the elite of humanity. These individuals will become the backbone of the game in the future. The Master is astonishing, completing a legendary level dungeon in just 18 minutes. Master, please share your secrets for conquering the legendary level dungeon. I seek your guidance. I wish to tackle the legendary level dungeon. Hanze is likely not even in the world chat, probably cultivating right now. The Master never indulges in idle chatter. He focuses on growth and strength, serving as a model for us all. The person upstairs is correct. I have yet to witness Hanze engage in casual conversation. The last time he spoke, it was to showcase his culinary skills. The Master is busy refining pills and earning spirit stones. He has no time for idle talk. The Master exists only within the system announcements. Who said that? The Master also thrives in the trading panel. Hanze observed as the world sang his praises, the information refreshing rapidly, and his private messages flooded in. Countless friend requests poured in, leaving Hanze bewildered. He never anticipated this newfound fame. Hanze closed the world chat. Reputation is but an external matter. Cultivating oneself is fundamental. In these perilous times, only through relentless effort can one secure a future. Otherwise, no matter how great the talent, lacking corresponding strength is akin to a castle built in the air, destined to collapse at any moment. Hanze retrieved the 4th tier martial skill, Flameblade, which revealed itself with a cover emanating a faint red glow. Flameblade. Level, 4th tier, 9th grade. Quality, purple. Skill, forge the power of fire spirit into a blade of flame, enhancing one's aura of intimidation. Prerequisite, possession of a fire spirit root is necessary for mastery. Hanze's offensive techniques were excessively monotonous, and the consumption of spirit power was alarmingly high. Although recovery elixirs were available, their use was deemed wasteful. For many lesser foes, the Fire Lotus was entirely unnecessary. Thus, the Flame Blade skill proved to be an apt alternative, conserving a significant amount of elixirs and allowing for swifter engagement. Ding! Would you like to learn the Flame Blade skill book? Learn, Hanze declared. The Flame Blade skill tree instantly transformed into a streak of light, merging with his being. A familiar sensation surged into his mind, and Hanze comprehended the operation of the Flame Blade with utmost clarity. Rising, he entered the realm of all laws, eager to test the might of the Flame Blade. Standing in an open area, Hanze extended his hand, gathering spirit power. As energies from all directions coalesced in his right hand, a tempest arose, and torrents of spirit power howled forth, coalescing into a colossal blade forged of flame. This Flame Blade, composed entirely of fire, swiftly materialized into a tangible form, radiating an aura of formidable ferocity. Its edge, exceedingly sharp, resembled a legendary weapon of unparalleled craftsmanship. Channeling spirit power into the Flame Blade, its size began to swell, reaching an impressive length of 10 meters within moments. As his mental acuity allowed him to manipulate the blade's dimensions, the more spirit power he infused, the keener the blade became. Hanze then experimented with altering the blade's shape, discovering that such manipulation demanded an exorbitant amount of mental energy. After practicing control over the Flame Blade for a while, he finally dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Having familiarized himself with the Flame Blade skill, Hanze decided to elevate its proficiency. Ding! Would you like to expend 4,280 skill points to upgrade the Flame Blade to level 9 of Tier 9? Upgrade. Ding. The quality of the Flame Blade has ascended to a superlative human tier spell. Effortlessly conjuring a Flame Blade, its efficacy now surpassed that of previous iterations manifold. He could now also modify its shape. Hanze compressed the blade into the form of a small flying dagger one moment, then transformed it into the shape of a dragon-slaying sword the next. Moreover, he could simultaneously conjure dozens of flying daggers, rendering him capable of ambushes or area attacks. The Flame Blade consumed remarkably little mental energy, proving to be both agile and convenient, allowing for lethal strikes with a mere flick of his will. Truly, skill points were a miraculous boon, exhibiting remarkable prowess. Xiao Jing Tian entered a dungeon, only to find that the lesser foes began at the 6th level of Qi refinement, which left him momentarily stunned. Armed with a silver longsword, his movements were exceedingly fierce. However, when he struck a demon rat, the result was rather mediocre. After expending considerable effort, he finally felled one demon rat, only to be confronted by hundreds more, rendering him utterly aghast. To expend his trump cards merely to slay a single lesser foe, what was the point of continuing? He promptly exited the dungeon, in a state of shock. Xiao Jing Tian sat in silence, having narrowly escaped being torn to shreds by the overwhelming horde of demon rats. Upon opening the Dark Demon Lord dungeon, he was astounded to see Hanze's name atop the leaderboard, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, staring incredulously at the rankings. Xiao Jing Tian could hardly believe that such a terrifying record had been set by Hanze. Upon emerging from the dungeon, he silently dedicated himself to training. The world would not allow him to rest easy. After all, he was a top contender on the leaderboard, and eyes were ever watchful. Xiao Jing Tian, known for his arrogance and rudeness, soon attracted the ire of onlookers. After failing to make the rankings for some time, jeers began to emerge. What happened to the so-called leaderboard deity? Didn't he just claim he would conquer the Dark Demon Lord dungeon? Whereas the action, it was evident he hadn't succeeded. He even had the audacity to disparage the illustrious Hanze, claiming he was the first to conquer the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon. How shameless. How could he even compare to the esteemed Hanze? He must be desperate for fame, riding on Hanze's coattails. Chapter 45. The stirring caused by the auction letter. Indeed, boasting of being an unparalleled genius, yet unable to conquer even the legendary Dark Demon Lord dungeon. He flaunts his prowess, but now he must hide in shame. The disdain for his audacious demeanor was palpable, especially when compared to Hanze's humility and grace, who displayed no hint of arrogance in his demeanor. Xiao Jing Tian possessed undeniable talent, yet his hubris was his downfall. Had he chosen a nightmare or epic-level dungeon instead of a legendary one, he might have succeeded. His ambition had led him to overreach, resulting in a most embarrassing defeat. As night fell, Hanze returned to his castle and retired for the evening, deciding to address any matters come dawn. The darkness bestowed power upon the beasts. Marking a time of hunting, all creatures seemed to possess an innate awareness, their eyes gleaming with intensity as they gazed upon the humble wooden abode. The terrifying white light that once emanated from it had vanished, no longer a source of dread. However, they refrained from acting rashly, opting instead to conceal themselves and observe. They awaited the opportune moment to strike, intending to unleash a horrifying ambush upon the unsuspecting humans. Within a radius of several hundred meters from their territory, all beasts appeared to sense an inexplicable allure, compelling them to launch an assault. Countless creatures within a kilometer radius were drawn by an unseen force, converging upon the player's haven. As dawn broke, these beasts regained their senses, the wild frenzy that had overtaken them seemingly forgotten. They then dispersed, though a considerable number lingered nearby, prowling restlessly. Engaging in dungeon runs and honing his skills consumed much of Hanze's time. After a brief slumber, daybreak arrived. His physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to function without sleep, devoid of any burden. Opening the trading panel, he converted all his Qi gathering pills into spirit stones, extracting them all before relisting the Qi gathering pills for sale. This time, he included the necessary herbs for alchemy in his exchanges, subsequently shutting the trading panel. The herbs were intended for the continued crafting of Qi gathering pills, thus saving him the time required to procure them solely for alchemical purposes. As for how others would acquire herbs, that was not Hanze's concern. Whether through the world channel or the trading panel, herbs were abundant and not in short supply. Anyone wishing to exchange for elixirs would seek out herbs. That was a matter he need not fret over. In addition to continuing his exchanges of Qi gathering pills for spirit stones, Hanze also possessed the Netherworld set. This set was of no use to him personally, and selling it for less than its worth would result in a significant loss. Presently, the set was invaluable. However, during this period, spirit stones were scarce, making the selling price crucial. After some deliberation, Hanzei decided to auction the armor set, setting a minimum bid of 1 spirit stone with a duration of 12 hours, now awaiting the bids of others. Once Hanzei placed the set up for auction, he turned his attention away from the trading channel, opting instead to patrol the vicinity of his territory with his Thunder Mantis. Simultaneously, upon Hanzei's auctioning of the set, news of this event quickly spread. At this stage, even white and green gear was regarded as exceedingly precious artifacts. Someone flaunting a white item would boast about it for days in the World Channel, while those with green gear were few and far between. As for blue and purple gear, many had never even seen or heard of it. Now, witnessing an entire set of purple gear was akin to encountering a divine artifact. The announcement of this news in the World Channel immediately triggered immense excitement. An entire set of equipment had appeared in the auction house, now officially listed. Who on earth is so formidable as to auction a purple Lord-level set? It is quite perplexing to witness such disdain for a Lord-level ensemble, as exhibited by a certain individual. Truly, what a prodigal, to possess such a set, which could very well be a safeguard for one's life. And yet to auction it off for a mere handful of spirit stones is nothing short of folly. Indeed, how short-sighted. In no time at all, a multitude voiced their disapproval of this individual's actions, with some even resorting to denigrating the seller, who seems willing to go to any lengths to elevate their own notoriety. Have any of you even ventured to the auction house? The one who made the purchase is none other than the esteemed Hanzei. What? It is the illustrious Hanzei? Then I have no objections whatsoever. Hanzei is indeed eternal. A figure of such stature is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. I would say, how could one possibly question why someone would bid on a purple set? For Hanzei, such a purple ensemble is likely as effortless as breathing. Bah! A gaggle of shameless individuals who prey on the weak yet cower before the strong. To speak the truth, the attributes of the set sold by Hanzei are indeed remarkable, significantly enhancing one's survivability. Should I acquire it, I could withstand the onslaught of the demonic rodent and perhaps even brave an elite dungeon. The individual above, a veritable veteran who has conquered dungeons, commands my utmost admiration. I can't help but wonder, what equipment does Hanzei currently don? To disregard even a purple ensemble suggests it must at least be of transcendent quality. It appears that what we find impressive might not be so notable in the eyes of a true expert. Undoubtedly, Hanzei, having triumphed over the Dark Demon Lord Dungeon, is a figure of unparalleled prowess, ranking first among players. How remarkable. Hanzei, I wish to bear your progeny. I have sent you a private message with a photo. Just yesterday, he completed a dungeon, and today, he has unveiled the Netherworld set, presumably a reward from the dungeon. My word. The legendary Dark Demon Lord Dungeon holds such bountiful rewards. It makes me yearn to tackle the dungeon myself. Alas, having failed to conquer it last night, I must wait until tomorrow. I shall no longer dare to haphazardly select modes. Merely passing the elite level will suffice. Players with a handful of spirit stones are fixated on the auction house, for the attributes of this set are nothing short of extraordinary. Adorning this armor would drastically bolster one's survival capabilities in this perilous otherworld, where the craving for life-saving gear far surpasses the desire for any other equipment. Consequently, capable players have begun to sell their items in exchange for spirit stones to bid on the Netherworld set. This is not merely the action of a few, but rather a trend among the majority of elite players. Countless materials and items have flooded the market, all sold at a 10% discount to quickly amass spirit stones. In no time, the prices of goods across the market began to plummet. The Netherworld set shall be mine. It is destined to be in my possession. Bah! What do you intend to do, woman? You cannot even wear it. Do I require your guidance to accomplish my tasks? I act of my own volition. It is far better than having to deal with your treachery. You insidious creature, are you intent on opposing me? How amusing. The equipment is available at the auction house. If you desire it, bid for it. Do you lack spirit stones? If you plead with me, I might assist you in raising the bid. Are you mocking me? What concern is it of yours? Cease your verbal bravado. If you wish for the set, simply outbid me. A grown man who hesitates. What a pitiable sight. Chapter 46. Cancellation of the Blueprint. Are you toying with me? Ha ha ha. Have you only just realized this? Truly, you are simple-minded. The woman shut off the world chat. Disinterested in this scoundrel, her beautiful eyes continually surveying the set in the auction house. The lady is named Wenhuan, possessing an SSS-level talent along with 2 other S-level abilities, making her exceptionally gifted. However, her talents did not manifest with great strength upon her arrival. They were merely average at best. Her pet, a defensive black bear, could only assist her in gathering wood and stones, relying on Hanzei to sell meat in the trading channel to survive her most trying days. The man from earlier had been lurking near her homestead, repeatedly attempting to intercept her in the wild. Had it not been for her black bear, the consequences would have been dire. The means to break this awkward situation came in the form of Hanzei's Chi induction pill, which saved her life. Huan's talent is that of the wood's spirit body, yet even with such a gift, she could hardly progress in an area devoid of spiritual energy. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm her, the Chi induction pill appeared, illuminating her path like the dawn's first light. She etched this name into her heart, for though she had yet to meet him, he had unknowingly rescued her multiple times. Thus, when Huan quietly became Hanzei's ardent admirer, her devotion fervent and unwavering. Girls are often drawn to heroes, particularly one like Hanzei, who single-handedly vanquished the legendary dungeon to acquire the Netherworld set. When Huan was overjoyed beyond measure, more so than if she had completed the dungeon herself. Thus, even if she cannot don the armor, she is determined to bid for it as a memento. With wealth comes indulgence. Meanwhile, the fellow who had quarreled with Huan, Fu Haiyu, wore a stormy expression, his face a mask of dark fury. For every ounce of admiration Huan harbored for Hanzei, Fu Haiyu felt an equal measure of loathing. The prize had slipped through his fingers, and it was no wonder his mood soured. From the moment he first laid eyes on Huan, he had been captivated by her beauty and grace. Her visage was exquisite, her figure alluring. He longed to seize her and whisk her away. Fu Haiyu acted on this desire, but was thwarted by Huan's black bear, allowing her to escape. Days passed, and Huan did not emerge, leaving Fu Haiyu with no recourse but to bide his time until the novice period ended, at which point he could pursue her once more. Yet, before the novice period concluded, Huan consumed the Chi induction pill, becoming a practitioner ahead of schedule. 10 Fu Haiyu's would be insufficient to challenge her. He dared not provoke her further. Thus, a rivalry was born between them. Fu Haiyu possessed commendable talents and was progressing well, wielding a blue-grade dagger. Neither could best the other, leading to a battle of wits. However, Huan was confident that her future would be as unstoppable as a tidal wave. Fu Haiyu posed no threat. She found little interest in him but took delight in creating trouble for him. The public bidding period lasts for 12 hours, and Hanzei has granted them ample time to gather spirit stones. Upon exiting the territory, a biting cold wind assailed him. Hanzei, a peak practitioner of Chi refinement, was unfazed by the chill. His wind Storm Mantis boasted a hide akin to iron armor, rendering it impervious to the cold. I, with her long fur, clearly had some resistance to the cold, yet still felt a hint of chill. Little one, I shall craft you a coat to keep you warm. Meow 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 master. You are simply the best. I adore you. The blizzard should soon arrive, yet the time for crafting beast skin attire is not yet ripe. However, the pets can don their gear in advance. After all, his cultivation remains insufficient for complete warmth, and he intends to fashion a fox fur cloak that is both practical and aesthetically pleasing. With the map in hand, Hanzei swiftly located a silver treasure chest. It had spawned right at his doorstep, a mere few steps away. Hanzei reached out to open the chest. Ding. 100-fold amplification in progress. Ding. Acquired 400 low-level water spirit stones and 100 low-level fire spirit stones. Has the reward for opening chests changed? Or have additional spirit stones been introduced? Hanzei's mind was awash with questions, yet he felt a stirring in his heart. The host, henceforth, chests will yield only spirit stones. Materials must be gathered from the wilderness, and blueprints have been rendered obsolete, obtainable solely through dungeons. Blueprints for homesteads may drop from boss-level monsters. At this moment, Hanzei experienced a sudden epiphany. The existence of blueprints was far too extraordinary. Upon acquiring his first blueprint, he had marveled at its sheer magic. With the right materials, one could craft items with absolute certainty, a premise that was exceedingly exaggerated. It is well known that both alchemy and artifact crafting carry an inherent success rate. Even for masters or grandmasters, there exists no guarantee of a 100% success rate. The game seemed to be evolving into a more realistic simulation, increasingly mirroring the real world. The revocation of this privilege would not impact him significantly, for he possessed an abundance of blueprints. He had utilized Chi gathering pills to exchange for nearly all the blueprints held by players. Hanzei had amassed an overwhelming array of crafting skills, which would undoubtedly become an unimaginable fortune in the future. Thus, the change affected him not at all. Rather, it further enhanced his profit margins, an impressive windfall. The foremost consequence was on-side professions. Without professional blueprints, the alchemist class would be scarcer than he had anticipated. Standing near the chest, Hanzei chuckled foolishly, relieved that no one was witnessing his moment of glee. Otherwise, his reputation could be irreparably tarnished. Reflecting on this, Hanzei decided against opening more chests. He could easily earn spirit stones by selling elixirs, rendering any further time spent futile. Battling monsters to extract chests was the true path to success, especially with merely 20 days remaining. Should he procure a few devil fruits, he would stand to gain significantly. With this thought in mind, He teleported all werewolves back to the realm of 10,000 methods to engage monsters, while he remained at home to await developments. The 12-hour public notice soon elapsed, and the auction for the spectral set commenced. The starting bid for the spectral set was set at 1 spirit stone, but within moments, it soared to a staggering 1,000 spirit stones. 100, 200, 300, 500, 800, 5,000. Hanzei was astonished to discover that the spirit stones had only just been released. Yet some individuals possessed such vast quantities. It appeared he had underestimated the world at large. Undoubtedly, a few fortunate souls, blessed with exceptional prowess, had acquired the requisite resources, while others had simply enjoyed extraordinary luck, spawning near a spiritual vein. With billions of players entering the game, it was inevitable that some would encounter fortuitous events. Hanzei shelved his previous contempt. He realized that merely lagging behind by a moment could mean being surpassed by others. Thus, he understood that he was far from being in a position to rest easy. There was still much work to be done. Hanzei glanced at the world skill tree, contemplating the necessity of exchanging skill points for rare materials to expedite his foundation building phase, lest he be ensnared in an abundance of mundane dreams. During his absence, the bidding for the spectral set had escalated to 18,888 spirit stones. This figure was evidently still below its peak, as the digits continued to surge dramatically. In a realm where the average spirit stone count per player hovered around a mere dozen, nearly 20,000 spirit stones represented an unfathomable fortune. Even with the numerous elixirs he had sold, for Hanzei, 20,000 spirit stones were indeed a considerable amount. The world of the elite eluded his understanding. How astonishing that mere days after the game's update, such wealth in spirit stones had emerged. Truly, it was a world brimming with extraordinary talents. He realized he was but a minor player. He once believed that possessing 2,000 spirit stones marked him as a formidable figure, yet in comparison to the true elites, he now comprehended his own insignificance. Others lamented their fortunes, yet their cries were in vain. This world was inherently inequitable, and with countless individuals endowed with diverse talents. Many miracles and destinies were birthed. The longer time passed, the more pronounced the disparities became. Spirit stones surged to 30,000, though the pace of increase began to decelerate, with only 1 or 2 stones added at a time, signaling that they were nearing the limits of affordability. A grave expression crossed Wenhuan's face. This price was approaching her threshold, and should another bid arise, she would be compelled to concede. Should she acquire this armor, she could employ a kite-fighting strategy alongside her pet black bear, venturing into the epic-level Dark Demon Lord dungeon. Clearly, others had also reached their limits. In the final 10 seconds, the countdown ensued. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. System notification. Congratulations. You have successfully auctioned the spectral set for 333 low-level spirit stones. Upon receiving the system notification, Wenhuan visibly exhaled in relief. With this armor, her bear's survivability would be greatly enhanced. The storm stirred by the equipment auction began to settle, and Wenhuan's name gradually gained recognition among the masses. Wenhuan, the powerful goddess, a role model for our kind. Wenhuan, the affluent lady, healthy and spirited, seeking a shoulder to lean on. The goddess has truly emptied her coffers to procure this set from the illustrious Hanzei. With so many spirit stones, I could sustain myself for an eternity. If I possessed such wealth, I could reach foundation building myself. Some speculated whether Wenhuan was deliberately inflating the price to capture Hanzei's attention. Please, if you have the ability, you bid. Hanzei belongs to me. No negotiations. You lot are merely vixens. I am the rightful consort of Hanzei, while you remain mere concubines. What a scene reminiscent of a harem. Hanzei was indeed enviable. System notification. Your auction for the spectral set was successful, earning you 333 low-level spirit stones. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Hanzei was momentarily taken aback and promptly opened the auction panel. To his astonishment, there were indeed many affluent players. However, all these funds were now his. He scrutinized the auction records. Wenhuan, no recollection whatsoever. Such wealth could make her a potential client in the future. Hanzei sent her a friend request, which was accepted almost instantly. What a coincidence. Yet another inhabitant of the chat channel. After adding her as a friend, Hanzei chose not to engage in conversation, preferring to market his goods when the time was right. For now, he would let it be. Wenhuan, brimming with excitement, approved Hanzei's friend request. However, since she had depleted her spirit stones, she was occupied with the task of earning more and refrained from speaking, though her heart soared with joy. Her face blooming with a radiant smile. Hanzei ventured into a regional dungeon, but entry required reaching the foundation building stage. Thus, he found himself idly returning to the realm of 10,000 methods. The breakthrough into the foundation building phase loomed ever closer. Achieving a comprehensive foundation was no simple feat, as each type of spiritual energy required individual cultivation, consuming an abundance of rare materials and considerable time. He had come primarily to select these invaluable resources. Host, you need not procure rare materials. You already possess the finest building items available. A voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ear. I already possess them? What foundational items are you referring to that I am unaware of? Hanze was taken aback, perplexed by the system's statement. He was not in possession of any unique items, merely an assortment of materials. He had categorized and reviewed those materials thoroughly. What rare treasures could he possibly be oblivious to? Just as Hanze pondered these questions, the system provided clarity. In the realm of the host's myriad magical domains, the pinnacle of foundational artifacts, the divine crystal, is composed of high-grade materials, its divine essence surpassing that of any heavenly treasures or earthly gems. Upon hearing the system's elucidation, Hanja was struck with enlightenment, realizing that such superior materials for foundation building were unexpectedly within his reach. It was indeed a situation that left him both amused and speechless. Utilizing the myriad magical domains for foundational purposes not only allows the host to transform this world into an inner realm, but also permits the seamless incorporation of any encountered life forms into this space. As the host's cultivation progresses, the level of the inner realm will gradually elevate as well. The term inner realm immediately caught Hanja's attention. He was no stranger to this concept. In fact, he was quite familiar with it. This golden finger often appears in tales of immortals and primordial epics. Numerous novels featuring spatial artifacts also present various interpretations and applications of such items. The host's inner realm is exceedingly valuable, guaranteeing a 100% success rate in achieving divine status and consolidating divine essence, while also serving as a formidable aid in battle. Hanja could hardly contain his excitement. How do I refine the myriad magical domains into an inner realm? He inquired. Exchanging for the inner realm refinement technique will allow you to condense the myriad magical domains into an inner realm, the system replied. Hanja glanced at the world skill tree. Inner realm refinement. This skill enables the transformation of a special space into an inner realm. If no special space exists, one must exchange for an inner realm seed to initiate the refinement. Exchange price, 5 million skill points. Hanja noted that the inner realm seed costs a staggering 100 million skill points. Goodness, that's exceedingly expensive. This clearly illustrated the preciousness of the inner realm. Fortunately, with the myriad magical domains, he only required 5 million skill points to achieve the inner realm. Ding! The method for illuminating the inner realm refinement has been activated. As 5 million skill points were deducted, Hanja's mind was filled with the knowledge of refining the inner realm. He soon became adept in the art of inner realm refinement. The process comprises 3 stages. The first involves relocating the myriad magical domains to the position of the sea of consciousness, allowing him to directly establish his foundation in the Dantian. The second step requires infusing his spiritual energy into the space, fully refining the myriad magical domains as his own, granting him effortless control over the inner realm. While this step is challenging for others, it is remarkably simple for him, as the myriad magical domains are inherently his own awakened world. A mere infusion of his spiritual energy would suffice to complete this refinement. The third step entails refining the myriad magical domains with mental energy, establishing himself as the sovereign of this world. Completing these 3 steps is not difficult for Hanja, though it demands considerable time. The benefits, however, are manifestly apparent. By mastering the myriad magical domains, his spiritual energy will never deplete, allowing him to lead a pet army into battle, while he remains in the center, annihilating any foes before him. Hanja could hardly wait. Without hesitation, he began the process of refining the myriad magical domains. Prior to this, he stored all resources in his castle and relocated his pets to the outside world, fearing any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Once everything was in order, Hanja settled beneath the world skill tree and commenced the refinement of the inner realm. Aside from his pets returning, Hanja focused on consolidating treasure chests, dedicating all remaining time to the refinement of the inner space. He practiced until the early hours, successfully moving the myriad magical domains to the sea of consciousness. The next step involved gradually refining the world with his spiritual energy. This way, he would not need to remain in seclusion, as the sea of consciousness would nourish the myriad magical domains continuously. Although the self-driven refinement might be faster, the constant nourishment would prevent any loss of time and, when accumulated, would be quite substantial. The vastness of the myriad magical domains was somewhat overwhelming. Yet a larger initial area would lead to an even grander inner realm upon its evolution, making all efforts worthwhile. Hanja combined the treasure chests into 3 supreme chests. After surpassing the novice phase, he found himself surrounded by numerous beastly foes, negating the need to seek out monsters. He did not engage in combat, yet his achievements were remarkably commendable. As he opened the chests, a brilliant light flashed, and the chests were unlocked. You have opened 3 supreme treasure chests. You have acquired the celestial transformation of 36 changes. You have acquired the earthly transformation of 72 changes. You have obtained the postnatal spiritual treasure, the demon illuminating mirror. You have received the devil fruit and the childlike fruit. Celestial transformation of 36 changes, a high-level divine ability, encompassing 36 transformations, embodying the ultimate 36 techniques of the heavenly path, requiring celestial-level strength to cultivate. Earthly transformation of 72 changes, a high-level divine ability, consisting of 72 transformations, containing 72 techniques of the postnatal realm, demanding celestial-level strength to cultivate. Demon illuminating mirror, a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. Any demon illuminated by this mirror will instantly revert to its original form, dispelling illusions and purifying any enchantments it has succumbed to. If one possesses an object of the enemy, it can be used for tracking. Childlike fruit. Upon consumption, physical growth halts, enabling the transformation of any being into a toy. These toys retain all memories and emotions from their past lives and cannot defy their master's commands. Hanja began to assess his gains. The celestial transformation of 36 changes and the earthly transformation of 72 changes could not be utilized in his current capacity. However, the other 2 were precisely what he needed at this moment. The demon illuminating mirror would serve as a means of self-defense. Mental attacks and illusions are particularly elusive, and even he struggles to guard against them. With the demon illuminating mirror, he could effectively counter mental assaults. This postnatal spiritual treasure fills the gap of his lack of armor, proving to be immensely useful. Moreover, the mirror's tracking capability allows him to pursue enemies, as long as he possesses even a single item from them. He could locate them anywhere. The childlike fruit, on the other hand, was the demon fruit he desperately needed. It promises eternal youth while satisfying his whimsical desires, transforming foes into toys to torment for eternity, a thought that is delightfully exhilarating. The transformed toys retain their former strength, thereby augmenting his ranks with an army of toys that cannot disobey his commands. They could scout, and in dire circumstances, self-destruct, taking enemies down with them. Such power is simply unparalleled. In the future, he shall be invincible, regardless of the heights of one's cultivation, as long as his spiritual energy can reach you. Prepare to become a toy. Hanja consumed the childlike fruit. He had yet to taste the demon fruit, as it had always been his pets who reaped the benefits. Thus, consuming it posed no issue. Before long, he acquired the abilities of the childlike fruit. Next, it was time to test his newfound skills. The dungeon for the Dark Demon Lord had refreshed its entries, and Hanja selected the legendary mode to re-enter the dungeon. The dimly lit, oppressive cave was now familiar territory for Hanja. As he observed the appearance of the demonic rats, he began to merge his abilities with his spiritual energy. The powers of any demon fruit could be activated with just a thought. A vast surge of spiritual energy erupted, manifesting as a dense fog enveloping the position of the demonic rats. The demonic rats, devoid of intelligence, with their frenzied eyes, charged towards him, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. In an instant, the ability of the childlike fruit was unleashed. 5,000 demonic rats abruptly froze, their bodies rigid, and the next moment, they all transformed into toys, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Host has acquired 5,000 toy rats. Toy rat, level, Chi refinement layer 6. Qualification, silver ordinary. Introduction, a mouse tainted by demonic energy has, through some mysterious power, transformed into a toy, which will undoubtedly be an exceedingly obedient plaything. Mysterious power? Hanze couldn't help but chuckle. This devil fruit is truly remarkable, allowing him to effortlessly annihilate 5,000 demon mice in an instant. Subsequently, Hanze collected an additional 800 toy spiders for toy nether generals and 1 toy dark demon lord. He ventured once more to the location of the treasure vault, only to find that the golden door had vanished without a trace, leaving only a wall standing in its stead. That must have been the sole reward. Hanze felt no disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome, as it was unlikely to yield treasures every single time. Given that this was not his first foray into the dungeon, the rewards were considerably diminished, comprising only ordinary blue and purple gear. He refrained from selling equipment frequently, as doing so would devalue it. Instead, he preferred to engage in hunger marketing to maintain high prices. Upon exiting the dungeon, the system announcement reappeared. System announcement. Player Hanze has set a new record of 15 minutes and 22 seconds on the Nether Demon Lord leaderboard. This is hereby announced. System announcement. Player Hanze has set a new record of 15 minutes and 22 seconds on the Nether Demon Lord leaderboard. This is hereby announced. System announcement. Player Hanze has set a new record of 15 minutes and 22 seconds on the Nether Demon Lord leaderboard. This is hereby announced. As the world announcement suddenly appeared, all players were left bewildered, pausing their activities to check the Nether Demon Lord dungeon leaderboard. Goodness. Can one truly break their own record? Hanze is playing at an astonishing level. A 3-minute improvement in a single day? Could this be considered cheating? It's utterly impressive. I can't keep up. There's simply no comparison. Yesterday it took 18 minutes. Today it's 15. At this rate, I fear he might finish in 13 minutes tomorrow. I'm devoid of any aspiration to catch up. We mere mortals are unworthy and can only look up to the Great One. I'm betting on how long it will take him to complete the dungeon tomorrow. I wager 13 minutes. 13 minutes seems outrageous. I can barely traverse the dungeon map in that time without encountering monsters. I too believe 13 minutes is far-fetched. I'll bet on 14 minutes. I'll stake 10,000 low-level spirit stones on the Great One finishing in 12 minutes. The person above has lost their mind. The assessment is complete. Chapter 49, Catastrophe Descends. Hanze did not bother to read the world chat, and instead entered the realm of all laws to examine his toy army. The Nether Demon Lord had now been reduced to a mere toy. Transformed into a plush figure, its limbs appeared soft and ordinary, yet it could move freely. Puzzled, Hanze was too indifferent to ponder these matters further. You, release this lord. The Nether Demon Lord struggled, attempting to escape Hanze's grasp. However, having been turned into a toy, its form had shrunk to the size of a palm, though its strength remained intact. It was unable to exert itself, and thus could not escape Hanze's control. TSK, a mere doll still dares to refer to itself as this lord? Be compliant, or else you shall rot in the warehouse. The Nether Demon Lord was genuinely frightened. After all, he was a demon lord. Suddenly transformed into a toy and confronted by this remarkably handsome young man, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The Nether Demon Lord complied, allowing Hanze to mold and shape him without uttering a sound. Having already suffered such misfortune in becoming a toy, he wished to avoid being cast into the warehouse. Abandoned and neglected, the thought of languishing in a dark environment, devoid of companionship, would surely drive him mad. In the warehouse, collecting dust and mildew, he was a sentient being, not merely a lifeless toy. Hanze disregarded the Nether Demon Lord's thoughts, enveloping the entire doll with his mental energy to probe its physical structure. To Hanze's astonishment, the Nether Demon Lord's body genuinely resembled that of an ordinary plush doll, completely devoid of any soul. While it exuded a semblance of life, how could it exist without a soul? This must be the terrifying capability of the devil fruit. Hanze decided not to dwell on it further. He would note down the inexplicable details, confident that clarity would eventually come. Aside from the absence of a soul, the doll itself seemed to possess immortality, meaning that even if it were torn to shreds, it could be reassembled with spiritual energy and resurrected instantaneously. This was truly terrifying. With this ability, all toys would be indestructible, and their combat prowess would far exceed that of their original forms. Hanze experimented with the skills of the toys, discovering that they were nearly indistinguishable from their former selves, and even more formidable. System, can toys learn skills? Indeed, toys retain the same capabilities as when they were alive. Remarkable. Hanze was overwhelmed with excitement. The devil fruit truly lived up to its reputation as a premier artifact. Its abilities were astonishing. The Nether Demon Lord's 3 unique constitutions piqued Hanze's interest. He pondered whether the toy could become his pet. A drop of blood fell between the Nether Demon Lord's brows, and an irresistible will surged forth, quickly establishing a bond of master and servant. Ding. You have successfully tamed the pet Nether Demon Lord. Ding. You have acquired all attributes and skills of the Nether Demon Lord. The blood coalesced on the forehead of the Nether Demon Lord, transforming into an ancient mark that radiated a sense of mystique. Master. The Nether Demon Lord floated in midair, a look of adoration on its face. Do you have a name? Hanze inquired. Master, I am called Emoli. Hanze nodded. Emoli, please proceed to the world skill tree and select 2 offensive skills. Although your constitution is exceptional, your attack methods are rather singular. Thank you, Master, for bestowing me with this opportunity. Emoli's expression grew even more fervent. Having been cast out for centuries, he had been utterly alone, with no one to care for him. Despite his extraordinary talent, he had never had access to cultivation methods or martial techniques. Finally, he could train, and Emoli was as joyful as a child. The skill tree was visible to all pets, though they could not exchange skills. Hanze would simply have Emoli choose, and then facilitate the exchange himself. Next came the toy demon mice, puppet mice, tin mice, plush mice, block mice, and so forth. The landscape was awash with toy demon mice, who, devoid of intelligence, scurried about chaotically, leaving Hanze feeling quite overwhelmed. He unleashed them all to combat monsters. After all, they were merely silver-level ordinary creatures at the 6th level of Chi refinement and posed little challenge. Most importantly, these toy demon mice could increase in number by 8,000 each day, representing a substantial source of income. The Treasure Box Brigade had once again bolstered their ranks by over 8,000, with an array of peculiar dolls. Hanze organized them into groups of 100, each team accompanied by elite demon spiders, to scour the nearby wilderness for monsters. The remaining 4 demon generals set out individually to hunt higher-level beasts. As the night belonged to these demonic creatures, although they had been transformed into toys, their biological attributes remained unchanged. As time was of the essence, Hanze continued to refine the realm of all laws. He had to seize every moment. What he lacked most was time. Immersed in the refinement of the realm of all laws, the external world began to shift, a cold breeze sweeping in as many demon races fell into slumber. On the 9th day, with only 5 hours remaining, a system prompt resonated in the minds of all players. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for surviving the early stages of the game. Having reached this phase proves your strength. The most challenging times lie ahead for all players. System announcement. The game world is about to become tumultuous. All players are urged to exercise utmost caution, for complacency may lead to demise. System announcement. The catastrophic apocalypse has commenced. Over the next month, you shall encounter a multitude of natural disasters. Yet, take heart. For those who endure this arduous month shall once again reintegrate into the realm of humanity. System announcement. In 5 hours, the first disaster will commence. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. The sudden emergence of system announcements shattered the expectations of all, causing many who had been struggling to the brink of despair to collapse entirely. Was the threat of ferocious beasts not sufficient? Now calamities too? It is over, utterly over. Survival seems impossible, and the game appears intent on ensuring our demise. Is the onslaught of monstrous creatures not enough? I have not slept for days, and now another disaster looms. Crisis accompanies opportunity. I firmly believe I can secure a place within the top 1,000 rankings. Why reveal the disaster only now, with mere hours remaining? Woe is me. Does anyone know what kind of disaster awaits? How can we prepare for the unknown? I am filled with dread, as ferocious beasts still lurk around my home, and now a disaster is imminent. Where are you, Mom and Dad? Even Hanze, who had ceased his cultivation, gazed at the world family, eagerly anticipating the long-awaited event. Before him appeared a golden inscription. Frigid weather will descend in 4 hours and 50 minutes. System announcement. The leaderboard system is officially launched, featuring rankings for pets, combat power, pet quantity, equipment, and homesteads. System announcement. The leaderboard system is officially launched, featuring rankings for pets, combat power, pet quantity, equipment, and homesteads. System announcement. The leaderboard system is officially launched, featuring rankings for pets, combat power, pet quantity, equipment, and homesteads. Chapter 50. The leaderboard is announced. The system's voice reverberated, causing everyone to pause and hurriedly check their rankings on the leaderboard. Some players, aware of their capabilities, knew they would not make the rankings and opted to explore the world chat channel for information. A new feature has emerged. Today is truly tumultuous. I can hardly bear it. Everyone, rush to see the leaderboard and seize the opportunity to ally with the top players. Enough talk. I am off to form alliances. Delay may result in missed opportunities. The world chat channel saw a significant reduction in traffic as curiosity about the newly released leaderboard swept through. Upon opening the leaderboard, following the level rankings, a myriad of new rankings appeared. Hanze, 2, opened the rankings. Homestead rankings, based on homestead level, furniture, spirit herbs, plants, and daily necessities ratings. First place, Hanze, level 5 homestead, rating 78888. Second place, Yuling, level 2 homestead, rating 1588. Third place, An Ing, level 2 homestead, rating 1399. Fourth place, Fu Shengming, level 2 homestead, rating 1122. Fifth place, Huang Tingsu Ri, level 2 homestead, rating 1099. Sixth place, Wu Qing Yi, level 2 homestead, rating 1098. My heavens, the illustrious Hanze possesses a level 5 homestead. What a formidable individual. Oh, esteemed one, could you enlighten me about the homesteads above level 2 stone houses? I am filled with envy. How did you acquire the schematics for such a homestead? Goodness, what manner of dwelling is this, boasting a score of 78,000. The combined scores of the top 100 homesteads do not even rival yours. I would offer 100 spirit stones just to glimpse your homestead, dear esteemed one. Is this the chasm that separates us? Hanze, a man who has dominated an era, is both my fortune and my lament. I cannot even gather the materials for a level 2 homestead, while you have amassed the resources for a level 5. Conversations in the World Chat channel ignited with fervor, and private chat groups buzzed with discussions surrounding the leaderboard. Total pet combat power ranking, based on the combat power of all pets owned by players. First place, Hanze, number of pets, 17833. Second place, Bingya, number of pets, 21. Fourth place, Aning, number of pets, 10. Fifth place, Yuling, number of pets, 8. Sixth place, I am Qin Rition, number of pets, 5. Seventh place, Wu Qing E, number of pets, 4. The pet combat power ranking merely reflects the system's statistical assessment based on quantity and power. In reality, pets possess inherent advantages and disadvantages. For instance, fire-type pets generally struggle against water-type counterparts. The laws of nature dictate such dynamics. However, regardless of these dynamics, Hanze stands as the unequivocal champion. The combined might of the top 100 pets pales in comparison to his singular prowess. Thus, this ranking serves merely as a reference, not an absolute determinant of outcomes. I am utterly flabbergasted. How does the esteemed one sustain over 10,000 pets? I previously cared for 3, yet 2 perished from starvation. Enough lamenting. I've shed enough tears. My pets vanished on the very first day. Truly, the esteemed one is remarkable. Hanze has claimed the top positions in both rankings. How impressive. Brother Hanze, I yearn to present you with a little pet. I can barely afford to feed my pets, yet Hanze maintains over 10,000. Tears of envy stream from my eyes. Pet combat power ranking. Ranking of individual pet combat power. First place, Hanze, Shadow Demon Lord, Golden Sovereign, Peak Chi Refinement. Second place, Hanze, Water Spirit, Golden Sovereign, 10th level Chi Refinement. Third place, Hanze, Holy Light Magical Cat, Golden Sovereign, 8th level Chi Refinement. Fourth place, Hanze, Wind and Thunder Mantis, Golden Sovereign, 6th level Chi Refinement. Fifth place, Hanze, Wind and Thunder Mantis, Golden Sovereign, 6th level Chi Refinement. 104th place, Hanze, Wind and Thunder Mantis, Golden Sovereign, 6th level Chi Refinement. The entire pet ranking is dominated by Hanze, who occupies all top 100 spots. The World Chat channel fell into a profound silence in an instant. This is not mere strength. It is an absolute crushing dominance, utterly dispiriting. This is the nightmare of the talented. He is not of this world. Hanze is simply a prodigy. I, Hanze, willingly submit and pledge my allegiance to you. Alas, it feels as though all hope has been extinguished by your overwhelming presence. This is terrifying. Hanze's combat prowess has left us far behind, to coexist in the same era as such a monster. Countless talented individuals fell silent, feeling the oppressive weight brought forth by Hanze, stifling their breaths. If it were merely a slight superiority, they might muster the will to resist and strive. Now, however, all that remains is despair. A chasm separates them from him. Surpass him? Perhaps dreaming would be swifter. In dreams, one can have anything. Sigh, why ponder so deeply? They are not in competition. Perhaps they may rely on him in the future. Many offered faint smiles and shook their heads. Unable to catch up, they resolved to enhance their strength and diminish the gap between them, letting go of their discontent. The presence of such a formidable figure assures them that they need not fear anyone daring to bully the people of the Dragon Nation. I recognize many familiar names. One of my friends, astonishingly, ranks among the top 100. He has been pretending not to understand all along, and I have taught him so much. It seems I am the only fool. This is the true master, flaunting his prowess in the global chat every day. Yet the top 100 on the leaderboard are completely oblivious to his presence, merely boasting of their achievements. There are always greater beings beyond our own, and I have come to comprehend this truth. Is there still a need for accessories, esteemed Hanze? I am at your service, capable of providing anything you require. Personal combat power rankings. First, Hanze 2nd, Muyu Wei 3rd, Shadow 4th, Feng Ihan 5th, Mion. Equipment rankings. First, Hanze. World Skill Tree 2nd, Hanze, Realm of All Methods 3rd, Hanze, Demon Exposing Mirror 4th, Wenhuan, Netherworld Set 5th, Shadow, Dark Assassin Dagger. I am utterly astounded. I do not understand why, upon seeing Hanze, I feel this is entirely normal. I too have grown accustomed to it. What kind of equipment is the Realm of All Methods? Does anyone know? It sounds akin to an entire world. Has the master truly acquired a realm of his own? I feel as though there exists an insurmountable divide between us. I never anticipated that he genuinely possesses such a world. Calm. It is only natural for a master to have such possessions. Oh my, the demon exposing mirror, is it the one I envision? Master, I wish to become your disciple. To serve you tirelessly. Wenhuan stood transfixed before the leaderboard. She was aware of Hanze's formidable strength, Yet she had not anticipated it to be so overwhelming, so powerful that it instilled despair. He dominates an era, subduing an entire realm. That man is destined to shine brilliantly in this world. Wen Huan's eyes radiated fervent admiration, wild and passionate. Chapter 51, Ranking Rewards. Wen Huan felt an unwavering determination within. She must catch up to him, at the very least, to possess the strength to stand beside him. Just as Hanze finished reviewing the leaderboard, the system's voice resonated once more. System notification, congratulations. You have attained first place in the home rankings, earning 1,000 reputation points. Your home has acquired the characteristics of sturdiness and comfort, enhancing its defense by 20. Resting in your home will increase stamina recovery speed by 100 and provide 10 comfort points. System notification, congratulations. You have secured first place in the total pet combat power rankings, earning 1,000 reputation points. The defense of all your pets has increased by 20, and their attack power has risen by 10. System notification, congratulations. You have monopolized the top 100 in the pet combat power rankings, earning 10,000 reputation points. The attack power of all your pets has been doubled. System notification, congratulations. You have achieved first place in the personal combat power rankings, earning 5,000 reputation points. Your combat power has increased by 20. System notification, congratulations. You have placed in the top 3 of the equipment rankings, earning 18,000 reputation points, 10,000 skill points, a premium spirit stone vein, and a 10 enhancement to the attributes of the demon exposing mirror. System notification, congratulations. You have attained first place in the level rankings, earning 5,000 reputation points. Your cultivation speed has doubled. System notification, congratulations. You have achieved first place in all 7 rankings, earning 100,000 reputation points. Your cultivation speed has increased tenfold. Note: if the first position on the leaderboard is usurped, the rewards obtained will be revoked. Hanze smiled. The rewards from these rankings are extraordinarily abundant. The increase in cultivation speed from holding first in the 7 rankings and overall leaderboard results in a staggering enhancement of 1,100 times, totaling a remarkable 1,200 times cultivation speed. Cultivation is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Furthermore, with the augmented attack and defense, the multitude of pets he possesses greatly enhances his prospects. Hanze clenched his fists, his combat power surging by several hundreds of times. His body brimmed with abundant spiritual energy, each breath drawing in a multitude of spiritual power. This sensation is simply exhilarating. In the World Chat channel, discussions about the leaderboard continued, with each of the top 10,000 players receiving rewards. Yet none could compare to his. There was no information regarding the impending calamity, but this does not imply that no one is privy to such knowledge. Even if they were aware, no player would disclose this information publicly. Not wishing to dwell on such matters, Hanze closed the chat channel. He entered the bathroom and indulged in a luxurious hot shower. In these times, people are exceedingly frugal with water, aside from him. It seems no one else would dare to use pure water for bathing. Only those whose homes are situated by rivers or the exceptionally wealthy, who lavishly squander their fortunes, would consider such luxury. With disaster looming, Hanze summoned all his pets. The werewolves and toy army were all cast into the realm of all methods. While the other pets were housed in designated pet nests, Uni and Storm Mantis were placed in the castle. Hanze retired early, for there would be no time for idleness thereafter. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Some harbored grand ambitions, convinced they would ascend the rankings. Others feared the calamity would bring irreversible losses. Some brimmed with confidence, believing themselves to be exceptionally gifted, capable of seizing resources amidst the disaster to secure a position within the top 10,000. Others were engaged in battle with ferocious beasts outside their homes, striving to eliminate potential threats before calamity struck. Yet the weak neither strove nor believed they could advance through the disaster, sitting idly in their homes, awaiting their demise. The myriad of life forms, with their myriad of fates, all depend on individual effort. In this world, striving is the sole hope for survival. System announcement: extreme cold weather will arrive in 1 hour. Players are advised to prepare for the drop in temperature. System announcement: extreme cold weather will arrive in 1 hour. Players are advised to prepare for the drop in temperature. System announcement: extreme cold weather will arrive in 1 hour. Players are advised to prepare for the drop in temperature. Hanze awoke from his slumber, still in a state of drowsiness, as he heard the system notification. Uni emerged from the covers, her expression bewildered, seemingly inquiring why Hanze had suddenly sat up. The little cat of the Holy Light system radiated brilliance. Having always slept alongside Uni, he found her warmth particularly comforting now that the temperature had dropped. Hanze donned a dark cloak adorned with golden threads, enveloping himself from head to toe, concealing his handsome visage, imparting an air of mystery and exceptional nobility. Not bad. Hanzei felt quite pleased with this cloak. It was no ordinary garment, but a crafted piece of equipment. Dark Fox Cloak. Level. Human tier exceptional. Quality. Golden Epic. Attributes. Magic Defense 200, Defense 100, Constitution 10, Charisma 10 Skill. Concealment. Enables the user to obscure their presence. This was an item of his own creation. Possessing the tailoring profession allowed him to craft it. The dark fox hide is derived from the fur of a foundational stage beast, and Hanzei had incorporated several special materials to enhance its charisma. The results were evidently remarkable. This was also his first time wearing it. Stepping out of the castle, he was met with howling winds and a gentle drizzle mixed with snowflakes. Clad in the cloak, Hanzei felt no chill whatsoever. The temperature surely dipped below freezing, and it continued to plummet. Suddenly, Hanzei recalled the garden. The spiritual fields were still home to plants, corn, rice, and various flowers, all cultivated for their aesthetic appeal in the castle's garden. Would these plants not perish in such bitter cold? Opening the crafting panel, Hanzei began to search for any equipment that could save these flowers and plants. Otherwise, they would have to be placed in the realm of all methods. This search unexpectedly led him to a solution. Greenhouse. Level. Rare. Function. A special equipment designed for cultivating plants, capable of withstanding natural disasters and providing a suitable soil environment for plant growth, with the ability to nurture plants up to Tier 3. Requirements. 100 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 10 units of crystal, 5 units of copper ore, 5 units of iron ore, 1 fire crystal, 1 gold crystal, 1 wood crystal, 1 water crystal, and 1 earth crystal. This item is splendid. It is perfectly suited for the current situation. Hanzei possessed all the necessary materials, and he promptly crafted 4 greenhouses. A crystalline structure, the greenhouse's frame was composed of wood and ores, appearing in his hands. The transparent greenhouse allowed a clear view of its interior. How extravagant. A greenhouse made of crystal. But why not, given his wealth? The 4 greenhouses could encompass all the plants, with the exception of the walnut wall and the pea shooter, both of which could resist the snow and provide a degree of protection. Being plants, Hanzei feared they might suffer from the cold. So he arranged a spirit gathering formation, allowing the pea shooter and walnut wall to absorb and refine spiritual energy, ensuring their safety. Ding. Spiritual field environment detected. All greenhouses have leveled up by 3 tiers, now capable of nurturing plants up to Tier 6. Chapter 52. The Greenhouse. Magical Snow. The 4 grand greenhouses settled upon the spiritual field, emanating a soft glow in the night, clearly revealing the plants inside, though not obvious from a distance. With the greenhouses, matters became significantly more convenient. Hanzei proceeded to set up a basic spirit gathering formation that enveloped the entire homestead. Ding. Basic spirit gathering formation successfully established. Formation mastery at 10,000. Homestead cultivation speed increased threefold. Hanzei couldn't help but take a deep breath, as the spiritual energy flowed directly into his body with each inhalation, invigorating him immensely. Truly worth it. After completing all this, Hanzei returned to his homestead. Outside, the light rain had gradually ceased. The drifting snowflakes fell like goose feathers, and the temperature plummeted correspondingly. Gazing out the window, the world was cloaked in silver. Snow swirling in the air, accompanied by a howling cold wind. The temperature had dropped below 0. Heavens! It is snowing outside, and what a heavy snowfall it is. Could this snow be the disaster foretold by the system? It hardly seems so. Without giving anyone time, there was only an hour to prepare. With snow falling, resources would surely increase in price. If it were merely snow, that would be far too simple. Many fierce beasts would be hibernating during the snowfall. Even those that didn't hibernate would not emerge to attack his homestead. This disaster truly seems feeble. After worrying for so long, is this all there is? The game does not aim for total annihilation. Perhaps it is merely attempting to intimidate us, to make us understand the game's brutality. Indeed, it appears we have worried for nothing. After such prolonged anxiety, witnessing only snow and a slight drop in temperature, many felt a sense of relief. Some began to put aside their worries, perceiving this as a fortunate occurrence. However, such sentiments quickly dissipated. The temperature outside continued to drop, and after the recent rain, the ground began to freeze, covered by a thick blanket of snow. The temperature in the world began to plummet. Soon, magical snow fell across the entire realm. And within moments, the temperature dropped to below -10 degrees. Every passing minute saw the temperature decrease at an astonishing rate, leaving Hanzei astounded. -20 degrees, -30 degrees, -40 degrees, -50 degrees, and finally, the temperature ceased its descent at -80 degrees. The world channel erupted with shock, complaints, and despair echoing throughout. At this moment, players began to grasp the dire situation they were facing. Oh my, the temperature has dropped dramatically. The outside world is a vast expanse of white. All beasts have fled, yet why does it feel so terrifying? It is freezing. The stove burns as though it is extinguished, the flames pitifully small. I just took a sip of water from the stove, and it froze instantly. Will I perish from the cold? My hands and feet feel numb and immobile. Who was the fool that said it was merely a bit chilly? Just a bit chilly? My snot has turned to icicles. I regret selling all my wood. My wooden house is far too cold, and the stove is on the verge of going out. Good heavens, the surrounding temperature is so low that the stove's consumption has doubled. Now, it requires 4 units of wood per hour. I'm done for. I only have 50 units of wood. In this bitter cold, I cannot survive without the stove. What shall I do tomorrow? I only have 5 units left. And in an hour, I shall freeze to death. I was the one who revealed the secret last time. I managed to survive by chance. But Brother Huang demands 100 units of wood, or he will eliminate my son. He is willing to pay a high price for wood. I beg you all. Hanze was observing the world channel when he encountered this individual, and a thought crossed his mind. A few days ago, he had seen this person in the world chat. He had not spoken since, leading Hanze to believe he was already dead. And thus he had not paid much attention. To his surprise, the man was still alive. The story could continue. Hanze donned an expression of amusement and opened the friend request list, approving the request. Player Hanze has accepted your friend request. Lu Yao, is that you? Big shot. Lu Yao's voice trembled. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he was hallucinating from the cold. Even so, Lu Yao was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the top player in the game, Hanze, who had dominated an entire era. He never expected that his friend request would indeed be accepted. Hanze, it's me. How much wood do you need? Hanze spoke briskly. With a hot pot steaming before him, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, a spicy hot pot on one side and spirit chicken soup on the other, utterly delightful. Lu Yao, 100 units of wood. I am willing to trade anything I possess for it. Please, choose whatever you like. Big shot. Lu Yao's eyes dimmed slightly. He never dreamed he could escape from such a terrifying beast. Even more unexpected was that Brother Huang was still alive and near Xiao Yun's homestead. For the sake of his son, Lu Yao had to endure Huang's demands. However, he truly had no wood left now. Though Lu Yao did not regret revealing this matter, he felt immense guilt towards his son, having never been a competent father throughout his life. A wry smile surfaced on Lu Yao's face. Hanze chose the crystal, as it had numerous uses. A vial for potions required 1 unit of crystal. Hanze, let us trade 1 unit of crystal for 10 units of wood. Lu Yao agreed readily. He had no other options. In these extraordinary times, the price was quite reasonable. Lu Yao was entirely unaware of how much wood Hanze possessed. So there was no need for exploitation. It was more than enough for him to profit handsomely. After completing the transaction, the next step was to share stories. Hanze, so, you just endured Huang's threats like that? Lu Yao, there's nothing I can do. My son is in his hands, and I'm powerless. Hanze, just take your son away. Don't tell me you can't handle that Huanggu. Lu Yao is ranked over 8,000. And Huanggu is nothing to worry about, something Hanze has just realized. Lu Yao, but I owe him. Hanze fell silent for a moment, then resumed typing. Hanze, in the past world, you might have been right, but that reasoning cannot be applied to the present world. I am unaware of the matters among the 3 of you, but anyone who hinders your cultivation is unequivocally your mortal enemy. It's a life or death situation. This world does not adhere to moral conclusions. The strong possess supreme privileges. If you merely acquiesce to someone's demands out of guilt, how is that different from a slow suicide? Compensate within reasonable limits. Assist him as long as it does not compromise your own standing, and nothing beyond that. Other matters can be one-off. Repeating them is ultimately futile. This world is harsh and merciless. These are merely suggestions from Hanze. The final decision rests with him. Chapter 53, The Warmth of the Stove. Upon reading Hanze's message, Lu Yao felt utterly dazed. He had never contemplated this matter before. Perhaps it was not just him. No one had considered it, or perhaps everyone had intentionally forgotten. Truly, a master is worthy of the title. The strong are revered, while the weak are devoured. If he cannot adapt, he will inevitably be cast aside by this world. Lu Yao has never been a good person. Lu Yao, master, my son is still in his hands, and I'm too far from his territory to retrieve him. What should I do? Hanze, just chill. After finishing the story, Hanze closed the chat channel. The hot pot was ready, and it was time to indulge. Gazing at the snow outside, Hanze was suddenly struck by a sense of life's fleeting nature, reminiscent of singing and drinking in revelry. The large copper pot was steaming, with mutton, beef, and shrimp already cooked. The meat, derived from spirit beasts, was exceptionally tender and juicy, melting in the mouth with an aromatic fragrance. Hanze had longed for this, relishing the spicy sensation that was immensely satisfying. Yuni's face was flushed as she savored the fiery flavors, her mouth numb, yet continuing to eat. Shui Ro, on the other hand, preferred milder fare, delicately sampling spirit chicken and sipping broth. Hanzei prepared a dipping sauce with sesame paste, paired with tofu, chive blossoms, sugar, and crushed peanuts. It was simply divine. What a culinary delight. Beep. You have consumed a special spicy pepper, fire element affinity 1. Beep. You have consumed a special spicy pepper, fire element affinity 1. Beep. You have consumed a special spicy pepper, fire element affinity 1. Hanzei's expression brightened. He had not anticipated that the pepper could enhance fire element affinity. The explosive peppers could serve as both weapons and sustenance. He had not considered the peppers in that light, merely indulging his cravings, but he was pleasantly surprised by the effects. This meal left Hanzei feeling thoroughly satisfied. Not only that, but he felt enveloped in warmth, an effect of the increased affinity to fire. He felt an urge to go for a run. The pets took turns training in the training room. Hanzei returned to his room to review the crafting page, having learned over 1,000 blueprints in one go. Making it quite a task to find anything now. He could no longer obtain blueprints from treasure chests. These crafting skills were his capital for wealth. In the future, he would rely on side professions and blueprint skills to earn money. Hanzei selected the heating stove, a small hand warmer, and a crystal energy heater. The heating stove consumed 2 units of wood per hour, which could also be substituted with crystal stones. The small hand warmer, held in hand for warmth, consumed 1 unit of wood per hour, also replaceable with crystal stones. The heater, placed in the home, could only be ignited with crystal stones and conveniently adjusted the indoor temperature. He planned to sell the heating stove and small hand warmer, while reserving the heater for personal use, which would cost him 1 crystal stone daily, a trivial expense for Hanzei. Beep. Wood 50, iron or 20, copper or 20, silver or 10, fire crystal 1, earth crystal 1, gold crystal 1, water crystal 1, successfully crafted a rare level heater. Beep. Wood 20, iron or 10, copper or 10, silver or 10, fire crystal 1, successfully crafted an excellent level heating stove. Beep. Wood 10, iron or 5, copper or 5, silver or 5, fire crystal 2, successfully crafted a rare level small hand warmer. The stove's design was exquisite. Unlike the simplistic iron stoves of the past, it featured intricate patterns that shimmered like magical inscriptions. The appearance was rather appealing. Surely, it could fetch a few more crystal stones. Hanzei felt quite pleased, placing the heater in the castle and consuming another crystal stone to create a cozy atmosphere. Next, he would mass-produce small hand warmers and heating stoves. There was no rush to sell now. It would be most needed when the biting cold made hunting impossible. How delightful this was becoming. The finished products were placed in the castle, and since he could craft them anytime, he opted against mass production. The system's dungeon attempts had refreshed, and Hanzei once again acquired a batch of toy troops, 5,000 silver-level ordinary monsters, 800 silver-level elite monsters, 4 silver-level lord monsters, and 1 gold-level lord monster. Arriving at the realm of all laws, he entrusted these toys to Mo Li, instructing him to train with them. Mo Li had already selected 2 cultivation methods. One was the celestial level technique, the demon god scripture, which could cultivate to the realm of the demon god, perfectly suited to his 3 constitutions for rapid advancement. The second was the Bull Demon King's Mighty Bull Demon Fist, a celestial level skill capable of shattering mountains and rivers at its peak. A signature technique of the Mighty Bull Demon King. These 2 methods were remarkably fitting for Mo Li. The demon god scripture would refine his demonic bloodline, enhancing his physique. With his berserk physique, demon crystal body, and netherworld body, learning the Mighty Bull Demon Fist was indeed a match made in heaven. Having completed all of this, Hanzei continued to refine the realm of all laws, while the 2 toys, Mo Li and his toy army, began their training. These toys were remarkably unique. They could continue to cultivate, seemingly breaking their own limitations. Yet, they appeared as mere ordinary toys, vibrant and full of life. The toys were smarter than puppets. While puppets were lifeless, the toy army was a living entity. Hanzei couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the devil fruit. Meanwhile, on the other side, players had endured the most grueling night since the game's inception. The temperature plummeted to freezing levels, compounded by the biting winds outside. Sleep eluded everyone, leaving them in a state of despair and helplessness. Despair, cold, fear, and misery. I'm so cold, I've run out of wood. Will I see the sun tomorrow? This weather is unbearable. I don't even have a drop of water, just sitting here eating ice. Enough said, talking only brings tears, which have frozen into ice. Might as well drink them. High prices are being offered for wood in massive quantities. At this moment, I can barely manage on my own. Who would lend a hand with timber? How foolish. I am filled with dread as I hear the beasts outside my door, hammering away. Am I destined to be devoured by these fiends? I fear I may not survive this ordeal. To those above, since you are surely doomed, why not part with your wood and allow me to live? Bah. I would rather discard it than share with you. Waste is still waste. It is better to let me live. What need is there for this? There are ferocious beasts lurking outside my door as well. As night fell, the chat channel was dismal. Hanzei spent the night refining the myriad divine realms, achieving nearly 3% completion. Within 3 months, he would fully assimilate the myriad divine realms. What a sweet dilemma. Not wishing to dwell on such matters, Hanzei departed the myriad divine realms as dawn broke. The blinding light streamed in, and Yu and I awoke, leaping onto his shoulder. He gently stroked her soft fur and led her to the window. Instantly, Hanzei was awestruck by the sight outside. Chapter 54, The Ice and Snow Creatures. The landscape resembled a frozen wasteland, enveloped in a shroud of silvery white. Hanzei donned a snow-white robe, a magical garment he had crafted just days prior. Sun-white celestial garment. Level, Spirit, Grade Supreme. Quality, Supreme Magical Artifact. Attributes, Defense 1000, Spell Defense 1000, Elegance 10. Skills, Auto Heal, Dustless Shield, Gentle as Jade. This was the finest magical artifact he could create. He would need to reach foundational cultivation to forge equipment of artifact grade. Nevertheless, this garment was already the pinnacle of his current capabilities. The Sun-White Celestial Garment ranked 5th on the equipment leaderboard, while the Shin Fox Cloak held the 6th position. Dressed, Hanzei descended the stairs and opened the door, where a fierce cold wind howled in. The chill was deftly mitigated by the Sun-White Celestial Garment's protective qualities. Stepping into the yard, he found the snow piled about half a meter deep, with a layer of ice beneath. Walking upon it gave the sensation of teetering on the brink of a fall, yet somehow managing to maintain balance. The ice layer was approximately 10 centimeters thick and needed to be removed. Otherwise, traversing would be excessively cumbersome. As Hanzei pondered how to eliminate the ice, a cannonball whistled past, soaring beyond the wall. Hanzei was still unaware of the cause when the pea-shooter soldiers activated their frantic barrage. Were their enemies invading? Hanzei immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Since arriving here, he had always been vigilant, having cleared the nearby beasts from his home. This was the first instance of such creatures approaching his vicinity. Unfolding his wind wings, Hanzei soared above, spotting the creature wreaking havoc near his home. It stood about 4 to 5 meters tall, a massive white monster resembling a snowman, with a rotund body, limbs, and facial features that were oddly endearing. A line of golden text appeared. Snow Beast. Attributes, Ice Snow. Level, Chi Refinement Level 4. Qualification, Ordinary Bronze. Skills, Build Snowman, Snowball Fight, Skiing, Snowball Technique. Vulnerability. Mischievous snow beasts cover anything they see with snow. Their favorite pastime is engaging passersby in snowball fights, especially with those who are incapacitated. Amid the pea shooter's relentless fire, the snow beast soon collapsed to the ground. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 4 snow beast, gaining 400 skill points. Though there were no beasts around his home, this peculiar snow beast seemed to have emerged due to the weather. It was likely a creature exclusive to extreme cold conditions. Once the bitter chill passed, the snow beast would undoubtedly vanish, with the pea-shooter soldiers safeguarding his home. Hanzei felt secure against any sudden incursions by snow beasts. Hanzei flew beside the fallen snow beast, summoning a treasure chest with a wave of his hand. In the spot where the snow beast had disappeared, he discovered a glimmering object. To his surprise, the snow beast had dropped items. He picked them up casually. Ice Crystal X1, Snow Crystal X1. To think it yielded ice crystals and snow crystals. Now that treasure chests could no longer issue crystals. Defeating snow beasts providing such drops was an immense delight. After all, crafting equipment requires crystals, and amassing ice and snow crystals is vital. Who knows what other special environmental creatures might yield crystals in the future? This could lead to players laboring for their benefit. The surviving players were almost all elite. Defeating such snow beasts was hardly a challenge. He condensed the fallen snow beasts into treasure chests and gathered the dropped ice crystals, snow crystals, and water crystals before returning to his castle to have breakfast. Without strength, how could one combat creatures? Breakfast was of utmost importance. The pets, in a whirlwind of activity, were voracious eaters, especially the werewolves, who were numerous and had hearty appetites. A single adult werewolf required 10 units of meat daily, with 5,000 werewolves. That amounted to 50,000 units of meat consumed each day. Thankfully, the toy army did not require sustenance. Otherwise, they would truly deplete his resources. Once sated, the werewolf army, along with the Thunder Mantis and toy armies, set out from 3 directions to cleanse the area of monsters. The entire battalion moved with relentless force, leaving a trail of shredded monsters in their wake. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 2 Snow Beast, gaining 200 skill points. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 5 Ice Ape, gaining 500 skill points. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 6 Snow Wolf, gaining 600 skill points. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 3 Snowflower Demon, gaining 500 skill points. Ding. Successfully defeated a Chi Refinement Level 7 Snow Phantom, gaining 800 skill points. Hanze had other matters to attend to, so he turned off the system notifications. Throughout the night, many had reached out to him privately, some inquiring about the situation, others seeking assistance. A friend had just sent him a message. Li Shu, big shot, I'm about to freeze to death. Can you save me? Hanze recalled Li Shu, who had traded with him for carpentry, blacksmithing, and alchemy. Li Shu then sent a picture of a dilapidated wooden house, with drafts seeping through, his thin form shivering in the biting wind. Hanze, haven't you upgraded your wooden house? Li Shu's home was ranked 1,000th, astonishingly. It was still a basic wooden house. Li Shu, I miscalculated. I've been focused on cultivation and neglected upgrading my home. Li Shu was regretting his oversight. He had placed too much emphasis on equipment and cultivation, spending all his funds on crafting weapons while completely overlooking the essential foundation of his home. Who could have predicted such calamities? Now, it was too late to think of upgrades. Hanze, is it that you have resources but no blueprints? Or blueprints but no resources? Li Shu, neither. Hanze was taken aback. It had been 10 days since the game began, and even saving a little each day should have resulted in something. Li Shu, attached image. I've been working on this thing. Hanze opened the image, revealing a line of golden text before his eyes. Golden Sword. Level, Human Tier Medium. Quality, Purple Lord. Attributes, Attack Power 380, Armor Penetration 10, Defense Penetration 10. In pursuit of superior equipment, one finally acquires it, only to realize they were on the brink of freezing to death. How should one put it? Such individuals are far too suitable for slaughter. Hanze, the resources required to upgrade to a level 2 homestead blueprint can be exchanged for 50 crystal stones. Furthermore, I must inform you that ice and snow creatures have appeared outside the homestead. Defeating them may yield ice crystal stones, or snow crystal stones. Li Shu. Deal. Thank you, esteemed one. Player Hanze has gifted you a level 2 homestead blueprint, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, a fur coat, an excellent heating stove, and a rare hand warmer. Hanze, don't freeze to death. That would be quite a loss for me. I assure you, these items are not given freely. No need to feel moved. I'll give you a discount, so it'll only be 100 crystal stones. Li Shu, you are truly my savior, oh great one. Sob sob sob. In a modest, frigid wooden cabin, a man wrapped in blankets sobs profusely on his bed. Chapter 55, Selling Fur Coats. Tears freeze instantly into ice beads, plummeting onto the wooden bed. After Li Shu upgraded his homestead and ignited the heating stove while donning the fur coat, he finally felt as if he had been resurrected. Having assisted him, Hanze paid him no further mind. With that sword, defeating monsters would pose no issue, and he would simply await his rewards. Wu Wei, esteemed one. It's snowing outside. It's so cold, I can't go out. It's her. Recently, he had little time and had not paid much attention to the chat. Merely trading for Snowflake would daily. She still diligently gathered herbs for herself each day, a rather obedient little girl. Player Hanze has gifted you a fur coat, a heating stove, and a hand warmer. Bu Wei's expression brightened as she hurriedly donned the fur coat, which was both stylish and perfectly fitted. How wonderful. It's so warm. Brother Hanze is truly a kind soul. Unexpectedly, he even sent her a good person card. Bu Wei snapped a photo and sent it to Hanze. Upon opening the image, Hanze found it to be a graceful young maiden, her cheeks flushed. Clearly warmer now. Hanze, there are ice and snow beasts outside. Be careful. Bu Wei, you're the best, esteemed one. I am of the wood elemental affinity, but I still don't have a staff. Do you have one? Hanze opened the crafting panel, swiftly locating a suitable staff. Wood Spirit Staff. Level Human Grade. Medium Quality. Attributes. Spell Attack 100, Mana 20, Wood and Water Attribute Skill Damage increased by 20. Materials required. 20 units of Shadow Ironwood, 10 units of Crystal Ore, 10 units of Celestial Iron Ore, 10 units of Bronze Ore, 5 Crystal Stones, 5 Wood Crystal Stones. The cost of crafting this staff is quite steep, yet its effects are exceptional. It amplifies spell attack by 100 points and enhances water and wood spells, making it an exquisite piece of equipment. Priced at 50 crystal stones. Considering the crafting cost of 24 crystal stones and the Tier 3 material Celestial Iron costing 1 crystal stone per unit, it seems reasonable to double the price. Moreover, he intends to sell this staff in limited quantities. If it doesn't exceed 100 crystal stones, he might as well keep it for his pets. Hanze crafted a wood spirit staff and proceeded to trade it to Bu Wei. None of his pets required a staff, and only the water sprite needed one. Yet it already possessed its own staff, an epic grade item that was exceptionally powerful. Hanze was disinclined to check private messages from others. As they were merely pleas for assistance, he completed his tasks and closed the chat. Opening the world chat channel, he inquired, "How is everyone doing?" Several friends' avatars have turned black again. "Oh no, there are beasts attacking the homestead. I haven't slept all night, and my hands and feet are frozen stiff. I'm so hungry. The meat has frozen solid, and the wood is nearly gone. Without food, I lack the strength. Without strength, I cannot venture outside. If I remain inside, I will starve. What am I to do? I must collect resources today. Otherwise, the wooden cabin won't withstand the impending attacks for long. However, how can I go out with those monstrous beasts lurking outside? It's still too cold. Even the wooden plank bed I sleep on has frozen over. I have begun to eat ice again. Filling my stomach is paramount. Everything else is secondary. Don't eat ice. My legs have gone weak. And don't ask how I know. Through the world chat channel, one could gauge the progress of all players. Now that the magical snow has ceased, the external temperature is not as frigid, but without winter clothing, one cannot venture outside, for the cold will lead to immediate demise. Hanze felt he had reached his limit and could begin selling fur coats for profit. Seller, Hanze. Items for sale, fur coats. Trading requirements, various blueprints 1. Selected 1, various attribute crystal stones 10. Selected 2, special materials 20. Stock, 10. Hanze listed only 10 items, intending to test the pricing. The moment they went live, they were snatched away instantaneously. Evidently, he had underestimated the demand for fur coats among the current players. World chat channel. Hurry to check the trading channel. Hanze has listed 10 fur coats. I managed to grab one. Oh my, it's so warm, and the fur is incredibly soft. I adore it. This fur coat is truly a life-saving artifact. Hanze is so considerate, not forgetting to provide us with a chance to survive. Tears are welling up. I didn't manage to get a fur coat. Oh great one, I am willing to pay double for one. Please, esteemed one. Raise the price so that no one else will snatch them from me. You big shots are. I don't care, I just want a fur coat. I beseech you to list a few more, great one. Hanze was clearly taken aback by the overwhelming demand. Since they requested a price increase, he naturally obliged. Doubling the price, he listed another 100 coats. Once again, they vanished in an instant, with everyone purchasing without a second thought. After all, nothing is more important than one's life. 100 fur coats simply cannot satisfy the current market demand, considering the billions of players. Even after accounting for those who have perished, there are still at least 1 billion players remaining. 100 fur coats tossed into the market barely create a ripple. Not only has he earned a fortune, but he has also gained a stellar reputation, leaving countless individuals envious and regretful. However, the most crucial component for crafting fur coats is the animal hide, and not just any hide will suffice. It cannot be too coarse, too hard, or damaged. Moreover, very few individuals possess the tailoring profession, and even fewer have the blueprint for crafting coats. Consequently, producing fur coats becomes exceedingly challenging. Even if someone manages to create a few, the sheer volume of his production remains unparalleled. The 100 fur coats sold out once more, and at this price. Hanze listed another 1,000. This time, the sales slowed considerably, as very few individuals possessed the necessary materials, nearly all having been scavenged clean by Hanze. Most players seldom hoard their items. They typically sell them for resource exchange unless they possess something of uncertain value, which they might retain for a better price. Yet, in the face of such cold, nothing is more vital than survival. The cut-off sales require players to venture out and return with something to show for it before making a purchase. However, the fur coats continue to be sold, with a system notification chiming in every few seconds. For the time being, Hanze decides to ignore the fur coats. You have so many fur coats. Do grant me one. I begrudgingly accept you as my subordinate. Do not presume that being at the top of the leaderboard grants you the audacity to act brazenly before me. I am destined to shine brilliantly. Allowing you to be my subordinate is merely a sign of my benevolence. The message comes from Lin Aotian, who, despite Hanze's initial intention to disregard him, manages to elicit a chuckle from Hanze. Chapter 56, The New Pet, Snowman Beast. This person is either utterly foolish or mentally unhinged, or perhaps possesses extraordinary skills and treasures. Regardless of which, Hanze finds himself intrigued by Lin Aotian. Blocking Lin Aotian means he will be unable to procure any coats. After waiting for a response that never comes, Lin Aotian's eyes flash with a hint of coldness. How dare Hanze ignore him? With his talent, the world should belong to him. The mere act of desiring a fur coat from Hanze is a privilege he should be grateful for. How audacious to toy with him. Just wait until you fall under my control. I shall ensure you suffer endlessly, unable to escape life or death. Lin Aotian muses confidently. However, as he attempts to send another message to Hanze, he realizes he has been blocked. His fury intensifies, twisting his handsome features. Hanze, how dare you treat me this way? I vow to flay you alive daily, subjecting you to a torturous demise. Lin Aotian dismisses Hanzei entirely, displaying a blatant disregard for anyone. With unparalleled talent, he is destined to lead this era. The sycophantic behavior of the players towards Hanzei only fuels Lin Aotian's rage. He aims to suppress Hanzei with his own prowess. Yet his skills lean more toward defense, making rapid dungeon completions impossible. His remarkable talent, which cannot be acknowledged or ranked, torments Lin Aotian, who relishes showing off. Thus, he concocts a rather foolish plan. Since he cannot ascend the leaderboard, he will recruit a subordinate from it. He dismisses the lesser candidates and turns his gaze toward Hanzei. By subduing Hanzei, he not only gains a formidable pet army, but also an indispensable ally in battle. Imagining himself as the protagonist, Lin Aotian eagerly seeks out Hanzei, only to find his messages falling into silence, and worse, being blocked, a clear indication of Hanzei's disdain for him. Though seething with anger, Lin Aotian does not wish to eliminate Hanzei just yet. He intends to settle for having Hanzei as a subordinate to serve him before slowly winning over this top-tier ally. He holds unwavering confidence in his plan. With his talent, the entire world is his. What is a mere Hanzei to him? Entering the snowy realm, Hanzei manually clears the area of monsters within 1,000 meters, simultaneously searching for any potential pets. Activating Wind and Thunder Wings. A fierce gale swirls to his left, while violent lightning crackles to his right. He resumes the supreme warfare, conjuring a flaming blade in hand, instantly obliterating all ice-type monsters in his path. Hanzei reshapes the flaming blade into a swarm of flying daggers that encircle him, filling the air with a flurry of projectiles. As he clears a pathway through the monsters, he soon encounters an intriguing creature. A massive snowball rolls toward him, visibly growing larger and more dangerous with each moment. Hanzei swiftly dodges as the gigantic snowball collides with a nearby tree, shattering it into splinters and engulfing it entirely. Behind the snowball looms a colossal snow monster. That direction. Isn't that towards my home? Hanzei realizes the potential threat if it continues its path. His abode may be buried beneath the snow. The vast expanse of snow is certainly not lacking. Hanzei observes the enormous creature closely, and a golden text materializes before him. Great Snow Monster. Attributes: Ice, Snow, Level, Chi Refinement Level 7 Qualification, Silver Elite Skills, Snowball Rolling, Skiing, Snowman Freezing Fist, Weakness. The mischievous Great Snow Monster has a tendency to cover everything in snow, reveling in the act of rolling snowballs and encasing everything within them. The Great Snow Monster is significantly more formidable than the regular snow monsters, finally presenting an interesting challenge to Hanzei, who is on the verge of boredom. He darts around the Great Snow Monster, launching flying daggers into its massive form. Its size renders it slow-moving, and with Hanzei hovering above, it struggles to catch him. Furious and frustrated, it emits a chilling aura, unleashing freezing fists that fail to even graze the edges of Hanzei's attire. Although its icy punches manage to deflect some of Hanzei's daggers, the majority pierce deep into the Great Snow Monster's body. Enraged, it releases a torrent of cold energy, creating a powerful shockwave that spreads outward. Thick ice layers crack open, and the entire area becomes blanketed in snow. The Great Snow Monster underestimates Hanzei, as its ground-targeted attack proves nearly ineffective against him. Having grown weary of this game, Hanzei decides to end his play with the Great Snow Monster. Activating the ability of the childlike fruit, he utilizes the snowflakes as a medium to envelop the Great Snow Monster instantly. He is curious to see what kind of toy it will become. The ability of the childlike fruit does not transform the toy into another species. It retains its original form, albeit with each transformation resulting in different toys. Ding! Host has acquired the Great Snow Monster toy. The massive snow creature gradually shrinks, yet it remains a considerable 4 to 5 meters tall. Hanzei is witnessing such a large toy for the first time. Upon closer inspection, the Great Snow Monster retains its snowy white color but now resembles a cartoonish snowman, complete with a carrot nose. This transformation is quite familiar to him. However, unlike the snowman he previously built, this one is animated and robust, impervious to damage. As a snow droplet falls onto the snowman's forehead, it transforms into a festive red dot, adding a cheerful touch. Ding! You have successfully tamed the pet Snowman Beast. Ding! You have acquired all attributes and skills of the Snowman Beast. With a wave of his hand, Hanzei materializes a treasure chest and collects the dropped crystal stones. Ice Crystal Stone. 2. Snow Crystal Stone. 4. Having gathered his spoils, Hanzei continues to soar into the distance. After clearing all the fierce beasts surrounding his home, he is disappointed not to encounter another such creature. Nevertheless, he understands that such encounters are rare and cherished. Hanzei felt an unsettling sensation. The snow monster was rolling snowballs towards his abode. Could this truly be a mere coincidence? Or was it an inevitability that every player must confront? If his conjecture held any weight, it was indeed a terrifying notion. What predicaments would subsequent players encounter? If this were the case, it seemed he could amass an army of snow monsters. This thought required further validation, though there was no urgency at present. As night fell, his legion of pets returned to their sanctuary, bustling with excitement as they commenced a hot pot feast. Chapter 57. The hot pot feast. The seeds in this world were extraordinarily peculiar. Numerous crops and fruit trees had matured within mere days. Consequently, each day brought a bountiful harvest of grains and fruits. With the presence of spiritual fields, even ordinary sustenance became imbued with spiritual energy, transforming into spiritual food. Hanzei could now also prepare staple dishes. Consuming meat daily was becoming excessive. Gazing at the familiar sesame pancakes, his heart swelled with anticipation. At last, he could indulge in a proper meal. Just as he was preparing to dine, a video call notification abruptly appeared. Player Wenhuan invites you to a video call. Do you accept? Following the update, new features such as video and voice chat had been added to the friend interface, though he had yet to try them. Hanzei chose to accept. Upon connection, a striking young woman graced the screen, her beauty radiating with an alluring charm. Wenhuan. Hanzei, is there something you need? Hanzei inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. He valued his time, after all. Wenhuan, momentarily captivated by Hanzei's breathtaking visage, found herself at a loss for words. Her thoughts scattered as she marveled at his stunning appearance, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an irresistible allure. Before Hanzei lay a steaming hot pot, laden with an array of fresh ingredients: slices of lamb and beef, fish balls, shrimp balls, crab legs, tripe, fresh shrimp, squid, cabbage, potatoes, crispy pork, fried meatballs, and more. Adjacent to it, the sesame pancakes emitted steam, appearing delightfully crispy and tender, promising an extraordinary taste. Since her arrival in this realm, Wenhuan had not savored such delectable fare. Aside from her infatuation, she was a true foodie. Feeling tears of excitement well up in her mouth, noticing that she had been silent for a while, her gaze fixed on the hot pot, Hanzei could not help but ask, "Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something?" Wenhuan's eyes widened. "Is that allowed?" "1 piece of spiritual stone for a bite," Hanzei replied. Instantly, Wenhuan regained her composure. The meals favored by the elite were indeed costly, but she could afford a few bites. "I'll take 10 bites," she declared, transferring 10 pieces of spiritual stone to Hanzei with a flourish. A subtle smile graced Hanzei's lips. "You will find yourself grateful for this decision. Do you enjoy spicy food?" he inquired. Wenhuan nodded eagerly. He prepared 2 slices of lamb, 1 slice of beef, a shrimp ball, added 2 pieces of cabbage, a strand of vermicelli, a spoonful of specially crafted sesame sauce, and included a pancake for her. "What brings you to me?" Hanzei asked, almost forgetting her purpose in the presence of the hot pot. Wenhuan recalled, "I came to inquire if you have any fur coats available." "I do. I don't have crystal stones. May I use spiritual stones instead?" Hanzei pondered for a moment. 100 spiritual stones. "All right, please choose a beautiful style for me," Wenhuan replied joyfully, nodding eagerly. Hanzei was somewhat speechless at her exuberance. It seemed strange that she was so pleased to be spending her stones. He selected a snow mink coat, its pure white fur devoid of any impurities, truly a high-end item. After trading the hot pot and the fur coat to Wenhuan, Hanzei ended the video call, ready to enjoy his own meal. Wenhuan gazed adoringly at the snow-white coat. Although it was purchased with spiritual stones, it was a gift crafted by her idol's hands, essentially a personal present from him. Elated, she donned the coat, feeling an immediate warmth envelop her. As she retrieved her bowl of hot pot, she prepared for her dinner. The moment she extracted it, the delightful aroma hit her, causing her to shudder with delight. Having tasted countless delicacies from all corners of the land, nothing had ever left her as awestruck as this hot pot. 10 pieces of spiritual stone for such a small portion, she resolved to savor it slowly. Taking her first bite of lamb, she was rendered speechless. What a remarkable texture. Its exquisite flavor, combined with a hint of spiritual energy, surged through her body. She felt immensely satisfied, as if her very being resonated with the pulsating energy that rapidly gathered within her. After about 15 minutes, she emerged from this euphoric state. Ding! You have consumed a special fiery chili, Fire Element Affinity 1. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a 15-minute doubled spiritual energy reward. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 4. 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 Wenhuan was astonished. Having polished off the entire hot pot in one go, which granted her an additional hour of doubled spiritual energy status. Such an astonishing dish cost only 10 pieces of spiritual stone. She realized she had struck gold. The delicacies consumed by the elite were not for sale. No amount of spiritual stones could procure them. Observing Hanze's demeanor, it was evident that such meals were trivial luxuries to him, if he indulged in such food daily. How formidable must he truly be? The magnitude of his prowess was indeed awe-inspiring. After satisfying his hunger, Hanze's pets reported their daily progress. Most had been engaged in the usual task of clearing snow monsters, continuing to eliminate beasts in the vicinity. However, in the direction of the Thunder Wind Mantis, there was an alarming concentration of snow monsters and colossal snow monsters. This was decidedly abnormal. Tomorrow, he would prioritize exploration in that direction. Hanze made a mental note of this matter, took a bath, changed clothes, and lay down to rest before opening the trading interface. 1,000 fur coats had sold out completely, and he casually tossed various resources into his storage. Next, he prepared to list another 10,000 fur coats. Hanze has once again listed fur coats. Hurry and grab them. No need to rush, there are plenty available. Goodness, does Hanze truly have more fur coats? What do you mean more? The question should be how many more. Had Hanze slaughtered every long-haired beast in existence? Were there any players near Hanze? Even if there were, who would know? Indeed, who had ever seen Hanze speak in the regional channel? He rarely spoke even in the world channel. How could he possibly engage in the regional channel? What were they thinking? Just how many fur coats does Hanze possess? I surmise that there cannot be much left, approximately 10,000 units nearing the limit. After all, no matter how formidable the expert may be, he lacks the foresight of a seer. How much beast hide can one possibly stockpile? The game has only commenced for a few days. How could anyone have slain such a multitude of ferocious beasts? Have you forgotten that it was the expert who sustained us in the early stages with the provisions of beast meat? Chapter 58, The Ice Iron Mine. Indeed, the individual above speaks the truth. Initially, the expert listed hundreds of thousands of units of meat daily, a thought that sends chills down my spine. The expert possesses nearly 20,000 pets, which you seem to have overlooked. Every player has experienced that time. Reflecting on the beast, meat brings a solemn expression to each face. It is worth noting that on the very first day of the game, Hanja had already listed tens of thousands of units of meat. That was merely the first day. Each ferocious beast drops about 1 or 2 units of meat. And even among the pig-like beasts, it amounts to merely 3 or 4 units. To amass 10,000 units of meat, even if each beast drops 5 units, one would need to slay 2,000 ferocious beasts. What extraordinary talent could allow someone to hunt over 2,000 ferocious beasts at the onset of the game? Is this truly within the realm of possibility for a single individual? The world chat is abuzz with myriad opinions, but Hanja will not clarify their queries. In the days to come, this will undoubtedly become one of the hottest topics. Hanja has also listed 1,000 units of heating stoves and hand warmers, all intended for the exchange of blueprints. In the future, blueprints will grow increasingly scarce, and without substantial temptation, players will surely hesitate to part with them. After all, possessing a heating stove equates to having a chance at survival. Even if one is reluctant to relinquish blueprints, they would inevitably succumb to the biting cold. This is a limit of the human body that cannot be endured indefinitely. During the frigid midnight hours, without a heating stove, one's hands and feet could become frostbitten, rendering one incapable of movement the following day. Additionally, the vast stockpile of ordinary timber can now be sold. Seller, Hanja. Items for sale, 10 units of timber. Trading requirements, crystals of various attributes. Stock, 1,000,000. Seller, Hanja. Items for sale, superior heating stove. Trading requirements, blueprint. Stock, 10,000. Seller, Hanja. Items for sale, rare hand warmer. Trading requirements, blueprint. Stock, 10,000. Good heavens. The esteemed Hanja has listed timber, as well as heating stoves and hand warmers. Where did Hanja procure such a vast quantity of timber? It appears we were the ones who traded it. Am I truly such a simpleton that we provided the expert with 1,000,000 units of timber? I fear it may be even more. I previously traded Hanja 3rd-tier shockwood as if it were ordinary timber, and now I lament on my bed in despair. I had also exchanged a seed for a spirit fruit tree as if it were a mere common seed, receiving only 1 unit of meat in return. Words fail me. I traded a 5th-tier wood spirit fruit for a mere piece of meat. It seems I am not the only fool. Now I feel somewhat reassured. I even exchanged thunderwood for meat, not realizing it was a material for crafting a top-tier staff. At that time, Hanja traded me 1 unit of meat, and I eagerly expressed my gratitude several times. Although I received a paltry exchange, I bore no resentment. That was simply Hanja's skill, and it had nothing to do with me. Back then, no one else was willing to trade me meat. Without Hanja's provisions, I would have surely starved by now. Unable to engage in this discourse. The brother above is correct. This is the expert's prowess. During that period, many were too frightened to venture from their homes. And it was Hanja's meat that allowed us to survive. We ought to express our gratitude to him. Indeed, the expert might not even have been aware that it was Thunderwood. He merely sought to save others, and, feeling embarrassed to give it directly, accepted the timber. Truly, good deeds are rewarded. Bah, a gaggle of sycophants. Hanja has profited immensely from you, and yet you still defend him? Have you lost your senses? Why do I hear barking again? Ahead, a certain Japanese individual seems to be living rather well. Keyboard warriors, may I engage in battle? Permission granted. Yes. Let us berate that Japanese individual into silence. With skills as meager as yours, you ought to consider a mental overhaul. After all, one cannot blame foolishness on oneself. It is merely an excess of water in the brain. The Toyota driver, infuriated yet powerless to retaliate, found himself on the brink of explosion. In a fit of rage, he closed the world chat, refusing to view the comments of those Dragon Kingdom individuals. Instantly, his mood improved, a wicked grin spreading across his face. If only a woman were present. As he thought of the beautiful woman from the Dragon Kingdom near his home, the Toyota driver promptly forgot all his anger. It seems he must act swiftly. He can hardly contain his anticipation. Tomorrow, he shall capture that woman, and then all resources and beauty will be his. Meanwhile, Hanja was perusing the world chat channel. This little Japanese individual truly seems to be courting death. If that is the case, then I shall oblige. For the first time, Hanja activated the Fate Gem. Uncertain of how to wield it, he was guided by the system, which promptly transmitted the operational instructions into his mind. As his mental energy probed the Fate Gem, Hanja inputted his thoughts. Query successful. Toyota, Japanese individual, cultivation level, 6th layer of Chi refinement, talent grade, SCC. Home location, Zone 01, coordinates, 67382, 68386. Incredible. It rivals Baidu in its detail. Such comprehensive data, even including talent. With the location established, it turns out we are in the same zone. The subsequent steps will be considerably easier. Initially, he had considered spending money to bribe a portal out of Doraemon's pocket, but now he could save his funds. He activated the Wind and Thunder Wings, allowing him to reach Toyota's residence within an hour at most. As for pets, he would take the Wind and Thunder Mantis, capable of flight, while the others lacked such ability and were thus unsuitable. Ding! The chat interface suddenly appeared. Hanja had set keyword alerts, ensuring that only messages containing specific words would be visible to him, while all others were filtered out. Wenche, esteemed expert, I possess ice iron ore. May I exchange it for a heating stove? Ice iron ore. Hanja was taken aback. He had sought this material for quite some time, and at last, someone was willing to part with it. Ice iron ore is a special third-tier iron ore, a companion mineral to cold iron ore, with an extremely low yield, making it exceedingly rare. Even so, it is not worth his trouble. The most critical aspect is that ice iron ore is a primary material for crafting the frost bow. The frost bow is a legendary weapon. He originally obtained the blueprint for it, but had not yet managed to gather the necessary materials. The distinction between a legendary weapon and an epic weapon is profound. The former not only possesses skills, but can also be enhanced into an arcane artifact through secret methods. Human-grade artifacts pale in comparison to arcane artifacts. Hanja, how many units do you possess? Wenche's heart raced. He too was uncertain of the value of this item, and merely hoped for a stroke of luck with the expert. His home was near a snowy mountain, and with the onset of extreme cold, the moment he laid eyes on the heating stove, he realized he was finally saved. For others, the heating stove might only be useful during a calamity of extreme cold, but for him, it is undoubtedly an essential artifact for survival. Chapter 59. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. He had grown weary of enduring the frigid grasp of winter. His limbs rendered stiff as he faced the arduous task of rising from his bed each day. How many units do you possess? Upon receiving the esteemed individual's message, Wenche burst into tears of joy. Wenche, I only have 100 units of frost iron ore. I can continue mining tomorrow if you require it. Hanze, very well, let us proceed tomorrow. He unilaterally set the price for a heating furnace at 500 units of frost iron ore. Despite his urgent need for the ore, he had no intention of lowering the price. Wenche harbored no objections and immediately acquiesced. After trading 100 units of frost iron ore, Hanze transferred the heating furnace to Wenche, and he planned to continue mining to replenish the remaining frost iron ore. With no particularly significant information to impart, Hanze closed the chat. Upon entering the divine realm of all laws, he synthesized all his treasure chests, yielding 4 exceptional treasure chests. In recent days, as his pets leveled up, the frequency of treasure chest acquisitions had increased. Everywhere he looked, there were ice and snow beasts, leaving him with no shortage of foes to vanquish. As long as he desired, the beasts in this world were virtually limitless. What he lacked were pets. He needed to acquire more, which would allow him to obtain additional treasure chests and synthesize superior ones. As he opened the 4 supreme treasure chests, a golden light erupted and swiftly spread in all directions. "This is splendid," Hanzei exclaimed. His spirit lifted as he examined his gains. "You have opened 4 supreme treasure chests. Acquired summoning card, 5-element spirit clan. Acquired the cultivation technique of the Fierce Emperor, the devouring heavenly demon technique. Acquired the complete version of the 9 great secret techniques. Acquired skill book, emotional control of despair. Acquired the plant versus zombie compendium. Acquired the heavenly grade technique, burning decision." What a windfall. Each of these 5 items rivaled the powers of a transcendent cheat. Any one of them could herald the dawn of a new era. To have drawn 5 such items was nothing short of astonishing. Hanzei scrutinized each one in turn. A line of golden text appeared. 5-element spirit clan summoning card. Can summon the 5-element spirit clan, whose bodies are treasures imbued with innate power of rules, capable of condensing the essence of the 5 elements to aid in cultivation. The 5-element spirit clan is a special race from an online novel. Born from the rules of elemental power, possessing spiritual bodies from birth. Hanzei never anticipated he would draw this race. Host, do not claim it yet. After overcoming the first calamity, you will receive a reward of 100-fold amplification for a designated item. Hanzei was astounded. While all his talents were remarkably extraordinary, the 100-fold amplification established a foundation ensuring he would never lack for resources. It is well known that the path of cultivation is inextricably linked to wealth, companions, techniques, and land. 100-fold amplification resolves all these issues and simultaneously grants him abundant resources for cultivation. Top-tier equipment, premier space, elite world skill books, and even fate stones that can predict destiny. All were attainable due to the 100-fold amplification talent he possessed. This talent solidified his resource base. He obediently followed the system's instructions, placing the summoning card into storage, and then continued to examine the other 4 items. The devouring heavenly demon technique. Absorb the talents of others for cultivation. Capable of devouring all things in the world to enhance oneself. 9 great secret techniques. Complete version includes Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhu, Shu, Xian, Xing. Lin, 10-fold enhancement of physical attributes. Bing, instantly master all weapons of the world, capable of catching any weapon barehanded. Do, a combat genius, capable of simulating any attack, deducing others' techniques, and enhancing oneself. Zhe, blood rebirth. As long as a single drop of blood exists, it is equivalent to possessing an immortal body. Jie, 10-fold increase in combat prowess. Zhu, elevation of formations, talismans, and sealing talents to their utmost pinnacle. Shu, ability to create identical clones of oneself. Qian, mastery over the heavens and earth, capable of divining past and present, foretelling fortune and calamity. Xing, 10-fold enhancement of personal speed. Emotional control of despair. Manipulate the emotions of others, causing them to experience their innermost despair. Plant versus Zombie Compendium. Unlocks all plants from Plant versus Zombies. Burning Decision. Devour flames to elevate one's realm. Rewards. Fallen Heart Flame. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. 3,000 Blaze Flames. Sea Heart Flame. Pure Lotus Demon Fire. Indeed, these were top-tier techniques. Hanzei felt an intense excitement as he promptly began to study the techniques. With the potential of an emperor, Hanzei instantly acquired 3 emperor-level techniques, far surpassing all his current methods. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanzei picked up the 9 great secret techniques, tapping the skill book, which immediately transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. Ding! Successfully learned the 9 great secret techniques, unlocking Lin Decision, Bing Decision, Do Decision, Zhe Decision, Jie Decision, Zhu Decision, Shu Decision, Qian Decision, Xing Decision. With the system at his disposal, Hanzei mastered the 9 secrets in mere minutes, effortlessly employing various techniques. Next, he took hold of the devouring heavenly demon technique, tapping the technique with his hand. Simple and unadorned, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. He swiftly grasped the devouring heavenly demon technique. This supreme technique was accessible to anyone. There were no talent restrictions or requirements. In an instant, he completed his study of the devouring heavenly demon technique. He recalled the ethereal beauty, who sought not immortality, but simply awaited his return amidst the mortal realm. Such charm and temperament, a woman incomparable in this world. There was only one fierce emperor in existence. Next came the burning decision. Hanzei, possessing fire-based divine abilities, faced no obstacles in learning it. With these 6 flames, alongside the azure lotus earth core fire he possessed, he would undoubtedly attain the Saint of Combat realm. Given the abundance of fire-related skills in the world's skill tree, he was unconcerned about elevating the burning decision to the level of celestial techniques. However, After learning the burning decision, he did not immediately devour exotic fires. Instead, he utilized the Plant vs. Zombie Compendium. Ding! Plant Compendium activated. Host may use sunlight energy to unlock plants and purchase seeds. Hanze opened the Plant Compendium, which resembled a thick tome, detailing various plants. Currently, all plants, except for the sunflower, pea shooter, and walnut, appeared in grayscale. Each plant had specific unlocking conditions and required sunlight energy for activation. Ding! Would you like to consume 1,000 sunlight energy to unlock the twin sunflower? Ding! Would you like to consume 5,000 sunlight energy to unlock the plant nest gourd? Ding! Would you like to consume 8,000 sunlight energy to unlock the potato mine? Ding! Would you like to consume 10,000 sunlight energy to unlock the cherry bomb? Ding! Would you like to consume 15,000 sunlight energy to unlock the spikeweed? Ding! Would you like to consume 20,000 sunlight energy to unlock the pumpkin head? All unlocked. He now possessed 6 additional special plants, while the other plants remained pending unlocking conditions, awaiting the necessary materials for future activation. There was no rush to unlock the plants at this moment. His foremost priority this month was to gather supreme treasure chests. Obtaining the golden keys was the true path to success. Chapter 60, Refining Artifacts. One must understand that treasures across the myriad realms are as plentiful as the stars in the sky. He must endeavor to collect as many treasure chests as possible within this month. Otherwise, the opportunity may never arise again. Ding! Would you like to consume 500 points of sunlight energy to evolve the sunflower into a twin-headed sunflower? Presently, there are 50,000 sunflowers in the space, requiring a total of 25 million points of sunlight energy for evolution. He possesses sufficient sunlight energy for this endeavor and, without hesitation, decides to evolve all the sunflowers into twin-headed sunflowers. The daily production of sunlight energy doubles once more, allowing him to acquire 300 million energy points each day. Although the sunlight energy appears abundant, its consumption is alarmingly swift. Hanze found himself at a loss for words. Next, he needed to purchase seeds. Potato mine seed, priced at 500 points of sunlight energy. Squash seed, priced at 800 points of sunlight energy. Cherry bomb seed, priced at 1,000 points of sunlight energy. Spikeweed seed, priced at 1,500 points of sunlight energy. Pumpkin head seed, priced at 2,000 points of sunlight energy. It was finally time to plant more pumpkin heads, which could serve to protect the plants and bolster the defense. Additionally, he intended to procure 3 types of consumables, purchasing 10,000 seeds of each. Although the spikeweed wasn't currently necessary, Hanze still opted to plant 1,000 seeds, just in case there was a future need. He entrusted the planting tasks to the werewolves, planning to commence the planting tomorrow. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, Hanze left the myriad realms of the divine and prepared for a comfortable night's sleep, believing that one evening would not hinder his cultivation. After several days without his master returning to rest, upon seeing him return tonight, Moon and I nestled beside him and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Hanze rose early. Opening the culinary panel, he discovered he had activated a variety of breakfast options over the past few days. Soy milk with fried dough sticks, savory tofu pudding, wontons, noodles, pancakes with eggs, tea eggs, and pork-filled flatbreads, among others. The chicken eggs he had acquired at a high cost were a mystery in terms of their origin. He prepared 2 tea eggs, a bowl of savory tofu pudding, and 10 fried dough sticks to accompany his meal. He took a screenshot, added a caption, and posted it in the World Chat channel. A simple breakfast of tea eggs paired with fried dough sticks proved to be quite delightful. Wow, wow, wow. The World Chat channel was graced with the presence of the top player, Hanze. What a display of luxury. Eating meat every day. How I wish to savor a breakfast like the Great One. Please, don't tempt me, esteemed one. Oh, I long for tea eggs. Could we perhaps trade photos? It's been ages since I've had proper food, subsisting solely on the flesh of ferocious beasts, which is rather pungent. Envy, jealousy, and resentment abound. Does the esteemed one have any interest in the youth? The Great One doesn't come out often, but when he does, it's all about luxury. I'm not interested in fried dough sticks. My tears flow from my mouth. The Great One seeks fried dough sticks for 1 spirit stone each. I'll offer 2 spirit stones. I'll offer 3. Goodness, a single fried dough stick has reached the price of 3 spirit stones, astonishing Hanze. It's not that the fried dough sticks are exceptionally desirable. Rather, it is due to their daily consumption of meat. Without proper cooking, the meat of ferocious beasts is exceedingly fishy, leading to an overwhelming craving for fried dough sticks, hence the inflated price. How difficult could it be to produce fried dough sticks? The materials required are abundant, and with the professional panel, he can create hundreds in a mere second, posing no challenge whatsoever. Seller, Hanze. Item for sale, 1 fried dough stick. Transaction requirement: 1 spirit stone. Stock: 500. The fried dough sticks were now on the market, and everyone could have a taste. The Great One truly is generous, actually making fried dough sticks for us. Uffed, with a single fried dough stick price so high, who wouldn't he want to make them? Does the Great One truly lack for spirit stones? Only those like you, who are perpetually counting spirit stones for survival, would be so calculating. A man suddenly froze, realizing the truth in the statement. He, too, wished to enjoy fried dough sticks, but simply could not afford them. Even though he couldn't afford them, he still intended to take a look. After all, it wouldn't hurt to see what the fried dough sticks looked like. 1 spirit stone. The Great One is indeed a kind soul. Fried dough sticks are available for merely 1 spirit stone. Tears streamed down as he thought. The Great One's fried dough sticks must be delectable. Since entering this world, I have subsisted on raw flesh and blood, and finally, I have tasted human food. In an instant, they were sold out. Did you not claim the Great One's prices were too high? Were you not going to eat? You truly believe that? How naive. I managed to snag 2 fried dough sticks. I am utterly satisfied. Compared to what the Great One eats, I feel as though I am living less than one of the Great One's pets. Do you even dare to compare yourself to the Great One's pets? The Great One's pet has already surpassed foundational cultivation while you are still lingering in the realm of chi refinement. I wanted to retort, but I found myself at a loss for words, reluctantly conceding that the statement above was true. I am indeed inferior to a mere pet. Great One, I wish to be your dog, woof woof. Pet, though I am not human, you truly are a dog. You all are too eager. I also wish to be the Great One's dog. Is the Great One still around? Just as 500 fried dough sticks were listed, they were snatched up by players in a frenzy. Hanze listed another 5,000 fried dough sticks, and once sold out, he decided against restocking. It wouldn't do to allow everyone to indulge. Maintaining an element of novelty was essential. So he planned to release a few each day and cease when it was profitable. 5,000 fried dough sticks among billions of players hardly made a dent. In the world chat channel, requests for breakfast flooded in. Hanze could only think to himself, you are all overly ambitious. He merely found it amusing. The thought of cooking continuously was far from his mind. Closing the chat channel, Hanze chose to disregard the matter. After receiving the ice iron ore yesterday, he began preparing to forge equipment. Ice iron ingot consumes 2 units of ice iron ore to yield 1 unit of ice iron ingot. He placed all the ice iron ore into the furnace. Ice iron ingots are purer than ore. Through the furnace's forging, impurities are removed, resulting in higher grade equipment. Ding. Obtained 50 units of ice iron ingots. He then processed the iron ore into iron ingots. With all materials laid out, he prepared for the next step, forging. The forging furnace, akin to the alchemy furnace, is larger and requires higher temperatures. Concentrating his mental energy, he enveloped the entire forging furnace, igniting the heart of the blue lotus fire, and sequentially added the materials into the furnace. He melted all the materials into a solution, casting the formation incantation. Hanze's fingers deftly executed the 9 secrets. His mind became extraordinarily clear, as if the world around him had become unfathomably lucid. With a mere desire, he could grasp everything instantly. However, he did not lose focus, continuing to manipulate the incantation as countless seals converged, initiating the shaping process. This step posed little difficulty for Hanze. Drawing was his forte. He selected an exquisitely ornate design and began to shape the frost bow. Chapter 61, Refining the. Under a hundredfold amplification, his mental energy surged immensely, accumulating at a visible rate by the second. Such a complex and ornate bow was swiftly shaped by Hanze. Should other blacksmiths witness this, they would likely be left in sheer terror. Which blacksmith shapes a weapon without painstaking accumulation, fearing even the slightest error? With utmost caution and meticulousness, their pace resembles that of a snail, taking an hour's rest. Even so, such prowess would already be considered extraordinary talent. Many blacksmiths possess rather mediocre talents, lacking innovative ideas in shaping and exhibiting only average mental prowess. The intricacies of complex shaping often lead to failures, primarily due to insufficient mental strength, a situation all too common. In contrast, Hanze relies on his formidable mental capacity and artistic foundation, finding shaping to be an exceedingly simple task. With an innate advantage, he merely needs to exercise a modicum of diligence to ensure success. Once the shaping is complete, the next step involves embedding the formation and infusing the frost bow with skills and attributes. Possessing the 9 secrets talent, arranging formations is as effortless as eating or drinking for him. Both offensive and supportive formations can be inscribed upon the bow, with the variety and level of materials dictating the formations that can be accommodated. Hanze utilizes the materials to their utmost potential, leaving no trace of waste. Various symbols and runes are imprinted upon the bow. As the bow reaches its limits, Hanze's hand gestures accelerate, breaking through speed once again, his hands appearing as mere flickers. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully forged a low-level magical artifact. Blacksmith profession, proficiency at 10,000 points. Ding! You have been promoted to a third-tier blacksmith. Would you like to name the weapon? After a moment's contemplation, Hanzei declared, the Desolate Bow. Ding! Naming successful. To his astonishment, he had crafted a magical artifact, a remarkable transformation attributed to the arrangement techniques within the 9 secrets. The Desolate Bow radiates a chilling ice-blue hue. Adorned with intricate dragon and phoenix engravings, its surface etched with a multitude of patterns that converge to emit a chilling aura upon grasp. Connecting with the system, a golden introduction materializes. Desolate Bow. Level, Mystical Grade 1. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Attack Power 1500, Armor Penetration 1000, Lifesteal 10. Skills, Lifesteal Rejuvenation, Armor Piercing Arrow, Ice Arrow. Automatic Healing, Infinite Arrows. Lifesteal Rejuvenation. Passive skill, killing creatures with the Desolate Bow absorbs 10 life force, restoring the player's vitality. Armor Piercing Arrow. Active skill. Increases armor penetration by 200 points, causing bleeding status. Ice Arrow. Active skill. Adds ice attribute damage, reducing movement speed. Automatic healing. Automatically restores equipment durability. Infinite Arrows. Absorbs spiritual energy, replenishing 1 ordinary arrow every 5 seconds and 1 ice or armor-piercing arrow every 30 seconds. The transition from human to mystical grade is nothing short of earth-shattering. This is merely a low-tier mystical artifact. One can only imagine the power of a 9th-tier or supreme-grade weapon. Hanzei is immensely satisfied with the Desolate Bow. Aside from the divine realm of all methods and the world skill tree, it currently stands as his finest equipment, excluding those 2 extraordinarily powerful items. His current cultivation is insufficient to utilize even a fraction of its capabilities. Clutching the Desolate Bow, Hanzei is eager to venture out to battle monsters. But after a moment's reflection, he decides that continued cultivation is the true path. The dungeon has refreshed, and Hanzei's army of toys has once again expanded. With each subsequent foray into the dungeon, his completion time for the Dark Demon Lord's dungeon has now been reduced to 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Other players have grown accustomed to this. For them, whether it takes 10 minutes or 2, both are achievements beyond their reach. Hanzei enters the divine realm of all methods, commencing the refinement of Strange Fire. The process of refining is far from straightforward. It demands not only a robust physique and extraordinary endurance, but also wit, courage, and decisive will. Activating the Burning Decision, Hanzei begins to devour the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. As a system reward, the Azure Lotus Heart Fire is bound to him, posing no threat of attack. Sitting cross-legged atop the Azure Lotus, he starts the refinement. The roaring flames envelop Hanzei, transforming him into a colossal fireball. The faint azure flames burn fiercely, scorching every inch of his skin. The agony threatens to overwhelm him, yet he dares not succumb to unconsciousness for fear of unforeseen consequences. Hanzei begins to cultivate, his spiritual energy circulating within, mending his injuries as he progresses. Amidst this strange cycle of injury and recovery, time elapses unnoticed, and Hanzei ultimately succeeds in refining the Azure Lotus Heart Fire. His fighting spirit also ascends to the Great Fighter realm, extending his palm. A faint Azure Lotus appears in his left hand, only to vanish with a wave and return to his dantian. Having absorbed the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, the Burning Decision also elevates to the mystical grade level. With renewed vigor, Hanzei embarks on another round of devouring, this time consuming the Fallen Heart Flame. The Fallen Heart Flame aids in cultivation, purifying spiritual energy, and rapidly enhancing one's prowess, categorizing it as an invincible of the same tier. Furthermore, the Fallen Heart Flame not only elevates himself, but also accelerates the cultivation of his pets. In the original text, a single Fallen Heart Flame could support the cultivation of an entire academy's disciples. This flame is a veritable cheat for rapid progression, devoid of side effects, stabilizing one's mental state without the ephemeral nature of consuming elixirs. This is one of the Hanzei eagerly anticipates. Except for the time spent retrieving treasure chests and crafting dungeon toys, Hanzei dedicates all his focus to refining. To avoid damaging flora, he chooses an expansive, desolate desert as his refining ground. At this moment, countless terrifying flames manifest across the desert, suspended in midair. As time passes, a powerful aura envelopes him. The divine realm of all methods gathers spiritual energy, transforming into a colossal spiritual energy hourglass that continuously washes over Hanzei's body. Waves of law and power firmly bind the Fallen Heart Flame, enhancing his cultivation with the energy contained within as he refines it. In this exquisite agony of pleasure, he successfully refines the Fallen Heart Flame. With the successful refinement of the fallen heart flame, a continuous source of heart fire now resides within him. This heart fire incessantly purifies the spiritual energy within his body, keeping him in a perpetual state of cultivation, which mirrors his own practice, yet surpasses it in efficacy, yielding purified energy far superior to ordinary cultivation. Successfully refined the fallen heart flame, entering autonomous cultivation state with the effect of purifying spiritual energy. A cultivation cheat. How astonishing. Chapter 62, Subjugating the Snow Demon King. After refining the fallen heart flame, Hanzei's fighting spirit once again breaks through to the 6-star Doling realm. Subsequently, he continues to refine the 3,000 flames, Bone Spirit Cold Fire, Sea Heart Flame, and Pure Lotus Demon Fire. His fighting spirit directly ascends to the first-tier Do Saint realm. This level of cultivation nearly enables him to exhibit the strength of a God transformation stage practitioner. And with a 100-fold increase, he could almost contend with practitioners of the divine transformation stage. Hanzei could scarcely have imagined that within less than half a month of gameplay, he would approach invincibility. Now, if he were to confront the Thunder God Titan, the thought of that tempestuous scene of raging lightning sends a shiver down Hanzei's spine. Even with his newfound prowess, the mere prospect of facing the Thunder God Titan fills him with trepidation. It is best not to compare himself to such a monster. It is a blow to his pride. However, he believes that one day, he will surpass it and tame it as his pet. Such a being, after all, cannot diminish his destined greatness. Hanzei opens his personal attribute panel. An additional attribute has emerged in the records. The fire of the Earth's core. Cultivated for a millennium into a lotus, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions. The fire of the heart, purifying magical energy and enhancing cultivation. The fire of the stars, unlocking the star body and cultivating stellar power. A fusion of extreme cold and heat. Possessing this fire grants mastery over the forces of yin and yang. The water spirit fire, harmonizing water and fire, demonstrating formidable abilities in the ocean. The fire of purification, capable of cleansing all and evoking the emotions of others. This is truly astonishing. Hanzei did not anticipate that these would possess such immense power. With this newfound strength, he felt more confident in facing the challenges of this world. These 4 treasure chests have reinforced his abilities from various angles. Is this what a grand explosion feels like? Hanzei is even more eager for another grand explosion. However, such occurrences are not merely simple. One must recognize that his extraordinary luck has only triggered a mere 1/10 of the probability. It appears he must focus on augmenting his fortune. Yet, increasing one's luck is not as simple as it seems. Even with the presence of luck fruits, one cannot summon fortune out of thin air. It requires the absorption of others' luck. Where would he find individuals, and in such great numbers? The luck possessed by animals is exceedingly minimal. However, for now, this will suffice, as the 100-fold enhancement effect is still reasonable. Hanzei shook his head, utterly at a loss, deciding to postpone the matter for another time. Over the past few days, he has been continuously refining flames. 2 days have elapsed, marking the 6th day since the update. Tomorrow is the time to commence the weekly dungeon. Hanzei does not need to prepare anything, for he finds himself in a position of relative ease. The prospect of a nationwide team competition is indeed exhilarating. Having not encountered any humans for over half a month, even with the company of pets, he feels quite stifled. Managing to avoid complete social withdrawal is a testament to his strong mental fortitude. During these days, he has been allowing his pets to roam freely, fearing that their presence might disrupt his refinement hence he has even turned off the system prompt sounds. Upon opening the system notifications, a multitude of messages instantaneously flooded his view, overwhelming him with a barrage of system alerts. The monster-slaying notifications indicated a substantial collection of various materials. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Hanzei synthesized his treasure chests, culminating in a total of 10 top-tier chests. He chose not to open them immediately, intending to accumulate a wave of luck before doing so. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Returning to his abode just as noon approached, he resolved to address unresolved matters before embarking on the weekly dungeon. The expanse between heaven and earth remained shrouded in a blanket of white. The surrounding demonic beasts had been thoroughly cleared by his pets, leaving only a single boss, the Snow Demon King. Having refined his fighting spirit for so long, it was now time to subdue that formidable creature. With fighting spirit taking the form of wings, purple lightning coalesced into feathers as he soared through the sky. This would conserve his spiritual energy, as he had already achieved the rank of, allowing him to maintain a commendable speed in flight. Soon, Hanzei arrived at the realm of the Snow Demon King. A castle constructed from ice and snow stood before him, designed in a classical palace style that radiated splendor and sanctity, exuding an air of solemnity. Numerous snow demons, snowflakes, snow monsters, and colossal snow beasts scurried about outside the castle, occasionally engaging in snowball fights or constructing snowmen. Witnessing this scene only fortified Hanze's resolve to capture the Snow Demon King boss. His gaze shifted downward toward the Snow Demon, and a golden inscription materialized. Attribute: Snow. Level: Refining Chi, 6th layer. Qualification: Gold. Skills: Building Snowmen, Snowball Fighting, Skiing, Snow Guardian, Snow Barrier, Snow Healing. Weakness: A variant among snow monsters. It serves as a healer. Should you encounter it, be sure to capture it, for possessing it will ensure your army of snow monsters no longer fears melting. Hanze's eyes sparkled with realization. He had not anticipated that this snow demon was indeed a variant of the snow monsters. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the snow demon. Such a meager cultivation level was insignificant in his presence. A single drop of snow fell onto its brow. This brow, Hanze perceived, must be its focal point. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully captured the snow demon, acquiring all its talents and skills. The snow demon obediently followed behind him, its eyes filled with reverence. Next, he aimed to establish dominion over all monsters. Their combat potential must not go to waste. And all creatures followed him dutifully into the ice castle. Upon entering, the castle's layout was laid bare. The Snow Demon King resided at the center, while the other lesser monsters were positioned at the periphery, as the ranks of snow monsters and snow demons transformed into Hanze's frosty army, ultimately reaching the central location. The Snow Demon King had become isolated. At this moment, the Snow Demon King had realized that this human had effectively lured away all its subordinates. Gazing upon the colossal Snow Demon King boss, golden text appeared. Attribute: Ice Snow. Level: Pinnacle of Refining Chi. Qualification: Diamond. Skills: Life Creation, Ice Crystal Shield. Bloodline: Devour, Dream Eye. Weakness: This powerful Snow Demon King can continuously produce as long as there is sufficient ice and snow energy. It can also devour the bloodlines of other ice and snow-type beasts, evolving its lineage. It is an absolute war machine, a veritable money-burning behemoth. This creature is tailor-made as a pet for him. Capable of producing troops and evolving its bloodline, he possesses resources in abundance, rendering it no issue to provide for it. Though it appeared formidable, in reality, it was quite timid. Witnessing Hanze capturing all its children left the Snow Demon King dumbfounded. A drop of Hanze's blood soared into the Snow Demon King's body, and a silver glimmer emerged between its brows. In the next instant, the binding was completed. Ding! Successfully captured the Snow Demon King boss, acquiring all its talents and skills. System announcement. Player Hanze has successfully captured the Snow Demon King boss near his abode, earning a special reward of 5,000 reputation points. System announcement. Player Hanze has successfully captured the Snow Demon King boss near his abode, earning a special reward of 5,000 reputation points. System announcement. Player Hanze has successfully captured the Snow Demon King boss near his abode, earning a special reward of 5,000 reputation points. Chapter 63. The Celestial Tyrant's Deduction Technique. With all the pets captured, Hanze prepared to depart. The ice castle was directly relocated to although there were currently no snow-capped mountains in this realm, with this new assembly of ice and snow creatures, he anticipated the swift formation of a snowy domain. Next, it was time to settle scores. Avenging grievances were necessary. In the World Chat channel, inquiries arose. What transpired? What boss? How did it make it to the system announcement? Did the esteemed Hanze capture a boss? Aren't bosses known for their unyielding nature, incapable of being subdued? Such a revelation broadens one's horizons. The esteemed one truly lives up to the title. Goodness, I haven't even glimpsed a boss, and the esteemed one has already captured one? I have indeed seen a boss. It was a gigantic snow wolf, towering at about 10 meters high, not far from my home. I had thought that only in the vicinity of my abode were there formidable foes, yet it seems the individual residing above me is similarly beset. In addition to the boss, there lurks an elite creature, making its way toward my sanctuary. Today, I shall vanquish that elite monster, and tomorrow I shall confront the boss. Oh, esteemed one, I humbly beseech your assistance in battling the boss. I am adept at ranged attacks. Coincidentally, there are also bosses and elite monsters near my dwelling. Is this merely a coincidence? Surely, every dwelling cannot be besieged by bosses and elite monsters. The illustrious Hanze has further augmented his list of pets, having captured the Snow Demon King boss, thereby increasing his collection by an astounding 500 creatures. Truly commendable. Hanze is indeed forever remarkable. A woman concealed within the forest, her body aching and weary, lay amidst the grass, watched over with concern by 2 blue rabbits. She was utterly exhausted, drained of all strength, devoid of sustenance and the shelter of her home. She found herself with nothing. Fortunately, she still possessed her pets and her own spirit. As long as she lived, there would come a time to rebuild her haven. Cast adrift in the wilderness, the peril brought forth by the icy, snow-laden weather was potentially lethal. Yet, despair would not claim her. She yearned to live and witness the unfolding of this world's destiny. She could not depart this life without avenging herself, especially against the vile wretches of Toyota who deserved nothing but demise. As a significant member of her family, she had dedicated herself to her studies, showcasing her remarkable business acumen to avoid becoming merely a tool for familial alliances. Through perseverance, she ultimately took control of all her family's enterprises. This Toyota was her partner, harboring ulterior motives toward her, yet was restrained by her family's influence. Little did she know, upon her transmigration, she would lose everything, yet she found joy in finally seizing control of her own fate. Freedom was indeed delightful, unshackled from familial constraints. She could pursue her desires without hindrance. However, before she could fully savor this hard-won liberty, the specter of Toyota appeared near her abode. He had awakened an S-class attack talent. Although her abilities were commendable, her combat prowess in the early game was lacking. Faced with the S-class prowess of Toyota, she found herself utterly defenseless. Time and again, she found herself in dire straits, relying on her talent to evade danger. Yet now she was adrift in the wilderness. Hatred consumed her. She loathed those despicable Japanese. She would rather perish than fall into their hands, for her fate would be far grimmer than her current plight. Enveloped in an overwhelming aura of resentment, every moment felt like an eternity as boundless spiritual energy surged within her. As time passed, her internal energy waned, leaving her increasingly cold. Fortunately, she had managed to acquire a fur coat sold by a powerful figure, which she had kept in her trading panel, thus escaping a dire fate. Upon donning the fur coat, warmth enveloped her, rendering her impervious to the biting cold of the wind and snow. A sigh of relief escaped her. The coat, purchased with all her remaining resources, exceeded her expectations. Thank you, Hanzei. Snow Linglong felt immense gratitude toward Hanzei. Should she survive and exact her revenge, she vowed to repay him. Though she possessed nothing, at least she still had herself. Slowly rising from the ground, she found the coat remarkably effective. Even lying on the snow, she felt no chill, and her limbs had regained significant warmth. She resolved to find a place to rest before night fell, for the morrow marked the 7th day when the weekly dungeon would open, necessitating thorough preparation. Following the coordinates, Hanzei swiftly arrived at Toyota's dwelling, only to find it deserted, save for a level 2 stone house standing alone in the wilderness. He had not anticipated this. Perhaps Toyota had ventured out to battle monsters. Activating the Fate Crystal required energy, and while resources were plentiful, there was no need for such extravagance. The system recommended divination techniques. The master could choose the Celestial Patterns divination method, a mythical level technique once practiced in its incomplete form by Yuan Tiangang. The system's suggestion was indeed reliable, and Hanzei felt immense satisfaction with the Celestial Patterns divination method. In the classic tale Journey to the West, Yuan Tiangang could even forecast rainfall, which led to the beheading of the River Dragon King by the Jade Emperor. Yuan Tiangang subsequently assisted the River Dragon King by deducing that the executioner was Wei Zheng of the Tang dynasty and advised him to seek mercy from Li Shimin. This clearly illustrated Yuan Tiangang's formidable prowess. Possessing knowledge of yin and yang, understanding the 8 trigrams, and being able to predict celestial alignments, he was undoubtedly a master of divination. Remarkably, this powerful Yuan Tiangang only practiced a fragmented version of the Celestial Patterns divination method. One could only imagine the might of its complete form. Hanzei was uncertain, yet he resolved to exchange whatever skill points were necessary for this technique. Entering the realm of all techniques, Hanzei approached the vast world skill tree. Amidst the densely packed skills resembling stars, he soon located the Celestial Patterns divination method. Celestial Patterns divination method, mythical level divine ability, capable of reversing yin and yang, a transcendental power that connects heaven and earth. Upon learning, one automatically acquires the fate body. Exchange price, 10 million skill points. How extraordinary. Hanzei gritted his teeth and made the purchase, knowing that the exchange alone consumed 1/10 of his skill points. The subsequent elevation of skill levels would be left to chance. Would you like to spend 10 million skill points to exchange for the mythical level divine ability, Celestial Patterns divination method? Exchange. The process of enlightenment began. As an enigmatic force of law surged through Hanzei's body, his mind expanded with countless memories related to divination, deduction, and fate. This enhancement was comprehensive, fully saturating all skill points and propelling Hanzei into the realm of divination masters. The transmission of knowledge complete, the next step involved transforming his body. Hanzei's thoughts became wholly absorbed in mastering the technique, leaving no room for distraction. The vast reservoir of memory could not be comprehended instantaneously. Understanding and assimilation would require time. By the time he awakened from this mental reverie, his fate body had been fully transformed. He accessed the system to review the fate body. Fate body, sealed state 99, 1 unsealed. A body associated with the great principles of fate. Complete unsealing will allow mastery of the laws of destiny. Chapter 64, Annihilation of Toyota. Hanzei had long anticipated that mastering the complete version of the celestial patterns divination method was unattainable due to his current cultivation level. Possessing the power to control fate was an impossibility. As his cultivation increased, the celestial patterns divination method would gradually unseal. Moreover, since this technique had filled all skill points, there would be no further need to squander points on upgrades unless he aimed to surpass the inherent level of the skill itself. Thus, he could utilize it directly. No wonder it was so expensive. There was indeed merit in its cost. In essence, it was tantamount to receiving countless fully leveled skills for free, with further skills granted upon unsealing. The expenditure of 10 million skill points was undoubtedly worthwhile. It was truly a mythical level divine ability. Hanzei exited the realm of all techniques, and not much time had passed. Toyota had yet to return. As he prepared to deduce Toyota's location, an inexplicable premonition stirred within him. What could this be? The effect of the purple aura from the east was activated. It was Hanzei's first experience of this state. Instinctively, he followed this feeling to discover the source of the purple aura's manifestation. The closer he approached that location, the more intense the sensation became. It was undoubtedly a treasure. To his surprise, while clearing pests, he stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. After wandering for approximately 10 minutes, he unearthed an object resembling a gravestone beneath the collapsed debris. Hanzei, confident in his abilities, placed the gravestone into his storage space, intending to examine its attributes upon his return. With a flick of his fingers, he instantly divined the location of the Toyota vehicle, which fortuitously lay nearby, saving him the trouble of running around. The Toyota's companion was a silver-tier bull demon beast, boasting a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of chi refinement, currently rampaging through the forest and forging a pathway with its immense bulk. The Toyota driver, filled with satisfaction, smugly snapped a photo and shared it in the world chat channel. The bull demon possesses boundless strength and can clear paths. Rankings for pets are merely a measure of cultivation level. Only the bull demon is the mightiest of beasts, accompanied by a photo. Goodness, I've never encountered such a master of inverting right and wrong. The Japanese have always been blindly confident, others remarked, their disdain palpable. Huh, how pitiable the Japanese are. Foolish at such a young age. You Dragon Kingdom monkeys are the lowest of the low, utterly ignorant of the pride of superior races. My bull demon is the strongest. Well, it seems they are quite agitated. Are they ready to bite? How frightening. Everyone run. Who knows if a bite could bring rabies? Humph. You Dragon Kingdom apes are clearly envious of the superior power our Japanese possess. A sound mind is a treasure, yet you lack one. You filthy monkeys. Your entire nation resembles a troop of monkeys. Indeed, you are the true monkeys, covered in yellow fur. Spit. It should be the most shameless in the world. Hanzei, please come and clear away this pollution of monkeys. Yellow-skinned apes, let your esteemed Hanzei come. I relish how powerless he is against me. Ha ha ha, how infuriating for you. All the Dragon Kingdom players were incensed by the despicable Japanese. Their anger led them to suggest sending Hanzei to eliminate him, but in truth, everyone's home coordinates remained unknown. Even if they discerned the coordinates, traversing to another area without special items was impossible. With billions of players, it was improbable that they would all converge in a single region. After venting their frustrations, everyone returned to their training. No one would squander time on insults. Hanzei observed the unfolding events in the world chat channel. As soon as the bull demon began clearing a path, he had already located the Toyota. It was now time for the predator to feast upon its prey. A subtle smile graced Hanzei's lips. He was well acquainted with this kind of game. However, he had no time to indulge in such play, as he needed to prepare for the weekly dungeon and could not afford to entertain him like a game of eagle and chick. At that moment, the Toyota driver was quite pleased, dismissing Hanzei as merely a fortunate individual. If only he had my resources, he would be far superior to Hanzei. My bull demon is incredibly powerful. Once its cultivation rises, it will undoubtedly top the rankings. What does it matter if I have many pets? Once I contract a legion of bull demons, even Hanzei's army of beasts will be no match for me. Just as the Toyota driver fantasized about commanding a legion of bull demons to crush Hanzei beneath his heel, a streak of purple light descended upon him. In the blink of an eye, it reached him in a mere 0.01 seconds. By the time he realized it, it was too late. A surge of electricity enveloped him, and his body was instantly rendered charred. Hanzei did not afford him the chance for parting words. He swiftly severed his head with a fiery blade. The bull demon he coveted was captured by the wind Thunder Mantis, becoming Hanzei's pet. Ding! You have slain player Toyota. triggering a talent skill, acquiring all of Toyota's talents, profession, and skills. Acquired S-level talent summon Bull Demon, allowing you to summon one Bull Demon daily. Hundredfold amplification in effect. Bull Demon Summoning Pool, SSS talent. This item allows the summoning of 100 Silver Tier Bull Demons or 1 Diamond Tier Bull Demon King daily. Acquired C-level talent planter, increasing yield by 10. Hundredfold amplification in effect. Yield Master, S-level talent, doubling the yield of planted crops. Acquired C-level talent Phantom, creating a layer of illusions with a cultivation level of 10. Hundredfold amplification in effect. Illusionist, S-level talent, capable of creating illusions, mist, and encirclements to assist in battle. The rewards were extraordinarily bountiful. Indeed, killing and plundering proved the most lucrative endeavor. Hanze felt an overwhelming urge to embark on a killing spree. He had never witnessed in the world chat that slaying a player could yield talents. This must be the capability of the heaven-eating demon technique, and its effects were astonishing. Even the weakest talents, under the hundredfold amplification, transformed into something immensely formidable. Heaven-eating demon technique, a hundredfold amplification, eternal glory. Should anyone provoke me, they mustn't blame me for my lack of mercy. Hanze revealed an exhilarated expression. The abundance was simply irresistible, even for someone who had encountered countless treasures. The Emperor's talent, amplified a hundredfold, was not merely a matter of doubling quantity, but of elevating quality. It was time to turn his attention to the Japanese players. Hanze casually snapped a photo of the fallen Toyota and posted it in the world chat channel. In an instant, the entire chat fell silent. Is it true? Did Toyota really die? Who killed him? Isn't anyone paying attention to who posted the photo? Hanze truly annihilated that Japanese monkey. Heavens, what divine speed. The boss is incredibly powerful. He actually cleaned up the trash. Hanze, are you tired of living? How dare you slay our Japanese general? We Dragon Kingdom players will not let you go. Prepare for my revenge. A bounty on Hanze's home coordinates. 100 crystal stones. Chapter 65. Entering the weekly dungeon. The Japanese players had quite the sense of humor. Have we entered a rat's nest? Kill one, and another appears? They are rushing to their doom. This is the first time I've seen such eagerness to meet death. I am not in the same region as Toyota, even if Hanze is formidable. Can he truly pursue me across regions? What can you do to me? This person is utterly shameless, speaking as if they had any power. The Japanese player who spoke was from the mountainous region. The deceased Toyota was his friend. He knew he was no match for Hanze and merely uttered some taunts to irritate him. Hanze could not be bothered to engage in verbal sparring. Such lowly beings were best eliminated swiftly. However, there was no rush. He would take his time, focusing on preparing for the weekly dungeon first. Upon returning to his home, Hanze retrieved the gravestone. It bore no distinctive features, appearing as an ordinary stone. Suddenly, golden text emerged. The game has not updated to the third stage. This item cannot be queried. The third stage? Hanze had not anticipated that it pertained to an item of the third stage. Currently, they were merely at the first disaster of the second stage. What calamities lay ahead, he could only speculate. Regardless, the third stage was still a distant prospect. He placed the gravestone outside his home, sensing that it would prove invaluable in the future. As he continued to refine within the divine realm of 10,000 laws, his current cultivation was still far too meager. Once he had thoroughly assimilated the divine realm, a meteoric rise in his cultivation was imminent. Time, alas, was a scarce commodity. The cultivations of those behind him had begun to catch up, and soon, the coveted first position on the leaderboard would be snatched away. Hanze was determined not to relinquish his rank as the foremost of the 7 lists. However, he found himself powerless in this situation. Fortunately, none of his peers possessed foundational materials. A standard breakthrough would result in a loss of special enhancements. And no one was willing to undertake such a self-destructive course of action, at least not those currently on the ranking board. With a bit more time, he would strive diligently. Once he successfully established his foundation, he would soar to unprecedented heights. Just as Hanze prepared to cultivate until dawn before participating in the weekly mandatory dungeon, the fate crystals suddenly burst forth from his heart. In an instant, a beam of white light shot towards him, enveloping him entirely in radiance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a blank chamber, surrounded by a thick veil of mist, obscuring his vision. Unperturbed, Hanze stood still, surveying his surroundings. Soon, golden characters materialized before him. You have acquired the Fate Body, unlocking your exclusive Fate Space, which you may enter and exit at will. The Fate Space will expand as your cultivation progresses. You can access information from 7 days in advance within the Fate Space. Using Fate-related skills within the Fate Space incurs no energy cost and is unlimited in frequency. Your current Fate Space is level 1. You have obtained level 1 membership status in the game. You will receive 1 game analysis each day. This time, You may inquire about the weekly dungeon. Hanze immediately opened the section for the weekly dungeon, where detailed descriptions appeared before him. The weekly dungeon is a mandatory quest designed for universal participation. There are no penalties for incomplete tasks, but completing them will yield generous rewards. Once entered, you cannot opt to exit the dungeon. You can only leave when someone completes the dungeon or when the time limit is reached. Dungeons are categorized into combat, non-combat, and world dungeons. Combat dungeons generally involve killing tasks, wherein defeating the designated creatures allows for rewards. Non-combat dungeons are special scenarios requiring the completion of various tasks. While kill tasks may arise, they are not limited to such. World dungeons involve traversing to other planets to complete strategic tasks, earning faction points. Ding. The system has detected that this introduction has revealed all content for the 9th stage in advance, and a piece of information is being provided as a bonus. In the vast cosmos of myriad galaxies, countless gaming systems exist. With your aptitude, you are destined to become a pioneer of this era. Please prepare yourself and choose a non-combat dungeon for a chance at special rewards. Astonished, Hanze was taken aback by the extraordinary nature of the dungeons, which connected to myriad worlds. Completing tasks would yield the finest cultivation, allowing him to showcase his worth and maintain a perpetual lead. The Fate Gem. Subsequently, Hanze continued to peruse the diverse types of dungeon tasks, which were varied and unique, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. However, he felt no trepidation, for he possessed abundant resources and the divine realm of 10,000 laws. What task could he not undertake? The weekly dungeons were randomly assigned, so now it was merely a matter of waiting for time to pass. Returning from the Fate space to his castle, Hanze deposited all of his pets into the divine realm of 10,000 laws to prepare for the upcoming dungeon. Regardless of how much time passed within the dungeon, only a second would elapse upon his return here, rendering his pets inactive in this realm. Today, clarity dawned upon him regarding the path he must tread in the future. Stirring profound emotions within him, the vast cosmos of myriad worlds beckoned, and he cast aside thoughts of the present, opting instead for a period of rest. Hanze rejuvenated himself, awakening just as midnight approached. System notification: the weekly mandatory dungeon is now open. Countdown: 29, 28, 3, 2, 1. Welcome, player, to the dungeon. This is the initial room for players, where you will be randomly assigned to your dungeon for this session. Ding. The system has detected that you are a member player, granting you the freedom to select your dungeon for this entry. Hanze surveyed his surroundings. This was indeed a preparatory space for players entering other dungeon worlds. He was pleasantly surprised to learn about the membership aspect of the game. Pondering what rewards came with being a game member, he realized that he was akin to a premium player, able to select his preferred dungeon right from the outset. Truly, this was the privilege of membership. Without hesitation, Hanze chose a non-combat dungeon. System notification: this dungeon will consist of a 10-person team, and you are being matched with other players. When Hanze opened his eyes again, he found himself within the dungeon space. Surrounding him were towering skyscrapers. He was in a modern dungeon, a fortunate stroke of luck for his first weekly dungeon. System notification: welcome to Parallel Space 10000052, a blue star. This dungeon is a special non-combat dungeon, and your main quest will soon be selected. Main quest: acquire an initial fund of 1,000 yuan and multiply it by 100 within 7 days. Main quest: acquire an initial fund of 1,000 yuan and multiply it by 1,000 within 7 days. Main quest: acquire an initial fund of 1,000 yuan and multiply it by 10,000 within 7 days. Note: the more money you earn within the 7 days, the better the rewards upon completing the quest. Hanze opted for the third quest. Although time was limited to 7 days, his secondary profession could yield profits, rendering time a non-issue. Ding. Main quest selection successful. You may trigger side quests within the dungeon. This dungeon is divided into 2 teams, with 5 players each. Players will be assigned to their teams upon awakening. Lines of text floated before him as Hanze concluded his reading, vanishing into the ether. While a shimmering barrier concealed the surrounding information, a countdown appeared in the air, granting 5 minutes of preparation time. With no other option, Hanze resigned himself to waiting, for the time was brief. He glanced sideways at the 4 women and 5 men, who were presumably the players matched for this dungeon. As he surveyed them, their information materialized before him. Dingy Chen. Cultivation: Chi Refinement Level 5. Age: 18. Gender: Male. Talent: SAB. When Exine. Cultivation: Chi Refinement Level 3. Age: 27. Gender: Female. Talent: BCD. One Lay. Cultivation: Chi Refinement Level 6. Age: 22. Gender: Male. Talent: SBD. Cheyenne. Cultivation: Chi Refinement Level 2. Age: 26. Gender: Female, talent, BCC. Zhangya. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 3, age, 27, gender, female, talent, BBC. Shuehao. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 5, age, 21, gender, male, talent, ADD. Dongmingrong. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 6, age, 30, gender, male, talent, SAA. Yinlin. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 5, age, 28, gender, male, talent, AC. Shui Linglong. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 7, age, 23, gender, female, talent, SAA. The system proved remarkably efficient, even allowing for the assessment of talent levels. The match of qualifications is remarkably high, yet their cultivation levels are rather ordinary. TSK. Hanzei immediately began to entertain other thoughts. After waiting for a while, the most accomplished among them, Shui Linglong, awakened, followed by others who gradually stirred from their slumber. Shui Linglong scrutinized the strikingly handsome man before her, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his crimson lips and pearly teeth, his tall and upright posture, exuding an elegant and ethereal aura that rendered him almost too noble to look upon directly, clad in garments that seemed to flow like mist. His dark tresses cascading beside his ears, he stood there, stunningly beautiful, casting a fleeting glance at her before coldly diverting his gaze. This man was so composed that it was astonishing. Despite being a great beauty herself, his single glance was all it took for him to dismiss her entirely. Shui Linglong found herself captivated by Hanzei. What a celestial being he was! Yet, there was something about him that felt oddly familiar. Suddenly recalling something, a look of horror crossed her face as she regarded him. It seemed she had exposed herself far too soon. Hanzei shook his head in mild exasperation. His gaze fixed upon Shui Linglong, causing her legs to weaken with fear. I will certainly not divulge anything, she assured, raising her hand in promise. Hanzei nodded in satisfaction. This woman appeared quite astute. Shui Linglong breathed a sigh of relief, having feared for her life. Remembering that this mission was a team effort, she moved closer to Hanzei, instinctively sensing that he would undoubtedly succeed. As everyone awakened, Hanzei retrieved a silver mask from his spatial pouch and donned it. Shui Linglong silently stood beside him as he remained silent in the corner. Shui Linglong, would you care for some sunflower seeds? Hanzei inquired, producing a handful of seeds from seemingly nowhere and offering them to her, while observing the others with keen interest. It had been quite some time since Shui Linglong had savored sunflower seeds. She graciously accepted them. The flavor was nostalgically delightful. How she longed for these. Where had this enigmatic figure procured such a treat? She found it rather amusing that he too possessed a sense of curiosity. How do you know my name? She suddenly realized, taken aback. Hanzei pondered for a moment before replying. In the exquisite pavilion where the clouds rise, many fairies grace the scene. Shui Linglong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, unable to inquire further, yet she bore no ill feelings towards him. Hanzei's eyes were remarkably pure, as if untouched by the mundane world, leaving no room for negative impressions. As everyone had now awakened, the eldest among them, Dongmingrong, took the initiative to introduce himself. Dressed in a well-tailored suit with meticulously groomed hair, he exuded a shrewd demeanor, his eyes glimmering with calculated intent, though he concealed it well, clearly a cunning old fox. Allow me to begin. I am Dongmingrong, a former manager, age 30, currently at the 6th level of Qi refinement. A flicker of pride crossed his eyes. In this era, aside from those at the top of the rankings, his cultivation was commendable. Observing the younger individuals around him, lacking any formidable presence, he couldn't help but entertain thoughts of subjugating them. Relying on the strong was essential for survival. Dongmingrong unabashedly elevated himself to the status of a formidable figure. Brother Dong, you truly are impressive, having reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, exclaimed Wenlei, a sunny smile on his face. I too am at the 6th level. Formerly an actor. Beside him stood his sister, Wen-Xian, who felt an inexplicable unease towards Dongmingrong, subtly distancing herself behind her brother. Wenlei, this young lady looks quite familiar. Dongmingrong's gaze fell upon Wen-Xian, his expression momentarily stunned. Her serene beauty and striking features made her stand out. Wen-Xian, who was not typically timid, found herself on edge since arriving in this alternate world. Thankfully, she had located her brother Wenlei in the chat channel, which brought her some solace. However, upon entering the dungeon, her nerves returned. Sensing his sister's anxiety, Wenlei positioned himself protectively in front of her, blocking Dongmingrong's gaze. Dongmingrong's expression grew complex, but he dared not confront Wenlei, aware that their cultivation levels were equal, and his naturally timid disposition prevented him from engaging in any perilous encounters. After all, life is but once, and Dongmingrong was not one to gamble recklessly. Wenlei exhaled in relief, guiding his sister to the side. I am Ding Chen, just graduated this year at the age of 18. Currently at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he proclaimed, breaking the awkward silence with a cheerful demeanor. I am Shui Hao, 21, formerly a rich second-generation heir. Also at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Yan Lin, 28, 6th level of Qi refinement. Cha Yin and Zhang Ye both possessed exceptional looks, easily qualifying as campus belles. Yet they paled in comparison to Wen Xian and Shui Linglong. They too introduced their ages and cultivation levels, coincidentally, both being entertainers, and seemingly acquainted with Wen Lei and Wen Xian. The four of them clustered together with Ding Chen, leaving Shui Linglong and Han Zhe in their corner, while Shui Hao, Yan Lin, and Dong Mingrong stood apart. Dong Mingrong's gaze shifted towards the pair, and upon seeing Shui Linglong, astonishment washed over his face. He was utterly speechless. You, he began, but the system's voice interrupted him. Reluctantly, he could only let it go, yet his desire for Shui Linglong intensified. As for the masked man beside her, he dismissed him as merely a timid coward, unworthy of his concern. Han Zhe and Shui Linglong paid no mind to him. Han Zhe was disdainful, while Shui Linglong felt that with such a formidable ally, anyone else paled in comparison. Chapter 67. The Dungeon Begins. System Announcement. Due to a mysterious presence, a world-level dungeon has been activated, with all players entering a parallel dimension, initiating the dungeon leaderboard, team leaderboard, and individual leaderboard. The first team and player will receive a mysterious grand prize. System prompt. During the mission, players may only remain in their designated spawning areas and may not venture into other regions. Mission reminder. Team players may not inflict harm upon one another. Ding. The team channel, dungeon area channel, and national channel have been activated. Ding. The dungeon shop is now open, where players can obtain supplies. As a level 1 member, you are automatically granted the position of team leader. Ding. The random team leader positions have been assigned. The team leaders are Han Zhe and Wen Lei. Casting a glance at Wen Lei, Dong Mingrong felt a surge of envy at the boy's fortune. His expression soured, yet he felt powerless against it. Observing Shui Linglong's proud stature, he boldly approached her. Young brother, although you have become the team leader, you are quite young. Do not be overly proud. Allow me to lead. With my 6th level of Qi refinement, I can guide you to great wealth. Did he truly consider them easy prey? Han Zhe found his audacity amusing. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Shui Linglong's gaze turned frosty, as sharp as a blade directed at Dong Mingrong. I am Shui Linglong, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. She stepped forward, eager to showcase her prowess before her idol. The declaration struck Dong Mingrong like a thunderclap. He was taken aback, having never anticipated that Shui Linglong would possess such formidable strength, surpassing even his own. Instantly, his frivolous thoughts dissipated. Such a beauty was beyond his reach. In the realm of the dungeon, with his cultivation level, what kind of women could he not find? Why pursue a rose with thorns? However, the gaze he cast upon Han Zhe was tinged with malice. Why should this man be favored by the goddess? His heart simmered with jealousy and resentment. He dared not touch Shui Linglong, but this masked fellow was indeed within his grasp. Do not let me cross paths with you, or your days of bliss shall come to an end. Standing nearby, Han Zhe felt utterly perplexed. Yet, since Dong Mingrong harbored murderous intent towards him, he could not afford to let him live. This pretext was impeccable, indeed. May I inquire how your esteemed self is addressed? Dong Mingrong inched closer, all eyes turning towards Han Zhe. I am Han Zhe, he replied nonchalantly, his mind already racing with thoughts of departing the moment the light shield dissipated. He had no time to play caretaker for these individuals. Hey, what's with the bravado? At least state your cultivation level. You wouldn't want to be embarrassed by having a lower one than the girls, would you? Dong Mingrong, irked by Han Ze's composed demeanor, deliberately provoked him, knowing that should he retaliate, no one would hold it against him. After all, youthful tempers often flare. Wait a moment, did you say your name is Han Ze? Shui Hao suddenly snapped to attention. Han Ze, you are the illustrious Han Ze, Ding Chen exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at Han Ze. Han Ze removed his mask. The spectacle had reached its climax, and it was time for him to take center stage. It is indeed I, came his cool, detached voice. The crowd gradually comprehended the significance of the name. First on the leaderboard, the savior of countless players in the early stages. A figure whose existence was whispered only in system announcements and trade channels. They were all too familiar with this name, a legendary persona now standing before them, leaving everyone in stunned awe. Every player knew of Han Ze, an idol. Shui Hao's eyes gleamed as he transformed into a fervent fan, nearly wishing to cling to Han Ze's leg. Detected that you are a member player, you may freely select your team members. Han Ze smiled slightly. This feature was quite advantageous. I choose Ding Chen, Wen Xian, Shui Hao, and Shui Linglong. This selection was indeed intriguing. Firstly, he could not choose Dong Mingrong, which meant Dong Mingrong would have to team up with Wen Lei. Secondly, It was evident he had to include Xue Linglong, and naturally, his fans Ding Yichen and Xue Hao would accompany him. Lastly, there was Wen Xian, if he opted for Yin Lin. The three girls would be left vulnerable with Dong Mingrong lurking, and Wen Lei would be a poor choice, prone to mishaps. Furthermore, he had a fondness for Wen Xian. Having enjoyed her hosting in the past, it was a gesture of goodwill. Team selection complete. Han Zhe's team: Wen Xian, Xue Linglong, Xue Hao, Ding Yichen. Wen Lei's team: Dong Mingrong, Cha Yan, Zhang Ya, Yin Lin. Dong Mingrong was already terrified, fearing Han Zhe would notice him. In truth, Han Zhe was in no rush. The time for maximizing benefits had not yet arrived, and he relished the prospect of another harvest. As the light shield vanished, Han Zhe paid no heed to his teammates and departed with purpose. "Message me in the team channel if you have any matters," he stated before vanishing into the streets. Everyone was left in bewilderment. They had expected the esteemed figure to lead them, yet he had simply walked away. "Shall we take our leave as well?" Wen Lei suggested as he and his sister departed. Ding Yichen followed suit, leaving with Wen Lei. The remaining two girls trailed behind Xue Linglong, being females. They found it easier to converse, for in chaotic times, men were their greatest adversaries. Especially for beautiful women, trust in men was even harder to come by. The three who remained understood the unspoken sentiment and did not engage in false pleasantries, each departing in their own direction. After leaving, Han Zhe sought out a CAF, casually ordered a cup of coffee, and began reviewing the system's information about himself. World background: a seemingly peaceful world in the eyes of ordinary people, yet fraught with hidden turmoil. A millennium ago, an alien spacecraft landed, prompting various demon-slaying clans to dust off long-forgotten weapons and rise to protect their homeland. The Taniatlek planet faced energy depletion, and the last of the Odors arrived on Earth aboard a spaceship. The Odors possess formidable physiques, capable of research and cultivation, and can alter their own appearances. The Odors are divided into militant and pacifist factions. The militant faction aims to dominate this planet, enslaving all humanity, while the pacifist faction seeks merely a place to reside, cohabitating with humans and accepting official employment, embodying a benevolent race. This was the concealed content beneath the ordinary world, information that typical players would find challenging to uncover. Next, he needed to devise a plan to generate wealth, a domain in which he excelled. The mountain mice and toy mice could also be deployed. Both races could burrow into the earth, perfect for gathering intelligence. However, they did not filter out irrelevant information, and he would be quite busy during this period, lacking the time to manage these information sources. His current teammates were merely temporary. This secret could not be divulged to them yet. He could only utilize his avatars to handle the information, as the time constraint meant that establishing an intelligence bureau would yield minimal results for now. Chapter 68: The Dungeon Shop. This world resembled a modern fantasy realm, home to martial artist families and demon-slaying clans. Martial artists did not cultivate internal energy, but rather trained their bodies externally to generate inner strength. Demon slayers were akin to a hybrid profession of magic and martial arts, derived from the alien Odors. Both professions had short lifespans and only moderate potential. However, for players lacking spiritual roots, they were still a viable option for combat. Players could earn cultivation points to enhance their professional levels, given the short lifespan's drawbacks. The mortality rate was alarmingly high. No one cared about lifespan when immediate combat prowess was paramount. This was a noteworthy gain, aside from the quests themselves. The potential of this world was immense. The Odors were adept at advanced experimentation, undoubtedly a premier research race. If possible, he could also acquire a few pets. The Odors resembled a demon-like race, albeit with advanced technological skill levels, yet their innate skills were underdeveloped. However, he could cultivate them. These were not pressing matters. Having grasped the world's essence, it was now time to pursue wealth, which could procure an abundance of resources. He found himself in dire need of money. The dungeon prohibited the plundering of others' wealth, and extorting or kidnapping civilians would attract the ire of special organizations, necessitating legitimate means of income. It was permissible to subdue inhabitants of this world and incapacitate others during dungeon runs, yet skirting the rules was perilous. Currently, players were at low levels, and no one would dare take such significant risks. Nevertheless, on the final day, many would likely resort to such tactics. For now, everyone was diligently earning money. Han Zhe had no desire to engage in such practices, as the risks far outweighed the rewards. The costs were simply not worth it. After leaving the CAF, Han Zhe tested the mountain mice and toy mice, finding them adept at burrowing through concrete. He had a firm grasp on the movements of both teammates and adversaries. Entering a bar, the ideal venue for gathering information, Han Zhe donned his mask and casually settled into a corner. In the lively atmosphere, he could hear even the faintest whispers, should he desire. This life is truly mundane. Do not dismiss my words. Just the other night, I encountered an unsettling incident. While driving home, I beheld a peculiar silvery creature crouched by the roadside. Ha ha ha, a silvery monster, you say? I suspect you might have indulged a bit too much and mistook a lamppost for an extraterrestrial being. You may scoff, but I assure you, I truly witnessed it. And it appeared to be in motion. Perhaps it was merely a silver garment swaying in the wind. Do not let your imagination run wild. In today's world, even aliens would likely have to work overtime. Ah, indeed. It is those affluent second-generation heirs who live comfortably. As for them, they ought to strive diligently to secure a beautiful spouse and lead a fulfilling life. Spare me your cynicism. Do you truly believe you could give up drinking? Can you settle down? Ahem, let us move on. We should seek out some lovely ladies. I just received my paycheck, and tonight, I shall treat you. Thank you. My friend, have you heard? That wealthy heir, Murong Jiang, has once again gotten a girl pregnant. Your news is outdated. He even abandoned the girl in the street, and, as I heard, she succumbed to the humiliation and took her own life. Such tragedy. It is said that the girl was the belle of Kyoto University. My heart aches for that poor woman. I have heard that her parents approached Murong's family demanding compensation, starting with a sum of 100 million. Did the Murong family pay up? 100 million is no trivial amount. Even if Murong Jiang is wealthy, it is improbable that he could afford such a sum. Not necessarily. I have heard they settled for 5 million, yet the girl's family remains relentless. Is that true? 5 million and still not satisfied. What is 5 million worth when their only daughter is gone? You have a point. These wealthy heirs truly lack virtue. Yet, I have heard that the Murong family has a good reputation, and Murong Jiang is reputed to be quite upright. Such claims are mere publicity, crafted to cultivate their image. How terrifying it is to think that even Murong Jiang's persona might be fabricated. What hope is there for true goodness? I had believed Murong Jiang to be a benevolent soul, often donating to charitable causes, only to discover it was all for show. The crowd buzzes with opinions, each person adamantly voicing their thoughts as if they had witnessed the events with their own eyes. Those nearby chime in, eagerly sharing gossip and scandal. Henceforth, I must refrain from excessive drinking and remain ever vigilant, mused Hanzei, shaking his head. Having gathered enough information, Hanzei departed the bar. In the cacophony of the environment, no one noticed a solitary figure slipping away. He activated the regional chat channel, where numerous players engaged in conversation, forming temporary teams. Actors wanted, seeking beautiful actresses, daily wage of 200,000, paid daily. Team up for grinding, daily wage of 2,000, paid daily. I am a zookeeper. Looking for stealthy players to team up. Need a healer. Agency hiring, seeking professional lawyers. The regional chat was abuzz with individuals seeking to form teams. After perusing for a while, Hanzei found the messages to be exceedingly diverse and lacked any significant leads. Disheartened, he abandoned the chat. At this exploratory stage, no crucial information was likely to be revealed. Hanzei then opened the forum, where a pinned message immediately caught his eye, a guide to the locations of dungeon shops in various cities. To his astonishment, someone had actually discovered the location of a hidden shop, prompting Hanzei to click on it. Would you like to spend 1 crystal to view this post? Merely a single crystal. Hanzei promptly chose to pay. The individual behind this information was indeed quite astute, profiting handsomely from a single piece of intel. Though a crystal may seem inexpensive, the sheer number of viewers could yield substantial earnings. Hanzei was suddenly struck by another idea, a risk-free venture. He too could exchange information for crystals. This notion had merit. He could even auction off his findings, though it would only yield quick profits. The player known as Baixiaoxing had spawned in the game adjacent to the dungeon shop, purchased a map of all national dungeon shops, and subsequently posted this thread. Fortune indeed favored him. Regrettably, it remained unclear in which district he resided. Without further contemplation, Hanzei made his way to the dungeon shop's location. The shop was not far from him. Even without the information from the post, his scouting mice would have soon located it. Hanzei stepped into the shop, and a transparent light curtain enveloped him, as though he had traversed time and space, vanishing from his original spot. The shop was bustling with players, and only they could perceive it. Locals remained oblivious to its existence. The establishment was quaint, exuding an antiquated charm, with many gathered around the counter. Chapter 69, Exchanging Dungeon Points. Hanzei refrained from joining the throng, instead wandering toward the shelves to examine the items available. Identity card randomly grants an identity in this world, ranging from a beggar to a billionaire. Anything is possible. Price: 10,000 dungeon points. Goodness. The disparity in identities is astonishing. What exactly are dungeon points? Never mind. I will inquire once the crowd thins. For now, let me see what else is available. Top 100 World Gold Songs. Bike Sharing Company. Internet Technology Company. Superbrain. Professional Singer's Golden Voice, and so forth. These are indeed familiar to Hanzei. They represent the most renowned companies of Waterblue Star, along with global classics and countless corporate profiles. These items typically start at millions. Yet isn't this merely a dungeon world? Even possessing these would not allow one to profit within a mere 7 days. What, then, is the meaning of all this? Hanzei felt a sense of perplexity, yet he dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on the imperative of earning money. The crowd continued their chatter, oblivious to the darkening expression of the NPC shopkeeper, whose patience had evidently reached its limit. If you are not purchasing anything, kindly vacate my shop. A thunderous roar echoed, prompting all those merely seeking information to be expelled from the dungeon shop. The few remaining souls were those with purchasing power. Hanzei turned his gaze toward the NPC shopkeeper. NPC shopkeeper. Name, Akil Berkeley. Race, Goblin. Faction, Neutral. Level, Epic. Skills, Master Level Forging, Level 1 Shopkeeper. Personality, Devious, Deceptive, Persuasive. Note: beware, do not fall prey to this cunning goblin merchant's tricks, nor foolishly count your coins in his presence. A goblin, indeed. With beady eyes, he scrutinized the players, exuding a shrewdness that bespoke his calculating nature. Goblins are notorious throughout the realms for their business acumen, often excelling in deception and trickery. And they are notoriously greedy. Good Sir Goblin, might I inquire how one acquires dungeon points? Hanzei approached him. Akil Berkeley's eyes darted about, contemplating how to exploit the situation, but the game system was not easily manipulated, and after much deliberation, he found himself at a loss. The courteous player, Akil Berkeley, is here to enlighten you about the 3 methods through which dungeon points can be acquired. The first method is by completing side quests or any tasks within the dungeon, which will yield dungeon points. The second method involves fulfilling main quests, which will grant you a substantial amount of dungeon points. Lastly, you can exchange items with me, and I shall offer you a fair exchange rate. As Hanzei's gaze shifted to Akil Berkeley, he immediately noticed the sly smile that crept across the goblin's face. However, the notion of outsmarting him was indeed a folly for this diminutive creature. Ding! An exclusive exchange channel has been activated for the host, unlocking a dedicated dungeon marketplace. Thank you, dear goblin, Hanzei replied with a smile of satisfaction. Under the watchful eyes of Akil Berkeley and the player, Hanzei departed from the dungeon store. The goblin NPC harbored no ulterior motives. After all, this was the sole location for exchanges in the dungeon. Unless he chose not to trade at all. A return was inevitable, as players would eventually come back to him for items and dungeon points. Little did he know, Hanzei had already transcended the need for him. Activating the points exchange channel, Hanzei retrieved a token from his spatial inventory and examined the exchange rates. Gold crystal. Exchange price, 100 dungeon points. This price is quite agreeable. 1,000 crystals can be exchanged for 100 of the renowned aquatic melodies of the Blue Star, a rate that is indeed feasible. A single world-famous song should yield a profit exceeding 10 million, and it could even propel a singer to fame. In this light, a profit in the billions seems plausible, making the establishment of an entertainment company a simple endeavor. Sunflower. Exchange price, 150 dungeon points. First-tier talisman. Exchange price, 10 dungeon points. Pet training room. Exchange price, 1,000 dungeon points. 1 dungeon point can be exchanged for 1,000 yuan in cash. My lord, you may utilize your techniques to exchange for dungeon points, and the techniques exchanged will not be retracted. This game connects to myriad realms. With such a vast world, could there truly be techniques to be had? Or perhaps the game does not seize any items spontaneously, requiring players to present all rewards? Does this imply that the rewards he receives are contributions from individuals in otherworld dungeons, and that the legendary characters of the Blue Star indeed exist? All of this remains mere conjecture for now, as his current understanding is limited. In due time, as he grows, he will uncover more knowledge. There is no need to rush. Flameblade. Exchange price, 5,000 dungeon points. Innate Thunder Technique. Exchange price, 10,000 dungeon points. Fire Manipulation Technique. Exchange price, 100,000 dungeon points. Creation Technique. Exchange price, 100 million dungeon points. What is there to hesitate about? The prices vastly exceed his initial expectations. Detection indicates you are a distinguished member player. You may opt for technique recording exchanges, which include your comprehension of the techniques, allowing for exchange at the original price. This can be done once daily. After some contemplation, Hanzei consented, realizing he could earn dungeon points daily. This was inconsequential, as he possessed a world skill tree that allowed him to upgrade his divine techniques with skill points. For others, experience may be precious, but for him, it is merely a means to an end. Daily, he could amass 100 million dungeon points, allowing him to purchase anything he desired from the dungeon marketplace. Upon agreeing to the system's request, a beam of light shot from the sky, enveloping him entirely, and a jade slip materialized before him. Hanzei took the jade slip and inscribed his divine techniques within, then retrieved another slip to record 5 elementary techniques and 1 advanced technique. ensuring the flame blade was included as well. Ding. Would you like to submit the 6 technique jade slips for dungeon points? Yes, submit. Detection indicates you are a level 1 member player. Purchase prices increased by 10. Exchange prices decreased by 10. Ding. You have received a total of 115,005,500 dungeon points. Not bad at all. He finally felt financially secure. Upon viewing the lengthy string of points, Hanzei felt a sense of peace within. The next 7 days would be dedicated to acquiring various resources and seeking out the Ultraman. The light gradually faded, and the jade slips before him vanished along with the beam. Surrounding individuals seemed oblivious to the occurrence, continuing their paths as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, the game possesses an air of mystery, and Hanzei finally felt reassured. In Chapter 70, Team Dao Palace, he spent 10,000 dungeon points to acquire an identity card. Eager to test his luck. Ding. Identity card successfully exchanged. Would you like to use the identity card? Use. Upon activation, text appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a National Dragon Group identity. This identity requires a cultivation level of Chi Refinement 9th layer or above to utilize. This certainly simplifies matters. He need not even seek introductions. What he wished for came to fruition as he opened the dungeon marketplace, spending 10,000 dungeon points to directly exchange for 10 million in cash, thereby completing the main quest. Ding. You have completed the main quest. Rewarded with 10,000 dungeon points and a random world experience ticket. As the first player among all to complete the main quest, you are rewarded with a world stay ticket. 100-fold amplification in effect. You receive 1 million dungeon points, permanent entry rights to a random world, and 100 world stay tickets. Hanzei's gaze fell upon the world stay tickets. A golden text materialized before him. World stay ticket, upon use, allows you to remain in this world for a year. No wonder so many company documents appeared. Time was of the essence, making it impossible for those items to manifest. Suddenly, Hanzei comprehended everything. 100 stay tickets would suffice for a long period of indulgence. Immediately, Hanzei utilized one, ensuring he could thoroughly explore this world, while also refining the Divine Law realm to its fullest. World announcement. Player Hanzei has completed the Nightmare level main quest, rewarded with 1,000 prestige points. World announcement. Player Hanzei has completed the Nightmare level main quest, rewarded with 1,000 prestige points. World announcement. Player Hanzei has completed the Nightmare level main quest, rewarded with 1,000 prestige points. World announcement. Player Hanzei has risen to the first position on the dungeon leaderboard, rewarded with 2,000 prestige points. World announcement. Player Hanzei has risen to the first position on the dungeon leaderboard, rewarded with 2,000 prestige points. World announcement. Player Hanzei has risen to the first position on the dungeon leaderboard, rewarded with 2,000 prestige points. Ding. You have become the first player on the dungeon leaderboard, receiving a team token. Team token. Description. Upon use, it allows for the establishment of a team, granting team members access to attribute bonuses. Members of the same team may enter weekly dungeons, monthly dungeons, and team dungeons together. Without hesitation, Hanzei shattered the team token. Beyond merely augmenting attributes, forming a team was essential, as it would serve as his support in the future. Even if he were exceptionally strong, why would he not seize the opportunity presented? After all, it could bolster his own power, and with war on the horizon, why not begin to arm himself and his team now? A strong alliance is of utmost importance. Every player possesses boundless potential, far surpassing the local talents. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Having utilized the team token, please assign a name to your newly formed team. After a moment of contemplation, Hanja spoke. Dao Palace. Congratulations, you have successfully established the Team Dao Palace. System announcement. Player Hanja is the first to create the Team Dao Palace, initiating the team leaderboard and earning 2,000 reputation points. System announcement. Player Hanja is the first to create the Team Dao Palace, initiating the team leaderboard and earning 2,000 reputation points. System announcement. Player Hanja is the first to create the Team Dao Palace, initiating the team leaderboard and earning 2,000 reputation points. Ding. As Dao Palace is the first team created by players in this realm, the team level is set to 3. Ding. Dao Palace has ascended to the top of the team leaderboard, rewarding the team with an upgrade to level 1. Ding. Dao Palace has ascended to the top of the team leaderboard, rewarding a special skill, team sharing. Amplification by 100-fold is in effect. Dao Palace can be upgraded to achieve 100-fold amplification. Your team Dao Palace has now been elevated to level 4, allowing you to select 4 team skills. In the next moment, Hanja found himself amidst a sky full of stars. This was akin to selecting a talent. With the marking system in place, he felt no pressure in choosing team skills, quickly identifying 4 SSS-level skills. Team Skill Teleportation, SSS level, the team leader can teleport any member to their side, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Team skill power amplification, SSS level, all team members gain an increase of 10 in strength. Team skill stamina amplification, SSS level. All team members gain an increase of 10 in stamina. Team skill charisma crit, SSS level, all team members gain an increase of 10 in charm. After much deliberation, Hanja ultimately chose not to select agility amplification, instead opting for charisma crit. In the future, as they ventured into dungeons, they would often interact with others. Possessing a handsome or beautiful visage would undoubtedly facilitate the acquisition of quests or information. The teleportation skill was even more formidable, granting the ability to escape from lethal crises. This significantly alleviated the survival concerns of his team members. If only he could teleport in reverse as well. It was not impossible. Opening a teleportation portal could suffice. Recalling Doraemon's pocket, Hanja winced at the thought. The plethora of items within Doraemon's pocket made the probability of drawing a teleportation portal through treasure chests exceedingly slim. Such was fate. Perhaps he should accumulate more luck for the next draw. With newfound wealth, Hanja booked a stay at a 5-star hotel and opened the chat channel. The global chat, regional chat, and his private messages were all abuzz. What had transpired? Hadn't they just entered the dungeon world? In a state of bewilderment, he wondered if anyone could elucidate the situation. Indeed, he was a man living within system announcements, diving right in without any preamble. While he was still trying to orient himself, the big shot had already completed a nightmare-level main quest. Could someone enlighten him on what a nightmare-level main quest entailed? Everyone's starting capital was 1,000 yuan. Earning 100,000 could complete a normal main quest, 1,000,000 for an elite main quest, and 10,000,000 for a nightmare main quest. Had Hanja amassed 10 million already? Jealousy clouded his vision. Had he resorted to robbery? The game had only commenced 3 hours prior, and he had already acquired 10 million? It seemed Hanja had perhaps robbed a bank. He speculated that Hanja had activated an identity card, revealing a wealthy status of over 10 million, thus explaining his rapid accumulation of wealth. But what was this identity card? Had he missed something? The identity card could be purchased in the dungeon store. My goodness, there was such a thing as an identity card in the dungeon shop? He had just seen Hanja in the dungeon shop, yet the big shot had neither exchanged dungeon points nor purchased anything. What were dungeon points? Why did he feel as though he was playing an entirely different game? Chapter 71. Something happened to Wenxin. Obtaining a wealthy identity is indeed impressive. Hanja is truly remarkable. I too have acquired a wealthy second-generation identity. When I return to inherit the family fortune, I shall surely claim the top rank. Which district is the big shot from? I seek your protection. I am at the 6th level of Qi refinement. To protect me for a day only costs 100,000. Hanja is nothing special. I will certainly surpass you. Finding little amusement in the chatter, Hanja glanced at the regional channel, which was filled with self-promotion, and thus entered the temporary team channel. Within the channel were only 4 individuals: Wenxin, Xue Linglong, Xue Hao, and Ding Yichen. The leader is truly impressive. The game has scarcely begun, and he has already completed the main quest. My idol has always been so formidable. I wonder if the Dao team is accepting new members. I would love to join. What is Hanja up to now? Probably counting his money. Why hasn't Wenxin spoken up? Perhaps she is busy. I haven't seen her in a while. Liege's strength is commendable. He should be fine. I don't know. I have privately messaged Wenxin, but she hasn't replied. Indeed, the city harbors no threats. She likely hasn't seen the chat. All 4 were his admirers, and their talents were commendable. Their earnestness made them worthy of cultivation. Hanja composed a message for the team channel. I am Hanja. If you wish to join Dao Palace, please privately message me your talents. I will not disclose any information regarding your talents to anyone. We can sign a system agreement on that. Furthermore, obedience is mandatory for joining the team. Any actions that harm the team or harbor ulterior motives to uncover my secrets will not be tolerated. You will find it impossible to escape the consequences. As soon as Hanja sent the message, replies flooded in instantaneously. Good heavens, are you all navigating the chat channel while walking? The first to send a private message was Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong, S-level talent beast speech, A-level talent would spirit body, A-level talent wind bestow. Is further elaboration necessary? Hanja. No need, I will add you. Xue Linglong placed immense trust in Hanja, not only as a temporary teammate, but also in her unwavering faith in him. Other players in the chat channel expressed their gratitude towards Hanja, for his actions were evident, naturally earning him their trust. Following this, both Xue Hao and Ding Yichen sent their talents within mere seconds. Ding Yichen, S-level talent music rhythm, enhancing any musical instrument type artifact by 30, A-level talent sword path. B-level talent musical sense. Hanja, you have passed. I will add you to the team, but you must obey. Ding Yichen could hardly contain his excitement. The deity was speaking to him. After a prolonged moment, he managed to steady his trembling hands. Ding-I-Chen, deity, I will heed your every command. Next, Shuahao was accepted without a hitch. Remarkably, none of them requested a contract. All three met Hanja's criteria for joining the team, embodying the unconditional trust he sought in his members. If there was no fundamental trust, what purpose would such individuals serve but to create unnecessary strife? Hanja, open the team panel. Ding. Player Hanja invites you to join Dao Palace. Do you accept? Accept. Agreed. Yes, I accept. Player Shui Linglong joins Dao Palace. Player Ding-I-Chen joins Dao Palace. Player Shuahao joins Dao Palace. Am I mistaken? Is the entire team skill rating SSS? I've assembled a rather extraordinary team. Just how extraordinary is the boss? Did you know this from the very beginning? The three of them were utterly astonished by the SSS-rated skills within their team. Was this mere coincidence? Impossible. Not even a child would believe such a tale. Yet, none of them pressed further. Some inquiries are best left unasked, and knowledge will come in due time. Even the youngest remained silent, though his curiosity about the team's remarkable skills was palpable. Master, it seems something has happened to and the others. Suddenly, received a private message from, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. No wonder had been silent, as he intended to establish an entertainment company, having as the host was indispensable. Moreover, with someone threatening his temporary teammates, could not afford to remain indifferent. Is it a player? Do you know S location? Upon seeing the esteemed master respond, exhaled in relief. If the master chose to ignore this matter, his own capabilities were insufficient to intervene, and were both renowned figures in the entertainment industry. And he had previously participated in a show hosted by, making them somewhat familiar. Its sister sent me a distress message and hasn't replied since. We parted ways earlier, and I don't know their whereabouts. Was troubled, struggling to find an excuse, but had unwittingly provided him with one. He felt a wave of gratitude towards him. Where are you now? Are you alone? I'm by myself. Master, please share your location. I will come to find you. Location shared. Delaying would waste precious time. Dared not linger, fearing for S safety. After all, she was a star he once admired, and he genuinely wished to come to her aid. This situation had arisen due to him, so it was only right for him to resolve it. No one could touch those he cared for. Activating his battle aura, soared towards S location, ascending into the clouds. He remained unseen by ordinary mortals, and S position was situated near the instant shop. In a brief moment, arrived at S location. Was clad in a white t-shirt paired with a casual blue shirt, wearing white leisure pants. His hairstyle, adorned with bangs, added to his youthful appearance. A gentle smile graced his face, making him look fresh and refined, his demeanor charmingly sweet and shy, reminiscent of a dashing young pup. S gaze scrutinized, as he had been preoccupied with familiarizing himself with the world introduction and had not taken the time to properly observe each member of the team. He had always had a penchant for handsome features, and certainly pleased his eye. Such a boy was a delight to behold. S gaze was now fixed upon. Previously, he had shied away from looking at him, but now he truly assessed the Master S visage. He had never encountered someone so strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of noble elegance with every gesture, adorned in ethereal attire that made him appear as if he had descended from the heavens. Was a remarkably carefree individual. He pursued whatever he desired, no matter how absurd, and would not compromise on matters he found unappealing. Had never envisioned that he would be so entranced by a man's beauty. It was evident that the master could thrive solely on his looks. Yet he also possessed unparalleled prowess. S eyes sparkled with admiration. To be able to cling to such a powerful figure was truly a stroke of fortune from a past life. Chapter 72, Despair, emanated a serene aura. His countenance cool, yet approachable, instilling a sense of ease rather than intimidation. As he walked, he spoke casually, nodded obediently, following closely behind. From his spatial inventory, retrieved copper coins, red threads, incense, a gourd, and talismans, invoking incantations as he ignited the incense. Turning to, he plucked a strand of hair from him, dared not inquire, fearing he might disrupt S concentration, and could only watch with curiosity as proceeded with his actions. Opening the gourd, a wave of spiritual energy enveloped them. The contents were a special elixir crafted from spiritual water infused with various herbs. This spiritual water served as a conduit between realms, a true treasure for practitioners of the mystical arts. It was also a new skill he had unlocked from the world's skill tree. A drop of this yin-yang water fell onto a talisman, and as he ignited it with the incense, white flames swiftly appeared before them. He retrieved a piece of talisman paper and handed it to, wide-eyed and bewildered, stared at the paper. Origami crane, instructed. He quickly folded an origami crane and handed it back. The white flames surged towards the crane, yet instead of igniting it, they transformed it into a glowing paper crane that soared into the air. Watched in awe, connected the hair to the spirit summoning paper crane. I'll locate the owner of this hair, announced. The spirit summoning crane seemed to nod, instantly multiplying into thousands of paper cranes that dispersed in all directions. Master, may I learn this spell? Asked, envy evident in his expression. Glanced at S attributes. Root bone, 100, comprehension, 300. Ahem, pardon me. S expression fell. With a root bone of 100, he was already lacking, and comprehension needing to be 300 while his was merely 50, a six-fold disparity. He resolved to abandon the thought. As 1's cultivation progressed, both root bone and comprehension would improve. This spell was not something he could learn at his current level, and he could not fully manifest the potential of the spirit summoning crane. Spoke truthfully, once the spirit summoning crane reached the celestial level, it could traverse the realms and establish extensive spirit summoning arrays, capable of refining an entire city's inhabitants into spirit summoners. Spirit summoners could not only communicate with the supernatural, but were also the most elite practitioners of ancient times, rapidly mastering the mystical arts. Indeed, the spirit summoning crane is undoubtedly the most formidable auxiliary skill. Fell into deep contemplation. The master had already mastered this spell, indicating that his comprehension had reached, or even surpassed, 300. This was the fabled child of the world. Perhaps no one possessed such terrifying talent as the master. The more pondered, the more he felt fortunate. How could he have encountered the master weekly in instances, fortuitously teaming up, and then passing the trials to join the master's squad? Although he possessed an S-level talent, it was entirely non-combative and unhelpful, rendering it inferior to a powerful A-level talent, truly the most useless S-level talent. Soon, a spirit summoning crane returned, merging with all the other cranes to form a singular paper crane, as beams of spiritual light cascaded down, creating a map-like image. In a dilapidated, unfinished building, and were bound to pillars. Let us commence our operation. Sought a deserted street and activated his battle aura, wrapping his left arm around as they ascended into the sky. At that moment, and were engulfed in despair, glaring angrily at the treacherous. They had never anticipated that would dare to strike against them. After they had parted ways, had inadvertently stumbled upon the instance shop, successfully exchanging crystals for instance points. Rather than purchasing an identity, he opted for a potion. Sleeping potion, upon consumption, induces slumber for 1 hour, redeemable at the cost of 1,000 dungeon points. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Mingrong purchased a vial of the sleeping potion. Initially, he intended to use it on Hanze, but just as he was about to seek him out, he encountered the duo, Wen Xian and Wen Lei, who were teaming up. Instantly, a wicked thought surged through Dong Mingrong's mind. Wen Xian and Wen Lei did not regard him with the same suspicion, as they were all part of the same team and could not possibly harm one another. Thus, he consumed the potion himself. As he beheld the unconscious Wen Xian, her long, beautiful legs radiated a striking elegance. He transported both of them to an abandoned building, a desolate place he had chanced upon, where no one would come. Just as Dong Mingrong bound the two, Wen Xian and Wen Lei awakened. Now cultivators, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Although they were restrained, they still retained the ability to wield spells. However, escape was not an option, and Dong Mingrong could not approach them for the time being. Yet, as time passed and their spiritual energy waned, they would be at his mercy. In this urban world devoid of spiritual energy, every bit consumed was a step closer to exhaustion, leading to a stalemate. Dong Mingrong was unperturbed. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, they would be at his disposal. His eyes gleamed with unrestrained desire for Wen Xian. Meanwhile, despair engulfed Wen Xian. The thought of being subjected to such a man filled her with dread. Death seemed preferable. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions, Wen Xian. If you do not comply, your brother will perish before your eyes. Dong Mingrong had no intention of granting her wish. After expending so much effort to capture her, he sought to conquer her, not to let her die. If Wen Xian were truly intent on ending her life, he had no means to prevent it. Yet, with Wen Lei still in his grasp, he saw a way forward. Wen Xian faltered. How could she bear to cause her brother's demise? No matter what, she would not allow him to die. In despair, she shut her eyes. Wen Lei's gaze burned with fury. The ropes binding him were of a special material, and no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Seeing Wen Xian capitulate, Dong Mingrong's eyes sparkled with triumph as he approached her step by step. My lovely beauty, I am coming. He had never imagined he would find himself in such a situation. In the past, celebrities had seemed unattainable to him, existing in a realm far beyond his reach. This game had proven to be an unexpected opportunity, and he was immensely grateful for it, allowing him to seize such a chance. Previously, he could not even dream of marrying, lacking wealth, a car, or a home. He had endured a mundane existence with a girlfriend who tormented him daily. Dong Mingrong untied Wen Xian's ropes, and she stood frozen, tears staining her face. Run, sister. Don't mind me, just go. Wenlei screamed desperately, his voice filled with anguish. Sister, do not be foolish. Dongmingrong will not spare me. Sacrificing yourself will be in vain. She understood the futility of such a sacrifice, but she hoped to buy time. What if Ding Yichen arrived to rescue them? Who can save my sister? I, Wenlei, will pledge my loyalty for a lifetime, facing any peril without flinching. Chapter 73, Mission accomplished. Shout all you want. No one will come to save her. You would do well to behave, or your sister shall suffer even more, Dongmingrong said with a smug expression. What does it matter how powerful Hanzei is, when Xin is already in my grasp? Such a beautiful woman is now mine. Brother Lei, your words must hold true. That voice was all too familiar to Wenlei, and he turned toward its source just as two figures descended through the window beside him. Ding Yichen, the great Hanzei. A glimmer of surprise crossed Wenlei's face, akin to the joy of rebirth. Dongmingrong was struck with dread. Upon seeing Hanzei descend, his very blood seemed to freeze. It was impossible not to fear the world's most formidable individual. Instinctively, he shielded when Xin, malice flashing in his eyes. Let me go, or I will kill her. We can perish together if need be. Hanzei glanced at Dongmingrong, his expression one of disdain. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think you are worthy of such a fate? To witness the person he admired being held captive by someone he had long deemed condemned was unbearable. If Dongmingrong succeeded, it would be better for him to perish. With a swift motion, Hanzei summoned lightning energy to his legs, launching forward with a blur. Dongmingrong had no time to react before he was struck. Thunderbolt unleashed. The lightning surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his very being. Dongmingrong writhed in agony, unable to beg for mercy. He finally comprehended Hanzei's terror, but alas, there exists no remedy for regret. He must bear the consequences of his actions. In silence, life extinguished in mere seconds. Ding. You have slain player Dongmingrong, triggering a talent skill, acquiring all of Dongmingrong's abilities, profession, and skills. Acquired S-rank talent Beast Fire, extractable once daily from a demon beast. Amplification by 100 times. 10,000 Beast Fire technique. SSS talent. Capable of extracting the souls and blood of myriad demon beasts to forge supreme Beast Fire. Acquired A-rank talent, Rhythm Master, learning sound wave techniques with doubled comprehension. Amplification by 100 times. Instrument Master, SS talent, achieving mastery in all musical instruments. Acquired A-rank talent, Acceleration technique, increasing speed by 20. Amplification by 100 times. Super Acceleration technique, SS talent, increasing speed by 200. Hanzei assessed the three newly acquired talents, which, after 100-fold amplification, were astonishingly powerful. Especially the super acceleration, which might not shine in the early stages but would undoubtedly become a divine skill in the later phases. Dongmingrong had yet to grasp how to cultivate these three talents. With 100-fold amplification coupled with his own training, he would undoubtedly become formidable. The Instrument Master talent was particularly appealing to Hanzei, who had a fondness for music. He was envious of Ding Yichen's talent. But that required cultivation over the month. For now, he had no dungeons to explore. Once music-related dungeons emerged, that would be when his talent truly flourished. There was no rush for now. Hanzei approached Xin, helping her to her feet. She was genuinely terrified, preferring to face a ferocious beast than endure this ordeal. Thankfully, she had been rescued. When Xin gazed at Hanzei, her eyes filled with admiration. You were so impressive just now. You took down Dongmingrong with such finesse. Can you teach me? Wenlei's face was alight with excitement. Hanzei's gallant actions had captivated him. Both Xin and Wenlei looked at Hanzei with awe. Their emotions a whirlwind of surprise, honor, shock, and gratitude upon witnessing him arrive to save them. Shall we depart? Do you have any matters to attend to? Hanzei inquired. Nothing at all. Please, Great One, command us as you wish, Wenlei replied. Then let us first return to the hotel. If you have no pressing matters, I can assist you in completing your tasks, while you, in turn, can aid me. Currently, Hanzei is in dire need of manpower. The more we can recruit, the better. We have no obligations, and we are all at the mercy of our leader, with a powerful ally to lean on. Only a fool would decline. However, he cannot carry all three of them, as the Wings of Fury can only accommodate 2 individuals at a time. Therefore, they opted to take a taxi back to the hotel. Hanzei sent a message instructing Xue Linglong and Xue how to gather at the hotel for his teammates. They must not let opportunities slip away. Team members can be shared throughout the year. During the journey, when Xin maintained a solemn silence, starkly contrasting with the cheerful, laughter-loving woman seen on television. A beautiful woman is an adornment of a prosperous age, but a wilting rose in times of chaos. The malice this world harbors towards women, particularly towards the beautiful, is overwhelming. In the end, she must rely solely on herself. Although when Xin appears fragile, she is not weak. Her strength and courage surpass that of many. Given some time, she will surely flourish. If all else fails, she has herself to rely upon, ensuring her safety for a lifetime. Throughout the journey, when Xin remained taciturn, while Wen Lei offered comfort to his sister, his heart resolute in his determination to protect her. She is his only remaining family, and he cannot endure the thought of losing her. Such a loss would surely lead him to despair. Upon arriving at the hotel, Hanzei booked 5 luxurious suites. Why endure discomfort when wealth permits indulgence? They had little to pack, having come in haste with hardly any belongings. Not to mention, they possessed few items to begin with. Before long, Xue Hao and Xue Linglong arrived, along with Tian and Zhang Ya. He felt indifferent towards these 2 women, neither particularly liking nor disliking them. Hanzei had no intention of including them in the team. Neither their talents nor qualifications warranted such inclusion. Everyone convened in Hanzei's presidential suite. How much do you need to complete the main quest? Hanzei inquired directly. Xue Linglong appeared somewhat bewildered. Captain, do you intend to transfer the funds to us directly? I'm not certain if it's feasible. We shall attempt it, he replied. This was merely a thought. If it proved unworkable, he would find a way to help them earn. Everyone opted for the most basic primary quest, while only a few, like him, dared to select the most challenging tasks. Earning 100,000 in 7 days seemed daunting, let alone 1 million or 10 million. Such notions were beyond their wildest dreams. One by one, they commenced. The first to approach was Ding Yichen. Hanzei took out his phone and transferred him 100,000. Ding Yichen felt a surge of excitement. Ding, you have completed the main quest, earning 100 dungeon points. Brother Han, the task can be completed, and I received an additional 100 points. Ding Yichen was overwhelmed with joy, astonished at how effortlessly he had accomplished the main quest. Let us proceed with the transactions one at a time. Hanzei sighed in relief. This would simplify matters significantly. Subsequently, everyone completed their primary quests, and Hanzei also assisted Tian and Zhang Ya, though it was certain they would not receive any funds. Chapter 74, Disappointment. Having helped them complete their tasks was already a generous act. Henceforth, they would join Xue Linglong in her endeavors. Ding Yichen would accompany Hanzei, while Xue Hao, Xue Linglong, Wen Xin, Wen Lei, and the temporary members Tian and Zhang Ya would procure various supplies. Each of the 4 would receive 1 million for provisions, buying whatever they needed in terms of food and clothing. In addition to procurement, the team was also recruiting new members. But there was no rush, character was paramount. Being close to the idol made Ding Yichen feel elated, and he struggled to suppress his smile. Hanzei, with no ulterior motives, chose him simply because the child's excitement was infectious. The procurement of items was to occur within the city. Generally, no one would target them, especially with the presence of law enforcement, as no one would engage in futile endeavors. Hanzei acquired a bike-sharing company, spending 3 million dungeon points. This was the fastest way to generate revenue in the short term. Within a year, it could turn a profit, and he could then sell the company to an affluent nation, effortlessly netting 100 billion before abandoning the mess and departing with various supplies. Ding. You have purchased all shares of the bike-sharing company, currently valued at 100 million. Ding. The company has been fully staffed with top-tier talent, allowing players to relax and await their earnings. Remarkably, purchasing the company came with the bonus of employees, alleviating his concerns. At the moment of purchase, all bike-sharing companies were removed from the dungeon shops in every city across the parallel universe of Blue Star number 10000052. None of the players noticed this occurrence. They remained preoccupied with contemplating ways to earn, as a company worth several million points was hardly on anyone's radar. No one anticipated that someone could afford items costing millions in dungeon points. Dungeon points are universally applicable across all dungeons. Hence Hanzei was in no rush to make purchases, as he might encounter even more formidable items in advanced dungeons in the future. The first day passed quietly. Hanzei had accomplished a multitude of tasks, effectively preparing for the days ahead. As night descended, it was time for him to take action. The moonlight, hazy and picturesque, enveloped Hanzei as he soared above the city, an indescribable spectacle. Activating the ability of the luck fruit, countless streams of fortune surged skyward. Though this luck was invisible, Hanzei felt himself enveloped by an overwhelming aura of destiny. This sensation was extraordinary, while his cultivation did not visibly increase. He felt a vast energy saturating his being. It was invigorating, akin to soaking in a hot spring, warm and comforting. Ding! A significant amount of fortune energy detected. Entering the host's body, the purple chi from the east automatically upgrades to the ultimate level. Ding. Upgraded to the River of Luck. River of Luck. Passive skill. Luck transforms into a river. Those possessing the River of Luck activate passive abilities such as turning misfortune into fortune and experiencing serendipity, endowing them with unparalleled fortune. Hanzei anticipated that the upgrade would enhance his strength, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. Compared to him, the world's child was utterly inferior. Thereafter, it was merely a matter of leisure. Upon returning to his room, Hanzei resumed refining the universe of 10,000 laws. The following morning, Hanzei emerged from the universe of 10,000 laws, greeted by Ding Yichen's radiant smile. Up so early, Hanzei opened his room door. Appearing relaxed and casual, I'm accustomed to it. I used to rise early for dance practice. Brother, what shall we do today? Ding Yichen eagerly flopped onto his bed. We will visit the National Department to gather some information. Hanzei briefly outlined their itinerary. Next, they would pursue the Ultraman, and beyond that, there was little else to attend to. After a simple breakfast, the two took a taxi to the Kyoto Long Group office. Half an hour later, Hanzei arrived at the entrance of an old library. Had he not been certain that the system would not deceive him, he would never have believed this place was a branch of the Long Group. It was astonishingly low-key. Entering the library, Hanzei presented his credentials at the front desk. The receptionist, upon seeing the credentials, was visibly shocked, unable to fathom that the Long Group had such young members. Greetings, I am the receptionist, Xiao Shui. How may I assist you? Observing the receptionist, Xiao Shui, in such a state of excitement, Hanzei felt somewhat bewildered. Was there still a concealed identity within the Dragon Group? However, he naturally refrained from voicing such inquiries directly. I require information regarding the Ultra Beings, Hanzei stated with a calm demeanor. The materials you seek are on the 3rd floor. Would you like me to escort you there? Xiao Shui offered. Hanzei shook his head, declining her offer. Ding Yicheng lacks the necessary credentials to access the 3rd floor. Feel free to browse around here. I will depart once I have located the information. Understood, brother, Ding Yicheng nodded, indicating his comprehension. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Hanzei found the collection of books remarkably sparse, with only a single shelf barely filled. He initiated the system to duplicate the available materials and began searching for clues related to the Ultra Beings. Yet, disappointment soon washed over him. While there was information on the Ultra Beings, specific details regarding their locations were conspicuously absent. Or rather, the Ultra Beings, having transformed into human form, were indistinguishable even to humanity itself, unless one resorted to blood tests. But it was utterly impractical to draw blood in public merely to identify Ultra Beings. Capturing them proved exceedingly challenging. Perhaps the gaming system had never anticipated that someone would attempt to contract and subdue an extraterrestrial species upon their first entry into the instance world. Aside from him, all other players remained blissfully unaware of the Ultra Being's existence. Hanzei scanned the entire library once more with the system, seeking any trace of the Ultra Beings. Yet to no avail. If the government had any leads on the Ultra Beings, they would have likely begun capturing them long ago. It was unthinkable that they would simply ignore such entities. Hanzei was not disheartened, however, for at least he now possessed this information, preventing him from being utterly blind to the existence of Ultra Beings when he encountered them. He departed from the Dragon Group division with Ding Yicheng, knowing that their next course of action would be to undertake missions in hopes of stumbling upon any clues related to the Ultra Beings. Over the next few days, the group engaged in numerous tasks, completing various side quests, yet the presence of the Ultra Beings remained elusive. No matter, Hanzei had come to terms with it. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the 6 gathered in the room. I possess a delay voucher, allowing us to extend our stay in this world for an additional year. Will you remain or depart? Over the course of these days, they had grown quite familiar with one another. An extra year would provide ample opportunity to learn new skills. Everyone unanimously chose to stay. A year's time would not only enhance their skill proficiency, but also significantly bolster their strength upon returning. Hanzei specially crafted a batch of chi-gathering pills, ensuring that after a year, their cultivation would reach the pinnacle of chi refinement. With everything arranged, Hanzei entered the realm of 10,000 laws to enter seclusion. Fully refining the realm, time ceased to matter as he immersed himself in his cultivation, slipping away unnoticed. Chapter 75, Acquisition of Resources. Hanzei devoted a month to thoroughly refining the realm of 10,000 laws, mastering it with remarkable ease. With but a thought, he could summon the realm at will, ready to unleash its might. The next step involved embodying the sovereign, refining the realm with his mental prowess. This phase allowed no shortcuts. He could only persist in refining the realm, but fortunately, he had ample time and need not worry about it. Approximately 6 months later, Hanzei finally completed the refinement of the entire realm of 10,000 laws. His mental energy had seamlessly integrated into the realm, signifying that he and the realm had become one. As such, he could manipulate the realm to launch attacks at any moment. His strength had risen once more. As long as his opponent had no prior exposure to spatial laws, he could easily dominate them. Except for terrifying beings like the Titan of Thunder, Hanzei was now treading the path of invincibility beneath the celestial realm. However, This did not imply he could effortlessly defeat cultivators in the tribulation stage, as formidable cultivators possessed numerous life-saving techniques. While there was a significant gap in speed, physical prowess, and spiritual power, if he desired to flee, none could hinder him. Next, Hanzei began his foundation establishment. Having researched it extensively, it was already second nature to him. He commenced his breakthrough. As moments ticked by, just as Hanzei wondered why it had not yet begun, an overwhelmingly magnificent force surged forth, shaking the heavens. Waves of divine might erupted within the realm of 10,000 laws, transforming into pure energy expanding in all directions. For several hundred days, Hanzei consumed the energy bestowed by the realm of 10,000 laws. The refinement of his chi transformed, reaching an unprecedented purity, leading to a mutation. At that moment, he felt enveloped by a tremendous energy, an incredibly terrifying aura radiating from him. Inside, Hanzei commenced a transformation. His blood cells continuously sublimated and restructured, rendering him translucent as if undergoing a qualitative change. His physical constitution elevated once again. In an instant, it felt as though he had shattered all constraints. Achieving a new realm, his body emanated a resplendent divine light, akin to a celestial being descending, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. His skin was fairer than snow, his lips crimson and teeth white. Even without opening his eyes, he exerted an undeniable pressure, his breathtaking visage leaving all who beheld him profoundly awestruck. In that moment, Hanzei experienced unparalleled bliss, every pore of his being absorbing spiritual energy, transcending the mundane realm. Before him appeared a door. By merely pushing it open, he could attain a new level of existence. With a gentle nudge of his power, the door swung open effortlessly. He had finally established his foundation, maintaining a composed demeanor. Hanzei felt immense joy within. As he introspected his dantian, he could clearly see liquid spiritual energy flowing within. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully establishing a heavenly Tao foundation and breaking into the foundation establishment stage. Ding! Due to your adoption of the highest tier foundation establishment method, you have received divine grade spatial enhancement, resulting in a tenfold increase in all attributes. Hanzei was once again astonished. Typically, establishing a heavenly Tao foundation only granted a one-fold attribute increase, yet he had gained a tenfold enhancement. The realm of 10,000 laws was indeed extraordinary. This would only widen the gap between him and ordinary players. Ding! By utilizing the Supreme Heavenly Tao Foundation method, you have the opportunity to randomly acquire a talent. Please make your selection. Familiar with the process of selecting talents, Hanzei observed the starry expanse as the system notification echoed. Each star concealed a unique talent. Activating his special ability, Hanzei began perusing the talents among the celestial bodies. His cultivation system had matured, boasting a comprehensive skill tree. At present, he did not require any specific talents. Thus, he sought out special talents instead. Contemplating this, Hanzei ultimately made his choice among the myriad stars. Musical Dance Physique, SSS grade. By possessing this talent, you unlock the laws of sound and dance, amplifying associated spell effects by 5-fold, and granting 50 points of comprehension in sound and dance. Primarily, since he already possessed a musical talent, it was only fitting to acquire a top-tier physique to complement it. He recalled his skills in crafting instruments and could create them upon his return. Now, he merely required an audience. How wonderful it would be to have one. Having made his selection, the ethereal musical notes fused within him, unleashing a grand and profound musical dance physique. Ding! Congratulations on successfully merging the SSS grade talent, musical dance physique. Your mastery over music and dance has significantly increased, and you have comprehended the ancient heritage of musical dance, the divine performance, and the divine dance. System notification. You have fully bound the realm of 10,000 laws, allowing you to manipulate the flow of time within the space. Adjustable to a maximum of 1 day in the outside world, equating to 1 year in the realm. At last, I can fully master the realm of space, which affords me an abundance of time for cultivation. I am acutely aware of the principle that a swift step leads to rapid progress. Emerging from the myriad realms of the divine law, Ding Yichen reclined languidly on his sofa in his chamber. Brother, have you completed your seclusion? Ding Yichen's expression brightened with joy. He had grown accustomed to checking in after his training sessions, but he was pleasantly surprised to see Hanzei. The achievements of the divine law had made their way to the equipment leaderboard, a fact known to all players. Thus he felt no need for concealment. There was no point in burying one's head in the sand. The divine law had become an intrinsic part of him, allowing him to shatter even spatial confinement with its power. This is the advantage of binding the divine law as one's inner space. The difference between space and inner space is subtle yet vast, akin to the chasm between the celestial heavens and the netherworld. Have you finished your training? What have you been up to lately? Hanzei scrutinized Ding Yichen, noting that his cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of qi refinement, evidently a testament to his diligent practice of late. Apart from cultivation, I've been practicing dance and occasionally recording a few songs, Ding Yichen replied. He had few hobbies. In the past, he had focused solely on singing and dancing, a routine typical of trainees. Are we leaving soon? Ding Yichen's gaze reflected a hint of uncertainty. Soon. It's time to return. Opportunities will be scarce from here on, so gather what you need to purchase, Hanzei instructed, reaching out to the general manager of a bike-sharing company to expedite the liquidation of their assets, along with the other companies involved. This world is not a permanent one, and thus he had no intention of furthering his development here. He viewed it merely as a chance to make a quick fortune and depart. 3 days later, all assets had been liquidated, and his cash reserves had swelled to approximately 30 billion. Initially, he focused on acquiring jade, precious metals, followed by crystals, gemstones, and a variety of seeds and herbal plants. Jadeite, Xiao jade, and Hetian jade, among others, contain unique energies that serve as materials for talisman crafting. Moreover, they are considered high-grade materials capable of inscribing formations. The higher the grade of jade, the fewer impurities it possesses, making it increasingly precious. What might be purchased with wealth in the modern world transforms into exceedingly rare materials within the realm of cultivation. The 30 billion worth of goods had been amassed within his spatial domain, while the plants and seeds were entrusted to the Wolf clan for cultivation within the divine law. Chapter 76. The Return. Let us go. We must return and promptly search for resources. Understood, boss, Shuehao replied. I assure you I will complete the task. Ding Yichen said, wearing a radiant smile that exuded warmth. Rest assured, once I finish my affairs here, I will seek you all out, Shui Linglong asserted confidently. Brother Hanzei, I will expedite the collection, Wen Lei promised earnestly. Wait for me, Brother Hanzei, Wen Xian chimed in with a smile. As they exited the dungeon world, Hanzei's words had barely left his lips when the system immediately transported them out of the game realm. Dungeon completed. Calculating rewards for you. Esteemed member player, you are about to enter the reward calculation space. In the next moment, Hanzei found himself in a blank room. Before him, a shimmering screen materialized, processing the dungeon rewards. System notification, perfect completion of the main quest of the dungeon. System notification, completed 366 side quests. System notification, you have earned a total of 31.8 billion from this dungeon. System notification, congratulations on flawlessly clearing the weekly dungeon. System notification, dungeon completion rating, SSS-level. System notification, congratulations on securing first place in this dungeon. System notification, you have refreshed the record for this dungeon. System notification, rewards from this dungeon have been dispensed. Hanzei accepted the reward pouch and casually opened his bounty. Hundredfold enhancement in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained permanent entry rights to a horror world. 300 dungeon stay vouchers, an SSS-level profession scroll, and 5 million skill points. With yet another permanent world scroll and 300 stay vouchers in hand, Hanzei carefully stored them within his space. Next came the SSS profession. He tore open the scroll, and the system notification chimed. Ding. You have acquired the SSS profession, Judgment of Light. Profession description. 1. Affinity for light, permanently enhancing the state of light and amplifying light attributes. 2. Child of Light. Amplifying light-based skills and techniques by 1,000. Immutable, unremovable, unoverridable, non-stacking, and immune to sealing. 3. Judgment of Light. When attacking with light, it carries a judgment effect, imposing a lethal outcome that ignores defenses, equipment, substitutes, resurrection, invincibility, and all other states as long as the cultivation level does not exceed one's own tier. What a formidable profession. The ability to disregard invincibility and resurrection means even deities could fall by his hand. This power is unparalleled. With the Judgment of Light, he would truly be invincible. It was time to delve into the study of light attribute techniques. Exiting the dungeon space, he realized only a second had passed since he entered. This dungeon was relatively simple. It was primarily a means to amass wealth and bolster his foundation, resulting in minimal casualties among players. Failure to complete tasks bore no penalties, only the absence of rewards. Most players had successfully completed the main quest, which was not particularly challenging. Possessing blueprints or secondary professions made it straightforward. Even without blueprints or secondary professions, players could exchange crystal stones or materials in the dungeon shop for dungeon points to fulfill the main quest. Consequently, the initial mandatory dungeon tasks proved to be quite player-friendly. World Channel. Heavens. Look at the leaderboard. Hanzei's cultivation has broken through to the foundation establishment stage. No way. Has the master broken through again? I wonder how he achieved such a breakthrough. Surely, The great Hanze wouldn't he resort to ordinary methods just to maintain his top position? Would he? Perhaps. Considering it's only been a few days, I have no knowledge of rare materials, and in such a short time, where would one find them? Could it be that the master has fallen? The game updated, and the great Hanze is at the pinnacle of chi refinement. It's been half a month. Perhaps he is cultivating the foundational methods of the earth, but the heavenly methods seem unlikely. What is the rush for the top of the leaderboard? Is it really worth it? What a pity. The great Hanze has seemingly fallen from grace. You underestimate the brilliance of Hanze. He is far too astute to be foolish. Do you think he lacks the understanding that you all possess? I too believe the master would not recklessly sever his foundation. He wields spatial equipment. Perhaps everywhere he goes is rife with spiritual roots. I still think the great Hanze may have short-circuited his brain, opting for the ordinary foundation for dramatic effect. The above poster is foolish. Assessment complete. I concur. Hanze likely chose the ordinary foundation, as it gives me hope of surpassing him. If he falters, I thrive. So I hope the master has made an unwise choice. What sort of people are these? But perhaps it's for the best. A few more fools might enhance my chances of joining the Master S team. I almost forgot about the team. Master, I was wrong. I'm your fan. Please add me to the team. I promise not to be a burden. You think you're worthy? Whatever foundation the master has is superior to you. Even his pet pig surpasses you. Scram and stop barking. My esteemed one, I acknowledge my mistake. I too desire to join the group. Upon returning to the castle, Hanze promptly succumbed to slumber, as there was naught to engage in during the midnight hours. Any matters could await the light of day. The dawn commenced with the simple act of breakfast. Hanze had stored the provisions procured from the modern world within a spatial talisman, which operated devoid of the passage of time. What was placed within remained unchanged upon retrieval, rendering it exceedingly convenient. He had prepared a multitude of spatial talismans specifically for the preservation of contemporary food, aware that future opportunities to return to the modern realm might be scarce. Thus, he intended to stockpile ample supplies. After consuming a modest meal of cake and milk, he directed his pets to continue vanquishing monsters and looting treasures. The weather had evidently warmed, prompting him to hasten the defeat of the icy bosses, as these would serve as his trump cards for the future. One could never predict if such fortunate circumstances would arise again. To Hanze, what others deemed terrifying bosses appeared merely as bloodlines awaiting collection. In the realm of the 10,000 laws, a colossal snow-capped mountain had emerged, stretching for thousands of kilometers. Over the course of the year, the Snow Demon King had amassed 40,000 ice and snow beast minions, a situation Hanze had not tended to until now. It was time to harvest the bloodlines of the ice and snow bosses. In addition to the Snow Demon King, the Bull Demon Summoning Pool had also accumulated 30,000 silver rank Bull Demons and 70 diamond rank Bull Demons. By adjusting the flow of time within the spatial realm to its maximum, he could generate 40,000 ice and snow monsters daily and 36,500 silver rank Bull Demons. His subsequent efforts in monster hunting and treasure looting could potentially yield double the quantity. Furthermore, an additional 76,500 beast minions would join the fray each day, an utterly terrifying prospect. Chapter 77, Loyalty. In this age, numbers reign supreme, which is why Hanze refrained from hatching diamond rank Bull Demon Kings. Presently, the strategy of farming lower-tier monsters relied solely on quantity. The diamond rank Bull Demon could wait a month longer to hatch. There was no hurry. A formidable army of Bull Demons was unleashed, each squad led by a diamond rank Bull Demon King commanding 100 silver rank Bull Demons, organized into 70 small teams to scour for nearby ice and snow bosses, while the remainder freely hunted other beasts. After orchestrating these plans, Hanze reclined in the garden, basking in the sun, leisurely accessing the team interface. The number of applicants had surged, though it remained uncertain how many were spies. It was essential to recruit players with high loyalty, as managing everything alone proved cumbersome. Ding. System upgrade. The host can now inquire about team members' loyalty levels. This upgrade was remarkably advantageous, just as he had been contemplating team member issues. A solution had effortlessly presented itself. He would allow those with exceptional talents to join and later purge members with insufficient loyalty. Recently returned from a dungeon, it was prudent to rest for a while as Hanze consolidated his cultivation within the realm of the 10,000 laws. At present, he needed to focus on training. Only by enhancing his strength could he continue to explore the world of dungeons. Without the protagonist's halo, venturing into mid to high-level worlds posed significant risks, and Hanze was unwilling to gamble with his life. He retrieved a random world dungeon scroll and tore it open. Ding! You have obtained a game world dungeon, permanent. This was quite favorable. During idle moments, he could indulge in some relaxation, although Hanze did not place much emphasis on storing it in his spatial realm. Ding! Your pet has slain the Snow Wolf King boss, earning 800 skill points. Acquired the Snow Wolf King bloodline. Ding! Your pet has slain the Snow Baboon boss, earning 900 skill points. Acquired the Snow Baboon bloodline. Ding. Your pet has slain the Snow Sprite boss, earning 1000 skill points. Acquired the Snow Sprite bloodline. Ding. Your pet has slain the Ice Crystal Pillar boss, earning 800 skill points. Acquired the Ice Crystal Pillar bloodline. Following the master's instructions, the Bull Demon King vanquished the monsters, collected their blood, and passed it to the other Bull Demons for safekeeping. Subsequently, the Bull Demon King led the charge towards the next boss's location. Hanzei maintained vigilant oversight over each squad when he suddenly noticed a group of snow crocodiles emerging behind one Bull Demon squad. These crocodiles, adorned in an icy blue hue and covered in a layer of metallic scaled armor, bore gaping maws filled with razor-sharp fangs, with remnants of flesh dangling from their teeth. Their fierce gazes were fixed upon the Bull Demons, yet the latter sensed their approach well in advance. Hanzei's gaze landed on the largest among them, the Snow Crocodile King. A line of golden text materialized. Snow Crocodile King. Attributes: Ice, Earth. Level: Chi Refining 6th Layer. Qualifications: Gold. Skills: Blizzard Bite, Earthquake Fury. Weakness: Lacking discernible weaknesses, it possesses a notoriously foul temper, often erupting in violent rage to shred its enemies. Its defense is formidable, speed swift, and attack potent during snowstorms. Its attributes are further amplified. If tamed, it could serve as an impressive mount. After reviewing the creature's profile, Hanzei concluded that it was indeed a formidable opponent, boasting no apparent shortcomings, with commendable qualifications and attributes. Most importantly, the Snow Crocodile King commanded a legion of underlings. He mused that it would be entirely feasible to forge an army amidst the ice and snow. An overwhelming desire to tame it surged within him, prompting Hanzei to communicate telepathically with the Bull Demon King. Capture that group of snow crocodiles. The Bull Demon King exhibited a moment of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why it could hear its master's voice, yet not perceive his presence nearby. I am not beside you. This is a transmission across great distances. Observing the Bull Demon King's astonishment, Hanzei provided a brief explanation. The Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with admiration. Though it could not fathom the complexities of the situation, it remained obedient to its master's command. It promptly instructed its subordinates to apprehend the snow crocodiles while charging towards the Snow Crocodile King. Earthquake. The ground trembled violently. A surge of seismic energy rapidly cascading towards the Snow Crocodile King, shattering the earth beneath it. Dust mingled with snowflakes, and the very land erupted in chaos. Caught off guard, the Snow Crocodile King was propelled into the air, seizing the opportunity while the Snow Crocodile King lost its balance. The Bull Demon King struck with a powerful blow against its scaly body. Having lost the initiative, the Snow Crocodile King, already inferior to the Bull Demon King, was rendered utterly defenseless. The Bull Demon King produced a rope and bound the Snow Crocodile King, while the battle against the other snow crocodiles drew to a close. The Bull Demons launched a collective assault, dispersing the ranks of the snow crocodiles, and began to overpower them one by one until they could no longer resist. Hanzei activated his mental energy, penetrating the essence of the Snow Crocodile King's spirit and imprinting it with a mark of loyalty. The Snow Crocodile King had no means to retaliate. Ding. Successfully subdued the Snow Crocodile King boss, acquiring all its talents and skills. Commanding the Snow Crocodile King to exert control over its kin, Hanzei proceeded to acknowledge each snow crocodile as his own. He had effectively expanded his treasure-hunting entourage. The Bull Demon King recognized that the Snow Crocodile King had submitted and continued the hunt, while the newly loyal Snow Crocodile cadre returned to their lair to gather their belongings. Hanzei readily agreed, for the boss's dwelling might harbor treasures, and to neglect raiding the lair before securing it would be far from complete. The cave was shrouded in darkness, the ground stained with fresh blood, while wild grasses and flowers grew inexplicably nearby. Suddenly, a glimmer of light reflected off the adjacent wall. Was that snow crystal? Hanzei was taken aback to discover that this cave harbored snow crystals, and he hastily commanded the Snow Alligator King to send beasts to gather them, then urged him to proceed further. Soon, he encountered a silver treasure chest and instructed the Snow Alligator King to open it. Ding. Acquired 400 low-level snow spirit stones, 100 low-level ice spirit stones. To his surprise, he had unearthed special attribute spirit stones, which was rather delightful. Venturing deeper, he found little else. The cave had been thoroughly looted, and with that, Hanzei chose to cease his watch. The Snow Alligator had also mined over 30 snow crystals, which now joined his collection. Li Shu had gathered the required crystals, and he received numerous rewards from this dungeon, making it easier for him to slay the snow monsters. Li Shu. Thank you, Great One, for your heater. Without it, I'd still be waiting to meet my end. Hanzei, no problem. Li Shu. Great One. I have another request. Hanze, speak. Li Shu, I possess an S-level talent, Weapon Master. May I join the team? Hanze, certainly, submit your application. Li Shu, thank you, Great One. You are truly my benefactor. Li Shu was elated that the Great One had agreed. After all, there were others with superior talents. Chapter 78, The Terrifying Game. Player Li Shu has joined Dao Palace. Player Wen Huan has joined Dao Palace. Player Bu Wei has joined Dao Palace. Player Lu Yao has joined Dao Palace. Li Shu, am I seeing things? Why are there so many SSS-level team skills? Shui Linglong, stay calm. Ding Yichen, you'll get used to it. Shui Hao, why all the fuss? You'll gradually acclimate. Bu Wei, the Great One is indeed forever my Great One. Hanze, attach a picture. If you see such a steal, trade it to me. You can also collect them and come to me for reimbursement. Shui Linglong, received. Li Shu, received 1. Ding Yichen, received, brother. Wen Xian, received, great deity. Shui Hao, received, boss. Wen Lei, received. Wen Huan, received, great deity. Bu Wei, received. Lu Yao, received. Hanze exited the team channel and entered a state of cultivation once more, amplifying his efforts 100-fold, 10-fold, and even 30-fold. With each breath he took, he could inhale and exhale spiritual energy. The fallen heart flame continually refined his mana. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 40,000 spiritual energy. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 40,000 spiritual energy. Successfully refined spiritual energy, 40,000 spiritual energy. This terrifying speed of cultivation could render every genius in shock, leaving them utterly speechless. In the following days, aside from consolidating treasure chests, Hanze was immersed in his training. The external blizzard had ceased, giving way to melting snow and the revival of all living things, as the outside world gradually basked in sunlight. The ice and snow beasts began to retreat. Under the blazing sun, no one required warm items anymore. The persistent high temperatures did not relent. In fact, each day grew hotter. After enduring the cold winter, this seemed to be a blessing. Just as everyone believed that summer in this world was unbearably hot, the temperature continued to rise steadily. The world chat channel remained lively. This bizarre weather, fluctuating between cold and hot, was truly unbearable. Who could argue otherwise? Just a few days ago, I was nearly frozen to death. And now I am on the verge of dehydration from the heat. Without fans or air conditioning, it was simply sweltering. The great Hanze must have acquired a heater from somewhere. Perhaps he could even procure air conditioning. Speaking of which, the great Hanze had not made an appearance in a long while. His cultivation seemed to change daily. He must be in seclusion. What a terrifying speed of cultivation. Goodness, he could level up in just 2 or 3 days. This was the foundation establishment stage. In a few days, the great Hanze would reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment and break through to the golden core stage. Wouldn't he? The Great One must be in seclusion. I joined his team, yet I have yet to hear him speak. My heavens, I also wish to join the Great One's team. But why must I disclose my talents? Isn't it possible to remain silent? Without any trust, how can one join? Do you think you're some kind of genius? Free to speak as you please? I disclosed my talents and successfully entered the Great One's team. Wasn't it said that a contract would be signed? Why has he not responded? Is there something wrong with the management of the Dao Palace team? You are the one with a problem. We are the ones seeking to join the Great One's team, not the other way around. With so many people wanting to join, why would anyone care about your concerns? There are plenty of others eager to join, and it's not like you're indispensable. Hanze had awakened from his seclusion. Just then, the fate space unexpectedly transported him. Immediately, a series of suns appeared in the sky, casting a landscape of scorched earth. In the next moment, Hanze found himself back in the castle. The second calamity was about to descend. 10 suns in the sky, scorched earth, mythical beings descend. Hanze gazed at the notification in shock, unable to believe that the game had escalated to this extent. If this were to occur, how many players would perish? Fortunately, there were no ordinary civilians in this world. Otherwise, this calamity alone would leave humanity with barely a fraction of its numbers. Hanze opened the team panel. The team now boasted 218 members, apart from a few extremely loyal fans. Each possessed at least one A-level talent, with 70% holding S-level talents. Moreover, the loyalty of these individuals exceeded 60. Shui Linglong, Ding Yichen, and the others whom he had long known had loyalty ratings surpassing 90 points. Ah, how unexpected. It seems I have quite the following. Hanze felt considerable satisfaction. Wasn't he the team finally taking shape? During this seclusion, his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Though not exceptionally high, he still possessed the cultivation of a fighting saint, and with a 100-fold amplification, he was not intimidated even by spirit separation stage cultivators. He had so many hidden cards. This level of cultivation was sufficient to venture into terrifying dungeons. With weekly dungeons still on the horizon, Hanze planned to explore a terrifying dungeon. He opened a private chat window and randomly selected someone to accompany him into the dungeon. Shall we venture into a terrifying dungeon? Of course, I'm in, brother. Do you wish to enter the terrifying dungeon? Enter. Ding. Your friend Hanze has invited you to enter the terrifying dungeon. Do you agree to enter? I agree. A flash of white light enveloped him, and in the next moment, the two vanished from their homeland. Welcome to the dungeon preparation space. Hanze opened his eyes to find himself in a vast expanse of white. Beside him stood a youth. Brother. Ding-Chen sprinted to his side, a sunny smile illuminating his face. He was indeed rather endearing. Successfully activated the terrifying world dungeon, permanent. Ding. Esteemed member player. You may select from the following 4 dungeons to enter. 1. Terrifying Resurrection. 2. Ghostly Resurrection. 3. Terrifying Game. 4. Apocalypse Summoning. 3. Hanze had perused countless novels, and he was well versed in their myriad genres. Among the various scenarios, the first, second, and fourth all depicted catastrophic events in the original world. However, the third presented an alternate realm, where the urban landscape remained intact, providing a safe haven to retreat to. Selection successful. You are the sole individual to enter this dungeon, automatically designated as a player exclusive. You may designate this dungeon as a team dungeon. Note: only personal exclusive dungeons can be set as team dungeons. Would you like to add the Horror Game World dungeon as a team dungeon? Add. Successfully added. The Horror Game World dungeon is now an exclusive dungeon for the Daogong team. Would you like to teleport into the Horror Game dungeon? Enter. Agree. Teleportation in progress. You have automatically acquired an identity card. You are an 18-year-old student, entering the horror game for the first time. Ding. This dungeon has no main quest. Players can trigger side quests automatically. The horror game will be triggered randomly. Players will experience it within 1 to 3 days upon entry. The game as trigger frequency is up to 7 days, while players' trigger frequency is a maximum of 5 days. In the next moment, the two had successfully entered the horror game world. Chapter 79, The Inlon Inn. Hanze opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a massive sphere of light, suspended in midair. Below, the surging Yangtze River flowed fiercely, while a bus, suddenly out of control, crashed through the bridge's railing, plummeting along with its passengers into the depths of the river. Time froze at that moment. Above the luminous sphere, a countdown appeared. His identity information flooded his mind. He was an 18-year-old graduate, about to enter the horror game, and on the very day of their graduation celebration, a tragic accident struck their class. Thus, all the students in their grade were forcibly transported into the horror game. Hanze glanced at Ding-Chen, who had just finished reading his identity information and was looking right at him. Brother, are we diving straight into the horror game? Ding-Chen inquired. Hanze nodded in affirmation. He opened the system to peruse the introduction to this world. World introduction. In a once tranquil urban setting. The horror game world emerged a decade ago. On the day each individual turns 18, they are transported into the horror game realm. Should a person die or encounter an accident without awakening, they will be sent into the horror game from which they can never return. The first participation is a novice round. Subsequent entries are random, fraught with unpredictable, terrifying scenarios. Entering the horror game occurs at random and is beyond one's control, with a notably high mortality rate. After absorbing the brief introduction, Hanze realized further information must be discovered through exploration. With some time remaining, he recounted the introduction to Ding-Chen again. Brother, next we will encounter various ghosts and monsters, right? Ding-Chen queried. Pretty much. Are you afraid of ghosts? Hanze raised an eyebrow. Ding-Chen playfully tugged at his sleeve. Not at all. Aren't you here to protect me? Are you relying on me that much? Hanze chuckled, amused by how dependent the boy was, despite their recent acquaintance. It felt as if he truly regarded him as family. Of course. A brother must protect his younger sibling, Ding-Chen stated matter-of-factly. Brother must protect his younger sibling. Brother, protect me. Hanze smiled gently, affectionately ruffling his hair. I will protect you. You're so kind. Brother, Ding-Chen gazed at him, his eyes brimming with trust. Hanze felt a sudden stirring within, a sense of familiarity enveloping him, as if he had witnessed such a scene before. Dismissing the emotional turmoil, the countdown soon reached 0, and they were transported into the horror game. Upon opening his eyes, Hanze found himself in a blood-soaked enclosed room. Nearby, his classmates were awakening, dazed and confused. His identity information indicated he was an academic prodigy, stern and unsmiling, which resonated well with his character and persona. Ding-Chen approached him. Welcome, players, to your first entry into the horror game. We will now introduce the game rules. This dungeon's setting is the Inlon Inn. Main task: survive 7 days at the Inlon Inn. To complete the task, you have assumed the identity of a waiter. Note: the customer is king. Angering customers may lead to dire consequences. If customers are dissatisfied with your service, they will impose punishment on you. If you encounter disruptive guests who harm the inn's interests or tarnish its reputation, you may retaliate to teach them a lesson. Upon task completion, players will be rated and rewarded based on their performance during the game. The system voice echoed in the room, sending shivers down the spines of the frightened classmates. Hanzei, unfazed by their fear, grasped Ding Yichen's wrist, leading him out of the preparation space. A moment of disorientation ensued, and they were teleported into the task scene. They found themselves in an ancient and adorned with simple wooden tables and benches, the setting perfectly reminiscent of antiquity. The inn was quite spacious. The first floor housed the lobby and kitchen, where their accommodations also lay. The second floor likely contained guest rooms, while the third floor remained a mystery. Alert! The Inn will officially open for business in 15 minutes. Players must find their uniforms. Ding Yichen maintained his composure, displaying admirable mental fortitude. Let us head to the storage room to find our work attire. Hanzei, clear-minded, felt no overwhelming pressure from this dungeon. The surroundings were eerily quiet as they made their way to the back storage room. Upon opening the door, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Hanzei grimaced, but persevered, locating 2 sets of ancient waiter uniforms. The garments were drenched in blood, the putrid odor nearly inducing his nausea. Seriously, brother, do we have to wear these? Ding Yichen frowned. If I wear this for a day, I'll surely vomit everything in my stomach. Hanzei did not respond to his query. A radiant, ethereal white flame appeared. The pure white flames enveloped the uniforms, and in the next instant, a clean set of attire appeared in Hanzei's hands. All set. You can wear this now. Hanzei had a penchant for cleanliness. Ever since his arrival in this alternate realm, his need for daily baths had been evident. He would rather refrain from wearing blood-soaked clothes. Once they donned their uniforms, they exited the storage area. The others, however, were not so fortunate, forced to wear the repugnant garments for their duties. Upon returning to the lobby corridor, Hanzei encountered a boy he barely recognized. One who had little presence in class and seldom interacted with his peers. Ding. Detecting this individual's significant fortune. Host, you have encountered the protagonist of this world. Hanzei felt a jolt of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering the chosen one of this world so soon after entering the game. His luck is indeed remarkable. He has always been aware of the protagonist, for every narrative inevitably features a protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities, possessing an immortal essence that allows them to navigate through calamities unscathed. Such individuals are inherently imbued with the vast fortune of this world, akin to the ultimate extractor of luck. Hanzei refrained from rashly siphoning his fortune, as doing so would jeopardize his own safety within the realm of the narrative. Should he perish, his source of fortune would vanish. Host, he possesses a system that can facilitate my evolution. Hanzei was taken aback to encounter a protagonist of the system variety on his first meeting with one. How to acquire his system? Would it require his demise? His system has yet to be activated. If the host remains within proximity for 10 minutes, I shall be able to merge with his system. This made things considerably simpler. Hanzei had no desire to commit murder without cause, yet if it were the sole means to secure the system, he would not hesitate. The system's significance to him was paramount. He would not allow an opportunity for self-upgrade to slip away. Chapter 80. The Red-Clad Malevolent Spirit. Fangxing felt perplexed. He shared no particular bond with Hanzei, so why was he being scrutinized so intently? Hanzei, do you require anything? Fangxing inquired. Hanzei shook his head, suggesting, there are uniforms in the storage room. Shall I escort you? Thank you. Hanzei, you are truly kind. Fangxing followed closely behind Hanzei, having searched for a uniform for quite some time. Although uncertain of its purpose, this was a setting steeped in horror, and he dared not let his guard down. Should he fail to don the uniform and attract the ire of a customer, his very life could be at stake. Ding Yichen did not comprehend why his brother was assisting this individual, but he chose not to dwell on it. He would simply follow his brother's lead. Upon arriving at the storage room, Fangxing was momentarily taken aback by the gruesome scene that greeted him. However, having mentally prepared himself, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure. He retrieved a sticky work uniform, nearly succumbing to nausea from the stench. Observing the cleanliness of Hanzei and Ding Yichen's uniforms, he pondered why the means of acquisition differed so drastically. Hanzei paid it no mind. Having something to wear sufficed. Being overly particular could lead to swift demise. Fangxing clearly lacked the audacity to request that someone clean the grime from his uniform. As for why Ding Yichen and Hanzei's uniforms appeared so pristine, it was speculated among classmates that they must possess some form of cultivation items from home. They surmised that Hanzei hailed from an illustrious background. After all, Hanzei exuded an air of nobility, his demeanor serene and his appearance striking, making it implausible to believe he was an ordinary individual. These were mere conjectures. Hanzei was indeed reticent and rarely engaged in conversation. Fangxing's gaze fell upon Hanzei's work uniform. and he was certain that this individual was no ordinary person. Moreover, while Hanze may not have been loquacious, he displayed a fundamentally kind nature. Were Hanze to hear Feng Xing's assessment, he would undoubtedly feel a flush of embarrassment. For he had ensnared Feng Xing in his schemes, yet Feng Xing still regarded him as a good person. The trio returned to the hall, and the 10 minutes seemed scarcely daunting. Hanze maintained a safe distance, occasionally engaging in conversation with those near Feng Xing, his acting skills impressively subtle. Everyone was preoccupied with concerns over the impending customer, oblivious to Hanze's actions. Ding. System fusion successful. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade duration, 24 hours. Upon hearing the system notification, Hanze felt a wave of relief wash over him. The surrounding students were engaged in hushed discussions. Hanze remained unfazed, focused on navigating the narrative rather than becoming ensnared in their chatter. He exchanged a glance with Ding Yichen, who immediately approached. Shortly, I will share information with you. For any customer with a friendliness rating below 50, we shall act decisively, Hanze whispered into his ear. Understood, brother, Ding Yichen replied, his eyes twinkling with a charming innocence. Hanze genuinely cherished Ding Yichen's cleverness. He was astute and lively, and his playful demeanor was perfectly timed. Everything was so exquisitely balanced, and being in his company was a comfort. Ding Yichen's eyes sparkled like a kitten's, radiating warmth and unwavering trust. The two were attendants, while others were tasked with cleaning, cooking, and managing guest accommodations, each fulfilling their designated roles. Hanze observed Feng Xing, who was being introduced to the rules of this world by a girl at his side. Such was the privilege of the protagonist, always surrounded by admirers. The girl was the class beauty, excelling in both academics and appearance, typically aloof, now reduced to a mere facilitator. Although Hanze felt no envy, it was undeniably conspicuous. Having seized his golden opportunity, it did not diminish Feng Xing's fortune in the slightest. Utilizing the ability of the luck fruit, he directly siphoned half of Feng Xing's fortune. Feng Xing involuntarily shivered. Feng Xing, what ails you? Qing Ru inquired, her concern palpable as she scanned the vicinity. I am fine, Feng Xing replied, shaking his head. We are nearing the opening hours of the inn. Hanze did not linger on Qing Ru's actions. The innkeeper descended the stairs, clad in crimson, his pallid visage sending a chill down Hanze's spine. He directed his gaze towards the innkeeper, and a golden inscription materialized. Floating life. Position, innkeeper of Inlan Inn. Level, red-clad malevolent spirit. Foundation, establishment level 6. Qualification, platinum. Skills, devouring spirits, sorrowful weeping, ghostly aura attack. Weakness, melancholic scholar. When discussing sorrowful matters, he loses his reason. This was undoubtedly a boss template. This narrative could incorporate it, allowing for the acquisition of a platinum-level foundation establishment pet daily. Hanze was quite satisfied with his appearance. Floating life was merely passing through, returning upstairs shortly thereafter. He would seek him out for a heartfelt conversation once his shift concluded. As time elapsed, Inlan Inn officially opened its doors. The entrance swung open automatically, a chilling, bone-deep coldness flooding in. It was the aura of malevolence. Although Hanze was not particularly well-versed in the supernatural, the cultivation techniques he practiced included explanations of ghostly energy. When ordinary individuals are exposed to ghostly energy, they may suffer from fevers or colds. In severe cases, their lives may be endangered. Even cultivators, once afflicted by ghostly energy, would sustain bodily damage. While short-term exposure might not result in immediate harm, prolonged contact could lead to latent issues and a reduction in lifespan. Come here, Hanze quietly instructed. Grasping Ding Yichen's wrist, he infused a pure essence of spiritual energy into his meridians, activating it to counteract the ghostly energy. Ding Yichen commenced circulating his technique, enveloping his body in spiritual energy to fend off the encroaching malevolence. He exhaled, relishing the sensation of being protected. To others, he was a revered figure, yet to him, he was the most doting brother. Despite their similar ages, his brother had always taken care of him, devoid of any arrogance. He was as perfect as a celestial being. Brother, I take pride in you. Outside the door, a throng had gathered, the air thick with howls, screams, weeping, and murmured incantations that sent shivers down one's spine. A truly terrifying scene. Were this to be made into a horror film, it would surely be a hit. Hanze murmured. This remark was overheard by Ding Yichen, who thought, goodness, the mind of a deity indeed operates differently. Hanze activated the recording mode, intending to craft a film that he could later sell in other worlds, certain it would become a sensation. Outside, a long queue had formed, and he was pleasantly surprised by the thriving business of the inn. Soon, the first batch of guests entered, ethereal figures taking their seats at the dining tables. Ding. You have been assigned to serve table 3. Fulfill the guest requests and achieve an average rating to complete the task. Achieving a highly satisfactory rating will yield special rewards. The ratings were categorized into 5 levels: highly satisfactory, satisfactory, average, unsatisfactory, and dreadful. Highly satisfactory? Hanze pondered how to attain such an evaluation when a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air beside him. Weakling, you're blocking the way. Hurry and move aside. Chapter 81, Culinary Violence. Hanze was still contemplating how to assert his dominance when an opportunity presented itself. Qingru and Feng Xing glanced over at Hanze. Nearly fainting from shock, a figure stood before them, its body grotesquely dismembered as if stitched together with needles, clutching a bloodied human head, a sword protruding from its cranium, with gruesome strands of crimson exposed to the air. Are you referring to me? Hanze replied with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Ding Yiqin realized that the deity was irate, so angry that he laughed instead. It was the first time he had witnessed a ghost recklessly calling the deity a weakling. The headless ghost flinched at Hanze's gaze, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being intimidated by a mere human stare. If word of this got out, how could it ever maintain its reputation? You have angered me, weakling. Today, you shall become my meal. The headless ghost unleashed a suffocating aura, charging menacingly towards Hanze. Qingru and Feng Xing promptly recoiled, fearing for their safety, shutting their eyes in dread, unable to bear the gruesome scene unfolding before them. Despite Hanze's esteemed background, provoking such a formidable entity had already sealed his fate in their minds. Hanze's lips curled slightly, entirely unperturbed by the headless ghost. He effortlessly dispelled the ghostly aura. As the ghost drew the sword from its head, blood gushed forth. Hanze swiftly dodged, pulling Ding Yiqin back with him. Feng Xing, retreating a step too late, was splattered with gore. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hanze observed the headless ghost with a sense of leisure. Headless Ghost. Faction, 30. Level, Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Qualification, Silver. Skills, Cleaving Technique, Ghostly Aura Attack. Weakness, killed by a sword in life, affected by ghostly energy, became its inherent ghostly weapon. This was merely an instigator. With a faction score of only 30, Hanze felt no remorse. Since it wasn't part of his faction, it was destined to perish. Azure Lotus Hellfire. A cerulean flame resembling a lotus bloomed in his palm, instantly hurtling towards the headless ghost. In a mere instant, the headless ghost was reduced to ash, utterly consumed by the azure flames. The exotic fire was particularly effective against specters, as any ghostly entity feared fire-based attacks, especially those that had yet to attain substantial power. TSK, how pathetic. With a single cast of the Azure Lotus Hellfire, he could obliterate an entire dungeon, yet Hanze refrained from wasting resources, opting to be selective instead. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All ghosts and humans were taken aback by the prowess of this seemingly delicate and aloof figure. The other ghosts trembled in fear, their hearts gripped by terror at the sight of the intensely heated lotus. Qingru was astonished to discover Hanze possessed such magical abilities, regretting her earlier actions. However, at this moment, she felt too embarrassed to approach him again. Ding Yiqin cast him an admiring glance. Ding. Killed the Foundation Establishment Stage 1 Headless Ghost, earning 100 ghostly energy points and a decapitating sword. Hundredfold Amplification. Gained 10,000 ghostly energy points and a high-grade ghostly weapon, the Een Spirit Sword. Hanze winked at Ding Yiqin, passing him the Een Spirit Sword for self-defense before heading to Table 3. Table 3 was occupied by a mummy-like ghost, its entire form wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. Upon seeing Hanze approach, the ghost recoiled in horror. This harbinger of doom has come to serve me. Won't I be roasted alive? What would you like to eat, esteemed guest? Hanze inquired with a smile, which appeared to the mummy as a devilish grin. Noticing the ghost's silence, he repeated, "What would you like to eat, dear guest?" This time, the mummy snapped to attention, hastily pointing at several items on the menu, as if fearing for its life should it take too long to respond. Casting a glance at Ding Yiqin, who was serving a grotesque abyssal creature, Hanze felt reassured by his calm demeanor. He entered the kitchen, which resembled a slaughterhouse, reeking of blood and violence, with remnants of carnage strewn about, causing Hanze to feel nauseated. The chef was a towering, muscular ghost, resembling a butcher more than a cook. Upon glancing at Hanze, the burly chef wore a disdainful expression. If I were to slay this ghost, would there be no one left to cook? Hanze's expression turned icy as he contemplated the feasibility of such an action, but ultimately, he refrained, recognizing the chef's utility for the moment. Table 3 ordered a dish of bloodbrain mixed rice and a bowl of ghostly eengrass soup. Hanze presented a menu to the ghostly chef. "We are out of ingredients. You must go outside to gather bloodbrain flowers and ghostly eengrass." The ghostly chef's eyes glinted with malice as he spoke. Side quest issued, gather ingredients. Complete the task to earn a customer tip. failure will result in you becoming the ingredient. Without a word, Hanze turned and exited the kitchen, stepping into the main hall, where all eyes were fixed on him. The headless ghost's corpse lay in the lobby, and Hanze lifted it, striding back towards the kitchen. He casually tossed the headless ghost's body to the chef. The robust chef was left dumbfounded. Isn't this the headless ghost? This mere human killed the headless ghost for ingredients? The headless ghost was a being of malevolent caliber, and the chef was instantly subdued, all arrogance evaporating, leaving only fear in its wake. Hurry and prepare the dishes while the ingredients are fresh. Is that enough? Hanze glanced at the preparations and shook his head, still unable to accept it. Enough, enough. I will begin cooking immediately. The ghostly chef, now compliant, started working. Soon, 2 bowls of crimson dishes were ready, which the chef hesitantly presented to Hanze, trembling with trepidation. Hanze inspected the dishes, finding no faults. He carried them out of the kitchen. Sir, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy. Hanze placed the bowls on the table, lifting the lids to reveal the dark red contents. The mummy immediately dug in, seemingly unfazed by how its head was wrapped, managing to consume the meal in a rather peculiar manner. The meal was devoured with alarming speed, blood-red liquid splattering everywhere, but Hanze showed no reaction, knowing he wouldn't have to clean up the mess. Do you find our dishes to your liking, sir? The mummy had finished its meal, and upon hearing Hanze's words, it nearly choked. How could it dare to cause trouble? It repeatedly sang praises, delicious, truly delightful. Might I receive a most satisfactory evaluation? Hanze inquired with a smile. He felt that uttering a negative response would likely result in his demise, dragged into the kitchen to be turned into a dish. Very well, the mummy said, its face adorned with a smile. Despite being wrapped in bandages, one could still sense its obsequious grin. Chapter 82. Task complete. Completed the linear quest, received a tip of 500 ghost coins from the mummy customer. Successfully obtained a highly satisfactory evaluation, earning 100 points of ghostly energy and a jar of young boy's urine. Amplification at 100-fold. Received 50,000 ghost coins, 10,000 points of ghostly energy, and a jar of young boy's urine, aged a century. Ghost coins serve as the currency for transactions within this horror game, enabling players to purchase items from the spectral entities inhabiting the scenarios, making them quite significant for the players. To his surprise, this mummy was rather generous, casually tipping 500 ghost coins. This task was complete, but the mummy's largesse was merely a means of self-preservation, as it hastily fled upon the conclusion of the service. Why the rush? Am I truly that intimidating? It was he who appeared rather fearsome, yet somehow he felt as if he were the menace here. Had he startled it? However, the slaying of that head-chopping specter had not affected the mummy. He considered himself quite gentle. Was this the chasm dividing the living from the dead? Hanze understood. To receive a highly satisfactory evaluation, one could resort to intimidation and threats. This made the task considerably simpler. Yet, the reward seemed rather inconsequential. Hanze glanced at Ding-Chen. As for the, one could acquire as much as needed. Ding, please attend to table 2. The second table was occupied by a long, serpentine creature, its purplish-black body distinctly unappealing, having ordered stir-fried kidney. Learning from his previous experience, the ghostly chef diligently prepared the dish, and Hanze once again employed threats, effortlessly completing the second order. He then accepted another task, which unfolded without any complications. And as he patiently awaited feedback after serving the dish, he observed the passing ghosts of various forms. The sight stirred within him an overwhelming desire to provide them with a taste. Resisting the impulse, he awaited the completion of his task. Each day they were required to serve 3 customers to fulfill their obligations, after which they could enjoy their leisure time. Successfully received a highly satisfactory evaluation, earning 100 points of ghostly energy and a decade's worth of copper coins. Amplification at 100-fold. Received 10,000 points of ghostly energy and a millennium's worth of copper coins. Successfully received a highly satisfactory evaluation, earning 100 points of ghostly energy and a decade's worth of copper coins. Amplification at 100-fold. Received 10,000 points of ghostly energy and a millennium's worth of copper coins. This time, the rewards were considerably more substantial. Hanze produced the 2 millennium copper coins, imbued with a unique magical essence, as if they were suffused with righteous energy. They constituted excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts. Accumulating more could lead to the creation of high-level items. Ding-Chen still lacked a weapon, and ghostly instruments were inherently more suited for spirits. They were not particularly user-friendly for him, especially since he was unfamiliar with the use of swords. Next came their free time. Ding-Chen retrieved a basin and pure water from his spatial pocket to wash his hands, a display of exquisite care. Once his hands were clean, he approached Hanze, leaning against his shoulder. You must be exhausted, right? Perhaps you should rest, Hanze suggested, gently ruffling his hair, which was soft and remarkably clean. Ding Yichin shook his head. I prefer to stay with you, brother. You have such a timid disposition. Are you afraid to sleep alone? Hanzei replied, bemused. Just moments ago, he had been so self-assured and composed, yet now he seemed so frightened. Brother, please don't leave me alone, Ding Yichin said with a look of reluctance. There's no refusal in that. Why the sad face? If you're not going to rest, then let us move on, Hanzei retorted, rolling his eyes. He found Ding Yichin's penchant for acting coy rather endearing, though it felt out of character for him. As they entered the main hall, Qing Ru and Feng Xing had also completed their tasks for the day. Feng Xing appeared pale, trembling throughout, and upon closer inspection, he was missing a finger. Qing Ru's complexion was even worse, her face ashen, clearly frightened. Hanzei approached them directly, indifferent to their plight. Ding Yichin could not help but glance at Feng Xing. A smug look in his eyes. At that moment, Feng Xing was preoccupied with the recent incident, where a ghost had literally consumed part of his finger. Although the game did not allow for pain or bleeding, nor did it require bandaging, the sheer despair of the situation left him somewhat dazed. He still could not comprehend why a dish had suddenly spilled, splattering blood all over the customer. He could only attribute it to his terrible luck, encountering such misfortune. He resolved to be more cautious tomorrow. Let us go eat. I am both weary and famished, Feng Xing suggested. Qing Ru nodded in agreement, albeit fearfully. Yet she found herself relying on Feng Xing, glancing back at the departing Hanzei, filled with regret. With Ding Yichin present, it was exceedingly difficult to approach Hanzei. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, they found it meticulously clean, with rooms lining both sides of the corridor. Some were occupied by both humans and spirits, while others remained vacant. Hanzei carried a striking ice blue bow on his back. The two wandered around the third floor, but Hanzei did not hasten to take action. They then ascended to the inn's topmost floor, which comprised only 3 levels. The innkeeper's quarters were located in the last room on the third floor. Hanzei intended to save him for last, returning once more to the second floor area. Starting from the first room, he began his cleaning, driven by his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, for otherwise, he would feel discomfort. Knock, knock, knock. I have come to deliver your meal. Hanzei stepped back 2 paces, grasping the bow, prepared to unleash an arrow at a moment's notice. After a prolonged silence without a response, just as he was about to kick the door down in an act of aggression, the door suddenly swung open. What meal? Bring it forth. A young girl in a red dress, appearing no older than 12 or 13, answered the door. She was dressed festively, resembling a young boy or girl accompanying a nobleman in ancient burial rites. Upon laying eyes on her, Hanzei's information materialized before him. Burial maid. Faction, King of the Northern Town. Level, Malevolent Spirit, Foundation Stage 4. Talent, Golden. Skills, Spirit Energy, Protector, Stamina Amplification. Weakness. The burial maid of the Northern Town King possesses absolute loyalty, capable of converting spirit energy to assist in cultivation, faithfully shielding her master from harm, while also enhancing her master's stamina. Hanzei smiled faintly. She was practically a supportive companion, presenting him with a significant gift right from the outset. Without further ado, Hanzei set down his bow, mindful not to inadvertently harm the young maid. The blue lotus heart fire reappeared, encircling the maid. Fear flickered in her eyes. She sensed the flame's searing heat, knowing that a mere brush would spell her end. Paralyzed with trepidation, she could not help but feel a profound sadness. What more do you desire? My master has been dead for hundreds of years. Must I remain in this remote village? Is it not enough? Must you eradicate every last one of us before finding peace? The maid sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, which left Hanzei feeling rather uncomfortable. Why was she crying? He could hardly bear the sight of others in tears. The maiden's words about seeking total annihilation left him utterly bewildered. It felt as though he had committed some unspeakable atrocity. Chapter 83, Bloody Mary. Hanzei waved his hand to extinguish the flames, appearing rather flustered. For he was no adept at pacifying children. Please, cease your tears. I bear no ill will toward your master. The maiden sniffled, her eyes filled with skepticism. Is that truly the case? She inquired, her tone laced with doubt. Hanzei chose to disregard her, recognizing that this little one was no match for him. He cast a glance at Ding Yichin, who immediately understood and took position behind the maiden, ready to subdue her at the slightest provocation. Their cooperation was seamless as they entered the room, which promptly sealed shut behind them. Hanzei paid little heed to such minor wards, for he could easily breach them. He would simply undo them upon their departure. The closed door facilitated their actions, allowing them to move without the fear of ambush or the concern that their combat might attract the attention of other patrons. Moreover, it prevented any spectral entities within from escaping, cutting off their retreat and forcing a direct confrontation. The room was immaculately tidy. adorned with exquisite tea sets and a pot of unknown flora, with calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls. Hanzei sensed a distinct ambience here, one of elegance and freshness, devoid of the brutal aesthetic typical of a slaughterhouse for spirits. "Brother, this room is quite artistic," Ding Yichen remarked, clearly taken with the decor's refreshing and refined nature. "If you like it, you should consider decorating your own home in a similar fashion," Hanzei suggested nonchalantly. "Perhaps not. I still prefer residing in your castle, brother," Ding Yichen replied, blinking at him with expectation, though Hanzei remained silent as he strode deeper into the room. Ding Yichen pouted slightly, even without a verbal affirmation. His brother's lack of refusal implied that negotiations were still possible. The room was more spacious than he had anticipated, seemingly imbued with some force that transported him into a realm akin to a courtyard, complete with several chambers both inside and out. Following the intensity of the ghostly aura, they soon arrived at a vast chamber shrouded in darkness, exuding a heavy miasma of spirits. Upon entering, a glowing orb materialized in Hanzei's hand. "Light technique," he declared, raising his gaze to behold a towering figure enveloped in black mist, clad in armor forged from countless wailing souls. It exuded an aura of madness, finally evoking a sense of righteous exorcism. His gaze fell upon the Northern King, and golden characters materialized before him. Northern King. Attributes: consumed by resentment. Level: Golden Core Stage. Qualification: Diamond. Skills: Frenzy, Speed Master, Swordsmanship Expert. Weakness: a once great hero wrongfully slain, transformed into a vengeful spirit, his fury eroding his reason, turning him into a grotesque entity. Neither human nor ghost. The Northern King's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he lunged forward. Activate the Azure Lotus Heartfire. A lotus of azure flame erupted from the ground, rapidly surging toward the Northern King. In the next moment, a shimmering barrier appeared before him. However, as soon as the barrier manifested, the Heartfire collided with it, shattering it within a heartbeat, and the waves of azure flames struck the spectral armor. The armor melted under the onslaught, and another burst of flames followed, sending the Northern King hurtling away. Wind blades emerged, amplifying the flames, creating invisible ripples that swiftly spread outward. The ground cracked in concentric circles, rapidly extending in all directions. Hanzei had restrained his power, otherwise, the Northern King would have been reduced to ashes amidst the azure heartfire. The wind blades bound the Northern King securely. With a wave of his hand, he transported him into the inner realm, intending to heal him later. The 2 young boys and 2 young girls were also sent along into the inner world. Ding Yichen's astonished expression revealed his shock at how effortlessly Hanzei had subdued a golden core level boss. He was left in awe of his brother's prowess. It was noteworthy that the elder's cultivation was merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment, yet he had rendered the golden core boss incapable of retaliating. "Why are you dawdling, brother?" Hanzei inquired, patting Ding Yichen on the shoulder. I'm fine. Let us continue," Ding Yichen replied, shaking his head. Hanzei nodded. Safeguarding a young lad was a trivial task for him. Rarely did he encounter such opportunities. So he intended to expose Ding Yichen to more of the world. The boy's resilient character and calm demeanor were commendable. With nothing else to do, he thought it would be enjoyable to nurture him in this manner. While Hanzei battled the creature, he had maintained a portion of his focus on Ding Yichen, ensuring he did not go too far. He couldn't afford to terrify the child. That would complicate matters. He unleashed the werewolf clan to cleanse the battlefield, taking everything of value. Ding successfully subdued the Northern King boss in Room 1, earning 500 points of ghostly energy and a Bloody Mary summoning card. Amplifying by 100 times. Gained 50,000 points of ghostly energy and 100 Bloody Mary summoning cards. Bloody Mary. Attributes: Blood Ghost. Level: Chi Refinement Stage 1. Qualification: Gold. Skills: Blood-sucking growth, bloody critical hit. Weakness: Adorable little Lolas who feed on blood. They belong to an evil race, yet are innocently devoted to their master. Well, it seemed he had acquired a gaggle of little vampires. Yet, he found it quite delightful. With a flourish, he summoned the Bloody Marys, a flock of charming little girls, each around 1.2 meters tall, who immediately surrounded him. Clad in black and red Gothic Lolita attire with high-waisted boots, they bore a pair of blood-red wings and possessed crimson eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. These endearingly melancholic creatures licked their ruby lips, their enchanting beauty belying their tender age. "Master, we're hungry," they chorused. Hanzei patted their heads, smiling. "Very well. Let us dine. There is plenty to eat, an entire floor filled with food." After all, it was merely a dungeon. He felt no remorse in indulging them. Just moments ago, there had been nothing, and suddenly, a multitude of Lolas enveloped them. Ding Yichen was understandably startled. Although he knew his brother was formidable, encountering so many demon-like little girls was bound to unsettle him. Brother, where did they come from? Ding-chin asked, bewildered. Hanzei pondered before responding, a special reward. Now, let us proceed to the next room. Ding-chin nodded in understanding, having grown accustomed to his brother's unique abilities. With such a bounty from the first room, Hanzei felt emboldened for their forthcoming explorations. 100 Bloody Marys stood before the second door. Let us begin. No sooner had Hanzei spoken than the 100 little Lolas conjured spheres of crimson light, seemingly infused with blood, appearing utterly spectral. Chapter 84. The Instinct for Slaughter. In an instant, the Bloody Marys flung open the door to the second room. A swarm of little Lolas rushed inside, with Hanzei and Ding-chin trailing closely behind. The room was far from the pristine state of the first. Upon entering, a foul stench of blood assailed the senses. The dimly lit space was awash in dark crimson hues, damp and unbearably cold. This was the proper way to unveil such a scene, Hanzei mused inwardly. Indeed, the North Guardian from the first room appeared rather peculiar. The scenario was expansive, and after a brief search, the Bloody Marys finally reached the seat of their master. A colossal worm materialized before their gaze, and upon noticing their approach, it immediately launched an attack. A noxious green liquid spewed forth from its maw, clearly a vile substance, hurtling directly towards the Bloody Marys. The little ones were woefully unskilled, and Hanzei dared not take chances. He swiftly summoned an ethereal flame. Lotus Demon Fire. A flurry of milky, sanctified flames erupted, darting in all directions, imbued with an aura of divine allure, instantly purifying the vile green liquid. What remained of it splattered upon the ground, hissing ominously as it corroded deep craters into the floor. Truly toxic, this substance, fortunately. The Lotus Demon Fire could cleanse the poison, lest they be left to expend spiritual energy in a battle of attrition. Next came the moment for retaliation. Flames of the blue lotus heart ignited within the room, launching toward the great worm from all angles. With its massive form, there was no escape. It could only brace itself for the inevitable. The outcome was all but predictable. The blue lotus heart fire and the Lotus Demon Fire swiftly engulfed the colossal worm, and Hanzei could even catch a whiff of its delectable aroma. The room transformed as if dawn had broken, dispelling all darkness. The once monstrous worm now lay transformed, its pallid and delicate form appearing quite appetizing. The Bloody Marys could hardly contain their drool. The worm struggled for a moment before collapsing lifelessly. Ding! You have slain the abyssal worm in room 2, gaining 100 points of ghostly energy and a worm larva. Amplification at 100 times. Gained 10,000 points of ghostly energy and 1 worm matron. Worm matron? Ding-chin chose not to summon it immediately, opting instead to let the little ones feast. All the Bloody Marys looked upon him, their expressions betraying a strong desire to partake, yet they struggled to restrain their appetites. How could Hanzei bear to let this group of little girls go hungry? It's time to eat, go ahead. The Bloody Marys dashed toward the long worms, many of which had fainted in fright. They began to feast heartily, while Hanzei and Ding-chin retreated from the room. They could hardly bear the sight of the adorable children, faces smeared with blood, wearing expressions of utter satisfaction. It was simply too horrifying. This scene was something he found difficult to accept for the time being, though perhaps he would grow accustomed to it later. Ding-chin was left utterly stunned. My goodness, what kind of little girls are these? They are positively demonic. Your pet Bloody Mary has comprehended a new skill, Nature of Slaughter. Nature of Slaughter, a born killer, endowed with an instinctual talent for combat, finding battle as effortless as eating and drinking. This new skill was remarkably potent. With this, the little ones could fight independently. It was an extraordinary ability, a veritable divine skill. After their hearty meal, the Bloody Marys appeared even more invigorated, licking the blood from their lips. What was undeniably a stunning temptation became utterly terrifying. With their newfound combat prowess, they required weapons. Hanzei contemplated, feeling that daggers would best suit the Bloody Marys. They were swift and easy to wield, unlike swords that would be unwieldy for their petite stature. He selected an obsidian dagger, which provided a 50 increase in magical defense. In room 3, with the Bloody Marys leading the charge, Hanzei followed closely behind, prepared for any eventuality. This chamber housed skeletal warriors clad in armor, with a skeletal general mounted upon a bone steed. One could only wonder why they were riding horses within a room. Was this not an inn? No one could answer Hanzei's queries. 100 Bloody Marys launched their assault, striking the skeletal warriors within a second. Like phantoms, they moved with the speed of wind blades, and the skeletal warriors possessed no means of resistance, being instantaneously obliterated by the Bloody Marys. It was akin to the transformation of sheep into wolves. The Nature of Slaughter proved immensely powerful, turning mere underlings into formidable titans. Coupled with their blood-sucking ability, the Bloody Marys were now capable of both offense and defense, truly perfect. Hanze's gaze shifted toward the skeletal warriors. Skeletal warrior. Attributes, Ein. Level, Chi refinement stage 6. Talent, bronze. Skills, charge, spear skill, sword skill, archery, blade skill. Weakness, mindless combat fodder, solely knowing how to attack. Having absorbed the blood of the long worms. The Bloody Marys had reached Chi refinement stage 3, mastering cross-border combat with ease. Ding Yichen felt increasingly disconcerted. Just moments ago, they had been mere novices. Yet now they had transformed into titans. This transformation had occurred in the span of a single meal. It was no longer a matter of surprise. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, thinking of Hanze, it all felt rather normal. Whatever he accomplished seemed entirely within the realm of possibility. As the two observed, the skeletal warriors dwindled in number, swiftly being dispatched by the Bloody Marys. At this moment, 100 Bloody Marys were engaged in combat with the skeletal general. Hanze noted that this skeletal general was incomparable to the one he had previously encountered. It was a creature of an entirely different caliber. Examining the skeletal general's attributes. Skeletal general. Attributes, dark. Level, peak foundation establishment. Talent, bronze. Skills, charge, armored defense, displacement. Weakness, a mindless creature that knows only to attack. Executing skills instinctively. Their soul flames extinguished. They were akin to puppets, mindless combat machines that knew only to attack. There was no suspense in the battle. Hanze couldn't be bothered to collect such creatures. He simply ordered the Bloody Marys to eliminate them for the chance at better loot. The longer the battle continued, the more advantageous it became for the Bloody Marys. They had grown familiar with the skeletal general's attack patterns, and soon the tides began to turn in their favor, delivering a relentless barrage. Gradually, the skeletal general found itself at a disadvantage, countering blow for blow, as the Bloody Marys grew increasingly formidable. The frenetic clash filled the room with flashing blades, making it difficult to discern the movements. Yet, Hanze could clearly perceive the Bloody Marys evolving and maturing, their demeanor transforming ever so subtly. A fierce aura erupted from within them. They underwent another transformation. Ding. Your pet Bloody Mary's nature of slaughter has evolved into instinct of slaughter. Instinct of slaughter, able to maintain a state of slaughter even in slumber. Should anyone attempt to assassinate you while you sleep, they will awaken to find a lifeless corpse. Perfect. The Bloody Marys had achieved a remarkable transformation. With the skeletal general rendered obsolete, they effortlessly dispatched him. Ding. You have slain the skeletal general in room 3. Gaining 200 points of ghostly energy and a defective Grim Reaper Scythe. Chapter 85, Symbol Drawing. Amplification at 100 times. Gained 20,000 points of ghostly energy and a complete Grim Reaper Scythe. Grim Reaper Scythe. Level, postnatal spiritual treasure. Quality, low grade. Attributes, strength 1000, agility 1000, constitution 500. Skills, arrival of the Grim Reaper, soul snatching, Grim Reaper slash, lifespan reset. Arrival of the Grim Reaper, acquire the powers of the Grim Reaper. Soul snatching, extract the soul from the living. Grim Reaper slash, the Grim Reaper's most powerful strike, inflicting 8,000 additional damage to undead and ghostly beings. With a chance to trigger a critical strike, invoking the laws of death, amplifying damage by 2,000 times. Lifespan reset, attain the Grim Reaper class. Enabling the manipulation of the living's lifespans, albeit at a significant cost. Ding. Player Hanze has inherited the legacy of the Grim Reaper, unlocking the Grim Reaper class panel. To think I have acquired the Grim Reaper class, this is quite an extraordinary profession. Hanze opened the class panel to explore the skills associated with the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a dark figure materialized before him, its features obscured by a black cloak. Swiftly flashing past, had he not been certain of his own vision, he might have believed he was hallucinating. Before Hanze could react, the shadow darted towards him at lightning speed, merging with him in an instant. At that moment, the Grim Reaper class panel transformed, with skills gradually illuminating and many beginning to upgrade. Just as Hanze was still in a daze, uncertain of what had transpired, a voice resonated in his ears. I entrust my legacy to you. I hope you can elevate the Grim Reaper class across myriad worlds. I also bequeath you the Grim Reaper's cloak. Who are you? I. Merely an inconsequential deity. Perhaps you will hear my name in the future, but I am but a failure, and it is better left unspoken. I have transferred all my divine power to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Farewell, young man. The voice faded away, as if vanishing from time itself, leaving Hanze astonished by the experience. Is this what it feels like to be the protagonist? Upon exiting room D3, players began to ascend to the second floor to undertake quests. Hanze, wishing to remain inconspicuous for the time being, stored all the Bloody Marys in the universal realm and departed the second floor with Ding Yichen. Just after their departure, a somewhat plump young man timidly entered room D3. Ding. Today's quest completed. Player Hanzei is recognized as an outstanding employee for the day, earning 500 ghost coins. Hundredfold enhancement in effect. Acquired 50,000 ghost coins. Ding Yichin received 300 ghost coins, Feng Xing 100 ghost coins, and Qingru 50 ghost coins. Not a fortune, but sufficient for a hearty meal. Finally off work, let us go eat. I'm starving. Qingru sighed in relief, glancing at Hanzei, then at Feng Xing. I'm hungry too. Earlier while delivering meals, I noticed a food vending machine over there, probably meant for humans. Feng Xing rubbed his stomach, indeed feeling some hunger. Though he had only delivered meals 3 times, the psychological pressure had left him somewhat disoriented. I'm not hungry. Let us head back to the room first. Hanzei shook his head, leading Ding Yichin away from the hall. Then we shall go. Feng Xing paid little mind, taking Qingru to the food vending machine. He wanted to get closer to Hanzei, but with Qingru unsure how to initiate a conversation, they decided to fill their stomachs first. Back in their room, Hanzei activated the Sharingan, beginning to inspect for any unclean entities. To his astonishment, the sight was horrifying. The accumulation of filth was staggering, resembling a gathering place for spirits. The thought of the remaining individuals having to spend the night in such a place made Hanzei's scalp tingle. Ding Yichin returned to the room, utterly exhausted, and turned to lie on the bed. Quick as lightning, Hanzei yanked him back. Don't lie down. Ding Yichin turned back, questioning the urgency in Hanzei's expression, quickly grasping the situation. Is there something? After scanning the room for a while, Ding Yichin had felt no sense of danger. Grasping his wrist, Hanzei directed a stream of spiritual energy into Ding Yichin's body, which traveled through his spiritual veins to his eyes. As the energy entered his pupils, Ding Yichin felt the world around him transform, his vision becoming extraordinarily clear, a sensation he had never experienced before. Upon surveying the surroundings once more, he shuddered uncontrollably. On the windowsill, the bed, the chandelier, the tea table, in the bathroom, beside the wardrobe, everywhere, those unclean entities lurked. If he had lain on the bed just now, a glance at the bloodied specter would have left him pale and trembling with fear. Purifying lotus demon fire. White flames ignited rapidly, incinerating all the spirits, who cried out in distress, writhing in agony before vanishing into the flames. The entire room was instantly revitalized, all impurities swept away in a single wave. Ding Yichin exhaled in relief. The prior scene truly terrifying. This dungeon is exceedingly dreadful. Hanzei released his grip, and the special ocular technique dissipated. It's safe now. Ding Yichin reclined on the bed, leisurely observing Hanzei. Although the room was now cleansed of impurities, one could never be certain that no more would enter from outside. Having been some time since he last drew talismans, Hanzei opened the talisman class panel to select his talismans. He chose 6 types, all of which would be immediately applicable. Ghost Suppression Talisman, Righteous Chi Talisman, Ghost Banishment Talisman, Protective Talisman, 3 Yuan Transformative Chi Talisman, and Calming Talisman. The Ghost Suppression Talisman is intended for subduing vengeful spirits. He plans to use this talisman to capture his subordinates. The Righteous Chi Talisman can repel any malevolent entities. If their cultivation is insufficient, they may be vanquished by its righteous aura, making it ideal for placing at doorways to prevent spirits from entering. The Ghost Banishment Talisman and Protective Talisman are meant to be used together, intended for Ding Yichin to carry on him as a precaution. The Calming Talisman is useful for entering a meditative state during cultivation, which is particularly necessary in such an environment. Finally, the 3 Yuan Transformative Chi Talisman can convert ghostly energy into spiritual energy and also transmute various energies, such as vital energy, earth energy, and solar energy, among others. The 3 Yuan Transformative Chi Talisman is a 6th tier talisman. As his cultivation level rises, so too will the tier of the talismans he can draw. Although he has yet to craft one, he is confident in his abilities. Illuminating these 6 talismans, Hanzei first set about drawing the Righteous Chi Talisman. Grasping the divine brush, he infused it with streams of spiritual energy, coalescing the energy to create the talisman, as radiant golden lines flowed seamlessly into the talisman. This sensation felt immensely familiar, as if he had executed this process hundreds of thousands of times before, without a trace of awkwardness. His spiritual energy was abundant, and he completed the talisman in one go, exerting no effort whatsoever. Every movement was fluid and graceful. Chapter 86. Opening the treasure chest. As he reached the final moments of talisman drawing, he sealed the incantation, a bright light flashed, and the Righteous Chi Talisman was successfully crafted. To his surprise, he succeeded on his first attempt. Ding! 6th tier Righteous Chi Talisman successfully drawn. Congratulations, player, for becoming a 6th tier talisman master. Hundredfold enhancement in effect. Acquired 100 Righteous Chi Talismans. Brother, you can draw talismans too? Ding Yichen felt he would never fully grasp just how formidable his brother truly was. A veritable polymath, adept in all things, he had never witnessed Hanzei falter in any endeavor. Most astonishing of all was Hanzei's nonchalance towards these feats, perpetually displaying an air of ease and entitlement. It seems there is nothing extraordinary about it. It's merely a routine operation. What kind of chosen one is this? Ding Yichen, as a witness, is overwhelmed with excitement. Hanzei affixes the righteous Qi talisman to the door, and in an instant, a golden light envelopes the door panel, subsequently forming righteous Qi that envelopes the entire room. This ensures a peaceful night's sleep. Let's have dinner first. You must be hungry, little brother. What would you like to eat? Hanzei no longer requires food. He can sustain his energy solely through daily cultivation. However, after so many years of enjoying meals, he still has a fondness for gourmet delights. Seeing his brother's gentle inquiry, Ding Yichen feels as if he has been struck, his heart stirred. Rising from the bed, he leaps into Hanzei's embrace. You are truly wonderful, brother. Ruffling his hair, Hanzei finds this child to be both peculiar and endearingly adorable. Ding Yichen's thoughts are as delicate as a young girl's, obedient to a fault, often lost in contemplation. With a perpetually sunny smile, he embodies the spirit of youth, full of vitality, dreams, ambitions, and positivity. Hanzei pats his shoulder, and Ding Yichen reluctantly releases his hold. Such familial affection brings tears to his eyes. Stop crying. You're such a crybaby. You're already an adult. You should stand tall like a man, understand? Ding Yichen sniffs and nods earnestly. If you feel like crying, just tell me. I will always be here for you. Hanzei pats his shoulder, feeling a twinge of pity for this child. Brother, I'm hungry. Ding Yichen rubs his stomach, which loudly protests its hunger. How about hot pot? After crying for so long, you wouldn't want to catch a cold tomorrow. With a thought, he conjures lamb, beef, chicken wings, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe, shrimp paste, duck intestines, sausages, and an array of vegetables like lettuce, potatoes, and vermicelli. With just a word from Hanzei, the beings in the space spring into action, even frying crispy meat and vegetarian meatballs, creating a sumptuous feast. Can you handle spicy food, little brother? Hanzei inquires. Of course. I'm from Rongqing. Ding Yichen replies eagerly, his eyes glued to the spread. Hot pot is his favorite dish, followed closely by barbecued skewers and spicy hot pot. The mere sight of hot pot leaves him spellbound. Ding Yichen looks at him with a pitiful expression, and Hanzei finds himself utterly enchanted. Let us eat. The hot pot stove is crafted from crystal blueprints, allowing them to enjoy hot pot anytime, anywhere. Since they both enjoy spicy food, there is no need for a divided pot. Outside, the wails of the damned echo, accompanied by chilling winds and the occasional harrowing scream. Inside Hanzei's room, however, the atmosphere is warm and harmonious as they chat and enjoy their hot pot. Brother, do you have any activities tonight? Ding Yichen asks. No. Bloody Mary will take care of it, Hanzei replies, unwilling to exert himself unnecessarily. If he can be lazy, he will be, and if he must, he'll send a clone. Then what shall we do later? After a moment's thought, Hanzei responds, shower, then draw talismans. Good heavens, it's freezing. While Hanzei isn't particularly aloof, he simply doesn't have much to say. After a hearty meal, they dispose of the leftovers into the space, where the werewolves will automatically clean up. The remaining items will be automatically decomposed and reintegrated into the space. Hanzei takes a quick shower and begins to draw talismans, starting with the simpler ones. Hundredfold Amplification. Acquired 100 Ghost Banishing Talismans. Hundredfold Amplification in progress. Acquired 100 Demon Repelling Talismans. Hundredfold Amplification in progress. Acquired 100 Protective Talismans. Hundredfold Amplification in progress. Acquired 100 Calming Talismans. Hundredfold Amplification in progress. Acquired 103 Origin Qi Talismans. 100 is sufficient for now. Hanzei sets the talismans in the space. Having fully mastered the divine brush, it's time to unseal it once more. Ding. Would you like to consume 10 million skill points to elevate the divine brush to a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure? Consume. A beam of golden light descends upon the divine brush, revealing faint, ancient patterns on its surface, elevating it to a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. To upgrade it to a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure would require 100 million skill points, which seems unattainable at present. His primary focus now is on defeating monsters to acquire treasure chests. Skill points can be accumulated anytime. Perhaps he might even directly obtain another divine brush. Lying on Hanzei's bed, he closes his eyes to rest when he suddenly feels a pair of slender arms embrace him. Instinctively, he prepares to respond, but Ding Yichen's voice interrupts him. Brother, don't act. It's me, he says, somewhat bashfully. What's the matter? Are you scared? Hanzei's tone is playful, laced with affection. It's too cold to sleep alone. It's warmer with two, Ding Yichen declares, resolute in his decision to stay. Hanze has no intention of sending him away. After all, two men sharing a bed isn't something to be shy about. It's safer this way, especially with uncertainties lurking in the night. Let us sleep. Hanze's voice is calm and indifferent, and Ding Yichen breathes a sigh of relief, his spirits lifting immediately. Your hand, let go. Ding Yichen pouts, feigning reluctance, but obediently loosens his grip around Hanze's waist. Exhausted from the day, Ding Yichen leans against Hanze, gradually relaxing and soon falling into a deep slumber. Hanze glances at his face. His youthful features are refreshingly handsome, perfectly aligned with Hanze's aesthetic. Brother, stop staring at me. Let us get to bed early tomorrow, Ding Yichen says, revealing his bashfulness. Hanze, unfazed, merely hums in response and turns to close his eyes. Remembering the treasure chests, he realizes it has been ages since he last opened one. Busy with dungeons, his luck has accumulated a considerable amount. Let us try opening a couple to test his fortune. Having been busy slaying monsters lately, he has amassed 98 top-tier treasure chests. Immersed in the myriad realms of the divine law, Hanze retrieves 3 top-tier treasure chests and casually opens them, feeling his luck begin to drain rapidly. Halting only after a significant reduction. You have opened 4 top-tier treasure chests. Acquired the Yin-Yang Rebirth Pool. Acquired the Great Tao of Life. Acquired the 9 Nether Soldier Species Manual. Acquired the Celestial Realm Blueprint. Heavenly Court. Acquired. Chapter 87. Once again, the Devil Fruit has been obtained. Acquired the Devil Fruit Gift Pack. Acquired the 5 Elements Divine Thunder Cultivation Method. Acquired the Method of Transformation into Freedom. Acquired the Primordial Spiritual Root, Bodhi Tree. A massive explosion. The drop rate is astonishing, enough to move heaven and earth. Hanze feels invigorated, instantly wide awake, eager to cultivate right away. This is simply extraordinary. He begins to examine the properties of the items. Yin-Yang Rebirth Pool. Injecting the blood of living beings can create a race coexisting in Yin and Yang. The resulting race varies with the blood type. Great Tao of Life. The Tao of Life, mastering the laws of life, can lead to the Daoyojin immortal realm of cultivation. 9 Nether Soldier Species Manual. Unlocks the 9 Nether Warrior species, requiring special materials for species unlocking. Celestial Realm Blueprint. Heavenly Court. Allows the construction of a home resembling the Heavenly Court, requiring the ancient Heavenly Court ruins for establishment. Devil Fruit Gift Pack. Enables the selection of 10 devil fruits. The method of cultivating the divine thunder of the 5 elements. One may practice the innate divine thunder of the 5 elements, which includes the divine thunder of innate metal, innate wood, innate water, innate fire, and innate earth. The great art of transformation and freedom. One can manifest myriad forms, creating countless avatars while retaining the power of their true self. The Bodhi Tree of the Primordial Spirit Root. The Celestial Spirit Root Bodhi Tree, when cultivated beneath its boughs, enhances one's comprehension. The Bodhi Tree is entrusted to the wood spirit bear within the spatial realm, where it flourishes with abundant fruits, perfectly suited for its cultivation. The Yin-Yang Rebirth Pool, the Great Tao of Laws, the 9 Nether Troop Compendium, and the Celestial Blueprints of the Heavenly Court. These 4 shall remain in the spatial realm for the time being. The remaining 2 tomes pertain to offensive and supportive techniques. While the great art of transformation and freedom can indeed be employed for group combat, it is deemed more beneficial for personal cultivation. Imagine, if you will, 10,000 avatars engaged in training within the divine realm of myriad laws. Such a speed would multiply 1,000-fold, akin to wielding a cheat. The higher one's cultivation, the more avatars one may divide, thus accelerating the training process exponentially. One could grasp the laws 1,000 times more effectively and practice techniques with a similar augmentation. No cheat could rival the potency of this art. This method ranks among the top 3 in various tales of empowerment, with the Swallowing Heaven demonic art being another formidable technique. To possess 2 of the 3 most powerful arts is indicative of extraordinary fortune. The most alarming aspect of this technique lies in its capacity for infinite division. If one is capable, they could create 1,000,000 avatars, truly a terrifying prospect. The Swallowing Heaven demonic art can devour others' innate talents, and is similarly incomprehensible in its potency. In comparison, the divine thunder of the 5 elements pales next to the great art of transformation and freedom, yet it stands formidable against other techniques. The offensive capabilities of the divine thunder far exceed that of the palm thunder. Aside from the attacks of, it remains his favored spell. Ding. Would you like to learn the great art of transformation and freedom? Ding. Would you like to learn the divine thunder of the 5 elements? He chose to learn. In an instant, Hanze mastered both techniques and proceeded to create avatars until their number reached 20,000. At which point he ceased further division. He instructed 10,000 of the avatars to commence their cultivation, while the remaining 10,000 were tasked with comprehending the laws. Although the efficiency of understanding the laws in the inner realm was notably low, Hanzei remained unfazed. Even a millionth of the effect, amplified 1,000-fold, would yield significant progress. A mere fraction of understanding would suffice for his current prowess to traverse great distances. As for the final devil fruits, Hanzei had momentarily forgotten about the powerful ones amidst his vast collection. Currently, he possessed the pass-pass fruit, the move-move fruit, the operation fruit, the shadow-shadow fruit, the painting fruit, the flourishing fruit, and the childlike fruit. He recalled the thunder fruit, which grants immunity to physical damage. This was a necessity. Additionally, the cookie fruit, capable of creating cookie people, would ensure he had ample assistance in managing his spatial realm. After considerable contemplation, Hanzei finally gathered 10 types of devil fruits: the thunder fruit, cookie fruit, underworld fruit, soul fruit, time fruit, explosion fruit, door fruit, snow fruit, MOMO fruit, and straw fruit. After selecting the fruits, Hanzei dispatched 10 avatars to each consume one of the devil fruits. The operation fruit was also mastered. Although the immortality surgery remained beyond his reach for now, further experimentation was required, as success would grant his subordinates eternal life. He sent the avatars to pursue their respective studies and cultivation, while Hanzei's consciousness returned to his true body. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Ding Yichin had launched into a bear hug, and Hanzei realized he was effectively pinned down, unable to extricate himself. The child had evidently fallen asleep. His lips pursed in a manner reminiscent of a bubble-blowing child. Hanzei gently tucked him under the covers, though the child had managed to wrap himself completely in the blanket, clutching it tightly. After a considerable struggle, Hanzei finally succeeded in getting him properly covered. But before he could turn away, Ding Yichin snuggled closer once more. Hanzei couldn't help but chuckle. Was he being mistaken for a warm treasure? On this frigid night, such closeness certainly provided warmth, prompting Hanzei to turn his head and drift off to sleep as well. While they rested peacefully, the other players were not afforded such luxury. 6 of them were crammed together on a single bed. While this in itself was manageable, various unsettling occurrences disrupted their sleep, though none resulted in death, merely preventing them from resting properly. However, under the intense pressures of their circumstances, the inability to rest could prove fatal. Qingru sat up in bed in a panic, her scream rousing all others in the room from their slumber. Being jolted awake in such a manner would irk anyone. Before anyone could voice their frustration, silence fell as they followed Qingru's horrified gaze to the side of the bed. Chapter 88. Despairing Classmates. There, they beheld an utterly contorted face. Blood streaming from 7 orifices, grasping Qingru's foot, blood dripping onto her leg, creating a grotesque scene. It seemed poised to crawl onto the bed at any moment. All were rendered speechless with terror. Fangxing sought to rescue Qingru, but found himself powerless to act. The room descended into silence, and Qingru, in her moment of despair, unleashed a surge of desperation, managing to free her foot. Everyone was astonished. They had never anticipated the usually timid Qingru could summon such formidable strength. Before they could celebrate, the female specter lunged toward the bed once more. The room erupted into chaos. The door was locked. It was all over. There was no escaping. Despair engulfed them all. Hanzei, upon hearing the scream, was immediately awakened. In unfamiliar surroundings, he always kept a fraction of awareness, and his sleep was quite light, allowing him to hear the cry at once. Ding Yichin, still in a dreamy state, rubbed his eyes and leaned back against Hanzei. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Ding Yichin shot up, as if propelled by a spring. Hey, I fell asleep without realizing it. Ding Yichin felt a touch of embarrassment. He had just awakened from a dream, shivering from the cold, only to find himself clutching an incredibly warm doll. Cough, cough. He was actually sleeping with his idol. How exhilarating. His dream had come true. Now, he was too timid to embrace him openly, stealing a glance at his brother's expression, which seemed devoid of anger. What was wrong with this child? Had he been disoriented from sleep? Hanzei observed him for a while, and Ding Yichin gradually calmed down. Had someone screamed just now? Was there yet another incident? Suddenly recalling it, Ding Yichin turned to Hanzei and said, "Goodness, young man, your reflexes seem to be as sluggish as the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. I don't know. Should we go check?" Hanzei shook his head. "Forget it. Let us continue sleeping. We have work to attend to tomorrow." Ding Yichin had no desire to stir trouble or inconvenience his brother without any benefit, so he opted to ignore it. Hanzei nodded and laid down beside Ding Yichin. Resuming their slumber, a soundproof array was arranged in the room, preventing those people from waking his brother again. Tomorrow's workload would be heavier, and rest was essential. Ding Yichin naturally leaned against his shoulder, still unsettled by the earlier scream. Sensing Ding Yichin's discomfort, Hanzei grasped his wrist, gently channeling his spiritual energy into him. It surged from the Baihui point, coursing through his meridians, alleviating his anxiety. On the other side, it nourished his spiritual veins, enhancing his aptitude by at least 20%. This method of assisting others in nurturing their spiritual veins was quite common in the realm of cultivation. Typically, it was the elders of a family or masters from a sect who would enhance the potential of favored juniors, enabling them to cultivate more seamlessly. However, no one would expend as much spiritual energy as Hanzei did to nourish another's body. Even for a beloved junior, one would hesitate to squander their hard-earned energy. But Hanzei, with his abundant resources, could afford to use his spiritual energy as freely as the vast ocean, showing no signs of remorse. In the warmth of his embrace, Ding Yiqian gradually relaxed his tense emotions and slipped into a deep slumber. Hanzei, too, felt drowsy, his hand still resting on Ding Yiqian's wrist as he succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, Hanzei was greeted with a throbbing headache. Ouch! He rubbed his forehead, reminding himself not to fall asleep while nurturing someone else's body. That had been a painful lesson. Ding Yiqian, too, awoke, his gaze languid yet smiling. Focused intently on Hanzei, his brother was ever so impeccably handsome, a sight to behold at any moment. An idol forever stands unparalleled. Hanzei suddenly turned to look at Ding Yiqian. To his astonishment, Ding Yiqian's innate talent had reached an A grade, and his physique was on the verge of being transformed into a spiritual body. Indeed, the night had not been a waste of his spiritual energy. Little fox. What? You resemble a little fox. Are you complimenting me, brother? I know I'm quite good looking. From now on, you can call me Little Fox, but only you, okay? Moving closer to Hanzei, he was enveloped in a faint, refreshing scent, a delightful aroma. Was this the essence of his brother? Hanzei remained silent, blinking as he prepared to freshen up and have breakfast before embarking on their work. He retrieved toiletries from the spatial pocket, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrush, and mouthwash cup, among other items. It felt almost like a vacation, reminiscent of Doraemon's pocket of treasures, where one could pull out anything. Ding Yiqian's excitement was palpable. It became evident that his brother was a severe germaphobe, prone to panic at even the slightest hint of dirt. He had never seen anyone bring toothpaste and a toothbrush to a game world before. Hanzei changed into a fresh set of clothes, meticulously adjusting his attire, and then applied a new fragrance, an icy, woody scent that evoked the essence of a sea king. It perfectly complemented his demeanor, exuding an aura of irresistible allure. A quintessentially abstinent male deity, eliciting admiration from Ding Yiqian. This fragrance had been purchased during their last adventure. He had bought everything available, keeping some as gifts. Dressed in a black waist-length robe adorned with subtle golden cloud patterns, complemented by a matching cloak featuring a stunning higginbana flower, with golden sparkles cascading down, he looked extraordinary. This ensemble was befitting of a death god, and Hanzei grasped his scythe firmly. Today was a day for reaping souls, so he would not hold back. Let us begin the harvest. Ding Yiqian nodded, immediately grasping Hanzei's intent, excitement bubbling within him at the thought of the grand task ahead. Dressed in a white, dark-patterned waist-length robe, the two of them presented a remarkably striking pair. Last night, Hanzei had turned off the recording in their room, and now they could continue their endeavors. Exiting their room, they encountered their classmates from the adjacent chamber, their faces pale and spirits utterly drained. Qingru displayed a flash of astonishment, the events of last night still vivid in her memory. It was hard to believe that Hanzei and Ding Yiqian emerged from their room so spiritedly today. Did you encounter anything last night? Encounter what? Ding Yiqian replied with genuine curiosity. Just nothing at all. I'm glad if you didn't run into any trouble. May I rest in your room tonight? A pleading look shone in Qingru's eyes. She was utterly exhausted and could no longer endure another sleepless night. Though she was unsure why their room had been free of disturbances, it no longer mattered. All she wanted was to sleep. Ding Yiqian instinctively wanted to refuse. How could his brother share a room with these people? They were unworthy. Hanzei halted Ding Yiqian's movements. Let us see if we can make it to evening first. If I survive until evening, you must agree to share a room with me. Chapter 89. Subduing the Ghost King. Hanzei said nothing, turning to leave, as if tacitly accepting her request, yet also not entirely agreeing. His lack of a direct refusal did not deter Qingru, who followed Hanzei, heading to the inn's main hall. Fangxing naturally noticed Qingru's change, but he said nothing. He could not protect her, nor could he hinder her from seeking support. He could not bring himself to wait idly for death alongside her. Brother, why didn't you refuse? Are you really going to let her in? Ding Yiqian asked, approaching and whispering in confusion. Impossible. We may not even stay here today. Hanzei replied, meeting his gaze with a steady expression, shaking his head. Hanzei was not particularly fond of Qingru. Her scheming was evident on her face, devoid of any warmth. Did she truly believe that a pretty face would draw all men to her? Such naivety, coupled with a lack of intelligence, destined her to become cannon fodder. If she could be a bit wiser, perhaps she might survive. Remaining foolish and oblivious, while brimming with ulterior motives, was truly hopeless. Let us go. We must attend to our work, and there is no need to waste time on those who do not concern us. Hanze's eyes were calm and serene, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. Ding Yichin nodded in agreement, following Hanze as they ascended to the 3rd floor. Where Hanze approached the last room, the innkeeper's quarters, Bloody Mary was all set on the 2nd floor, and it was time to eat. A perfect opportunity to replenish their energy. Upon seeing Bloody Mary, Ding Yichin felt a chill run down his neck. Yesterday's meal had frightened him significantly. He certainly dared not look again. Hanze was not particularly inclined to witness such a scene. Once was sufficient. As the two approached the proprietor's chamber, they had yet to knock when the door swung open unexpectedly. Hanze quickly reacted, a talisman for exorcising spirits affixed to his forehead. Ding. The talisman's level is insufficient. The Ghost King level is automatically rendered ineffective. Hanze was taken aback to discover that the seemingly scholarly innkeeper was, in fact, a Ghost King. However, he felt no fear whatsoever. Just as Hanze applied the exorcism talisman, the innkeeper, having not faced an attack in many years, was astonished by this human's audacity. It seemed an intriguing game awaited him. Yet, the very next moment, the innkeeper was left dumbfounded. With a failed strike, Hanze brandished his scythe of death, unleashing a soul-reaping skill directed at the innkeeper. The proximity was too close for the innkeeper to evade. His body erupted with the overwhelming aura of a Ghost King, a dense malevolence surging toward their position, howling and roaring, creating an atmosphere akin to an icy abyss. Hanze released the heart fire of the Azure Lotus, encasing Ding Yichin within its warmth, while he swiftly darted forward. Ding Yichin, momentarily stunned, felt the comforting heat of the Azure Lotus heart fire and realized he was being shielded by his brother. Conflicted emotions of shock, sorrow, and helplessness transformed into regret. He could indeed do nothing to aid his brother, relegated to a mere burden at his side. Yet, he refused to recklessly venture out, for that would only serve as a distraction to Hanze. All he could do was remain hidden. Nevertheless, he believed that one day he would stand beside his brother rather than behind him. With the scythe in hand, Hanze struck swiftly at the innkeeper, unleashing a torrent of deathly energy that coalesced into black chains binding him. Struggling, there was no time to resist. He was drawn into the scythe, only to be expelled moments later. Such a maneuver was truly unprecedented. Ding. Captured the Deathly Scholar, Ghost King. Beast Mastery skill activated, becoming your pet. Acquired all skills and attributes of the Deathly Scholar, Ghost King. In their first encounter, it was astonishing to learn that this individual had been masquerading, sealing his own cultivation to the realm of a vengeful spirit, ultimately revealing himself as a 4th-tier Ghost King. This tier was roughly equivalent to the human nascent soul stage. Had it not been for his numerous hidden cards, capturing him might have proven impossible. Moreover, the Scythe of Death was undeniably formidable, capable of subduing all specters. Any ghostly entity that approached would be drawn into the scythe, thereby forcibly acknowledging its master. This marked Hanze's first pet of the nascent soul stage, and he regarded it with great importance. "What is your name?" Hanze inquired, turning his gaze toward Ding Yichin, waving his hand to dismiss the Azure Lotus and drawing him closer. "Master, my name is Meng Wan," the new companion replied respectfully, standing beside him. Hanze nodded. "Very well, let us retreat to your room for a conversation." He shielded Ding Yichin behind him, grasping his hand as they entered the chamber. The boy's exquisitely beautiful eyes resembled those of an adorable little fox, and his gentle smile directed at Hanze was so sweet it could induce a toothache. This moment was captured by hidden cameras, destined to stir a considerable uproar in the future, with the entire world fervently shipping the pair. Hanze remained oblivious to this, instinctively protecting the child, for Ding Yichin possessed no means of offense and could only learn from his brother's experience while standing behind him. It was merely a habitual gesture of caution, one he had grown accustomed to. The room was quite simple, resembling that of an ordinary ancient inn, with wooden cabinets, tables, chairs, and a bed, devoid of any embellishments and strikingly austere. As he was not there for leisure, Hanze was indifferent to the simplicity. Upon sensing the absence of any immediate threat, he released his grip on his brother. However, his Sharingan remained active, for any unforeseen circumstances could prove dire. Recently, the Sharingan had been employed frequently, necessitating an upgrade. Otherwise, he would risk losing his sight, which would be troublesome. This upgrade could only be obtained through treasure chests. But opening them was not a guarantee of receiving what one desired. Even if one consumed fortune to unlock a chest, there was no assurance of obtaining the Sharingan. If only the 10 tails could be unsealed. Yet, the process of unsealing the 10 tails was even more arduous than acquiring the Sharingan. It was best to let that go. The host may upgrade the Sharingan by utilizing skill points, the system informed him. Hanze suddenly realized that the Sharingan counted as a skill and could indeed be enhanced with skill points. The system was truly astute. Hanze accessed the Sharingan skill to commence the upgrade. Ding. Consumed 1,000 skill points. The 3-Tomo Sharingan has been upgraded to the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. Consumed 10,000 skill points. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan has been upgraded to the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Ding. Consumed 1,000,000 skill points. The Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan has been upgraded to the Rinnegan. Ding. Your ocular technique has been upgraded to the Supreme Rinnegan, acquiring the skills of Devour and Space Portal. Devour. Upon contact with a target, one can absorb their entire magical energy, converting it into one's own cultivation, no side effects. Space Portal. Opens a portal in the left eye space, allowing free traversal through dimensions. One may travel to unvisited locations using a medium. Once more, he had acquired 2 divine auxiliary skills.